Chapter 441 Gentle Fist. Unrepeatable Palms. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly and sighed. Outside the dungeon, Kabuto walked up slowly and said with a smile, "Yes, it's that simple. There is no dungeon in the surrounding environment, and it's definitely not something that a simple sage art like you can destroy. If you use ninjutsu to consume chakra, it will be absorbed immediately. I also used Hashirama cells to strengthen his absorption, hehe." Kabuto sneered, "This battle, he is bound to win. I've been waiting for you to come to me from the beginning. I thought that your body would stay in the desert battlefield to fight Uchiha Madara, but I didn't expect the body to find me. It really took no effort. Hyuga Neji, this time, you can't run away." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise. Boom. Huge explosion sound, shocking. Ino was also startled by the sound, and once again avoided him. Seeing that Ino was hiding far away, Neji slapped him again. 8 trigrams 1 hit. Bang. Kabuto jumped away this time too, squinting, and Byakugan on his right carefully saw the flow of chakra throughout Neji's body. Then he murmured, "I didn't expect you to be able to achieve this level. Hyuga Neji, you really surprised me. I didn't expect that even the physical skills of the Hyuga clan could be integrated into sage art, and..." Quote. Hello. Neji jumped up with a gloomy face, and half squatted on top of the dungeon. "Didn't you say that there is absolutely no way I can destroy this Rashomon? How?" Neji's mouth twitched. He didn't intend to use this move in the first place, but when he heard Kabuto say this, he was deliberately pushed into a desperate situation. Then, it was easy to come out, just to come out and appreciate Kabuto's wonderful expression at this time. At this moment, Kabuto's expression is erratic, and his hesitant gaze has nowhere to focus. Ha, ha ha. It seems that there is really no need to keep your hands on a guy like you. The methods of those guys are too low level, and they are not worthy of an enemy like you. Kabuto narrowed his eyes, and withdrew all the strange power in his abdomen, and his body began to mutate. "So, do you think you deserve it?" Neji chuckled, wanting to see what else this guy could do. Soon, Kabuto's body swelled a lot of muscle, instantly gaining in size. Huh. He came so quickly that Neji was a little surprised. Huh. Bang. Crack. The two of them quickly and without a trace, sparring and fighting with physical skills. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Bang. Sound of breaking wind passed by Neji's ears, staring blankly at Kabuto in front of him. Kabuto's mouth twitched. How? This is my Hyuga style gentle fist method. HMPH. Neji sneered softly, reluctant to respond. Only 1 palm left, and Kabuto was also unafraid, winning a palm. The two had almost the same posture, and even the movements were almost the same. And they said in unison, "Gentle fist law 8 trigrams 64 palms." Neji was taken aback, while Kabuto sneered, "How? Didn't expect it. 2 palms. 2 palms." Neji hits 2, and Kabuto follows with a standard gentle fist. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Every palm, Kabuto hits very well without any mistakes. Par with Neji, who has been training for so much time. Although, this is also related to Neji's long-term neglect of ordinary training. What is it? Why did that guy from Kabuto transplant the Byakugan, not the body of the Hyuga clan? It can be applied, and he has also learned the gentle fist method. Clearly, Chingdu of Karigakure village spent more than 10 years using Byakugan's body. Insight. Ino in the distance was secretly surprised. And her keen perception sensed that there was still a terrifying power lurking in Kabuto's body now. That terrifying power may be more ominous and disturbing than what is perceived now. 64 palms. This time, Kabuto came out even faster than Neji. Crack. Every palm hits Neji's landing spot, and even with more force than that, Neji could not help but retreat slightly, but was suppressed by the fake. Da 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 da. The battle between palms and palms is fierce. The collision of chakra caused bright flames to light up all around. The whole set of palms came down, Kabuto stood still, and even Neji took 2 steps back. Kabuto chuckled triumphantly and said, "How? Not bad." Neji let out a small breath. "But, is there any more?" Neji raised his head, the corner of his mouth twitched, and looked at Kabuto meaningfully. "What do you mean?" Kabuto asked in surprise. In Neji, the gesture is ended, unlike Kabuto. He stepped forward again and stepped forward. Above the ground, it only appeared at this moment, the Tai Chi 8 trigrams array uniquely owned by Gentle Fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. What the hell is going on? Kabuto panicked for a moment, because once again, something unexpected happened to him. How? Byakugan's secret. 8 trigrams 64 palms. You think you're a master. 80-80-64. All you can understand is what your Byakugan contains. Then, how do you feel? Do you know what's in my eyes? Neji's mouth twitched. His eyes were bright, and the blue veins around him had almost completely disappeared, which was somewhat different from Kabuto's ugly Byakugan. In the end, is Byakugan really the same as Sharingan? Your Byakugan has completed evolution and has become a higher order state. Looking at the surprised Kabuto, Neji smiled in satisfaction. It doesn't matter if it evolves or not. The weapon used is not powerful. If the person using it is too weak, the powerful weapon can only be scrap iron. But if the person using it is a master, even the weakest weapon can still be used. Break through all defenses in the world. Although you have Byakugan, but you can't replicate my hard work for more than 10 years. 8 trigrams 128 palms. Nani? Neji rise, 64 palms, simultaneous attack. Speed is so fast that even with Byakugan, there is no way to capture the speed. Almost in a second, 64 palms, all played. In addition, 64 palms, played in 1 second. Bang 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 bang. Kabuto's body is now like a sieve, with chakra running through and recklessly around the body. No, it's impossible. Why can you break Byakugan's restrictions? Do you think that's all there is to it? Neji's mouth twitched and he quickly disappeared from Kabuto's face. It had already appeared under Kabuto and lifted it up with 1 foot. Bang! This is Sasuke's lion shot. Kabuto was kicked into the sky and muttered in surprise. Neji has already jumped to catch up, and the magic of spiritualization is activated. The next palm technique, the human body can't use it. 8 trigrams, 256 palms. Da 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 da. What is this? Kabuto's body was hit by simultaneous forces from different directions, and he couldn't move at all. Even what he was about to say was interrupted. The technique of spiritualization was matched with 265 palms, and all the palm force was shot out in only 2 seconds. Kabuto held on, thinking it was about to end. Neji's voice sounded again. Gentle Fist La Senpo, Sage Art 8 trigrams 512 palms. Chapter 442 Nature. Sage Art Energy. 8 trigrams 512 palms. After having endured the palming technique that was like being surrounded and suppressed by 10,000 people at the same time, Kabuto was so surprised that only the face that was so terrified that he couldn't get over it, and even the muffled voice disappeared. Ah! From within the cave, Kabuto's impressive howl was heard. There was a fierce fight over there, and Ino couldn't help but take a few steps back in shock. When did Kabuto become so strong? Neji, does it really need to work so hard? Ino let out a slow breath. Although the current Kabuto does seem to be very strong, Ino has not seen Neji take such a serious attitude to fight against others for a long time. Neji seems to have been recuperating since that fight with that guy called Otsutsuki Ura style. Even this time to fight Uchiha Madara and those revived tailed orcs Jinchuriki column, Neji just sent his shadow clone to delay it. It stands to reason that Neji won't show it until he finds out what's going on behind the scenes. Real strength. This time, according to this trend, it seems that things will develop in an uncontrollable direction. Ino was thinking, when suddenly he felt his ankle hit something. Ah, quote. She whispered softly, then immediately covered her mouth. Her feet had moved away subconsciously. She looked back and looked down. I saw a person lying on the ground in this place in the dark cave. Who is this? Who? Ino thought it was a dead body. But as a senior sensory ninja, Ino and Neji have been honed over the years. In addition to the abilities of perception, assistance, and medical treatment, Ino also has the strength of an experienced elite Jonin, so it is not the same as before. Scared little girl. Not a corpse. She was relieved, but looking at it like this, she should have lost consciousness. Ino crouched down immediately and stretched out his hand to deploy medical ninjutsu. But she did not use this medical ninjutsu on the woman lying on the ground, because she could not judge whether this person was an enemy or a friend. Ino only temporarily used the light from this medical ninjutsu to see this woman's face. Master Enko. Ino rolled his eyes. The woman in front of me turned out to be the special Jonin and Mitarashi Enko of Konoha village. Although it is a special Jonin, Enko has also stayed in the intelligence department, the interrogation department, and the organization that can be called the name of the major Konoha villages. It belongs to the top group of special Jonins in the Konoha village. Moreover, the previous Chunin selection test, Mitarashi Enko, was also the examiner of the second Death Forest, so Ino would not admit his mistake and was very impressed with Enko. Why are you here? Ino did not hesitate, and immediately started the treatment with medical ninjutsu. But, it doesn't make sense. Why doesn't it work? Ino noticed this immediately, and reached out and rubbed Enko's neck. Back of the neck, Orochimaru's spell is clearly visible. It's the same mark as Sasuke. Why? Ino hesitated, his hands trembling slightly. The fact that Enko was once a student of Orochimaru has been kept as a secret by Konoha village. It is precisely because of Enko's special status that she is judged as a special Jonin and has never been given a chance for promotion, but in fact, Enko's strength has long surpassed many Jonins and even elite Jonins. Hihi. Hyuga Neji, you are indeed a tough guy. I should have paid more attention to you from the beginning. Kabuto has been beaten to the ground by Neji, and his body has begun to change. Neji took a few steps back, sharp. Then, on the ground in situ, a huge snake head emerged. At the next moment, Kabuto has transformed into a white phosphorus snake, but compared to Orochimaru, Kabuto is obviously uglier and more terrifying. Do you really think of yourself as Orochimaru? Even doing research and experiments and doing it with your own body is too much. Neji just muttered to himself. He knew that if he wanted to change the stubborn man in front of him, he couldn't just rely on his mouth to escape. Kabuto sneered and said with a bloody mouth, "No, you misunderstood. I am no longer a follower of Lord Orochimaru. The power I have is the real power that even Lord Orochimaru cannot master. This chakra." Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, and Byakugan turned on again. Then, on his face, the gorilla Yuhi-colored pattern appeared again. Sage mode is on again. Sage art mode. The same is true for me now. Kabuto smiled gloomily again, as if he was very emotional now. Maybe it was because his power had reached a certain peak, and he was defiant and completely felt that he could deal with Neji as a turtle in a urn. Whoa, whoa, whoa. His snake body is very smooth and fast. It quickly got back to the ground, and in the illusion, the snake head opened its huge mouth, and from the mouth, Kabuto crawled out with disgusting mucus. His right eye is also inlaid with Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Neji narrowed his eyes. The current chakra is not of the same order of magnitude as just now. Looks like you're finally getting real. Neji let out a sigh of relief. The previous palm technique only limited this guy for a moment. Because of the power of Hashirama cells and the spell, Kabuto's Ino's body energy has almost reached the level of 6 paths, so this is generally expected. Anyway, from the beginning, Neji just wanted to use this to force out his true strength. It looks like it's almost over now. Hehe. I originally wanted to use this technique as a final bargaining chip, and let Afe give Sasuke to me. But now it seems that it won't work. I have to get it here. Hyuga Neji. If I can get you here, what do I want from the Uchiha family? What do I want, Sasuke? Drink, drink. Kabuto climbed out of the bloody mouth of the white phosphorus serpent and jumped down. After landing, a hole was opened in his stomach, and a huge snake head came out of it. The snake's body slowly extended, and from time to time it spit out snake letters. What's it like? A chakra like Neji? Ino, who was not far away, noticed the strangeness. No, even Neji's kind of chakra is under him. This is not Neji. Ino felt something was wrong, and was unwilling to let go of Enko here, so he had to pick up Enko and evacuate the place. Now, I can only trust Neji. Ino had to find a way to contact the headquarters as soon as possible. If Enko disappeared, then there should be a problem with the intelligence department. Ino's father, Yamanaka Inoichi, is the head of the Konoha Village Intelligence Force, so Neji has a natural sense of mission in being responsible for the work of the intelligence department. Hehehe, this is my sage mode. In this terrain, all the natural energy will be at my disposal, so. Not far away, Kabuto's wanton voice was heard. No one can escape from my palm. Hyuga Neji, I must get you. Senpo, Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. Chapter 443 Fear. Inorganic Reincarnation. Boom. A shocking voice. Ino stopped in a daze, and saw that around him, the rocks above and below the cave were deformed like living things, and turned into the shape of spikes, blocking her way up. This. Ino. Neji narrowed his eyes and glanced aside. Naturally, he had noticed Enko lying down long ago, but the original battle pattern had not spread over there, but now the situation is completely different. Defeating Kabuto is naturally not the first priority. Even if Neji kills Kabuto immediately, this impure world reincarnation will not be lifted immediately. But the most important purpose now is to ensure that Ino and Enko, who has been used by him once, can survive. After thinking for a moment, the decided Neji turned into a light in an instant. The art of spiritualization. Kabuto narrowed his eyes, only to see Neji disappear in front of his eyes for a moment, and then appear in front of Ino the next moment. Senpo, Sage Art Revolving Heaven. Over there, around Ino, all the rocks were shattered. Even the ground was spun into a Uzumaki shape by Revolving Heaven's chakra. Kabuto stepped forward, his glasses had already fallen off. Neji, what was that thing just now? It doesn't feel good. This guy. Ino was protecting Enko underground, while Neji stood beside her indifferently. Neji murmured, Senpo, Sage Art can control natural energy, but this guy even controlled the natural elements just now, that is, the terrain in this cave, and under his control, became a weapon to hurt us. Quote. Hearing Neji explain, Ino was shocked. Can this kind of thing be done too? What kind of concept is this? If you understand it in more detail, if you have such an ability, wouldn't you be able to freely manipulate oxygen to deprive the enemy of oxygen? Of course, the actual operation is difficult, but it is really shocking to have the means to do it. Neji narrowed his eyes and said urgently, There's no time to be surprised now. Ino, you protect Mr. Enko. Kabuto must have unknowable moves that he hasn't used yet. You have to be ready at any time. Give up on Enko when you have to and keep yourself prepared. Quote. Ino was taken aback for a moment, a little hesitant. Ms. Enko, what's wrong with her? Ino didn't seem surprised to see Neji, knowing that he should know something. Neji explained, after the headquarters sent out the mission, it was communicated that one disappeared. The intelligence department of Konoha Village and the Vanguard unit lost contact one after another. The leaders of both teams had a mission to track Kabuto's whereabouts. It seems that it was used by Kabuto, including Tianzang, an Anbu employee directly under Hokage, who has available living Hashirama cells on his body. There is also a special Jonin Mitarashi Anko, who has the original Orochimaru's original earth spell on his body. I am afraid Kabuto also used this for this purpose. She caught it. Since she's still useful, you don't have to worry, Kabuto won't kill her. Hey, you guessed it. Kabuto cut them off abruptly, leaning over slowly. Thanks to this guy, I can use the power I use more easily. Orochimaru-sama should be surprised. I am finally a master of the sage art that he failed to research. Besides, I have almost reached perfection. The pinnacle. But this is also thanks to the research data left by Orochimaru-sama, and the source of the curse mark on Anko. It's amazing, it's wonderful, this feeling. Kabuto smiled darkly and stretched out his hands. Kakakakaka. The rocks on the ground, as if softened, began to move up and down. And this kind of irregular appearance is like melted fudge, but when attacking, it will quickly stab out a handful of rocks like a sharp sword. Thorn. Crack. Neji was very calm, and smashed the rock that came up with a palm. A puff of smoke. But Kabuto laughed harder, tilting his head, as if Neji were only between his palms. Senpo, sage art can indeed control natural energy, but Hyuga Neji, your sage art cannot. Because the substances in natural energy are divided into organic substances and inorganic substances. For organic substances, your sage art cannot control and absorb them. You can only absorb inorganic matter and then convert it into your own energy. How much transformation and change you have to go through during this period, and how much effort you spend to convert inorganic matter that originally had 100% energy into less than 20% energy. The energy of this world itself is very incompatible with the chakra we use, so. Kabuto raised his head and spread his hands, as if he already had the whole world. Now I have completely mastered the profound meaning of ninjutsu. My inorganic reincarnation can convert all inorganic substances in natural energy into organic substances, directly attacking and restricting you. There is no need to mix my vulgarity in this. Chakra, this is a real and complete sage art. Kabuto finished speaking. The whole ground squirmed even more violently. Above the cave, all the rocks began to look like living things. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Ino would have thought that he had been pulled into a fantasy. Why is this? We obviously didn't win demonic illusion. Ino said with emotion. But Neji stretched out his hand and said, Ino, don't go anywhere by my side, you can't escape this trick alone. Neji is also unusually calm. Kabuto didn't explain this move. Neji used Byakugan to completely analyze it to this point. Since the entire terrain is controlled by Kabuto, the best way to protect safety is to report to the group to keep warm. As long as Neji can keep himself safe, there is a way to keep everyone else around. That is to say, with Neji as a barrier, Kabuto can only inflict even the slightest damage on Ino to the extent that it can harm him. It's here again, it's this look again. This time, let me see how you want to decipher my moves. Kabuto bit Kiba, and even his perfect sage mode couldn't make Neji show the slightest nervous expression. His frustration arises spontaneously, and he can't help but transform all his hatred for Neji. In this battle, he must fully prove his strength. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Neji used revolving heaven to completely defend against the rock attack, but Kabuto didn't give up. Don't be delusional, I will never be careless to you again, Hyuga Neji, and especially to you, I will never give you any more chances. Kabuto frowned and hands sealed again. Inorganic reincarnation. Chuck. Ziz. Water. Ino was stunned for a moment, and when he noticed that there was water coming out of it, he couldn't help but be surprised. Kabuto outside showed a weird smile and murmured, any substance contains a small amount of inorganic substances, and using the activation of inorganic substances to manipulate objects is a matter of one fell swoop. Unless some things are isolated, otherwise as long as you get along with natural energy, you will never escape my technique. Quote. I saw a frown and quickly hand seal. Yangdun, the Great Darkness Technique. Sizzle. I saw that the black area, light Jintan particle style, quickly covered the water spray just now, and then swallowed the water spray and disappeared in an instant. What's that? Kabuto was startled. Revolving Heaven ends and Neji and Ino make another appearance. Kabuto gave a wicked smile and said, It's hit. Senpo, Sage Art Beiji Art. Chapter 444 Hesitate. Become Nothingness. Ow. Like a dragon coming out of a mountain, Kabuto's eyes rolled out of Yuhi. Yuhi-colored snake sprang from his body, flew into the air, and circled rapidly. Then, a strong light that is hard to resist burst out. White excitement is the demonic illusion of the visual department. And as sage art, you can still use natural energy, and you can't escape it. So I said, as long as you are in this place and have a connection with natural energy, you will absolutely there's no escape. Hee hee. Kabuto said naturally, and then his eyes darkened. But I'm different. The skin of snakes is inherently immune to the threat of light. I don't need line of sight at all, and I can sense the external environment from temperature, humidity, and changes in the characteristics of objects through sharp perception in dark corners, so all the demonic illusions mean nothing to me. Soon as Kabuto finished speaking, a black obstacle avoidance appeared in front of Neji and Ino. It's a pity, since you love to explain so much, I'll cooperate with you too. Neji looked indifferent. Yindun Dashuishin is a technique recorded in the dossier, and it is also one of the techniques that you can't master even if you see the dossier. The use of Yangdun's chakra and natural energy has the opposite effect, and the world is full of light, so the technique of the great black sky will form a shadow no matter what material it faces. The stronger the light, the thicker the shadow. And although light is something that is hard to avoid and pervasive, but he still has a disadvantage of. Bang. Kabuto bites Kiba, eyes full of disbelief. Neji continued to say slowly, the disadvantage of light is that it can only travel in a straight line. Once blocked, it will not automatically evade. Your technique is really strong for ordinary people, but it is too much to use against me. Simple. And at the end of the day, Neji wouldn't fall for this kind of demonic illusion at all. If it weren't for taking care of Ino and the fallen Anko, Neji might have gone up to the light and slapped the two big mouths. Damn Byakugan, but the power of pupil art is limited. Hee hee. Kabuto narrowed his eyes, and he didn't cancel the white shock technique in the air. However, the shadow peaks created by the great black sky did indeed resist the light of the white shock technique. Why, what's wrong? Ino narrowed his eyes slightly, a little surprised. But Kabuto widened his eyes and said in a low voice, it's a pity, you made a mistake in this step, Hyuga Neji. Beiji is not just a demonic illusion that relies on light to activate influence, he is also a demonic illusion of voice. Light, it's just a pretense, what's really important is the vibration of his undetectable smile frequency, and you have been hit by this vibration frequency unknowingly. Damn it, can't move. Ino suddenly realized that his entire body was as heavy as iron, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Neji on the side narrowed his eyes slightly, and the next moment, his whole body turned into a spirit body. Even if you can protect yourself, what about the people around you? Sweden Water Style Water Dragon Bullet Art. Kabuto immediately hand-sealed, and the water dragon spit out from the snake's bloody mouth and flew towards Ino. Thunder Sword. Huh. The huge white snakes behind Shuilong and Kabuto, their heads were all cut off one by one, and Shuilong scattered into a pool of water. Swordsmanship. Kabuto stepped back quickly, his senses very powerful. Huh, even the sword energy. Neji silently retracted the Thor sword in his hand and took 2 steps back. Gentle fist method acupuncture. Then, Ino breathed a sigh of relief, and his body suddenly relaxed 100 times. This is acupuncture. It can temporarily get through your body movement, but the troublesome technique in your body will eventually be affected. Try to solve this guy within the effective time period. Neji, I'm here to help you too. Ino nodded. Neji didn't let himself watch the battle. It seems that the enemy this time is indeed different from before. Hyuga Neji, you really are a guy who can't be underestimated. Not far away, Kabuto clenched his fists. He looked at the Thor's sword in Neji's hand, which was very heavy. Is there something strange on that sword? Why did all the natural energy substances near the sword lose my control in an instant? Neji froze, chuckled, and sighed. He withdrew the sword, and Ino beside him was a little surprised. Neji ignored Ino and took a step forward. Yakushi Kabuto, you were a spy at Konoha for Orochimaru. You were a spy with Orochimaru for Sasori, and you were a spy with Sasori for Konoha. So, who are you now? Your life is boring. You don't even have yourself. Kabuto was startled, frowning slightly. He never thought that in this intense life and death situation, Neji suddenly chatted with him about the most unbearable past in his heart. How my life is, has nothing to do with you. Senpo, Sage Art, the Art of Biography. Kabuto narrowed his eyes, already sensing Neji's technique. Next moment. Iori air strike. Boom. A quick strike with terrifying power. The speed is so fast that it is completely impossible to dodge. Middle of Kabuto's heart, but turned into a pool of splash. The next moment, it gradually recovered, as if nothing had happened. The art of hydration. Ino muttered. Kabuto's face sank, and he no longer showed a chilling, weird smile for no reason. As I said, my sage art is perfect. After facing Neji's question, Kabuto regained his usual calm and composure, and said in a low voice. As long as it's absorbed power, I can use this sage art to activate it, even if it's the bloodline boundary. In theory, I can activate any art. Kabuto gasped and stayed where he was. At this point, the two sides stopped their hands tacitly. Neji originally had the purpose of lifting impure world reincarnation, not to kill Kabuto, and Kabuto initially had the determination to kill Neji, but now he realizes that this is not an easy thing to do. And Neji's question made him secretly have a voice in his heart to ask himself, after getting Neji, then what? After that? Do you really want to complete the Moon Eye project with Afe? Kabuto is obviously different from those fools who were fooled by Afe. He has never agreed with the Eye of the Moon plan, and he has only followed and believed in Orochimaru in his life. If the world has become a dream, what should I do with the real research results that have been put into the effort of countless people? Does it turn into nothingness? Raichi Cave, did you go to Raichi Cave to practice sage art? Neji let out a breath and said helplessly. He narrowed his eyes, as if he had finally waited for the moment he had been waiting for. You know Raichi Cave too. I can't underestimate you. Neji couldn't help laughing and said, more than Raichi Cave, places like Mount Myoboku and Shikatsu Forest are no longer a secret to me. I just didn't expect you to pass the test and learn sage art. Kabuto immediately smiled proudly and said, don't underestimate others. Don't think that only you are talented. Kabuto, may I ask you a few questions? Neji's mouth twitched, on a whim. Chapter 445 Lost. Painful Past. Ask me a few questions. Kabuto didn't dare to be careless. Of times that the ninja Hyuga Neji has been fought is not rare, but Kabuto knows that the number of times this guy misses is not many. From the time of Orochimaru, Kabuto saw the cautiousness of Hyuga Neji. In the middle of the battle, he suddenly started chatting, not to mention that Neji had any other purpose, just this indifferent calm, so Kabuto had to be very careful with him. What are you trying to say? But for some reason, Kabuto, knowing that Neji is scheming, can't help but be curious about Neji's thoughts. Why ask that? Even Kabuto was curious. I want to ask you, in the confused wasteland, how long? How long will it take? Neji's mouth twitched slightly, and at this moment, it seemed that there was no longer endless indifference. A smile appeared on Neji's face. This smile is not bitter, but like a warm sun shining on Kabuto's heart. Hyuga Neji, you mean? Neji took a step forward, and the distance between the two became closer, maintaining a distance of about 5 or 6 meters. But Kabuto is not stage fright, and Neji doesn't seem to have such a big killing intent now, but for some reason, it seems that he is affected by some kind of aura, and his intentions begin to shake. It's like when people are lonely and degenerate, they often do some irrational and extreme behaviors, but once they are intervened by others, their thoughts will be much milder. But this simple truth should never happen to me. I mean, you're lost, Kabuto. Neji's voice was so gentle, Kabuto was startled. You. He lowered his head, as if thinking about something. And Neji doesn't act. This is a great opportunity. As long as he makes a move, he can take down Kabuto in an instant. Why don't you do it? Neji. Ino, who was not far away, thought hard, not knowing why Neji suddenly softened. Are you waiting for your own shot? An opportunity not to be missed. Heart turn around. Ino stretched out his hand and aimed at Kabuto not far away. As long as you take the opportunity to control Kabuto and let Neji do it, or your own magic can be more successful on Kabuto, maybe you can control Kabuto's consciousness to relieve impure world reincarnation. Ino. Unexpectedly, Neji, who was not far away, interrupted Ino. Even if you use the heart-turning technique on him, you wouldn't know how impure world reincarnation was unlocked. Ino has nothing to say. Neji's current state is very abnormal. But Ino somehow couldn't stop the action. She obediently put down her hand and stopped the surgery. That's it, Neji. Ino sensed the chakra flow pattern that was wandering in his body but not his own, and then he completely understood. On this occasion now, even the natural environment is accompanied by the demonic illusion of Neji's reincarnation. However, why Neji negotiated with Kabuto, a heinous villain, is something that Ino doesn't quite understand. Could it be that Neji didn't have a more sophisticated method to let him lift the impure world reincarnation? I'm lost. Kabuto took a deep breath and fell into deep thought. A certain door in the heart seems to be knocked hard, but it still looks locked. He. Kabuto sneered, and continued to laugh more and more madly. Hyuga Neji, do you think you can convince me with just a few words? Impure world reincarnation is the only one who can remove impure world reincarnation now. Even if you can limit impure world reincarnation, ninjas with more enemies and fewer enemies, you can't completely eliminate them, right? Don't think I don't know what are you thinking about. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking, Kabuto. Neji's indifferent look made Kabuto nervous. What does it feel like? Stop bluffing, you bastard. Kabuto, since you've forgotten, let me bring you back. Whoa. Everything around me changes in an instant. Kabuto's eyes widened, and the entire cave turned into a vast wasteland. Where is it? Even Ino was transferred along with Neji and Kabuto. Or, even the environment is in the hands of Neji Master. In the vast wasteland, a few people glanced at the young man not far away, fighting the enemy. Kabuto looked at the past in surprise, and the memory seemed to be activated. Ino, who saw this scene, was also startled, because that young ninja was clearly Kabuto. Ding! The sound of kunai and shuriken intertwined can be heard incessantly. In the end, the masked man was defeated and fled, but the young man behind him frowned and quickly chased after him. The young man is very skilled, and the enemy is obviously not a great master. This is a showdown that is doomed from the beginning. Don't run. The boy's tender voice made Kabuto's heart tremble when he heard it. Finally, let the young man catch up. After all, the masked man was unable to escape the boy's clutches and stabbed Kuu into the man's chest. Thorn. No. A familiar howl shocked Kabuto and the young Kabuto. They showed almost the same expression. This. They were all stunned at first, watching the mysterious man in front of him fall, and the familiar figure made him more and more suspicious of the truth of something. The man who fell to the ground looked up to the sky, his eyes blurred. Seeing the blood dripping from the person lying down, I knew she was powerless to revolving heaven, but why is this mysterious woman's voice so familiar? Kabuto shook his hands, trying to confirm his inner guess. Who are you? Who are you? The young Kabuto was madly wanting to know the answer to this question, but for the smart and keen he, it seemed that he didn't need to chase the answer at all. At this moment, all the answers had surfaced. But even if he was keen, it was too late to realize this moment. The fallen man shook his head frantically. It seems to be preventing Kabuto from continuing to investigate the truth, and how can the young Kabuto let go of the answer to this question so easily? Even if it was the last glimmer of hope, he would never give up easily. He wanted to witness the answer with his own eyes, no matter how absurd the answer was. The painful past was spinning in front of Kabuto, and these memories finally opened the door of his memory, but Kabuto just stood there blankly and sneered. It's just a battle, why should you care who the opponent is? What? I used to be so stupid. But Kabuto, maybe he forgot that face. The young Kabuto squatted down in front of his eyes and untied the veil of the mysterious person in front of him. The blood spitting out still failed to cover up the woman's gentle face. Yakushi Nono. Konoha ninja, who set up an orphanage to house Kabuto's women. Kabuto was stunned at this moment. And it was not the young Kabuto who was stunned, but the current Kabuto. Who is that woman? Ino blinked, always feeling that the atmosphere of the scene was a little strange. Neji let out a long breath and looked at Kabuto instead. Who is that woman? Neji has the same problem. I don't know. Kabuto looked indifferent, unwilling to face it. But Neji was unrelenting. After a moment of silence, he said indifferently, I know, but it's just the woman who rescued you as an orphan, raised you, and was killed by you in the end. Chapter 446 Gap. The Real Strong. This answer surprised Ino. So, his benefactor. Ino's question, at this moment, is like a knife, directly inserted into Kabuto's heart. The face she had almost forgotten. At this moment, Neji once again brought this face to Kabuto's face. His expression didn't look heresy, but the tears couldn't stop streaming down his cheeks. Why? Young Kabuto fell to his knees, just like the current Kabuto. Why are you coming to kill me? The young man questioned angrily, but he couldn't help wiping away the tears he shed. Nono was breathing heavily, almost losing consciousness as his chest was pierced. But she still tremblingly explained part of the truth. Shimura, Danzo. The culprit of all this, however, is also the tragedy of this era. Originally, Kabuto was a spy who was trained by Konoha himself, but in the end, in the way of a spy, he moved between Konoha and the major countries. On this confused wasteland, Kabuto found Orochimaru, thinking that he was finally redeemed, but at this moment, Kabuto deeply understood that it was not that he was redeemed, but that he had forgotten what made him fall. Kabuto, live. Yakushi Nono held back his tears and finished the most important part of his life in front of Kabuto. She can see clearly better than Kabuto. In the torrent of the times, they are just pawns used by high-level people. If you don't obey the command, you will lose something more terrifying than death. Why? The teenage Kabuto fell to his knees, crying heartbreakingly. Waiting for the woman to slowly die in his arms, but he has no right to regret it. After all, it was himself who shot and killed this woman. After this moment, there is one less gentle and pure boy in the world. One more conspiratorial careerist. The scene did not change, but waited for the young man, stagnant for a long time, before standing up slowly. Walking towards the slowly endless wasteland, the endless wasteland is so far away. He carried the dead woman's body on his back and insisted on fleeing, wanting to escape from the past and find a new world. But this is a game in itself. the person who arranges it will not give the players so much freedom to play. He will not be able to go anywhere in the end. This time, the farewell is already doomed. How? I recalled the things you didn't want to recall for you. Everything around me changed gradually, just in an instant. The sound of dripping water from the cave resounded in my ears again. Kabuto was startled. He just noticed that his cheeks were already filled with tears. At this moment, I was speechless. So, how long are you going to be alone in that endless wasteland? You've already lost the person on your back, so why haven't you found a home for yourself? After Orochimaru's death, you'll have nothing left to do. It's a place to rely on, and turning yourself into such a human-like appearance, is it really what Yakushi no wants? Neji's indifferent tone just hit Kabuto's heart. Ino, who was not far away, didn't dare to breathe anymore. She never imagined that Kabuto would still have this past. Danzo is indeed abominable, creating these tragedies, otherwise how could these people exist? Shut up. Kabuto bit Kiba and glared at Neji. No matter what you say, now I am a real strong man. What if I am moving forward in confusion? Now I have indeed become stronger. If it is me now, in such a situation, it is absolutely impossible. It will end in embarrassment again. I am no longer just a snake now, I am now a dragon. Kabuto's eyes widened, and he didn't even notice that the tears couldn't stop flowing. I saw that the top of his head had gradually transformed into 2 horns, which really looked like a dragon. Then, quickly hand seal. Senpo, Sage Art Beiji Art. After the operation, he chuckled, watching the white dragon fly in front of Neji. Hey, 0 distance, even you can't escape it. And I have used the nearby natural energy to strengthen it, you can't defend against this move. Ding. The white excitement technique was activated, and dazzling light shone through the cave. However, it is no longer of any use. Ino in the distance was trying to dodge, but found that this technique had no effect on him. And Neji just closed his eyes indifferently, then slowly opened them again. Byakugan's pupils were pure and translucent, with a faint white light. Why? Byakugan's power. Why doesn't the white shock technique work? Kabuto continued to try unbelievably. Senpo, Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. Boom. The terrain changes rapidly, piercing out impressive shapes. Kabuto finally showed a smile, took a breath and said, look. The natural energy is extremely strong now. God has helped me, Hyuga Neji, this victory, However, for the weak, what's the point of powerful natural energy? You can't control it after all. Neji said so confidently. And Kabuto was naturally taken aback. How could he be convinced? You said I can't handle it. Thorn. Kabuto's feet stabbed up, almost piercing his body. Kabuto was surprised, but found that the terrain where Neji and Ino were located had not been changed in any way. What a joke. I passed the test of Raichi Cave and the White Snake Immortal. You. Exactly because you passed the test. Neji narrowed his eyes, interrupting Kabuto's self-talk. He murmured, I don't want to kill you, you are just lost. Raichi Cave's sage art is definitely more than this level, you are indeed a little gifted, but those who don't bravely face your heart will always be absolute. Weak. This is the gap between me and you. Although Neji has not been to Raichi Cave, but through this battle, it is also clear to understand. All of Kabuto's sage art looks so funny and stupid in Neji's eyes at the moment. In the demonic illusion just now, I have replaced all the natural energy in the vicinity with my own sage art energy. It's funny, isn't it? Your current spell is the sage art activated by my chakra. Do you want to use my own sage art? Sage art energy, come to kill me. Neji tilted his head and asked. Kabuto froze for a moment, then staggered a few steps back in surprise. You. He bit Kiba and seemed reluctant to accept the fact, but he felt it too. The strangeness of the natural energy around here is not something he can control at all. Neji in front of him can really do such incredible things. Senpo, Sage Art. Kabuto hand seal again, but the whole person was knocked flying by a heavy force. Bang! Kabuto flew out and fell to the ground, interrupting the activation of the spell. Neji exhaled, and Ino, who was not far away, was stunned, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seems that the worrying part is over, and now Neji is in complete control of the battle. Yin escaped Bishamontan. Neji said lightly. By distributing the chakra you control in the surrounding environment, and then using the chakra as a medium to control the changes in the natural environment, use this technique to apply the principle of Sage Art, so that your technique becomes mine. Of course, this transformation can only be accomplished by using Byakugan, who has cultivated to ultimate. This is also an ability that you, who do not belong to the Hyuga clan, will never learn. Neji said indifferently. Chapter 447 Beat. Quasi-Six Paths Strength. The ability I will never learn. Kabuto sits on the ground like a complete loser, his eyes blank and dull. A person who has no support in his heart will not become stronger. Because no matter what he loses, he will never feel sad again. You keep calling Orochimaru Lord Orochimaru, but do you really have any feelings for him? How dare you question what I do to Orochimaru-sama? Sincerely, you are nothing but his tool, and he understands very well that you are only willing to be reduced to a tool. Neji's words were cold. Make Kabuto have to accept this dirty, disgusting world. Of course, if you can't be a tool, Orochimaru probably won't leave your life long ago. You know this well. Your appearance is just proof that you want to survive. Neji said lightly. In that demonic illusion, the truth of everything has already appeared. Even a bystander Ino couldn't stand it anymore, and shouted from a distance, Kabuto. Wake up. Your most important person is dead, don't let more people experience the same pain as you. But this fearless vigilance was meaningless to the numb Kabuto. He sneered and said, don't try to confuse me with this demonic illusion, I won't compromise. Oh, do you compare your heart to demonic illusion? Neji's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and murmured, the demonic illusion just now is Byakugan's demonic illusion, not an ordinary demonic illusion. His appearance cannot be based on the environment created by the caster at will. Everything just now, but it's all your own inner scene. Ino and I are just spectators, the real creator of demonic illusion is actually yourself. What? Kabuto was startled and rolled his eyes. Now, he had a complete sense of where Madara's utter rout came from after being hit by Neji's demonic illusion. At this moment, he is also full of countless senses of defeat. Neji chuckled and said, didn't I tell you from the beginning? The purpose of Sage Art is to control the natural energy, and the nearby natural energy has been controlled by me, but I did not use any Sage Art. Byakugan's demonic illusion is designed to control the connection between natural energies and goals, but what happens depends on the person who is caught in demonic illusion. Your heart is already in pain, you just don't even know it yourself. Quote. The whole way, you have been really confused, right? What is your purpose? Actually, you don't know anything. Neji's cold words made Kabuto unable to lift his head. He lowered his head and said no more. The scene fell into silence. Ino was extremely curious, but finally held back. Having seen what happened inside Kabuto just now, Ino now understands why Neji did this. He didn't just come to relieve the impure world reincarnation, he wanted to redeem the confused person in front of him. Ding! Congratulations to the host, defeating the quasi-six paths level enemy. Get the Super S level ninjutsu reward. Neji narrowed his eyes, and in an instant he was in the spiritual realm. The flow of the spiritual realm is isolated from reality. Why all of a sudden? Neji sighed. But in the end, things are going pretty smoothly. The current Kabuto has admitted his failure before he completely defeated him, which proves that the knot of unwillingness to accept the reality has finally been opened by Neji. It's just, the task was completed. Why is Kabuto a quasi-Six Paths level enemy? The battle with this guy is obviously not as good as Uchiha Madara. If even Madara is a super god, why is Kabuto? Neji sighed. Is there something wrong with the combat level determined by this system? Or do you have a problem yourself? The system then explained. Back to the host, Uchiha Madara, as impure world reincarnation, can only achieve less than 80% of the strength of the main body. Although he has Rinnegan, he is indeed a ninja with super god level strength, but he also belongs to the top super god level ninja. Now, the Kabuto master has mastered Sage Art and Sage Mode from the primary level of Raichi Cave. Although his own strength has barely reached the level of god level ninjas, because he has mastered Impure World Reincarnation, the ninjas of Impure World Reincarnation in all the battlefields are now count on Kabuto. Quote. So, defeating Kabuto is equivalent to defeating all the Impure World Reincarnation ninjas on the battlefield. All Impure World Reincarnations combined can fully reach the level of quasi-Six Paths. So that's how it is. It can be calculated like this, although it is ridiculous, but it is quite reasonable to think about it carefully. But Madara's strength is really strong. Just one person is almost close to the quasi-Six Paths level strength. All the people add up, but they are only quasi-Six Paths level. Please select the following abilities for the host. 1. Uzumaki Clan God Manipulation. 2. Mokuden Wood Style Shinsesenju. 3. Tenseigen increased by 3%. Neji looked at the reward in front of him and fell into deep thought. Option 2 is eliminated directly. Although Mokuden Wood Style Shinsesenju's destructive power is great, but now this technique is useless except to fight Gundam, and if Tenseigen is improved. According to that kind of progress, 3% is indeed too little, but the ultimate Tenseigen is the final form of Byakugan, and the power contained in it is a powerful force that can instantly destroy the moon. Well said, I choose 1. Ding. A force, like a war motion, swept through Neji's body. Regarding the masks of gods in the Uzumaki shrine, Neji has not yet thoroughly checked the truth. Neji has been curious about the mysterious abilities of the Uzumaki family for a long time. Out of the spiritual realm, Kabuto has slowly stood up. I understand now. I won't run away anymore. Since I've already lost, kill me. I have no chance. Kabuto let out a breath. At this moment, he seemed to accept not only himself, but also death. I can't beat it. I can't say it. Even demonic illusion has been grasped the deepest grip in my heart, and nothing can give people a sense of defeat. And Neji shrugged and said, don't you still have a chance? Chance. Release Impure World Reincarnation as your last chance. If you don't use Impure World Reincarnation, then my trip will be in vain. If you are willing to release Impure World Reincarnation, you may be able to atone for your sins in the future. There is a tinge of life. Quote. Neji said it very bluntly, if you want to live, you must cancel the Impure World Reincarnation. Ino, who was not far away, smiled helplessly. This is really a unique way of threatening. You. Kabuto looked at Neji blankly, and asked curiously, why give me this opportunity? Neji smiled softly and said, because I have no choice, I just want to solve the trouble of Impure World Reincarnation for the battlefield. Besides, from the perspective of your spiritual world in demonic illusion, you are indeed not a heinous sinner. Of course, what you have done is enough for you to drink a pot, but in my hands, everything will turn around. Quote. Transfer. Kabuto frowned slightly, as if he heard something crazy in Neji's words. Chapter 448 Lift. Impure World Reincarnation. The sky outside was gradually getting dark. This battle is protracted. Even the sun has set, and the ninjas are still fighting to the death on the battlefield. Although the reasons for fighting ninjas are not noble, but like you, everyone wants to live desperately for the sake of their inner world. Neji said, slowly letting out a sigh of relief. Actually, the real world isn't that bad, isn't it? As long as you face it bravely. Have you seen it too? My strength, I do things differently from Orochimaru, that's why Kimimaro is willing to follow me. I won't force you, it's all up to you to choose. What path do you choose? What will happen in the end? I'm just a person who puts the choice in front of you. It's up to you to choose or not to choose. Kabuto took a deep breath. For some reason, there was a throbbing in his heart. That is to this Byakugan boy in front of him. No, he is no longer the dull boy he used to be. It's a young man who is sure to make waves in the ninja world. And this person who caused the storm is different from himself, he is the one who can calm the storm. Such people are the real, strong. Kabuto let out a sigh of relief. He had never made such a decision as he thought was such a big deal, and his life has stumbled, from Konoha to Sasori, to Orochimaru, to Akatsuki, Safe. Kabuto thought that he made the choice, but it was actually the change of the surrounding environment that made him chosen and had to follow. In front of him, he finally ushered in another free choice. Then, if I follow you, will you really be willing to give me a place to live so that I can find the meaning of my existence? Kabuto's mouth trembled slightly. Such a decision could not be done. The shelter is given by yourself, and the meaning of existence is also determined by yourself. I will give you anything, and all the atonement depends on you. You know what? Neji sighed. He really didn't expect Kabuto's heart to be so stubborn that he was driven to a dead end. Kabuto still clings to his inner territory and is unwilling to let go. He had to say again bitterly, there are many weak ninjas in this world, and now you are a strong Kage level or above. Why would you say something like asking me to give you the meaning of existence? Does this world have everything? Is the existence of the weak defined by the strong? How to exist is up to you. Even if you want to be a heinous bad person, you must have enough reasons in your heart. Just experienced an unbearable blow, just sinking in and hurting innocent people heartlessly is really a sign of the weak. Quote. Neji turned dashingly and stopped looking at Kabuto. All I can say is that right now I really lack a ninja who is good at spying. That's all. Looking at Neji Tsunere's face, Ino, who was not far away, couldn't help but chuckle. Kabuto, Neji is just embarrassed to invite you, don't think so much Tilda. Ino said with a smile. Neji narrowed his eyes and glared at Ino. Ino smiled secretly, she swore she had never seen Neji so Tsunere. I see. Kabuto pondered for a long time, and then he made up his mind. Start hand seal. Shen, Z, Hi, solution. Impure world reincarnation. Zitsa. The powerful light illuminated the entire cave. Ino raised his head blankly and looked around. The light illuminated the surroundings beautifully. Seaside battlefield. Choza is fighting White Zetsu. The 4 purple flame formation, which was assembled and released by the 4 Konoha Jonin, trapped Kato Dan firmly in it. Sizzle. Suddenly, the body began to erode, and the soul began to escape keenly. Is it a spiritualization technique again? Be sure to maintain a good formation. Don't let Brother Duan come out. His technique is too troublesome. Don't let your guard down easily. Choza commanded immediately. And because of the trouble of the hand of the little flowers, it is extremely difficult to seal the seal, so under all kinds of difficulties, I came up with such a desperate solution. Neji's visit, the pressure on the battlefield was already low enough, so everything was done carefully. Choza, don't be so careful, this time, it doesn't seem to be controlled, it's impure world reincarnation. Lifted. Removed. True or false? All the ninjas were surprised and watched Kato Dan's soul ascend to heaven. It's true, it seems that the ninja of impure world reincarnation was defeated, and what means did someone use to get him to lift impure world reincarnation? No wonder I said that the control over us is getting weaker, it seems that there has been experienced not a small fight. Kato Dan, speaking, then fell into deep thought. Tien Ren, is that you? He slowly ascended to the sky, and the 4 Konoha Jonin finally unraveled the formation. Ninja, 4 purple flames, solution. Everyone stared blankly, except for Duan. The souls of other impure world reincarnation ninjas around them slowly ascended to heaven. And those ninjas who were sealed, because the sealing technique is not a special sealing technique to seal the soul, so after the impure world reincarnation was lifted, the souls floated to the sky. Only the body is sealed, and the soul is released one after another. Brother broken. Chosa stared blankly at the figure that vacated the sky. At this moment, all the battlefields lit up with this kind of fire. Is it Neji? It must be. The medical team. Haruno Sakura was wearing a ninja of the medical team, mumbling a guess. And in front of him, was controlled by Moonlight Hayate. Hayate-sensei, it looks like impure world reincarnation is over. Hayate. Sakura is Azuki Yugao in the uniform of the Ninja Allied Forces. Yugao, it seems that the power of justice has arrived, so I can rest in peace. Hayate. Yugao bit Kiba and couldn't help but feel remorse in his heart. Hey, Tilda. Hayate's spirit body flew over quickly and hugged Yugao lightly. Yugao's eyes. Sakura on the side showed a friendly smile. Afterwards, the white light around them bloomed again, and all the ninjas who were subjected to impure world reincarnation began to erode their bodies and liberate their souls. Finally, free. In the forest battlefield, the sealed ninja sword's 7 people also slowly drifted away their souls. Sakai was panting and was about to seal the tricky Sunagakur village ninja Shikuden, scorched style Parker in front of him, but saw that her body could no longer recover, and her soul ascended to heaven. Looks like you're lucky this time. Boy. Parker chuckled lightly, not knowing whether he was really unwilling or whether he was secretly happy. Desert battlefield. Uchiha Madara is fighting against the strong men sent to support from the headquarters. Raiden Thunder style Ray-Eye bomb. Yayoi Oi finally seized the opportunity, picked up Madara, and fell heavily. Bounce. With a loud noise, the land quickly opened. But it's all desert, and it quickly recovers. And Susanoo around Madara's body is still firm. Drink. Tsunade came fast and punched hard. Crack. Susanoo broke. What a job. Hashirama boy. Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. Huh. A strong light swept away everything in front of him. Yoshi, this is the last Mokuden, wood style clone. 3 cage levels, they finally solved all the Mokuden, wood style clones and looked towards the top. Madara landed quickly, exhausted with his trembling Neji, and murmured, looks like my mission ends here. Bang, tilde. Neji's shadow clone, instantly dissipated. Chapter 449 finally. Got you. Bang, tilde. The avatar dissipates. And Madara's face is very ugly. He never imagined that the opponent he fought so hard against was just this kid's shadow clone. And Neji's shadow clone has put him in a tough fight several times. There are so many young people in the Ninja Alliance, times have really changed. Madara looked indifferently at the 3 shadows in front of him, the 5th generation Hokage Tsunade, the 4th generation Raikage Yayoi Oi, and the 3rd generation Tsuchikage the 2-day scale Onoki. Madara, it's your turn next. Yayoi Oi stretched out a hand until Madara. Madara, on the other hand, laughed softly, as if she didn't want to pay attention to this young boy at all. Enough, you guys are not my opponents at all. There are only 2 ways to stop me now, either let Senju Hashirama come, or just the body of the kid just now. The warm-up is almost over. Followed by the real fight. Quote. Madara looked indifferent, moved her body, and was about to have a good fight. However, his body began to glow white. He stretched out his hand blankly, and found that his hand had begun to fall off fragments, especially his body, which was eroding faster. What kind of strange technique is that? Night Moon took a step back. Putting ruthless words back with ruthless words, this guy in front of him is still the strongest he has ever seen in his life, and he never dares to relax his vigilance. Tsunade and Onoki, on the other hand, seemed much calmer. I don't know, but this guy seems to be surprised by his state. Onoki murmured and analyzed. Tsunade himself is a ninja from Konoha village, and his second grandfather, Senju Tobarama, who developed the technique of impure world reincarnation, Kabuto, who is now performing this technique, is also a disciple of Tsunade's former teammate Orochimaru, so Tsunade is not ignorant of this technique. Looks like this, impure world reincarnation has been lifted. She breathed a sigh of relief. She had been troubled by the decisive battle with Madara, but now it seems that it is finally unnecessary. It seems that Kabuto was defeated, right? Who did it? Yayoi asked in surprise. No one can do it except that kid. Onoki hummed softly, and was relieved. Madara watched his body glow, and the few shadows in front of him, who were talking nonsense just now, were so fortunate now that he couldn't help but be disappointed. It seems that the desire to fight against the strong is still difficult to achieve. How could he disappear now? It's hard to find an existence like Hyuga Neji. He must have a good fight with Hyuga Neji. HMPH, I can see you are very happy, but I won't just disappear. Impure world reincarnation. Madara then hand seal, slapped the ground. What? The powerful light spread out, and everyone was shocked. I would have known the technique of impure world reincarnation. Even if impure world reincarnation is lifted, I will not disappear. Because I could have cut off the control of the caster. This battle, as you wish, will continue. Go. Behind him, hundreds of ninjas from Sunagakure village were also surprised. They are dead and wounded. Almost all battlefields are coming to an end, but this battlefield. It seems that it is not over. The sun is gradually setting, but only the horizon of the desert is so low. This battlefield is like sunset. Every day is the sun of the desert, and it stays the longest. There is only desert, and the coldest long night is coming. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The southern forest battlefield, the Jinchuriki column forces retreated one after another. Naruto and Killer Bee were out of breath, and Ah-Fei was slightly embarrassed. Although it is a forest battlefield, the nearby forest has become a wasteland. Human Jinchuriki column force and the tailed beast is definitely the top battleground. That guy Kabuto failed. What a waste. Ah-Fei narrowed his eyes, revealing the brilliance of Rinnegan and Sharingan. Great, Neji, did you do it? Naruto looked at Neji beside him and asked. Neji nodded tiredly and murmured, the main body should have succeeded. Yugito, who was standing beside Neji, sank his heart and said, oops, Neji's heartbeat is getting weaker and weaker. Killer Bee on the side was going through a fierce battle at the moment, but he was also a little embarrassed, and his tone was serious. Neji dragged the masked man on the other side and used time-space ninjutsu. Before, my eldest brother and I fought with the 4th generation Hokage, time-space ninjutsu. But it consumes a lot of chakra. Don't worry, I'm just shadow clone. Neji said. Everyone was stunned, and immediately accepted the setting. Very least, impure world reincarnation is over, and Neji has done a great job helping. Otherwise, the ninjas of impure world reincarnation, which are difficult to solve, don't know how much the strength of the ninja coalition will be consumed. Next, I will help you. Neji sighed and looked at Yugito. Especially you must be careful. Neji urged, even with all his strength, it would be difficult to maintain the shadow clone state. Don't worry, I will never let those guys go. Yugito frowned and glared at the masked man over there. Bang, tilde. Neji's shadow clone dissipates. Huh. Neji frowned slightly. What's wrong? Ino on the side asked. It's nothing, the 2 shadow clones have exhausted their chakras, but now that the impure world reincarnation has been lifted, the pressure on the frontal battle should be more than half resolved. Neji explained. The weird chakra came from outside, and both Neji and Ino were startled. Anyone here? Neji muttered. And this chakra, I am very familiar with it. Kabuto raised his head and felt this chakra. Ino, be careful, Neji admonished, now accepting the tiredness brought about by 2 shadow clones, somewhat worried that he would be affected and unable to take good care of Ino. Since I have made up my mind to follow you, let me deal with the enemy this time. Kabuto quickly ran out. Okay, so fast. Ino blinked, shedding a drop of cold sweat. Normal, that guy is now a perfect master of sage art, and his strength is already extraordinary. No matter who it is, it should be able to handle it. But I need a good rest. Neji sat down. This time, in order to maintain these two shadow clones, he didn't evenly spread his chakra. Neji did not use shadow clone as often as Naruto, the fatigue mechanism that shadow clone automatically adds back when it is released. In an instant, he almost fell down. Neji. Ino was slightly worried, but what he was going to do next could really give Neji a good rest. Yo, I finally found you. A voice suddenly appeared, and both Neji and Ino were shocked. Who? Ino bit Kiba. He immediately turned on the battle state vigilantly. You didn't notice that. Neji bit Kiba, and Chakra couldn't even support himself to open Byakugan anytime and anywhere. Just as he was about to fight, Shueyu quickly jumped in front of the two of them. Shueyu. Seeing that it was Shueyu, Ino breathed a sigh of relief. Neji. A woman's voice sounded, and a figure came. He has Yuhi hair and wears oval frame glasses. Karen, you're here too. Ino couldn't help but feel a tinge of joy when he saw Karen. Seeing Karen, Neji twitched the corner of his mouth and muttered, I was careless, it turns out that you hid your chakra, no wonder even I didn't notice it at all. Chapter 450 Squad. Sasuke's Request. Karen's ability is very special, otherwise he wouldn't be so weak, and he was brought by you. When? Punch, Shueyu Kiba almost fell in the mouth. What are you doing? Shueyu covered her head with her hands, her face pale for a while. Karen glanced at him in disgust, pouted, stop talking nonsense to me. You bastard. Karen, you're too hard. Who told you to talk nonsense? Then, Neji, if you need me now, I can serve you wholeheartedly. Karen's face was slightly Yuhi, and her face was shy. Neji was startled, sweating silently. I really need you, but why is it so strange to say this from your mouth? Actually, Karen needs you, I know. When? Karen. Shueyu was beaten again for talking nonsense. So, Kabuto was persuaded by you. Really or not? Now Kabuto is Neji's subordinate. Of course. Ino proudly looked at Suzuki, who looked surprised. While Shueyu couldn't believe it, Karen sneered and said, what? Don't you believe in our Neji's ability? Stop talking too much. Kabuto was originally Orochimaru's subordinates, and Kimimaro and us were not Orochimaru's subordinates from the beginning. Since Neji is stronger than Orochimaru, he is also devoted to studying ninjutsu and also wants to unlock the secrets of the ninja world, so what if we change the master? Lord, people. Shueyu touched her head, and the corner of her mouth trembled and said, Karen is still obsessed with Neji as always. However, Neji, although I watched you persuade Kabuto, there must be other secrets in it, right? Ino is very sharp. Of course. Neji chuckled, exhausted, and he no longer had the strength to maintain that indifferent face. His smile was gentle. Also, there are people around him who make him feel at ease. It's Koto Amatsukami, the demonic illusion hidden in Shisui's Sharingan. This technique consumes most of my chakra, because the use of this technique is very long, the longest is even more than 10 years. But because I am special, if you have a physique, you can use this technique repeatedly, but the price is that you have to consume a lot of chakra, which is unimaginable for you. So next, let's try to avoid fighting and save our strength to the end to support the battlefield. Are we still going to the battlefield? Neji. Of course. Stupid Karen. Or did Neji ask me to call you here for a tour? Shut up. So, what about that guy Kabuto? Where is it? Shueyu asked suspiciously. Karen sighed and said impatiently, just outside the cave. Suzuki, You guy, didn't I tell you when I brought you in? That guy. Kabuto separated from Neji and went outside to find Sasuke. Soup. Ino was taken aback. So, is Kabuto meeting Sasuke outside now? Let's go too. Neji let out a sigh of relief. It was better to come early than coincidentally. Since Sasuke is here, then let's take advantage of the opportunity to meet those legendary ninjas. No, they're in. Karen said. Her perception of chakra is always so keen. Neji still has no way of knowing the reason. One day, he will study Karen's body thoroughly and take a good look. What is the reason for her sensitive physique? Then, 3 figures appeared at the entrance of the cave and approached leisurely. When I got closer, I saw it clearly. It is Kabuto and Uchiha Sasuke behind him, and next to Uchiha Sasuke is Libre Shigego. It's Sasuke. He said he has something to ask of you, Neji-kun. Kabuto said respectfully. Hey, is it the legendary Eagle Squad? Shueyu twitched the corner of her mouth and gave a not-so-kind smile. Sasuke didn't have time to pay attention to Shueyu and said directly, Hyuga Neji, I have something to tell you. At this moment, Ino was startled suddenly. Hey, Ino, can you hear me? Well, I can hear you. After a moment, Ino turned his head. Neji, the headquarters called me back. The battle is coming to an end, and my father alone can't support the contact of the Ninja Alliance. It is urgent. After Ino finished speaking, Shueyu asked in doubt, can't you perform the techniques of the Yamanaka family anywhere? Why do you have to go back? It's true, but the Yamanaka family's art can be more powerful when combined with instruments. My father relies on special instruments to cover the entire ninja coalition. Even so, it consumes a lot of himself. Quote. Ino's journey is also very hard, and Neji naturally allows it. Neji, next, are you going to do that? Well, I can do it. After the end, I will go to the battlefield to support immediately, and I also need to rest for a while. Neji is also helpless. Neji. Ino took out a small bag and handed it to Neji. Neji took it in, speechless. Afterwards, Neji just quickly hand seal and slapped to the ground. The art of psychic. Bang, tilde. A huge toad appeared in the cave, and the purple Yuhi-colored skin was Toad Jien. Toad Jien, you protect Ino back to headquarters. It's over to you. Yes. Then, Ino rushed to the headquarters without stopping. Everyone, surrounding Enko who was sleeping, was silent. Just now, didn't you say you had something to tell me? Go ahead. Neji stared at Sasuke's eyes with deep meaning, and Neji's eyes were also burning. That is the sense of recognition brought by Koto Amatsukami. The current Sasuke has transplanted Itachi's eyes and evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Accurately speaking, it's a request. Sasuke was no longer as arrogant as before, and said very politely. Request. Say it. Neji finds it interesting, even though he already knew the purpose of Sasuke this time. Kabuto now says he listens to you. Enko here has Orochimaru's spell in his body. My purpose now needs Orochimaru. I need Enko now. Are you going to kill her? No need, just use the curse mark in her body. Then there is no problem. Just tell your purpose, and the process, and we must witness together. Neji made no excessive demands. However, Neji is also out of the protection of Sasuke. Now Sasuke has the eternal Mangekyo. Although Kabuto is controllable, Orochimaru is not controllable, and now there are only 2 people in the Eagle Squad, Sasuke and Shigego, all thanks to Sasuke. Speaking of which, Neji is really good at stealing people from others, but unfortunately, there are not many obedient and useful candidates in the ninja world. My purpose is to. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, as if he had been thinking about something that was difficult to determine. I want to meet all the Hokages in the past, and ask them a few questions. I want to know what the Uchiha family, the village, the more than 60 years of Konoha's establishment of the village. Kabuto was also stunned by Neji's question. This question seems to be the answer he wants to know. At this moment, Karen, Suzuki, and even Shigego behind Sasuke were slightly surprised. Only now did they understand the preciousness of Neji's request just now, because the question that Sasuke wanted to ask was also the thing they always wanted to know the answer to. What do their ethnic groups, existences, villages, and the pinnacle of the ninja world mean? Chapter 451 Psychic. Real Tail Beast. Hee. Neji bowed his head slightly and smiled softly. Seeing Neji's contemptuous smile, Sasuke raised his mouth slightly. This time, I have considered it after careful consideration. I know that I have made many ridiculous choices before, but for the next choice, I must ask these people and some questions before I can make a serious choice. Seeing Sasuke speak his inner thoughts so seriously, Neji couldn't help laughing. When have you seen Sasuke like this? Neji stared at Sasuke intently, and felt that Sasuke in this state looked like a living silly child. Since he was a child, he has only lived in the shadow and love that his elder brother Itachi gave him. If it weren't for Orochimaru, Sasuke would really have no chance to face the cruel test of freedom in this world. Hey, even if you think it's funny, I'm still going to do this. If you don't want to hand over Enko. What are you in a hurry for? Neji chuckled and explained, it's not that I disapprove of your idea, I just think it's rare for you to have such a mature way of thinking of your own. It's not easy. Sasuke was stunned by Neji's words. He thought that his actions like this would make this indifferent guy who doesn't seem to think in humanity despise him, but he didn't expect it to have the opposite effect. On the other side, in the village of Kurigakure, the daimyo were placed in shelters. And now, due to the leak of information, the ninja in Kurigakure village are organizing the daimyo to move to the place of refuge. However, on the hidden top of the back mountain, it was still attacked by the enemy. It is Black Zetsu. Kaka, tilde. The wood continued to extend, and Chengjuro quickly dispatched. Double knife flatfish. Bang 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 bang. The wood was broken as much as possible, the power of the double sword flounder was enormous, and Black Zetsu's moves were completely destroyed. Behind them, the daimyo were attacked by countless white Zetsu, but the guards of Konoha village guarded them. Don't worry, daimyo, we will never let you suffer any harm. After all, this is what we did before, Shiranui Genma said. He nodded and said, we have seen this kind of scene a lot. We used to be the escort of the 4th Hokage, and then we were appointed as the 3rd Hokage escort after the sacrifice of the 4th Hokage, but we have experienced it. There are quite a few scenes of assassinating Hokage. From the current point of view, what the enemy sent is not a strong fighting force, it just takes some time. Quote. Well, that's right, and if we have the 5th generation Mizukage Terumi Sama here, there should be no problem. Hey, you. One of the daimyo frowned slightly and said cowardly, are you sure? That black guy actually uses the Mokuden wood style of the original Hokage Senju Hashirama, is it really just a small character? This sentence made the guards silent. Immediately hit the truth. Although this black guy doesn't seem to have great strength, Mokuden wood style is also very difficult to deal with. Good job, Chojuro. Terumi May squinted her eyes and smiled happily, complimenting. And Chojuro landed, scratching his head shyly. Yuhi murmured with a face, I can get praise from Mizukage-sama, I will continue to work hard. It was getting late, and only the last rays of the sunset remained. In the forest battlefield, the sun and the moon shine together. The sun is about to set, but the moon has slowly hung out its shadow, giving people a sense of oppression at night. People Jinchuriki column forces disappeared because of the lifting of impure world reincarnation. However, there are 4 real people, Jinchuriki column, who are fighting. Ow! Nanao Shigeki moved his body and let out a shrill howl. Why is the impure world reincarnation lifted and this guy hasn't disappeared? Naruto asked in surprise. And Killer Bee was also silent and did not answer. Neji's avatar has disappeared, it's up to us here. Yugito didn't care about this issue, and he was full of fighting spirit to face the next battle. And Gaara's face is very ugly. He murmured, if this tailed beast is summoned by the power of the human Jinchuriki column force, then once the human Jinchuriki column force disappears, the tailed beast will continue to exist without chakra as a strength. If the power has disappeared and the tailed beast still exists, then there is only one possibility, that is, this tailed beast is not materialized through the tailed beast chakra, but the real tailed beast. This sentence shocked a few people. Afe over there also sneered softly and said, you guessed it right, even if Kabuto has been defeated, then it proves that I don't have much time here. It's almost the end of the game. Afe said, and quickly hand seal. Gaara, the next thing should be the most fun for you, right? The art of psychic. Boom, bang, 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 bang. 5 loud bangs, shocking, and thick smoke erupted. After the smoke dissipated, the bodies of 5 behemoths appeared in front of several people. This is a tailed beast. Killer Bee was startled. I saw that in the arena, except for Nantai Shigeki, the remaining 5 tailed beasts that had been captured all appeared. Shukaku. Mio, Asada. 4 tails, Sun Wukong. 5 tails, King Mew. 6 tails, Rhinos. Yu. Naruto was startled, his eyes widened. Those tailed beasts clearly looked very painful, but because of Sharingan's demonic illusion, they had to obey that guy's control. It's too bad to have channeled 6 tailed beasts. Killer Bee's expression also became serious. After a protracted battle just ended, it seems that the next battlefield will be faced with a more difficult struggle. Then why do you need Orochimaru? Shueyu asked Sasuke with doubts. Of course, he also hopes to witness the appearance of Hokage standing here with Sasuke, and he also gets some inspiration. But at the beginning, Shueyu betrayed Orochimaru together with Karen without a word, and he was a little nervous when he suddenly saw Orochimaru. Because of some things, only that guy can do it. And over the years, that guy is also working hard for this matter. By some kind of coincidence, all 4 Hokages in the past have been sealed by ghouls and sealed in the god of death. So in order to achieve impure world reincarnation, you have to do something first. Quote. I see. Sasuke explained here. Neji bowed his head, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I'll help you. You. Why do you want to help him? Shueyu looked at Neji in surprise. Neji replied, because I'm pretty sure that Sasuke will be in the right direction after getting the answer. Neji gave a smile that no one could decipher. Neji then stepped aside. Sasuke walked up, and Shigego asked hesitantly behind him, Sasuke, that Orochimaru guy was already sealed by the 10-fist sword during the battle with your brother, didn't he? That's true, but this guy isn't going away so easily. Hand seal, Sasuke put his hand between Anko's neck, who was lying on the ground. I saw Sasuke's chakra echoing with the curse, and immediately released a powerful curse. Resurrection of Orochimaru is the most important step. Chapter 452 Resurrection. Orochimaru. Ninja Coalition, Headquarters. Boom. The huge shock caused a certain part of the big water polo to vibrate violently. Countless ripples spread out and waved to other areas. Report. The tailed beast chakra appeared in the southern forest battlefield. Also, this time the tailed beast chakra is a real tailed beast. When Shikaku heard the report, he fell into deep thought. Madara. No, that guy who doesn't know his identity, did he finally do it? But now he hasn't collected all the tailed beasts, does he plan to use the tailed beasts in his hands to subdue Naruto and the others? What the hell is going on? Did Aunt Gaara go to support? Over there, an old man walked in leisurely and asked worriedly. It was one of the 2 elders of Sunagakure village, the younger brother of Chiyo's mother-in-law, Ebizo. Yamanaka Inoichi on the other side explained. Gaara is indeed supporting, but the enemy's strength is not the level that Kazekage alone can turn the tide of the battle. Konoha's Hyuga Neji, shadow clone has also exhausted all the chakra, and the main body has already the impure world reincarnation has been resolved, and now we must gather all the forces of the Ninja Alliance to support the battlefield that is still fighting. Got it, father. Next to Yamanaka Inoichi, is Yamanaka Ino, wearing the instrument. With Ino's help, our father and daughter should be able to temporarily cover all the ninja coalition forces. Let everyone know the strategy designated by Mr. Shikaku, and fight the end of the battle. Ebizo narrowed his eyes and nodded leisurely. Now, the power of Konoha is really getting stronger and stronger. Sunagakur village should learn more from your Konoha. Senior Ebizo, the most important thing now is now, and the future era will have his own development. Ching-Ru beside him said. At this time, Hitaki Kakashi came out of a room panting, accompanied by 2 ninjas from the village of Kurigakure. How are you getting ready? Ching asked. Thanks to your blessing, I now have a better understanding of my Sharingan. That guy's Sharingan is indeed similar to mine. And there was an indescribable hesitation in Kakashi's eyes. That guy's eyes might have something to do with my Sharingan, but not sure where the guy got that eye from. Kakashi remembered an old friend, the ninja of the Uchiha clan who gave him this eye. If both are Sharingan, and they are both time-space ninjutsu as Hitomi, then it is very likely that both eyes are from the same person. But that person had already died in front of him. Could it be that his eyes were accidentally picked up by this guy? Kakashi just wants to rush to the battlefield as soon as possible to confirm his conjecture. It's time to go, Kakashi said. Kakashi-sensei. Ino said suddenly. Please wait a moment. After completing this mission with my father, I want to go to the battlefield with you. Ino put forward his own thoughts. You, Kakashi nodded after a moment of surprise. After all, Ino and Neji have been acting together for a long time now, and their strength is even alongside himself as an elite Jonin. Joining the battlefield is a more reasonable and rational decision. Hi, Tilda. Snakes crawl around, spit out snake letters, and hide in dark corners of the cave. On the other hand, Orochimaru was crawling on the ground with mucus attached to his body, and then slowly stood up. It is like a snake without bones and beams, slowly gaining bones and supports, gradually gaining strength, and standing upright. It's terrifying. Shueyu hid on Neji's body, sweating coldly. Karen pushed his eyes, glared at Shueyu, and said contemptuously, "You are really timid." Damn it. That's Orochimaru. Be careful he catches you for experimentation. It won't. Karen looked shy and Yuhi's face to the side of Neji's face. With Neji here, I'm sure he'll protect me. She showed a contrived and happy smile. Shueyu narrowed her eyes, depressed and envious. Oh, it's nice to be a woman. Stop talking nonsense. Orochimaru. There, Sasuke watched Orochimaru gradually appear in front of everyone, and wanted to explain the situation. But Orochimaru stretched out his hand and said, "Okay, I'm in Enko's body, and I've seen almost everything. I understand what you want to do. Haha." Orochimaru looked at Neji with a relieved smile. I'm very interested in this guy. It seems that the current trend of the battlefield is not something that you and I can control. Instead, it is the little ghosts of the Hyuga family who can completely drive the direction of the war. Seeing that Orochimaru gave him such a high evaluation, Neji didn't want to accept it. He just shrugged and said, "My influence is not as big as yours, at least I didn't kill my master with my own hands." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and his face darkened. It seems that after so many years, your ability to speak has not improved. Orochimaru said resentfully. And Neji said, Orochimaru, in the face of disaster, any ninja in the ninja world has a responsibility to contribute. The completion of this matter can lead Sasuke to the right path, but I can consider your crimes as appropriate. It sounds like you can control everything, but don't worry, I have already decided, and I will also participate in this battle. Besides, I also really want to see what Sasuke's final decision is. Orochimaru glanced at Sasuke with an inexplicable smile. Where are we going next? A shrine near the Uchiha clan, where there are masks used by the Uzumaki clan to worship the gods by Matsuri. After listening to their discussion, I went on the road. And Neji clearly knows that there are only some psychic masks, not the body of the gods. Moreover, the Uzumaki family at that time did not worship the gods by Matsuri, but wanted to control and obtain the power of the gods. After a while, everyone came to the shrine. Don't worry, Enko is out of my spell control, Kabuto is no longer around, and within 3 hours the guy will wake up. Orochimaru looked at the masks in front of him and explained, other masks have read a lot of records and documents, but there are too few things under their control. I really hope to communicate with Neji more when I have time. Orochimaru said, sticking out his tongue, extending for several meters, and took off the mask of death in the middle. Communicate with me. Neji narrowed his eyes. Orochimaru chuckled, because, don't you have a lot of research on these gods? From taijutsu to ninjutsu, demonic illusion, even swordsmanship, senpo, sage art, and the last 2 years after disappearing, come back, you must be got something that the rest of us couldn't touch. At that time, I had already predicted that if you didn't come back, it was a failure. If you can come back, then you must have touched the world of the gods. You are really long-winded. Neji narrowed his eyes, impatient. I always feel that Orochimaru is very different now. It seems that it is not as scary as before. Shueyu was on the side, murmuring. On the other hand, Orochimaru pouted and suddenly widened his eyes, bloodshot in his eyes. Chapter 453 Two Knife. Restitution. Orochimaru's head suddenly rushed out. Shueyu was so frightened that she stepped back 2 steps and folded onto the ground. And Orochimaru just casually dropped Zandu's long head and floated in the air. Shueyu, if you say I'm scary, I'll really let you know what scary is. Scared me to death. Damn. Shueyu patted her chest in shock and let out a breath. Of Karen's mouth trembled, and a drop of cold sweat fell. But Neji suddenly said, now, Shueyu is my person. Orochimaru put his head back, the mask in his hand, and squinted at Neji. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent for a long time. Orochimaru opened his mouth and asked, I need my work to lift the ghoul seal, but you only promised Sasuke to cooperate with him, not to cooperate with me. That's what you want to say, right? From the beginning, Orochimaru saw that something was wrong with Neji. And Neji ticked the corner of his mouth and said, it seems that you are really smart. Why, Hyuga Neji, what do you want to do? Sasuke frowned and asked hesitantly. On the other side, Chongo also stepped forward and threatened, anyone who wants to become an enemy of Sasuke, I will kill him. Neji was stunned for a while, but he didn't notice that there was such a mouse for a long time. He glanced over and glared at Shigego. Shigego took a few steps back in an instant. This. He widened his eyes, and the pure and incomparable killing intent he felt just now made him shudder. I advise you to live and talk less. Karen on the side said indifferently, while Shigego shut up wisely. He has heard of Karen, and he can understand the look in his eyes. Neji looks like a harmless ordinary ninja when he doesn't explode with murderous intent, but at that moment, Shigego seems to be facing 100 Susanoo outbreaks alone. Sasuke's cold state, that murderous aura, it is estimated that no one can stop it. Hyuga Neji, do you want any conditions? Sasuke asked. He knew that he could negotiate terms with anyone, but now he had to negotiate terms with Neji. Because now he can't beat Neji. It's that simple. Neji just said it very simply, saying, my conditions are very simple, so simple that they don't seem like conditions. Orochimaru should know what I want. He raised his head, pouted, and said, moreover, this is not a condition at all. Because I just want to get back what belongs to me. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said slowly, you deliberately waited here to bring it up because you were afraid that I would reject you. Ah, I'm not afraid of your refusal. You don't have the guts at all. There was a gloomy atmosphere in that cave just now, and if that thing comes out, it may cause a lot of accidents. Now this is a sacred shrine, and there are remnants of divine power. Suppression here must be more convenient. Quote. Hee, you really have a deep research on these things. Hyuga Neji. Orochimaru reached out and handed over the mask, and Shigego caught it. Give it to you. Orochimaru raised his head and opened his mouth. I saw a white snake slowly spit out from its mouth. The white snake opened its mouth wide and spit out a sword head, followed by the sword god, until the hilt was also spit out, and it was covered with mucus. Neji squinted his eyes, and he still felt extremely distressed to see how his own wine-grooming sword was being devastated. Orochimaru took it in his hand and said, although it looks a little embarrassed, I have to admit that this sword is not something that I and everyone in my hands can control, so you can rest assured that there has been no one for more than 2 years. Man has defiled this sword. Of course, you can't defile it either. The sword itself is stronger than you. Neji chuckled and held out his hand. Huh. Orochimaru was stunned, and the wine sword in his hand flew out, spinning rapidly in the air, like a living creature. Neji Byakugan glowed brightly, held his breath slightly, and the tiger body shook. Ding! As soon as the golden light came out, the mucus around the wine-cutting sword quickly disintegrated and turned into a void. The entire sword was exposed to the air, emitting a shocking bright light. Then it fell slowly and was easily picked up by Neji, waving it a few times, and threw out the sword energy. Wow! The sword gas turns into an entity, such as air. The afterimage gradually dissipated, the light and shadow floated, and it seemed like the destruction and birth of the universe. Sure enough, this sword is most suitable for you. I didn't expect that everything I did back then was in vain. To this day, I still hold a grudge for not being able to get you. As Orochimaru said, everyone's eyes were focused on Neji, expecting an answer from Neji. And Neji only hands seal with one hand, and then, with a wave of his hand, there is a delicate scabbard in his hand. With a few random swings, he quickly inserted the Shikuritachi into the scabbard. Neji hung the sword behind his back and moved smoothly. At this moment, it seemed that he was no longer a ninja, but a pure swordsman. After the transaction is completed, I will let go of your sins. But if you provoke me again, you can go to see Lord Yama. Behind him, Shueyu cast an envious look, domineering. Neji. It would be great when I can talk to Orochimaru like this. Shueyu, stop dreaming. Orochimaru glanced at Shueyu, and Shueyu immediately froze. Then, let's get down to business, right? It's already dark outside. If there is no sun, the ceremony of sealing up the ghouls can proceed smoothly. Sasuke interrupted suddenly. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he muttered, huh. I didn't expect Sasuke to read my research. It seems that although I am not in the ninja world, I still have a lot of influence on the ninja world. Okay, stop being narcissistic. I'm tired of listening to you talk about my mother's sleepiness. Is it still alive or not? Karen clenched his fists, and finally couldn't recognize the spit. Don't worry, many things need to be done step by step. Orochimaru reached out and took the mask back from Shigego's hand. Looking at the mask in his hand for a long time, Orochimaru said, the ghoul seal needs to offer Matsuri to my current body, and let the god of death possess my body and cut my stomach. In addition, 4 living people need to offer Matsuri. 4 living people offering Matsuri. Kabuto, who had been silent, Karen, who was standing beside him, and Shigego, who had no sense of existence there. Could it be that? Kabuto at the back said, I am a sinner, if you need me, please say so. Shigego also said, me too. Shueyu burst into tears and cried, I don't want to die. I definitely don't. Bounce, Karen tapped Shueyu's forehead. Then he said angrily, what's the nerve, your little life is not so valuable. Then, Karen looked at Sasuke and said, are you ready? Sasuke, there are 6 in your body. Sasuke nodded and said, that guy Afe doesn't trust me. In addition to White Zetsu's body, he also left 6 White Zetsu in my body to monitor me. That's just enough. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and his eyes gleamed. Then, without hesitation, he put the mask on his face. Rapid hand seal, the power of death will appear immediately. Chapter 454 Through the Ages. People who know everything about Akatsuki. Om. The strange black energy gathered, and Shueyu and Shigego both subconsciously took a step back. However, Shueyu's perception ability is not as good as them, but she did not show any fear. A strange power was possessed by Orochimaru, wearing a mask resembling the god of death, and Orochimaru's strange dress. It seemed that the real god of death appeared in front of everyone at this moment. Boom. Sasuke frowned and turned on Mangekyo Sharingan. He raised his head and looked over the empty head. Is this the god of death? Where is where? Shueyu blinked her eyes, but couldn't see anything. Neji on the side laughed lightly. Fool, you don't have Mangekyo Sharingan, you can't see. Neji's Byakugan also had a faint divine light, apparently seeing something extraordinary. Orochimaru waved his body, and his movements and demeanor were completely different from the Orochimaru that he usually used to be. Everyone here is very familiar with Orochimaru, so this move obviously indicates that Orochimaru has been possessed by the god of death, and everyone has to be vigilant. I saw Orochimaru pulled out a knife from nowhere, clenching his hands. After murmuring something in his mouth, he waved the knife with both hands indiscriminately, and finally, he stabbed his abdomen fiercely with a knife. Hi! Shueyu finally felt the slightest fear this time. Such a scene is really too weird and shocking. Doesn't it hurt? This guy. Shueyu smacked her mouth, and asked in a strange way. Karen, who was beside him, rolled his eyes at him, ignoring him. There is not much chance to meet such a scene, and everyone held their breaths, observing the changes in the situation at any time. I don't know if something happened, but inside Orochimaru's stomach, something seemed to fly out, but nothing could be seen at all. However, Sasuke and Neji could see clearly. Inside the belly of the god of death, the souls of the 4 Hokages of the past dynasties flew out clearly. At this time, Shueyu and Karen resonated. Both of them can't see. Karen is even more depressed. She has a very strong perception of chakra, and she has long been used to the feeling of knowing everything, but this realm of the god of death seems to have nothing to do with chakra at all, so she can't perceive anything, as if watching others or acting like pantomime. At this time, Kabuto behind Neji murmured, "It's the god of death." The god of death's belly was cut open, and the spirits of the 4 Hokages ran out of its belly. And now you can use impure world reincarnation to resurrect the 4 Hokages of all dynasties, and the 4 Hokage's DNA. I have it here, just to help you. Kabuto to brush its presence, the fast hand seal. The art of psychic. Bang, bang, 4 times, under the smoke. Sasuke is also a one-handed hand seal. Mangekyo Sharingan spun, and 6 white Zetsu slowly grew out of his body. Next to Shigego's hand curse, he forcibly dragged 1 white Zetsu away and swallowed it. The body that was weakened by Sasuke was fully replenished, and the body slowly became stronger. On the other side, a white Zetsu was released, and a small snake jumped out of Orochimaru's mouth and quickly entered the white Zetsu's body. The white Zetsu slowly transformed into Orochimaru's original appearance. Finally, the other 4 weeks of white Zetsu were sucked into a certain array one by one, and they were fused with the DNA of the 4 previous Hokages given by Kabuto. This is the final step. Orochimaru landed, grinning sinisterly, hand seal one by one. The art of psychic impure world reincarnation. Come out, Hokage of all ages, those who know the truth about Akatsuki. Dirt gathers. 4 white Zetsu were devoured by the filth, wailing mournfully. At this moment, the scene seemed unspeakably tragic, and Karen couldn't help but feel uneasy. This enslavement relationship between people and gods is truly incredible and unpredictable. The four figures gradually took shape. And because of the relationship between the dirt and the disguise, the appearance of the four people began to undergo earth-shaking changes until they approached the original owners of the DNA. These are the Hokages of all ages, Karen muttered. And Shueyu is even more stunned. These are the top powerhouses in all eras. Yes, these are the Hokages of all ages, the people who know everything about Akatsuki. Orochimaru lowered his head, showing a heroic look and a smile. From left to right, they are. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Second Dame Hokage, Senju Tobarama. 3 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. 4th generation Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Arrange from left to right. The heroic aura on each person's face is enough to make people believe that at a certain moment in the past, they were infinitely beautiful and stood at the peak of the entire ninja world. After a long time, the four slowly opened their eyes. On this side, Kabuto, Shueyu, and Shigego all took a step back subconsciously. Karen was startled, but stood there. While Orochimaru and Sasuke stood at the forefront, Neji stood still, standing in front of Suzuki and others with Karen. Everyone faced the Hokage of the past dynasties together, watching them slowly open their eyes and regain their consciousness before their death. This is impure world reincarnation. Hashirama narrowed his eyes and looked at his hands. Is that the young man named Orochimaru again? It looks like we are being used to fight again. Big brother. Tobarama narrowed his eyes, his expression extremely majestic. Hiruzen, who was beside him, looked around in an old fashion and sighed. Orochimaru, are you going to use me as a master this time? Really? Are you going to destroy Konoha again? Minato next to him blinked, quietly observing his surroundings. Everyone, please be patient and ask questions in an orderly manner. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, commanding gracefully. Hokages. So, who are we going to use to fight this time? Tobarama asked immediately. Orochimaru said with a smile. Don't worry, everyone, this time is not for you to fight. You should have also noticed that this body is not under my control. I have given you the highest degree of freedom, just a young man behind me. Man, I have some questions for you guys. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, I have some questions for you. Your answers will determine whether I destroy Konoha village. Sasuke took a step forward. Sasuke, Hiruzen blinked. And Tobarama was full of anger. Is it a kid from the Uchiha clan again? Damn it, this old man will kill you. Boom. The huge chakra roared, shocking. Damn, what a terrible chakra. The water and moon were directly liquefied, and the cold sweat flowed. Karen and Shigego were also speechless in shock. The next moment, a more crisp and mellow chakra suppressed it. Bang, tilde. The roof shattered very quickly, and the wood chips fell down. Tobarama was startled. His chakra was actually suppressed. Hashirama was about to make a move when he found someone suppressing his younger brother. He couldn't help but be surprised and asked, how could someone present to suppress Tobarama with such chakra? Who is it? It should be only this one. Orochimaru smiled and looked at Neji. Hokage noticed the existence of Neji, and the third generation Hokage Hiruzen was surprised, and Tobarama frowned slightly when he saw Neji. Chapter 455 Control the Field. The Majesty of Neji. Neji, you. Seeing Neji, Hiruzen seemed to have 1,000 words, but at this moment, it was not easy to say them. Hiruzen didn't have time to express his thoughts, but Tobarama spoke more quickly. A boy from the Hyuga clan. I see you as if I saw a certain Hyuga ninja once. Is he still alive? Neji narrowed his eyes, knowing which Hyuga ninja the second Hokage was talking about. Hyuga Tenin. But this ninja happened to be Neji's impersonation. In fact, the Tenin that Tobarama came into contact with at that time happened to be Neji himself. And I only realized later that the Hyuga Tenin that the 3 generations of Hokage recalled at that time was also me. Hiruzen nodded and said, I didn't expect Tenin to have no descendants until the end, but Neji, you seem to have reached the level of Tenin back then. The Hyuga clan is indeed the strongest clan in Konoha village. This boy is the son of brother Hiyashi. Minato muttered to himself, compared to these seniors, he seemed to have no sense of existence all of a sudden. Tobirama ignored the thoughts of those people, and even the first Hokage Hashirama even chatted with the third and fourth Hokages, only Tobirama stared at Neji intently. According to Hiruzen, Hyuga Tenin is no longer alive. Well, Hyuga Tenren has long been a legendary name. And because of you, the second generation Hokage-sama, because of your reputation, Tenren has also become a person who is forbidden to discuss, and today's young people are not a few people who know Akatsuki Hyuga Tenin this guy. Quote. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. He was only 7 years old when Hyuga Tenin was shining brightly. So even though Tenin at the time was so similar to Neji now, Orochimaru never saw it with his own eyes. It was precisely because of the Hyuga Tenin era that Akatsuki had such a deep resentment between main clan and the branch that Orochimaru would not easily move the Hyuga clan. Of course, all subsequent plans also failed. Because of me. What's wrong with me? Of course it's because of you, Lord Tobirama. The forbidden techniques you invented have brought all kinds of trouble to future generations. Just like this impure world reincarnation technique. Of course, not only that, your systems also forced the Uchiha family to eventually on the road to a coup d'etat. Quote. When Orochimaru said this, Sasuke's eyes narrowed slightly. Hiruzen on the side. Neji was also sensible and didn't step forward. He already knew the next destination. Not the Hyuga clan, but the Uchiha clan. Sasuke murmured and asked, didn't you set up the police department to drive the Uchiha clan to the corner of the village openly? And because of the police department, it will definitely be hated by the people in the village over time. Brought the Uchiha clan to the present situation. Looks like you know a lot, Sasuke. Hiruzen looked kindly but hesitant to say anything. Sasuke looked at it with sharp eyes and frowned. Also, Sandemu, I know more than this. Tell me, did you order Itachi to kill the entire Uchiha clan? Uchiha, the whole clan. Hashirama's eyes were rounded, and the emotion in his heart was indescribable. Madara. He lowered his head, his eyes blurred. Unexpectedly, in the end, the Uchiha family was actually exterminated. These things were involved. Hashirama looked sad, but Tobirama said righteously, these are just the devil's fault. And this sentence, on the contrary, stimulated Sasuke, making Sasuke even more resentful and clenched his fists. But I don't know if he knows that he is not the opponent of these people at all, so he didn't break out. Instead, he said stubbornly, the Uchiha clan has always been incompatible with the Senju clan, and it is still the same to this day. At this time, Orochimaru on the side joked interestingly, yes. The battle between him and Uzumaki Naruto in the Valley of the End is exactly the same as you were back then, Lord Hashirama. You and Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Naruto, Mito's clan. Hashirama blinked. As the son of Minato, Naruto is the third Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Person Jinchuriki column force. The second Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Person Jinchuriki column force is Naruto's mother. She is from the Uzumaki clan, one of the orphaned refugees who was brought to Konoha village. Quote. Hiruzen explained. Minato. Hashirama narrowed his eyes and looked puzzled. Ha. Minato is me, it's me. The fourth generation of Hokage. Minato turned around, pointed to the Hokage robe behind him, and smiled gently. Oh, so, who is the current Hokage? It's your granddaughter, Tsunade. She's Hokage, the sixth generation, and one of the leaders of this war. Ah, Tsunade ah. What's wrong? Ha, as my eldest granddaughter, Shaogen didn't learn anything else, but she learned the habit of gambling, ha. Shut up, it's not your turn to chat. Brother, you can see that this is a serious occasion. Tobirama reprimanded several people. Shueyu over there frowned and whispered, "The god of ninjas, there is no prestige at all. Then don't waste anything else, and now I have to explain the situation to everyone." Neji suddenly felt that he had to control the scene, otherwise he didn't know how much he would talk about. He had other things to do, so he couldn't waste too much time. Let me explain first. The Fourth Ninja War is starting now. Hashirama. The Fourth Ninja War. Why is it fighting again? Tobirama. It must be the Kumogakure guys again. Hiruzen. Is it Orochimaru this time? Minato. Where's Naruto? How is Naruto? You two shut up and listen to me, Neji said nonchalantly. Congregation Hokage. Shueyu was also stunned. Neji is really domineering. Hokage dares to train. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, but also had some headaches. It seems that the ninja world really lacks rules and regulations. These guys are obviously the first and third generations, and they have no management mind. Basically, they became Hokage by virtue of their strong strength and character. At this critical moment, you still need to manage them by yourself. It's really low enough self-control. This time is the battle between the Ninja Alliance and Missing Nin. The Ninja Alliance is composed of 5 countries, and of course there are small countries participating, but the power of the small countries is limited, and the core strength is basically established according to the 5 ninja villages of the 5 countries. The opponent is led by a mysterious man. Missing Nin. In this situation, we need more power to help. You will rush to the battlefield on your own later, but before that. Neji narrowed his eyes and continued, as the Hokage of Konoha village for all generations, you naturally know some unknown things about Akatsuki. Your answers have a great impact on this young man. As the only remaining members of the Uchiha clan, his addition may have a crucial role. How powerful the Uchiha family is, you should know. The first generation Hokage. Quote. Neji finished his speech and continued to step back. And Hashirama fell into contemplation. Uchiha Madara's betrayal, he was a personal experience. Of course he knew what the name Uchiha meant. And Tobirama also noticed Sasuke's eyes and murmured, isn't it a normal Tomo pattern, Mangekyo Sharingan? This time, through Neji's speech, everyone suddenly had the same purpose. That is to persuade Sasuke to join the ninja coalition on the battlefield. Chapter 456 What? Family and Village. Seeing that the situation was a little chaotic, Neji's command suddenly made the situation compact. Where is Sasuke going? 4 Hokages all paid attention to this young man of the Uchiha clan, especially, the only remaining Uchiha clan in the world. The Uchiha family is an inherently evil family, and they will definitely make the wrong decision in the end. It's better to let the old man and me. Tobirama still couldn't help his violent temper, narrowed his eyes, and flashed murderous intent. Please keep it secret, second generation Hokage-sama. Neji said flatly. If it was anyone else, even Hashirama, Tobirama didn't want to be easily suppressed. But the young man in front of him made him wonder what such a strange man wanted to say, because he vaguely felt that the young ninja of the Hyuga clan in front of him was the same type of person as Tenon at that time. Neji said, second generation Hokage, now you don't know anything about Sasuke, and you don't know why he has come to this point, and you kill him because he is a member of the Uchiha family. Will it be too hasty? I stand here firmly upholding the position of Konoha village, but it does not mean that I uphold your position. You are just a Hokage in the old Konoha village. I respect you, but the current Konoha village does not belong to you. I will introduce myself a little. My uncle Hyuga Hiyashi is Hokage the 5th generation, and the current Hokage Tsunade, the 6th generation of Hokage, is also a high-ranking person under my recommendation. Quote. Neji, Kaharu and Menyonde. It doesn't matter whether they agree or not, it's the name of the daimyo. Neji's expression was indifferent, and his words made everyone here think. No matter what era they were strongmen and where they were, but as Ying-na, they were at most the head of a village. In any case, they will be controlled by the daimyo, so it is Hokage, name that makes them have to be caught by Neji. Big the Hokage is, they all rely on the Fire Nation to build their villages. For ninjas who only have force and do not understand economic development, how can they build a prosperous Konoha village without the support deployed by the Fire Nation? People who dig wells do not forget to drink water, so Tobirama, these are no longer imposing. So, I promise from the absolute position of Konoha village, even if the current Sasuke wants to destroy Konoha, I will never allow it. But he has his own choice, and, even if he finally chooses to be the enemy of Konoha village, to Daemu Hokage, at that time you want to start, not only will no one stop you, but there will be a lot of Konoha village ninjas to help and support you. Therefore, there is no need to rush for a while. You have no reason to do it now. Quote. Neji's words left Tobirama speechless. A long time, Tobirama murmured, "You really have a shadow of that guy. No, maybe that guy is your grandpa." Tenren has no descendants, and is the child of main clan's second child. Speaking of which, Neji should be the origin of main clan, and with his talent. Hirazen's tone was full of regret. The issue of the Hyuga clan will be discussed later. Now we are going to discuss the Uchiha clan. Neji said indifferently. Okay, then you go on. Hirazen closed his mouth. Minato next to him was also very surprised, full of inner drama. He murmured in his heart, now Naruto should be about the same age as the child in front of him, right? This child is really mature, and even the aura of the few Hokages present is not as good as his. This child will become a master in the future. Also, Lord Hokage, the second generation, it is your attitude towards the Uchiha family that makes me very curious. As Hokage, why are you so hostile to a group in your own village? As the current management of Konoha village, I really want to question. Wait a minute, please explain all the reasons in detail. Don't think that you are Hokage, so you can make such a rough judgment on a certain person or even a certain ethnic group. Your qualifications are not enough. Neji speaks very ruthlessly. In addition to speaking his own heart, there are three scheming. One is that Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra, and Neji doesn't want him to have any unexpected changes. It is best to finally stand on the side of the ninja coalition. Therefore, standing in the position of the Uchiha family will help Sasuke Uchiha to change his mind. Even if he does not agree with the ideas of several Hokages, he must understand that the Uchiha family is always a Konoha ethnic group, and the current Konoha village is not controlled by the dead Hokage. The second is that he used to be very familiar with Tobirama, and Neji did not want Tobirama to have doubts during this journey through time and space. Such a resolute attitude can make Tobirama dispel his doubts that he is Hyuga Tenin, and also blow Tobirama's self-confidence by the way. The enemies and teammates in this battle are full of hard bones, and Tobirama can't do anything wrong. Third, let the other Hokage know Akatsuki by the way. The current situation is not something they can easily control. As a person from the old era, he can only assist the ninja coalition to fight, and must not cross the line. After that, Neji will have a better position. After Uchiha Sasuke gets the answer, he will ask the question he wants to ask. Then, it's almost time to start. Neji, Hokages are Hokages anyway, and they'll lose face if you go on. Orochimaru twitched the corner of his mouth and reminded gently. And he also thought Neji was very interesting. After all, he noticed this guy early on. Sasuke, you come and ask, from the first Hokage to the fourth Hokage, answer according to seniority. Neji finished speaking lightly, and took another step back. I see, Neji, you're an obsessive-compulsive. Shueyu narrowed her eyes and spit out. Idiot, shut up, we don't have the right to speak here. Karen reprimanded Shueyu, and then the audience fell silent. Karen was startled, then squeezed out a smile. Everyone, you continue, you continue. A long time, Uchiha Sasuke took a step forward and faced the four Hokage. As Hyuga Neji said, I don't belong to the Konoha village now, and as the second generation said, our Uchiha family is born with a mission different from ordinary people, so I have my own reasons for being in this position. This time, it is my idea to channel you back from the Pure Land. I want to know some answers from you. Quote. Some answers from different eras. You are the powerhouses of all eras, and you have led this village. Over the years, I have been secretly investigating and learning about the views of different classes on the Uchiha family. But the people below, the views of the Uchiha family are too plain and vulgar. Quote. I want to know how you, as high-ranking people, view the Uchiha clan. As those who once ruled the Uchiha clan, how did you see this group of people? My father was the last chief of the Uchiha clan, and I, the older brother, is known as the top talent the Uchiha clan has ever seen. To this day, I still don't understand them and I want an answer. Sasuke, you really? Orochimaru on the side looked complicated. He had accompanied Sasuke all these years and led him to practice. Sasuke never showed that he cared about the name Uchiha, hiding from everyone. In the end, Sasuke could not escape this disaster in the end. Sasuke pondered for a moment, breathing a little excited. For a moment, he calmed down, his expression determined. And, most importantly, please tell me, for you. What is the village, what is the family, what is the ninja? What is it? Chapter 457 Start. Establishment of Konoha Village. After listening to Sasuke's question, everyone fell into deep thought. What is a ninja? This proposition is a bit too big. And Minato rubbed his chin, thoughtfully, then smiled. It seems that this is a confused young man. Naruto should be the same age as you. I wonder if he will care about these problems. Naruto is Sasuke's best friend. They are classmates, Neji said with a smile. Shut up. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, looking like a suitor. Neji wasn't angry, chuckled and said nothing. Then, as the first-generation Hokage, I will answer your question first. Uchiha Sasuke, it seems that you are a ninja with good talent, and since you have such thoughts at a young age, you have already surpassed most people. Calm down, let me tell you, the Konoha village in my eyes. Afterwards, everyone listened to Hashirama begin to speak. From the story of acquaintance with Uchiha Madara, to the establishment of Konoha village. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama met by chance when they were young. During the war, the Senju family and the Uchiha family were families with many enemies, and they were not allowed to reveal their surnames outside. The two also secretly learned about each other's identity after being together for a period of time. As rivals, the forces behind the two both want to use their relationship to probe the enemy. But in the last private meeting, the two chose to provide each other with a chance to escape, so that the confrontation became a bridge between the two. I thought it was a bridge to peace. Decades later, the war was settled. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan shook hands and established the village of Konoha. Some ethnic groups with relatively small power and even ethnic groups such as the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans that are close to the two big families have also joined in. Konoha village attached to the country of fire was established, and within a few months, the other 5 countries followed the example of the country of fire, opening the era of a full-scale power-affiliated ninja village. And for a long time after that, even to this day, the ninja world is dominated by the 5 major countries. Those ninja villages and small countries that are not attached to the 5 major countries can only act on the face of the 5 major countries. However, there are a large number of people who live well, and it is better than everyone who has a bad life. They sacrifice peace in the weak places, and then dominate their peace. The war in many places has been effectively resolved. But the follow-up brought by the war is difficult to solve. Madara has never been able to let go of her younger brother, who was killed by my younger brother Tobirama. However, I can only know his heart, but I don't want to understand his heart. My younger brother, Senju Tama, Senju Itama also, they were all killed by the Uchiha clan. Big brother. At this time, Tobirama suddenly interrupted Hashirama. There was a little helplessness on the faces of the two. At this time, Sasuke's face improved slightly. This was the first time he learned that the original hatred of Madara of the Uchiha clan towards the Senju clan was not the injury of the Senju clan to the Uchiha clan alone. Uchiha clan also dealt equal or more powerful damage to the Senju clan. But Madara misses his younger brother Uchiha Izuna too deeply, and because of this, he is increasingly dissatisfied with being treated as an equal by the other shinobi villages of the other 4 countries as a Konoha representative representing the Land of Fire. His power is already the ninja world. At the peak, he wanted to continue to rule the world by force. Gradually, he forgot his original intention. After telling this long story, Hashirama finally lifted that lost face. He looked at Sasuke and said bluntly, "Young man of the Uchiha clan, you said that your brother was used by the higher-ups, killed the whole clan, and finally stood in the position of Konoha village to defend Konoha. You can't understand him, but I can. My younger brother was also wiped out by the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga Neji just now couldn't understand Hokage's attitude, but I can. Because Tobirama is my only surviving younger brother." Hashirama's words shocked everyone. This layer of relationship has been completely ignored. Although he is Hokage, the Uchiha family is indeed the enemy who killed his biological brother. His attitude did not last forever. This kind of thinking originated from Uchiha Madara. Madara's insistence on hatred originated from his infinite love for his younger brother. Tobirama said that the Uchiha family are born evil, and I don't agree with them. They are a family with great love. But I don't want a second Madara to appear again, and I won't allow it. I don't know how the Uchiha clan will be in the future, but people like Madara, even if they are my partners, are the demons of this ninja world. Such people will not be allowed to act recklessly. Quote. Hashirama finished speaking. He took a long breath. He looked at Sasuke seriously again. His eyes were no longer so firm, and he wondered if he missed the days when he had a happy private meeting with Madara. For me, the village is the hope for the future, and our hope for peace in times of war. The ethnic groups in our Konoha village are all people who yearn for peace and come together to build bridges. The ethnic group is just to build a bridge. The foundation of the village. In front of the village, there are no ethnic distinctions. As ninjas, we must give priority to completing the task, because ninjas are a profession after all. But as human beings, we all have a good desire for peace. Clap clap clap. On the side, there was a lonely applause. Everyone looked at the past. It was Changwu. Changgu's face was Yuhi, and he lowered his head and muttered, "Well, I'm just absolutely saying what Hokage said was very good, and I'm just an ordinary ninja with a good wish for peace, just like Lord Hokage." His eyes are absolutely Chichung. "Uchiha Madara was finally killed by you?" Sasuke asked. "Yeah, even if he's my best friend until now. But, he's going the wrong way." Hashirama's expression darkened. This answer is appalling. Such Hashirama also has the majesty of the god of ninjas. "Even if you are my friend, but as Hokage, if you threaten the village, I will let you die." At this time, the second-generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who had been unable to bear it for a long time, finally jumped out and said, "So, it's almost time for me, right? It looks like you are in a hurry, so please answer my question." Sasuke said indifferently. With the atmosphere provided by Senju Hashirama, the occasion is no longer tit for tat, and everyone is focused on one thing itself. That is how, as Hokage, these powerhouses manage the Uchiha clan. When my eldest brother served as the first Hokage, I was already in charge of the village. Until the eldest brother died, for a long time, as the second Hokage, there was no one to help me, and the Konoha village was increasingly under my management. Powerful. Regardless of the Uchiha family, I want to talk about what the village means in my eyes. Unlike my elder brother, I am very rational and will not manage the village with emotions. In the end, as the first Hokage, in addition to driving away Uchiha Madara, none of the contributions. "Hey, Tobirama, give me some face." Hashirama narrowed his eyes. His old face was lost. I didn't expect that the wonderful speech that I had been brewing for so long was completely overthrown by my younger brother in an instant. Chapter 458 Evil. Uchiha Family. Brother, you have already wasted too much of everyone's time, so let me explain it to everyone in a concise way. Tobarama automatically assumes the role of Hashirama's broker, to participate in talks in various countries, because Hashirama was not suitable for discussing such serious topics from the beginning. Tobarama went straight to the subject and said, although the Uchiha family is a naturally evil family, it is also true that they are a family of great love. I say they are an evil family not because of Madara, but because of their family. Sharingan. Quote. Sharingan. It seems that you also have a deep research on Sharingan. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, showing great interest in Tobarama's speech. Tobarama continued, the Uchiha family has a special physique with a special brain. Their family is born with a very strong love. It is because of this love that when they have to lose this love, it breeds inhibition. Love is a stronger power. This power is the source of that evil power, Izumi. This power is Sharingan. Quote. I did statistics during my tenure. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan has an eye-opening rate of 50%, that is to say, half of the Uchiha clan can open Sharingan. This probability is already very high, because Sharingan alone can provide them with absolute power. Most of the abilities have been improved, which makes the Uchiha clan the most suitable clan for the ninja profession. But things took a turn and 3 years later, I did the test again. This time the eye-opening rate was 38%. People are very curious. Why? Tobarama sighed and explained. I didn't know it at first, thinking it was just because of the changing times and the degeneration of the Uchiha ethnic group. But in a year after that, the eye-opening rate increased to 93%. What? Everyone was surprised. Everyone had surprise written on their faces, except Neji. And this time, even Neji showed a look of curiosity. In other words, Neji was also very surprised. Tobarama's tone gradually fell, but his words became clearer. It's really incredible, my result was overturned. Obviously, the ability of the Uchiha clan has not faded. Let me tell you what happened that year. In that year, it was the first ninja war, and Konoha village officially first year in the war. Quote. The Uchiha clan is a very strong fighting force in the village and also serves as the police department, and a large number of Jonin participated in this battle. Many Uchiha clan sacrificed, and the chance of those sacrificed Uchiha clan members, brothers and relatives opening their eyes is as high as 98%. The above. This data is very interesting, right? In the following years of investigation, I found that when the Uchiha family is suffering, a special chakra will be generated in the brain. This special chakra will only act on the Sharingan, affecting the optic nerve, thereby opening the Sharingan. After Sharingan, it can still evolve. That is, get the chakra of more painful moments, the Mangekyo Sharingan that opens. It is said that this pain can only be opened by witnessing the death of a cherished person, and perhaps the absolute pain and despair that it matches. Quote. And according to the degree of pain, the strength of the ability obtained by opening the eyes will be determined. Each pair of Mangekyo Sharingan will get a unique ability. The greater the pain, the faster the master will acquire the ability. Sasuke was stunned when Tobarama said this. Because, what Tobarama said, it was all correct. That night, he saw his entire clan die. Only the icy corpse was on the ground, and at the end of the road was Uchiha Itachi, his brother. He killed all the Uchiha people and Sasuke started Sharingan. But Itachi imposed demonic illusion on him, and Sharingan did not grow rapidly. Instead, he got 1 or 2 promotions in his later relationship with Uzumaki Naruto. Later, also witnessing the death of Itachi, Sasuke started Mangekyo Sharingan. At this time, Hashirama interjected again. So, no wonder Madara's Sharingan is so good. Tobarama narrowed his eyes and explained. Madara's Sharingan is even more different. He transplanted his brother's Mangekyo Sharingan. The two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan are fused together and will become the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Eternal. Yes, the use of Sharingan will cause vision loss and gradually blindness. When you gain power, you are already using your own vision as a price. Eternal Mangekyo can combine the power of two pairs of Sharingan, and the user will never go blind. The strength will always increase and never decline. Hashirama couldn't help but stunned. Tobarama turned his head and said to Hashirama, "So, Madara is only you who can settle it. Only you, the big brother who has Mokuden, wood style, and inherited the vitality of the perfect Senju clan, can accumulate over time without being affected by a little time, more and more powerful. Other Zero ninjas are inferior to Uchiha Madara who has the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, because after all, they cannot withstand the influence of time on their strength, only you and Madara will not. These are the secrets of Sharingan and the secrets of the Uchiha family." Tobarama said here, taking a deep breath. Placing the Uchiha family in the police department is indeed a way of crowding them out. But only by letting them become the police department can they justifiably use their power. Since then, I have never let the Uchiha family go to the police department again. Battlefield. Unbeknownst to all of you present, I gave the chief of the Uchiha clan an order not to allow them to take part in the battle in Konoha village unless absolutely necessary. Quote, "Only in this way will they not get the evil power of self-sacrifice because of pain. Sharingan is a product of evil, and people who can't control him shouldn't get it in the first place. And since like the big brother said, the ninjas if the pursuit is world peace, then there should not be such a group whose core is to gain power. Unexpectedly, there is such an unknown reason for the second generation's practice, and everyone can't help but change their minds." And only the third generation Hokage narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a helpless look. Lord Tobarama. No wonder the Uchiha clan only sent a few ninjas to fight in the following wars, and they kept refusing major missions on the grounds of the police department. In the end, I had to recruit Uchiha in the name of Anbu. An excellent family of ninjas. Hiruzen never thought that the biggest problem he encountered was actually left by his predecessor. Even the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, rebellion was the same. It seems that the Uchiha family went this way because of the system left by the second generation Hokage, but in fact the Uchiha family themselves are also very convinced of the second generation Hokage. Otherwise, it would not have been several generations of patriarchs, but the second generation purpose creed was still implemented so properly, right? The Uchiha family is a group destined to be tragic to me. Sasuke, you are the best example. Your father is the patriarch, and your brother is a genius ninja. What should have been a perfect and happy ninja life now? This is not an example of a certain era. From the beginning of the Uchiha family, the more Uchiha people like you will experience such tragic things. Do you want your tragedy to continue to the next Uchiha people? Generation Hokage is thought-provoking. Sasuke was stunned and did not answer. Tobarama said flatly, "So, your brother's decision is not wrong. The Uchiha family should have been wiped out long ago." Chapter 459 Benefit. Keep you alive. Everyone no longer reacted too much. After all, after listening to Hokage's explanation, they could understand what he was doing. At least to refute him, and to get along with him in a more reasonable way. The question I ask you is what is a village, what is a clan, and what is a ninja? Sasuke said calmly, without any excitement. At this moment, Orochimaru was also slightly surprised, and Neji smiled knowingly. Orochimaru said in surprise, "Sasuke, you really have grown a lot." HMPH, what a stubborn kid, so. Tobarama narrowed his eyes and thought deeply. A clan is just a clan, nothing special to me. Including you Uchiha clan, all I have done is to bring peace to Konoha village. As Hokage, it is my responsibility to make the villagers of Konoha village have a peaceful life. For me, the village is something to protect, ninja. I have forgotten this kind of thing. As a Hokage, it is not as simple as a task to protect the village, it is the whole meaning of survival. Quote. Okay, I see. Sasuke looked indifferent and stopped asking. Sarutobi-sensei, it's your turn. Orochimaru chuckled and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen was also lost in thought because of Tobirama's words. After a long time, he murmured. Neji, it looks like you've done a good job of the task you gave me. Is Hiashi okay? It seems that you're planning the next thing, too. It's really hard to help you solve the problems of the Hyuga family in time. Yes. None of that matter, Neji murmured. Now is not his home court, and he is unwilling to take the topic off track. But still replied, the village didn't have any big problems in the end. It's just. Neji said this, he couldn't help but feel that the village was leveled by Pain's move. But he happened to be out of the village when that happened, so there was nothing to say, so he had to pretend he didn't know anything. Neji made a light cough, uncomfortably, and continued indifferently. The problem of the Hyuga family is not your responsibility, and the grievance between the main clan and the branch has been resolved internally. Of course, this is also thanks to the time. You're willing to help me with that attempt, and we're happy to work together. Please go on. That's fine. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that what he was most worried about was Neji, not the Uchiha Sasuke in front of him. Staring at Sasuke for a long time, Hiruzen began to speak. Sasuke, I will make a long story short for you. I am involved in this matter, and my approach is my position, and there is nothing that can be defended. I only say one thing, and that is the truth. Itachi and Shisui were originally our targets, but Shisui disappeared mysteriously. After seeing him for the last time, Itachi agreed with us. It was indeed driven by Danzo at the time, but the decision was made in the end. Old Man I, the coup of the Uchiha clan is imminent, and even the head of the Uchiha clan at that time, that is, your father, is powerless to change. The Uchiha clan has a deeper group of suitors for the mutineer Uchiha Madara, who have a strong hope take a surprise attack on Konoha with them, but it was the 8th year after the Kyuubi Nine Tails rebellion, and more than 10 years after the end of the Third Ninja World War. Konoha spent more than 10 years to restore national strength, and finally got rid of the weak. The judgment of the Uchiha clan is undoubtedly to hit the stone with an egg. But this egg is not easy to deal with. In the end, the Uchiha clan will definitely be wiped out. What Hiruzen said was very firm. And if the Uchiha clan is wiped out, your entire clan will still not be able to escape the fate of being killed. But it's not just the Uchiha clan that is hurt. In the past few years, the Kumogakure village has been chasing the Konoha village. This incident forced us to hand over the main clan of the Hyuga family. In the end, I also sacrificed the younger brother of the main clan of the Hyuga family, Hyuga Hazashi. That is, Neji's father. I have always been sorry for this matter. Hiruzen looked at Neji, and everyone looked over. There was no expression on Neji's face, only after a long time of embarrassment, he suddenly froze. Nothing to be sorry about, sorry doesn't help. Neji's answer made the atmosphere even more awkward. Hiruzen sighed and continued to say with guilt, it is precisely because of this that Konoha village must not show any weakness. The mutiny of the Uchiha clan will definitely reduce the strength of Konoha village, and thus make other great powers power. Ninja village has an opportunity. This is absolutely not allowed to happen, and internal resolution is the best way. Because we found Itachi and made a deal with him. What deal? What good is this deal for the Uchiha family? It's just your use of Itachi. Sasuke said indifferently. Sasuke is not dissatisfied with the decision of the first Hokage and the second Hokage, because it is different from his era. It was also because of them that Sasuke's family was created. In the first 7 years of his life, Sasuke lived a very successful life, and he did not blame the previous Uchiha family. But the later development, from his personal experience, naturally has full of anger and accusations to vent. Hiruzen burst into tears for a while, thinking of Uchiha Itachi, a Konoha village ninja as good as Neji. Itachi is an excellent ninja. He is a ninja who secretly protects Konoha village. After killing the whole family, I let him sneak into Akatsuki's interior to monitor Akatsuki. He bit Kiba. A look of unyielding and intolerance appeared on his old face. Sasuke, you said that this matter is not good for the Uchiha family, but Itachi chose this path and chose the conditions and benefits we gave. Benefits? What good could it be? This benefit is you, Sasuke. You are still alive, and everything Itachi does is to keep you alive. After Hiruzen said that, Sasuke was stunned and froze in place. For a long time, unable to let go, his face became petrified. Although it was not the first time to know the truth, after saying it from Hiruzen's mouth, Sasuke blinked in a daze, his mood dropped. Hiruzen continued, Itachi completed the task perfectly and deceived you. In my eyes, Itachi is a real ninja. He has a Hokage mentality at the age of 4, and he graduated from the ninja school with the first grade at the age of 6. After graduation, he was promoted to Chunin at the age of 8, entered Anbu at the age of 11, and became an Anbu sub-commander at the age of 13. All these illustrious feats have been accomplished by no one in the past. Quote. In the end, Itachi also ran through his decision. As the Uchiha family, he took on the responsibility of leaving a future for the Uchiha family. In order to keep you, Itachi endured the pain and reluctance, and personally ended the one he loved so much. All relatives. As a ninja in Konoha village, Itachi has been defending Konoha and monitoring Akatsuki, who is a threat to Konoha outside Konoha village. As a ninja, Itachi has also done his best. As an elder brother, Itachi has given everything to you. Whether it's right or wrong, you have to accept it. Because he is the only biological elder brother in your life. Hiruzen couldn't help shedding tears when he talked about the emotional part. Sure enough, it is easy to be moved when you are older. The words could not help but choked. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who had been listening, let out a breath and said to Sasuke, Sasuke, your brother is a ninja greater than me. Moreover, he is also a better brother than me. Chapter 460 Minato. I love you deeply. Itachi's life is my view of what a ninja is, what a village is, and what a family is. Hiruzen didn't answer himself, but slyly used Itachi as a shield. But from the heart, this is also his best advice to Sasuke. You must cherish everything your brother gave you. He must be the person who loves you the most in this world. Konoha village is your brother's favorite place, and your brother Itachi is proud to be a ninja of Konoha village, no matter how high levels appear. Shameless people, or how failed ninjas, they all worked for Konoha village. You can disappoint everyone, but only Konoha village. Hiruzen said this, and couldn't help but start preaching again. But he also controlled it in time, sniffed, and put away his old tears. So, you all know how difficult it is for Itachi to make such a choice. Why don't you do it yourself, but choose to let Uchiha Itachi do it yourself? Is there really no high-level selfishness for such a decision? Sasuke asked indifferently. This kind of question has been asked 3 generations. The answer speaks for itself. The 3 generations looked hesitant and did not answer. But Hashirama was stunned by the story, stood up and asked, Yes, Sarutobi, what's going on? Why don't you deal with the Uchiha clan yourself and let Itachi deal with it at that time? What an idiot. Tobirama covered his face and complained helplessly. Hashirama pursed his lips and squinted at Tobirama, speechless. Tobirama, as Hiruzen's master, taught everything about Hiruzen, and of course he knew what the real purpose of this matter was. But he didn't have Hiruzen's concerns, so he said bluntly, Konoha's senior management, even if it's just Anbu, if they do this in person, it will be a huge harm to the Konoha senior management. This matter itself is your Uchiha family. Rebellion, since the high level is willing to give the opportunity to let you and your brother live, it is already tolerant. You can't ask for it. Tobirama's words were very harsh, and Sasuke also had a look of hatred on his face. And Orochimaru chuckled and complained, It's still the same as always, but I'm not forgiving. My most respected second-generation Lord Hokage, do you just want to treat the Uchiha clan as outsiders? Humph. Like Madara, it's up to you. Tobirama also seemed to know that he should not interrupt, and turned his head away to express that he did not want to participate in the discussion anymore. Sasuke waved his hand and gave up the general saying, "It's the same no matter how to justify it. The Uchiha family is in your eyes, but it's just a tool." Orochimaru shrugged and waved his hands. The problem may be that over the years, from Uchiha Madara, who is the same generation as the first and second Hokage, to Hokage, Uchiha Kagami, who is the same generation as the third Hokage, to Uchiha Fugaku, who is the same generation as the fourth Hokage. And later genius ninjas Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, the outstanding ninjas of the Uchiha clan are still numerous, and there may be many buried nameless ninjas who hope in the war. They used to be the same as ordinary ninjas, pursuing peace and wanting to become Hokage. But now there are 6 generations of Hokage, and there has not been a Hokage of the Uchiha family. Quote, "That's why the Uchiha clan are regarded as outsiders by you, right?" But Hiruzen lowered his head and said in a low voice, "No, it's not like that. This matter is also about the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Madara's betrayal has already left a bad enough reputation. It is not a matter of Tobirama-sama's policy at all. It is simply Madara's reputation that makes people in the village hate the Uchiha clan. The view of the Uchiha family is bad enough. It caused the Uchiha family to feel the rejection. If the high level take action, it must be done on the grounds of the Uchiha family's rebellion and coup, and the high level will not be slandered at all. This is a just thing. The stigma will be pushed to the head of the Uchiha clan." Quote, "This is Itachi's own choice. It is precisely to keep the name of the Uchiha family, and it is to keep the glory of the Uchiha family, and to cover up these disgusting pasts, so that you can survive well. Sasuke, Itachi, everything is for you. Enough, stop talking about Itachi, I don't want to listen to it anymore. It's my own choice from now on, and it has nothing to do with my brother." Sasuke bit Kiba, and although he had a deeper opinion on Itachi, he was still unwilling to forgive this Hokage, who allowed this kind of abandonment of his compatriots to happen right under his nose. Hiruzen hesitated, but seeing Sasuke's attitude, he didn't want to say any more. Those dusty past events, every time they are mentioned, are deeply hurt. Hiruzen also deeply understands this truth. The scene was embarrassed for a while. Sasuke listened so much, it seemed that he just deepened his understanding of Konoha village and the Uchiha family, but Sasuke still did not trust the village's position regarding the genocide. At this time, the 4th generation Hokage Namikaze Minato let out a heavy sigh. "So, it's almost time for me, isn't it? Minato, you haven't experienced the coup d'état of the Uchiha family, and you haven't made any changes to the Uchiha family shortly after taking office. Do you have something to say?" Orochimaru's mouth twitched and asked. Minato sneered, waved his hand and said, "It's true that I have no right to discuss the Uchiha family, but isn't the most important issue," Sasuke said, "about another issue. And I can also feel that in this child's heart, he wants to. It wasn't these disappointing answers." Minato's words are very gentle, and the moisturizing is silent. But even so, it was like a gentle knife that stuck in the hearts of the top 3 Hokages. Hashirama. "Hey, Shidemu. What you said, we are embarrassed." Tobirama. "Interesting young man." Hiruzen. "Minato." Minato was startled, scratched his head and said, "Huh. I didn't say anything." Orochimaru snorted and complained, "As expected of the man who stole the position of the 4th Hokage from my hands, his speech is so different." Minato laughed and continued, "Haha, Orochimaru, sensei is joking. I don't know anything about the Uchiha clan you're talking about, so I won't express my personal opinion. But in my eyes, I still have something for Sasuke. What to say? What is a village, what is a clan, and what is a ninja? It seems to be 3 questions, but in fact, I know, this is just one question. I think there is only one answer Sasuke wants to know, right? That is you who are confused now. How should we choose the path in the future?" Quote. Minato solved all the puzzles in one sentence. I didn't expect that the most stupid-looking fourth-generation eyes. The answer is the most useful. Minato blinked. Everyone was ashamed. This sentence offended all Hokage. Minato smiled shyly and continued. Sasuke, actually, I really want to understand what you are thinking at this age. You must be very confused after losing your parents, right? I only have one word for you, Sasuke. Everyone held their breath and looked at Hokage, the fourth generation of eyes expectantly. That is. Sasuke, I love you. I love you deeply. Chapter 461 Ask Back. He weighing. I love you deeply, Sasuke. Minato's expression was very serious, which made Sasuke startled. At this moment, everyone was attracted by Minato and wanted to hear what Kiba could spit out of his mouth. My son Uzumaki Naruto should be as old as you. I am his father, and even if I died when he was born, I still love him very much. As fathers, we love him very much. My own child. Moreover, the peace that the first Hokage talked about, the village that the second Hokage talked about, and the family that the third Hokage talked about are all to serve everyone's emotions. That is, the life of a ninja, how to live. I don't know how to become a good ninja. All I know is that ninjas are also human beings. Humans have emotions. Everyone is born from their own father and mother, and they are all father and mother trying to protect them objects. They must have been loved from birth. Quote. Whether this love has passed over time or not, with or without your parents, you are the most precious children in the world. I love Naruto, and I love you. I love every child in the world. But I know that the one who loves you the most in this world must be your parents. You are different from Naruto. You have an older brother. I have always loved you, Sasuke. In fact, in your unfortunate life, you have also tasted countless happiness. Minato's speech made Sasuke moved. But still, expressionless. He just didn't answer Minato. Naruto's face came to his mind. That guy is indeed an unfortunate person, but Naruto, who didn't have everything from the beginning, actually didn't understand Sasuke's mood at all. When he lost Jiraiya, Naruto also experienced Sasuke's emotions for the first time. In the Battle of Pain, Hinata also let Naruto understand his emotions. It turns out that as long as there is enough strong emotion, and loss, anyone will be the same as the Uchiha family. Then, the four Hokage's answers are over. Young people of the Uchiha clan, which side do you finally decide to lean towards? Tobirama asked indifferently. Sasuke, on the other hand, stared at Tobirama with a hostile expression. How? Do you still want to fight against Konoha village? If so, I will never let you go. Tobirama's words were very firm. Even with the two mountains Hyuga Neji and Senju Hashirama in front of him, he still had to unswervingly eradicate all those who threatened Konoha village. It's just that the words of the fourth generation broke through Sasuke's inner defense line. At this moment, although his face was indifferent, he couldn't say anything cruel. It seems that Minato's words have played a role. Your previous Hokages are indeed too cold. After all, Minato is a near-perfect ninja, not only has a strong strength, he is different from you, the four generations are the owners. He has a very gentle and delicate heart, even my teammate Jiraiya has always been amazed at him. Orochimaru laughed. Jiraiya. Now, where is Jiraiya? With him, Konoha village shouldn't worry too much. Hiruzen asked, while Orochimaru was taken aback. After a while, Orochimaru replied, Jiraiya is dead. During the investigation of Akatsuki's leader, Jiraiya was killed. Information about the enemy was brought back, and in the end, Naruto used the information to defeat the enemy. Orochimaru said this, and for a moment, it seemed that he had returned to Konoha village and was reporting a mission to Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third generation of Hokage. But, nothing can go back. Times will change and everything will flow. Time does not bypass anyone. Cage-level powerhouses who are based on the pinnacle of the ninja world. As the pattern of the Hokages just like this. A long time, Uchiha Sasuke finally came out of some emotion and said stubbornly. Tobirama frowned and said nothing. And Hashirama stretched out his hand and placed it on Tobirama's shoulder. Big brother. Tobirama was a little stunned. His slight movement just now was noticed by Hashirama beside him and stopped immediately. Tobirama, it's not your turn now, so don't be fooled. Hashirama finally took out some Hokage majesty and took 2 slow steps forward. Hokage's answer is not the answer of the ninja world. The Uchiha family is a special family, but the special family is not only the Uchiha family. The 3 later Hokages focused on telling you about the Uchiha family. It seems to be my fault. I should not. It took so long to tell the story of Uchiha Madara at the beginning. But what I actually want to say is that in this ninja world, there are countless people like me and Madara. Everyone has the same purpose, and they all want peace in this ninja world. If so, why not good? How to find a way to unite. Sasuke, even if you decide to destroy Konoha village, your purpose is for peace, right? Even if there are countless external wars, it is for my own internal peace. How many wars I fought when I was young, I can't understand this kind of thing best. And right now, isn't the most important thing to solve this 4th ninja war? I have already sensed. Hashirama narrowed his eyes and looked at Tobirama beside him. Tobirama also sighed and said, "Ah, very strong chakra. It seems that the enemy this time is very strong. It can be felt very far, but the power is very strong." Hashirama narrowed his eyes and said, "My perception ability is not as good as Tobirama's, but I can also vaguely feel that my Mokuden, wood-style chakra, in different places, blossoms and bears fruit. Speaking of which, your ability has also caused a lot of trouble in future generations." The first Hokage, Orochimaru's mouth twitched. "Uchiha Sasuke, we have already given all the answers to the questions you asked. Hurry up and say your choice. Are you going to fight against the enemy with us, or against us?" Tobirama said solemnly, already impatient to start. Sasuke, on the other hand, was indifferently silent, unmoved by Tobirama. After a long time, he said, "Orochimaru was the missing nin. But he is not from the Uchiha clan." Orochimaru on the side frowned slightly, with a helpless expression on his face. "Why is it so easy to get involved with me again?" Orochimaru has no words. Sasuke continued, "Konoha village's behavior towards the Uchiha family is unforgivable. From the standpoint of the Uchiha family, I can't be like Itachi and swallow it up." "So, you mean to destroy Konoha village? That's good. Then I'll do it." Tobirama bit Kiba and was about to start. Generation Hokage Hiraishin is very fast. No one can beat it. Oops. Hashirama didn't have time to stop it, and shouted badly. But the next moment, a flash of yellow, caught up with Tobirama's speed. He stood in front of Sasuke and stretched out his hand to block the second Hokage's attack. "Please stop, second generation Hokage-sama," Minato said righteously. "Fourth generation, what a quick blink," Tobirama murmured. Minato saw Tobirama withdraw his hand. He also stood up and turned away. "I have one more thing to say to Sasuke Uchiha before making the final decision." "What's the matter? Say something. Hold me like this every time. I can't stand it anymore," Tobirama complained. And Minato looked at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, you asked us such a profound question. Then, I would like to ask you a question instead." "What's the problem?" Sasuke asked indifferently. "Can you tell me, in your mind, what is Hokage? What is a shadow?" Chapter 462 Reconciliation. United Front. What is shadow? Sasuke fell into deep thought. This matter seems too far away from him. It looks so unfamiliar. The 4 Hokage are in front of him, but what is Hokage? He seems to have trouble judging. And, more difficult, is to define Hokage. Since you are curious about what kind of existence the Uchiha clan looks like in our Hokage's eyes, then I also want to know, in your eyes, how do you view Hokage? Minato, Neji's problem was fatal in an instant, just like his telekinesis. Even Tobirama fell silent for a moment. He also looked at Sasuke curiously, wanting to see what kind of definition Sasuke would give Hokage in the end. Sasuke was silent for a long time before speaking slowly. Hokage. Hokage. A long time, he said indifferently. Hokage is just a name. I have no interest in Hokage, and it doesn't matter if I am peaceful or not, for me. People like Itachi deserve to be Hokage, but often like that people are buried, not even worthy of their lives in history. Those of you who survived those torrents are not worthy of being Hokage. To me, Hokage is not a guy who sacrificed his comrades righteously. Quote. Sasuke's words were bitter. Seeing that after talking for so long, he still failed to solve the most fundamental problem, and Neji finally couldn't stand it any longer. He sighed and stood up and said, if that's the case, let me answer this question. Neji took a few steps forward, and the eyes of the audience were focused on Neji. Different times require different Hokages. The entanglement between the first-generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara created Konoha Village, because in those times of war, it was people who yearned for peace like them, and the times would progress. But the village was established without basic rules and regulations. If there is a system, it will become extremely chaotic, which also goes against the will of peace, so there is the second-generation Hokage who maintains the position of the village. And the third-generation Hokage is the Hokage who really loves Konoha Village. Because he does not consider other villages, only from the point of view of Konoha Village. It doesn't matter whether the Uchiha clan or other clans, as long as the village can be strong and not be invaded by other villages, it is the best choice. And in the era after that, all the shinobi villages are thinking about themselves. Sasuke, if you are the third generation, what would you do? If you think about the Uchiha family everywhere according to your ideas, then do you have to give up the rest of Konoha Village? All the clans. Should the Yamanaka clan die? Should the Nara clan die? What about the Akamichi clan? The Inuzuka clan? The Aburame clan? Or should the little-known clan die? Then the Uchiha clan deserve to die. Sasuke frowned. Should the Uzumaki clan be wiped out? Neji quickly countered. Should the innocent villagers of Konoha Village be killed by you now? Should everyone bear your wrath? Not to mention whether you can do it or not, even if you can do it, you can paralyze yourself like this. When Itachi casts demonic illusion on you, does he cast demonic illusion on himself? Neji's fatal Leonwan asks Sasuke down. Without waiting for Sasuke to answer, Neji continued indifferently. Madara didn't come for revenge for her younger brother at all. Madara just expected to become an enemy of the village today, and the Uchiha clan will not be satisfied with the status quo. One mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. Madara will either choose to die, or fight to the end. He can't be a submissive, that's what he deserves. To me it's not a tragedy at all. If Madara died at that time, it should have been beautiful. It's the wrong thing, the first Hokage. Neji looked at Hashirama. Are you really sure you killed Madara? I did kill him, that guy. Izanagi, through the transcribed seal, any spell can be applied to the eyes, and it can be activated under certain circumstances. Sasuke, when Itachi put the transcribed seal in your eyes, Amaterasu, when he saw a phase when the eyes will trigger. You should be able to understand that. Izanagi can change the outcome of death and sacrifice one eye to live, which is indeed what Madara will do. Quote. Neji's words shocked everyone. You mean, Madara didn't die that time? Hashirama was surprised. Neji only said, there are still many things you don't know, there are still many ninjas in the dark like Itachi. What Sasuke said is not unreasonable, the ninjas in the dark, and Hokage on the bright side, may have more burdens. Many things. After the Ninja World War, the second-generation Hokage also misunderstood the distribution of land resources and the distribution of tailed beasts. These issues left over from the distribution of the 5 major countries at the beginning, you have never paid attention to. The relationship has no connection at all, and the social relations with other countries are not well resolved, but they think that they should strengthen themselves enough that they dare not attack. During your time in power, Konoha village had no allies at all, did it? Second generation Hokage. Quote. Neji looked indifferent, and this time, Tobirama had nothing to say. Because, it is. Other than Neji had ever told him the truth like that. The second issue is Itachi, Hokage III. You really should thank Itachi for being an excellent and great ninja. Anyone can do this well. But Itachi is not for Sasuke, he is for the village. Itachi after the impure world reincarnation, I saw him for the last time and sealed him. What? Especially Sasuke, everyone looked at Neji in surprise. Neji said, it wasn't Sasuke that Itachi transplanted, but the village. Indeed, as a brother, Itachi gave almost everything to Sasuke. But what he did was the village. Itachi was a Konoha village ninja. And be proud. Quote. Uchiha Shisui's death made Itachi open Mangekyo Sharingan, but Shisui's eyes. One was taken by Danzo. It was Danzo who took Shisui's eyes. Shisui committed suicide by throwing himself in the river, leaving all the mystery to Itachi. Itachi finally he also held Shisui's other eye and completed the task brilliantly. I didn't expect it turned out to be like this. This moment, Hiruzen's hands trembled slightly. Sasuke, your brother is the Hokage that this era needs. So, what about the next era? You should not think about the definitions of Hokage I mentioned, but what kind of Hokage should be needed in the future era. Minato, who heard these answers, showed a relieved smile. I really hope my son Naruto has the same knowledge as you, Neji. The Hyuga clan, like the Uchiha clan, is also a cursed clan. But now that the grievances between the main clan and the split have been lifted, I have reconciled everyone's grievances with my own strength, and made everyone unite the front. Neji's words carried more weight in everyone's hearts. While listening, everyone couldn't help but think about a question. What was it that made this young man hone such a steely will? Neji added, now, it's time to reconcile the grievances between your Uchiha clan and the village. Only by reconciling the grievances can we unite the front and solve the problem. Whether it's Madara, the Uchiha clan, or Itachi. It's all the same. Chapter 463 Mystery. Former site of Uzushiogakure village. United front. Is it possible? Sasuke was wary. He was not defensive about Neji. Although Neji was no match for him, he was still very clear about Neji's character. It was just those Hokages, especially the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, that really made him unconvinced. Neji said, the new era has a new era approach, Sasuke. In fact, you are facing the same situation as your brother Itachi. The same. Do you think Itachi doesn't want to choose an extreme route like you? He can fight against the village, even if he dies, it won't be a pity. But Itachi gave you hope, just like Shisui gave the only hope left to him back then. Like him, the hope of the Uchiha clan still exists today, and it is in your hands. Now, you can choose to keep this hope and hand it over to the new Uchiha family in the future. Or it is with you, completely wipe out this hope. Itachi did not choose to do so, in a more difficult and painful situation than you. Itachi has not given up this inheritance. Are you sure you want to destroy the things that Itachi gave you? You can rest assured that it will be destroyed. You don't have to wait for Tobirama to take action. As long as you decide to take Konoha village as your enemy, I will immediately kill you. After Neji said that, his footsteps moved. Boom. There was a roar all around, and the gloomy chakra broke out all at once. In the air, a low tide surged, and it was indescribable what it felt like. It felt heavier than the tailed beast chakra. Sasuke frowned slightly, and was even a little breathless under the pressure. Neji continued, how do you choose? After a long time, Sasuke said, now that I am the only one left in the Uchiha clan, how can I pass it on? Neji's mouth twitched, and he explained, do you know how the Jinchuriki column power of the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails people is passed down? Sasuke, instantly understood Neji's intentions. He fell into serious thinking, and sure enough, it was the words of young people that made young people think the most, at least compared to Hokage. Neji was the most willing to think from his point of view. While Sasuke was thinking, Neji also said, "Now that young man from Akatsuki, don't you want to know who he is? Can use Sharingan, and know so much about the Uchiha family. I'll tell you one more thing. But if you know in this matter, you must be on the same side as us." Quote. What's the matter? Since you can ask, that proves that you have made a decision. Neji's mouth twitched. After a long time, Sasuke nodded lightly. Tell me, it is said that the real Uchiha Madara was reincarnation by impure world, so who is that guy? I don't know who it is, I only know one thing. That is, you have no doubt that Shisui and Itachi were called the two geniuses of the Uchiha clan at the time. Shisui did not have the ability to exterminate the clan, but does Itachi have the ability to exterminate the clan? Uchiha is the death of all members of the family, really the work of Itachi. Hee. Neji gave a weird smile. At that time, only Itachi noticed the existence of the mysterious man. And Itachi made a deal with him, that is, asking him to help Itachi to annihilate the whole family. Instead, Itachi worked for Akatsuki. Although Akatsuki did not make a move, but because of Itachi's existence, many S-rank missing nin came to join Akatsuki to play for Akatsuki. Of course, that includes Orochimaru. Also, you joined Akatsuki because of Itachi, right? Orochimaru, who was beside him, shook his shoulders and said, "Why do you mention me about everything? This feeling is really bad." Sasuke pondered deeply, and then he was deeply curious about the masked man. The end, Sasuke said, "I can temporarily stand on a united front with you, but in the future, I will redefine Hokage. The future Hokage should never be what it is today. Someone has come to do this job for me, and it's too late for me to be happy." Neji smiled gratified. It seems that in the end, I still rely on my own shot, oh no, to solve Sasuke's problem. Not only Hokage of all dynasties, but Kabuto, Shigego, Suzuki, Karen, Orochimaru, who reached out, also saw Neji's power, not only his strength, but also his hidden mouth that was comparable to Naruto. Tobirama, Yoshi, then hurry to the battlefield. Fourth generation, you also know the technique of Hiraishin, you and I each bring one, and the four of us rush to the battlefield to support first. Minato, Hashirama, it's finally time to go and see what's going on. Hiruzen, the old man should be able to help too. Then please, Minato. Gradually into the night, the sun has completely disappeared, the war has come to an end, and the moonlight is also hanging in the sky. Orochimaru said, "So, shall we go to the battlefield too?" Neji. Everyone followed Orochimaru to look at Neji, since even Orochimaru obeyed Neji's arrangement, let alone others. This is also the reason why Neji is looking for opportunities to express himself. In addition to strength, of course, he must also have leadership skills. Otherwise, who would be willing to submit to you? And these people are very good players, so Neji's subduing them is also a big gain. Orochimaru, go with Sasuke's Eagle Squad. Now that the Snake Squad has spread its wings, why not bring your master? Sasuke. Neji quipped. Sasuke looked indifferent. It seems Sasuke is not happy. Orochimaru chuckled. Neji said, but this must be done by you. What's the matter? The battle in the desert battlefield should be almost over now. The people over there will be in danger to some extent. Go and see the situation. Oh, why must there be danger? The enemy they face is Uchiha Madara, Neji said lightly. Soon, Orochimaru and Sasuke began to act, and the Eagle Squad with the three of them started to act. However, it is the brand new Eagle Squad that is separated from Akatsuki's enemy. Kabuto, so, where are we going? Neji, same place as here, but different from here. Come with me. Neji had to admit that Karen and Kabuto were both in need, but brought Shueyu only because the guy was so enthusiastic, and there was really no excuse to get rid of him now. A distant wilderness, an endless wasteland. But in the wasteland, there are still overgrown weeds and occasionally trees. What the hell is this place? It looks deserted. Shueyu complained, and Kabuto was beside him, walking slowly. One of his eyes has been transplanted by Byakugan, so use Byakugan to search extensively. Shueyu on the side was quite surprised and muttered, so that's the case, this guy Kabuto also has Byakugan now, no wonder at that time, he could also see the death god that Orochimaru channeled like Sasuke and Neji. What is it? So mysterious. Kabuto murmured, apparently finding nothing. And Neji didn't even use Byakugan to check, because he knew it was useless, otherwise, his Byakugan would be 10 times better than Kabuto's. According to what Neji said, the chakra I can perceive is also very weak. It is indeed sealed by something. What is it? Karen walked in front of the crowd, sensing the weak chakra. Neji explained lightly, it is the country of the Uzumaki family, the former site of Uzushiogakure village in the country of Vortex. Chapter 464 Kamizuki. Person who solves puzzles. Old site of the Uzumaki clan. Shueyu was surprised. And this time, even Karen was stunned. Neji, you. Neji looked at Karen with a smile, reaching out and rubbing Karen's head. You are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. In fact, there is no way to perceive the ruins here through chakra. You can perceive the feeling caused by the unique physique of the Uzumaki clan. However, it still depends on your intuition, because it was originally for preservation. There was a strong seal in that place. Neji said it was someone, but in fact, the seal was also placed by himself. So, more than 40 years later, as long as the place can be found, Neji can easily untie it. Karen let out a heavy sigh. The name of the Uzumaki family means a lot to her. Orphans who have no parents since childhood, because of the name of the Uzumaki family, they have suffered a lot. This Yuhi hair is the best proof. Since childhood, I have been in constant trouble because of this Yuhi hair. That's why Karen finally prefers to follow Orochimaru down a dangerous and exciting path. At least in this way, it can be protected by a powerful force. Although they will also be used to their powerful abilities, they are all close to ninja work, not those despised behaviors and bullying. So, Neji, what are you doing to find the old site of the Uzumaki clan? Karen is still trying to perceive, but is still curious about Neji's behavior. The rest, Karen can ignore Neji's position at all, but this time it is directly related to her Uzumaki clan, of course she is very curious. To find someone to answer my questions, Neji explained. A few minutes ago, outside the shrine. The rest of the people were waiting in the shrine, and only Neji came out to watch Hokage leave. A yellow flash passed by, and the figures of the third and fourth Hokage disappeared. Tobirama's mouth twitched, and he smiled. This kid's instant technique is very fast, no wonder he became Hokage at such a young age. We can't lose either. Tobirama. Hashirama excitedly encouraged Tobirama. And Neji took the chance and asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Well, wait a minute, too. Oh, Hyuga Neji, do you have anything else to order? Hashirama asked. Neji said bluntly, actually, I still have something I want to ask you to help you clear this time. Do you want to ask us for something? Tobirama felt unbelievable. In his eyes, this Neji was almost omnipotent, so what else could he ask them for? Neji said, I have something to ask the first generation head Hokage Senju Hashirama. I have a question and I hope you can answer me truthfully. Me, I'm the worst at lying, just ask if you have anything. Haha, Hashirama still admires Neji and doesn't care too much. And Neji, after thinking for a moment, asked bluntly, Hyuga Kamizuki, do you know this person? Tobirama was startled and said, Kamizuki. Isn't that Hyuga Tenen's master? I heard about it, but what I'm curious about is not Kamizuki's apprentice, but Hyuga Kamizuki. His true identity is. Hashirama frowned and didn't answer. Contrary, Tobarama said, Kamizuki is the elder of the Hyuga clan and the master of Tenin. Since you don't even know this, it seems that I am overthinking it. I'm afraid you don't even know the name of Tenin. Quote. Tobarama let out a sigh of relief, initially suspecting that Neji was the Hyuga Tenin of the past, but now it seems that this doubt can be dispelled. Neji narrowed his eyes and murmured in a low voice, what I want to ask is not the Hyuga Kamizuki at that time. What I want to ask is before the establishment of Konoha village, or at the beginning of the establishment, Hyuga Kamizuki of the Hyuga clan, what's the origin? It's the split, or the main clan. Neji's question silenced Tobarama. After a long time, Hashirama hesitated and said, I didn't expect you to ask this kind of question. To be honest, it's hard for me to answer. Because even I don't know anything about this guy. I know very little. Kamizuki of the Hyuga family. It was the great elder who returned to the clan after the village was built, and this great elder did not have a high status in the Hyuga clan. He seemed to be dealing with the Uzumaki clan frequently, so Mito was very fond of him at that time. By the way, quote, Hashirama thought of something, and said seriously, this guy's strength is also a mystery. Once even the old man was unable to get a good deal from him. Of course, this is just a discussion after the establishment of the village. But, I find it strange that since he has such strength, why is he so low-key? He was so low-key that he had never even heard of his name during the war. If the Hyuga clan was willing to use his power, maybe the strongest clan at that time was not the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Because of that guy's existence, the Hyuga clan has been regarded as the most powerful clan in Konoha village since that time. Is that so? I see, thank you. Neji nodded, lost in thought. Now, we have arrived at the former site of the Uzumaki clan. Neji is going to personally see this Hyuga Kamizuki. What kind of explanation can he give himself before these god masks? All in all, Neji wants to get a satisfactory answer. Gods, the Uzumaki clan, the spirit body of Tenin, the dossier. Why are these unrelated things being linked together bit by bit? There must be some connection, and in the original world of Hokage, these are there, but the final destination is not Hyuga Neji. Because of his own crossing, these hidden events were activated. Neji took over the point of failure, and must use some special means to uncover the mystery. Otherwise, these secrets may never be seen. I feel it. Karen closed his eyes, opened them suddenly, and looked at a place with joy. Then, she ran over without hesitation, at a very fast speed. Hey, wait, Karen, you bastard! Shueyu shouted while chasing after, while Neji hesitated for a moment, then slowly followed. Kabuto followed Neji honestly, acting as an invisible man as long as there was no need for him. Here, Karen shouted excitedly after completing the hardest thing in his perception career. Definitely right here, Neji, under the earth. It's like being sealed by something, but getting close to here feels strong. Well, it should be right. Neji didn't give any hints, but Karen could feel the ground, so it should be inseparable. And Neji also felt familiar here. At that time, Ino and Ino also found this place after searching for a while. The feeling at this time is no different from that at that time. So, the ruins of the Uzumaki clan are underground here. Shueyu asked suspiciously. Ah, that's right. So close, I can feel something unusual underneath, Kabuto said suddenly. Shueyu narrowed her eyes and said stubbornly, so, I also felt it. There should be someone. Okay, stop pretending. There's a strange force down here that's very quiet. There's absolutely no living people. Karen glanced at Shueyu with contempt, and ruthlessly exposed it. Chapter 465 Cave. Mystical Creatures. No. Shueyu jolted and took a step back. What's wrong with you guy? Karen is a little impatient, and sees Shueyu acting as a demon here all day long. Shueyu bit Kiba and said with a terrified face, Since you said that there are no living people below, are the breaths that you feel are dead people? I don't want to go in. Seal release. Boom. The intense light covered the entire land in an instant. Ah. Shueyu was frightened and ran around. Kabuto and Karen were speechless. Bang. There was a loud noise. Something exploded, and the smashed soil did not fly in the sky, but crushed and fell downward. Billows of smoke rose from a nearby cave, and everyone rushed over. Wait for me. Although Shueyu said that she didn't want to go, the neighborhood is even more weird. You must not be left here alone, right? Everyone walked dozens of meters and came to this weird cave. It was a circular pit that was blown out of thin air on the ground. It seemed that as long as you jumped in, it was as deep as bottomless. I found it. Neji smiled faintly. Back then, he walked into this cave with Ino and saw the deity of the evil god and the god of blood killing. It seems that this time, maybe he will be able to see more deities. But all this is unknown. Compared with the gods, what these god masks mean, and what the Uzumaki clan did back then, is what Neji is really curious about. Wait, Neji, this cave is so weird. I can feel something wrong down there through the cave. What's wrong? You are the coward. Don't go in. There must be no living people here, and you still don't believe my perception ability. Karen and Shueyu were bickering, but Neji jumped straight up. If you don't want to come down, just watch outside. Kabuto, come down with me. Immediately, Kabuto made a and jumped down after Neji without hesitation. There was a bottomless sound of breaking wind from below, and I didn't know where the two fell to the ground. Hey, the two of them won't die, right? Shueyu frowned, looking worried and helpless. Karen rolled his eyes at him and said, you don't have to scare yourself here. It's clear that in addition to the sealing technique, there is also some kind of enchantment. It is because of this enchantment that you feel strange on the opposite side. Go in and take a look. Anyway, with Neji here, what have you to worry about? But, Karen jumped straight and disappeared without a trace. Damn it. This damn woman, why is she so courageous? Shueyu regretted following along, but if she didn't go on now, the weirder atmosphere around her was even more frightening. Here is. In the deep cave, the dark lights lit up. But this time, instead of a warm dim yellow light, a strange blue fire lit up all around. Neji frowned slightly. He came with Ino before, and the torches around this passage were clearly normal, but he was a little worried, but Karen behind him said, these fires are made of chakras, but they are very different from ordinary chakras, as if they were mixed with impurities. So I can't feel these chakras, but now I can feel it. It is indeed the strange fire that chakra is burning. No, this is no ordinary chakra. Neji should feel it too. Kabuto said. Neji nodded leisurely and said, well, it's natural energy. Natural energy. Sage art chakra. Kabuto explained, but it's not sage art. Maybe it's another kind of sage art that we don't know Akatsuki, but it can also use natural energy. Unlike sage art, this kind of fire uses natural energy to burn and consume. Sage art is just transforming natural energy. Perhaps, this energy is more advanced than sage art. Quote. Looks like you're sharp, Kabuto. Neji's mouth twitched and he walked slowly forward. This is divine power. Divine power. Karen and Kabuto followed curiously, dispelling their original fear. Only Shueyu, who came in at the end, looked at the strange environment around her and couldn't help trembling all over. Don't be so fast. I'll go. Shueyu's cries traveled far, and for a while, she forgot that the environment here is very closed, and it spread far and wide towards a road in front of her that could hardly see the end. Go, go, go. The echo echoed in everyone's ears. Neji stopped, and Kabuto was also startled, frowning slightly. Kabuto said, could it be that something has appeared? I don't know, it feels very subtle. Karen couldn't feel anything, and Shueyu next to him ran up and muttered, what's the matter? This is idiot. Karen hit Shueyu's head with a hammer and said in a low voice, you already know it's so weird here, and you're still shouting so loudly, are you trying to kill us? I. Shuiyu is stubborn, but this time, there seems to be no reason to argue. Boom. In the distance, there was a shocking sound of the ground collapsing. Ow. The huge howl sounded like an ancient giant wolf, and there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at a few people in the darkness. Hi. Kabuto bit Kiba and murmured, what a horrible murderous look. I really want to feel this feeling somewhere. What are you talking about? Karen blinked, in a rare situation where she couldn't feel what Kabuto and Neji felt at all. Neji's mouth twitched, he stretched out his hand, and asked with a light smile, you mean Raichi Cave? Yes. Boom. After that, a huge impact came in an instant. Like a torrent that has been ready to go for a long time, it sprints in an instant, with great strength. PFF'd. Neji's outstretched palm glowed with a faint blue light, and revolving heaven's chakra instantly formed a barrier and continued to block the entire narrow passage in front of him. The impact of the torrent is not small. The blue light, hitting on Neji's revolving heaven, is going on brightly. Zitsa. Around, there was a high-speed vibration sound that made people tinnitus, and Karen and Suzuki covered their ears. And Kabuto is a fast hand seal, while hand seal said, this move seems to be a demonic illusion of voice. If it can also be conveyed through revolving heaven, it is no longer the scope of chakra. Senpo, Sage Art Inorganic Reincarnation. Bang. The next moment, the torrent doubled in size, shattering the stone walls near everyone. The narrow road that was only 3 meters wide suddenly turned into a huge road that was 7 meters wide. The stone walls were broken one after another, but the stone walls of the upper and lower caves began to bulge, like kiba teeth with grooves, but they could fit together. It was closed up and down, and all around was plunged into darkness. Boom. The giant torrent seemed to be trying to break the barrier, but Kabuto continued to seal with a serious look. What the hell is this? I'll just say, there's something down here. And it's not the power of a living person. Shueyu's legs softened, and she couldn't help but startled. Karen reprimanded, look at your potential. This may be some kind of trap. Since it's what Neji is looking for, it's definitely not an ordinary person. Some protection measures should be taken. Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly noticed something. Neji, something is coming. Boom. Ow. The shrill howl reappeared, and the sound of footsteps made the ground tremble with every step. It seems that Shueyu really got it right. Neji's mouth twitched, and there was a gleam in his eyes. Chapter 466 Alien. 7 Unlike. Crack. Kabuto manipulates the stones that fit up and down, slowly returning to their original positions. Since I can manipulate the terrain here, it proves that we are in a natural environment. Now this strange atmosphere may be due to some kind of enchantment or prohibition. In any case, we have a way out. Kabuto analyzed. The arm guards around him were lifted, but Neji chuckled and took a step forward. There's nothing to retreat. Before, it was just to cooperate with you, but this time it's my personal business, and it won't delay everyone. Too much time. Ow. Boom. Huge footsteps came towards this side step by step. Soon, it appeared in everyone's sight, separated by dozens of meters, still can see clearly. The 3-meter-high giant beast can also be seen clearly in the crypt at this moment. What the hell is this? Karen frowned, and a nauseating feeling came over him, something he had never seen before. I saw that there was a head with antlers, but the neck and body looked like a giant python, and at the tail, there was a ponytail, and the soles of the feet were actually 3 feet with claws. And the feet are as big as duck's paws, and every step makes the ground sink deeply. 7 Dislikes. The legendary divine beast is said to be the last line of defense guarding the gate of the gathering place of gods. What? Everyone looked at Kabuto, who didn't expect him to know this. Kabuto said, this is also what I got from the data of various countries, but I never thought that such a thing actually exists in this world. Then what is he capable of? Karen asked. Kabuto murmured in a low voice. This guy can use his voice to create demonic illusion, has 7 types of chakra, and the breath in his body is a higher energy than chakra. Regardless of his size, he weighs several thousand tons, so both the attack power and the defense power are amazing. Now it's just that he's fighting in an environment that doesn't belong to him, and it will weaken to this point. Thousands of tons. Shuiyu was so frightened that it liquefied. This is no joke. Everyone, be careful, this thing is a legendary beast. Since it appeared, it proves that this place is worth studying. Kabuto stops the people behind him, intending to protect everyone. Neji glanced at Kabuto, and the corner of his mouth twitched. In fact, after negotiating with Kabuto before, Neji used the Eye of Shisui. Conjunction with Koto Amatsukami's demonic illusion, Neji completely transformed Kabuto's character and thinking, but that's all. It still depends on how good Kabuto's own part of nature can be. Unexpectedly, in less than a day, Kabuto already has such a strong sense of protection and teamwork. I don't know whether to say that Shisui's eyes are good enough, or Kabuto's inner nature is good enough. Don't worry, no matter what it is, it's up to me to solve it. Neji turned his head. He had already noticed the last beast here. The ability contained in his body is a powerful divine power. This kind of thing can only be perfectly suppressed by Neji now, and Neji has enough reasons to show his unparalleled strength here. The future, whether it is Kabuto, Shuiyu, and Karen, they will all be the right-hand men they need. Now, in such an unexplainable scene, it is the most crucial time for them to remember their own strength and leave a shadow, otherwise they will not be able to convince them. Myself, especially Kabuto. Neji knew that Kabuto was a professional spy, and it was very simple for him to pretend to surrender to himself. But Neji doesn't need that pretense. He wants absolute loyalty, even if it comes from fear of himself. Ow! Bang! Chi didn't open his mouth and spit out a huge fireball, which was booming towards Neji. Neji reached out, pulled the scabbard behind him, and the blade came out. PFF'd. Quickly, the flames dissipate. There is no trace left, and the very clear sound is endless. Neji, so handsome. Karen was fascinated by Neji's peerless face, and Shuiyu was stunned. He said dumbly, "This is the trophy of sword dance. It is said that the person who can wield him is already a 1 in a million genius." After Neji got it, he didn't even practice, it was already. This kind of talent for swords, only a ninja like Shuiyu who is also a swordsman can fully appreciate it. Compared with the talent of being a ninja, to have the talent to become a swordsman is a real genius. Swordsmanship pays more attention to practice and constant polishing, especially if there is no way for the sword and the person to be one. No matter how strong the talent is, it will be useless. However, such a legendary sword was completely mastered by Neji overnight, and he was able to handle it with ease. This strength is not without fear. This sword alone made Shuiyu completely worship. There was only one very firm belief left in his heart, that no matter what happened in the future, he could not betray Neji. Will die. Ow. That Chi didn't seem to have lost his mind and was a little anxious when he saw that his attack had failed. Pacing non-stop, the rock walls shaking all around almost made people think that an earthquake had occurred. Damn, this guy really has thousands of tons. Just a few steps, there is such a big shock. Karen swayed, Hand Seal steadied his chakra, trying to stand still. Shuiyu simply turned into a pool of water and collapsed to the ground, while Kabuto quickly hand-sealed. Doden, Earth-style, dirt road reverse. Boom. The surrounding stone walls shattered in a mess, gathered together, and protected the three of them. Isn't it? Kabuto is so protective of us. Karen narrowed his eyes and glanced sideways at Kabuto next to him. She couldn't help but wonder what trick Neji used to make Kabuto so obedient. You know, Orochimaru did not do this in those days. It seems that you are annoyed that you are forced to appear in this world, but it will be over soon. Maybe we will meet again in the future, but for now, let's stop there. Neji's mouth twitched, and after saying that, he manipulated the wine sword in his hand. Yuhi's light flashed on the blade of Sugarita's sword, and Neji's killing intent suddenly rose. Thorn. With a very clear sound, Neji leapt away like a flash, leaping to the top of the cave. Bang! Another fireball flew away, but Neji landed quickly again. Bang, bang, bang. Chi didn't attack in a hurry, but Neji skillfully avoided them, moving up and down like a flash. Soon, he arrived in front of Kibuki, holding the sword in both hands. Neji's mouth twitched, and Kibuki's eyes were rounded, and the eyes released a black-purple light. Kabuto yelled, "Oops, I suddenly remembered that the guy's eyes are said to be the eyes of a certain god, which can release the fog and trap all the purpose in the puzzle." Neji. Everyone was worried about Neji, but after the black and purple mist was released from Kibuki's eyes, Neji in front of him suddenly disappeared. It slowly turned its head to reveal that it didn't notice any of Neji's breath. But after a while, there was the sound of a sharp blade slashing. Huh. Neji's figure appeared behind Kibu's, and he steadily put the knife in the scabbard. Ooh. A huge whine, surprising and staggering. Neji, on the other hand, left his handsome back to everyone, and said leisurely, "This is Hiraishin. Chapter 467 Broken. Godhead Mask. Chi didn't fall to the ground heavily, unable to rest his eyes, stared at his huge eyes, turned his eyes and glanced at Neji. Then, his body began to emit fluorescent colors. Then it gradually became transparent, and it began to become light and gradually spread out, and it was like a starry sky around it. So beautiful. Karen couldn't help being attracted by this beauty. The water moon behind him gradually materialized, and he was also intoxicated with Kabuto. This is as beautiful as being in the night sky. At this moment, it seems to illuminate their inner heart of knowledge. Now, they are very eager to follow Neji into this place. I want to find out what kind of magical things are going on here. Everyone's heart can't help but have a hope and expectation. That is, there must be something other than themselves in this ninja world, which is fascinating. With Neji, and after a short distance, we came to the end. At the end is a long staircase, and at the end of the staircase is a huge disk of stone. Whether it is the stone or the stairs, they are all floating in the air, and there is even a complete fault in the middle. Below is a bottomless abyss, and the whole atmosphere is resentful and strange. Neji, what the hell is this? People are afraid. Karen wailed, pouted and had tears in his eyes. Shueyu, who was on the side, walked forward eagerly, and said with contempt, "If you're afraid, go quickly. Anyway, this kind of place is not a place for girls to come. And since you can't perceive anything, it's useless." Quote. Humph. You're useless. You're even more useless. Karen pouted, angrily. Okay, if you two quarrel again, be careful to provoke some divine beast again. Kabuto reminded in a low voice. Karen immediately covered her mouth, and now she was horrified when she recalled the 7 dislikes she saw just now. She's pretty sure that the unknown creature just now, if it wasn't for Neji, all 3 of them would have been wiped out in this place. This is. When they walked up to the disc, everyone was shocked. There is only a huge stone wall in front of it, and on the stone wall, there are 40 masks. Neatly arranged. This is the mask of the gods of the Uzumaki clan. This is very similar to what I saw in the shrine of the Uchiha clan before. Kabuto walked up curiously, and sure enough, he still had a very strong thirst for knowledge in his heart. Even if it is a big change in personality, the most important thing is the powerful and inexplicable attraction that these unknown things bring to him. These are the masks used by the Uzumaki family to channel the gods. Each mask represents a god and can be used for channeling. One of them was fake and was taken away. Neji said, stretched out his hand, and took off the upper one according to his memory. Everyone saw that the mask was exactly the same as the one Orochimaru used when he possessed the god of death. Neji threw the mask down and took another Reaper mask out of his clothes. When everyone saw that it was the mask from before, Neji hung it up. As if some conditions were triggered, bright white light appeared all around, but it was very strange. That white light covered the disc and covered all the masks. Everyone was vigilant, but seeing Neji's indifference, he was no longer afraid. After all, Neji is a person who has disappeared for 2 years, and Neji has never mentioned what happened in the past 2 years, so everyone has some conclusions in their hearts. That is, Neji must have experienced something that ordinary people never experience in the past 2 years. I have also seen unknown species like gods, which are all within the scope of imagination. After a roar, it shattered. Crack. Several masks were shattered one after another, and everyone looked at them. I saw the top left mask, the 5th mask from left to right in the top row, the 6th mask, and the 2nd mask in the bottom row, a total of 4, all destroyed. The Reaper mask is the 5th in the 2nd row. The Grim Reaper mask was intact, and a total of 4 masks were broken. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself, "Evil God, Vulcan God, Blood-killing God. There are 3 Godhead masks in total, why are 4 broken? Why?" Neji had a bad premonition in his heart, but just speculating that he couldn't get a complete answer to this kind of thing, and Neji stopped thinking about it. Okay, now, let's go to the real part. Neji let out a sigh of relief. This scene is just a scene he imagined, and what he really wants to do is naturally not to solve the mystery here many years later. If you can easily solve the mystery, then the power here is nothing to worry about. It is precisely because Neji can't control the situation here that the power here makes Neji so curious and want to know the answer. And, this is Neji's wild guess too, that's the guy. Maybe knows about this place. But at that time there was no chance for the two to meet, so many years later, today, it can be achieved. What are you going to do? Don't you want to see the person who solves the puzzle? Karen asked. Neji explained, the guy is dead and has been dead for many years. Dead? What? Dead? Neji, don't be scary. Shueyu hugged Karen's shoulders and backed away, ignoring Karen's contemptuous look. Neji said, what are you thinking? He's already dead, that's why I need Kabuto's presence. Orochimaru must not know about this matter in advance, otherwise, perhaps because of Orochimaru's character, he will preempt Neji to conduct research. Neji does not want such a thing to happen. So, it can only be done by Kabuto. Well. Neji reached out and pulled something out of his body. Then, a white Zetsu was pulled out. Neji glared at Byakugan, and white Zetsu lost all consciousness and passed out. Neji explained, I fought with Afe for a short time, and then I found out that this guy even left something like this on me to monitor my actions. But it doesn't matter, although there is only one, it is just enough. Thank you so much for that guy. Quote. Neji's mouth twitched, and he threw the white Zetsu in his hand to the ground. Kabuto immediately understood, nodded and said, it seems that Neji wants to revive the deceased person who solved the puzzle. It seems that the master is already a very virtuous senior. It's just that the condition of impure world reincarnation is not only to use living people as Matsuri products. Kabuto looked a little helpless. Neji's mouth twitched, and he took something out of his clothes. This is what Ino once gave Neji, a small cloth bag. I know, of course I'm ready, that guy's relic. Neji opened the cloth bag, and inside was a dark, charred rag. Well, this is the clothes that guy was wearing when he died. It should be able to do it, right? Neji handed the item to Kabuto, who nodded. Of course, but, didn't this senior die long? Why does Neji have this kind of thing? You'd better not ask about this kind of thing. Neji's face changed slightly, and everyone noticed the difference. Although they didn't know what happened, they all knew that something extraordinary must be happening in the dark. Chapter 468 Reminiscing. Each shocked. Everything's ready. Kabuto put the rag in place and cast the spell. The dirt gradually gathered, and white Zetsu was also somewhat restricted. The art of psychic impure world reincarnation. Everyone took a step back subconsciously, only Neji was still standing in front of the Matsuri product. He just wants to make sure that when this guy is resurrected, the first thing he sees is himself, because no one can guarantee what will happen. Neji also speculated for a long time before thinking of this matter, and from the beginning he led him to be interested in Hyuga Tenin. But Orochimaru, Black Zetsu, Afe must have done in-depth research on the Hyuga family, and even Kumogakure village has paid attention to the file. Even so, they are still superficially curious about the Hyuga Tenin. Even Neji discovered in that accidental crossing accident that Hyuga Tenin, who has been spreading his prestige, was actually himself, so Hyuga Tenin had almost no need for research. As Hyuga Neji, what you should be curious about is the identity of Hyuga Tenin, but Neji has another identity, that is, he is Hyuga Tenin. Hyuga Tenin is also a real guy. If he accidentally died at the hands of Kakuzu, and the rest of the things are done for him by himself, then the person who created the prestige of Hyuga Tenin in the future is worth studying. That is, Neji is the object of research by everyone, so what is the answer Neji wants to get? Hyuga Kamizuki, what is the origin of this mysterious guy? Who is he? And more importantly, what does he know? Why did you want to leave Hyuga Tenin's spirit body even if you were desperate at that time, and now that spirit body has saved Neji's life more than once, that kind of thing must contain a very shocking power. Sizzle. The dirty soil gathered together, and the people who were channeled gradually took on their original appearance. That old face, and the old kindness, made Neji recall countless past events all at once. Just a short distance away is the old friend who seems like yesterday but after more than 40 years. Hyuga Kamizuki. It's an old man. Shueyu hid behind Karen, but paid close attention to the ever-changing situation on the field. Karen narrowed her eyes and took a step back again. This time he felt the extraordinary chakra of the old man. Although the amount of chakra is not very large, it is special enough. Karen knows that the next thing is something that only Neji can solve. Kabuto also stopped talking and handed the scene to Neji. From now on, it's up to you, Neji-kun. Kabuto noticed that Karen and Shueyu were retreating far away, and also took a few steps back knowingly, because the place where Kamizuki and Neji were, happened to be wrapped in the faint white light emanating from the mask, and there was a strange atmosphere. As this, impure world reincarnation, the second Hokage's method. Kamizuki narrowed his eyes and seemed to have traveled for a long time. Normal impure world reincarnation ninjas, Kamizuki seemed to wake up quickly, but with a heavy feeling. I don't know if it's because of his age, he seems to be indifferent. He raised his head blankly, his eyes fixed on Neji in front of him. Seeing Neji staring straight at him, Kamizuki narrowed his eyes suspiciously. You are. After Kamizuki thought about it for a while, he was horrified. At this moment, he was completely pulled back from the situation of death, full of energy. Neji, Hyuga, Neji. Kamizuki rolled his eyes and looked at Neji in surprise. The people behind them opened their mouths slightly in surprise. I know what you want to ask, but don't ask, these things have nothing to do with you. Neji said indifferently. What Karen and Shueyu wanted to say were muffled, and Kabuto was hesitant to say anything. This is really amazing. Although they have never heard of this elder named Hyuga Kamizuki, judging from the age of this elder, and what he said just now, it should be a ninja of the second generation Hokage's era. Moreover, the elders of the Hyuga clan in this era also knew that Hyuga Tenmu and Hyuga Tenshou who died were the only ones left. Where did Hyuga Kamizuki come from? Not at all from this era. Plus, Neji brought them to this weird place, and they knew that Neji really had Master's information, that it was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to have Master's information. Neji's intention to let them know about these things and generate speculation. As their leader, I want to keep them guessing and not dare to draw conclusions about themselves. Only in this way can I lead them safely. The so-called to be a mysterious man. Neji, did you bring me back to life? Why, what happened to Tenen's spirit body? This sentence immediately confirmed the conjecture of several people. God forbearance. That legendary ninja, Kamizuki and Neji seem to know this guy very well. You know, Tenen is a ninja of the same generation as Sandaime. Elder Kamizuki. Neji spoke. Kamizuki immediately noticed something was wrong. No, Neji. Kamizuki's mind was racing and he realized something incredible. It's 68 years since Konoha built the village. Time has passed. Neji, why did you? Kamizuki rolled his eyes and looked at Neji in surprise. Neji didn't speak. Everything was silent. However, Neji is very concerned. This Hyuga Kamizuki is really extraordinary, and he can actually judge the current year in an instant. What kind of existence is it? And Kamizuki turned his head again and looked at the wall of masks next to him. At this moment, he was shocked again. These are Godhead masks. Hyuga Neji, who the hell are you? Kamizuki glanced over and stared at Neji in amazement, his eyes fixed. After pondering for a long time, Neji said indifferently, I still want to ask you, who are you? Neji thought things would go smoothly, but Kamizuki knew the current year in an instant, and he was able to recognize these masks at a glance. It seems that Neji's guess is correct. Kamizuki must know something unknown, but what is his identity? Master Kamizuki, it seems. We're going to have a good chat. Neji gave an intoxicating smile. Then, Neji opened his eyes, and Byakugan shone brightly. Kamizuki's whole body also lit up with the light of the morning. Several people looked puzzled, and the two stagnated, as if their souls flew to a distant time and space. Wow! The dim realm of Vulcan. Neji landed, and on the opposite side was Hyuga Kamizuki. Vulcan. Neji looked up, noticed for a moment, but disappeared. Vulcan. Hyuga Neji, have you already found this out? Kamizuki frowned, his pupils trembling slightly. When Vulcan didn't show up, Neji gave up. He looked at Kamizuki and murmured, I was me 40 years ago, and I am me now. Please rest assured, Master Kamizuki, I resurrected you this time to tell you that I have found all the clues. You must be hiding something from me. Now the world is in great crisis, and I must get your help. Neji's words were very firm. As the world in crisis. Kamizuki closed his eyes and sensed that a powerful chaos was breaking out in the distance. Then, he opened his eyes and chuckled. I'm afraid, the real crisis is far from coming. Chapter 469 Reincarnation. Otsutsuki Hamura. It's far from here. Then you should know something, right? About the Otsutsuki clan. Neji said indifferently. Otsutsuki. It looks like you've really studied it thoroughly, Neji. Kamizuki's tone gradually calmed down. Obviously, he was just shocked before, but not wary of Neji. It looks like you know something, so I won't hide it. Neji sighed, and if he wanted to know something, he had to pay the same sincerity, which Neji knew very well. Moreover, the person in front of him, Neji, has already felt that he is united with himself, and it is definitely not easy to be. Afterwards, Neji told Kamizuki about all his experiences. From Eno traveled through time and space and met Otsutsuki Ura style. In the end, it became Hyuga Tenen. Kamizuki heard it. He let out a long sigh. I didn't expect you to be a person of this era. Destiny, everything is destiny. It was fate that pushed you to me, but I didn't expect that I would miss it. It's really interesting. I actually would be fooled by fate. If I trust you, I won't let the ninja world miss so many years of opportunities in vain. I'm still caught in this stupid fight. Kamizuki covered his head, full of regret. But Neji chuckled and said, we mortals are easily influenced by fate, why should we care about this little thing? Now that everything is too late, in order to find the truth, I risked resurrecting you. Although it is disrespectful to you, it can make up for it. The regrets of the past. Neji said that. Kamizuki looked at him hesitantly with meaningful eyes. Long time, long time. Afterwards, Kamizuki opened Shikai and said, "Where did you start?" "You don't need to think too much, the most important thing I need to know right now is..." After some thought, Neji said firmly, "Please tell me, what is the existence of Hyuga Tenen's spirit body? Why must Tenen's spirit body be left behind? Tianjin's spirit body." Kamizuki was startled, then thought for a while. After a while, he was startled and remembered something. "Oh, I see. Actually, it's not a Tenin spirit, it's Otsutsuki Hamura's spirit." Otsutsuki. Neji rolled her eyes. No wonder that spirit body fits him so well, because he has always been the descendant of Otsutsuki Hamura's physique, and every time he passes through that spirit body, Neji will feel that his physique has been strengthened and improved unparalleled. This fit is definitely not a coincidence. Hamura's spirit body. Why? Neji frowned slightly. Kamizuki explained, "Hyuga Tenin, that child is the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Hamura. Because Otsutsuki Hamura's previous life was on the moon, his soul was only allowed to be reincarnated once. Spiritual bodies must not be left in the world. Because now, there is a descendant of a powerful Otsutsuki clan on the moon. He is a descendant of Hamura, and will eventually cause unprecedented damage to the ninja world." Kamizuki's explanation gave Neji a little impression. Otsutsuki Hamura, indeed has a group of descendants on the moon. Unexpectedly, those descendants were even noticed by the Hyuga clan. This is what shocked Neji. This Kamizuki is becoming more and more curious. "How did you find this out?" Neji asked. However, Kamizuki doesn't seem to be interested in Neji's question, and simply ignores it. "Now, I can feel that Tenen's spirit body is still in your body. The descendants of the six paths immortals will be reincarnated again and again, but Hamura has only one spirit body, and someone must pass it on endlessly. The mission I left you at that time was to preserve this spirit body, no matter what, and pass it on to the main clan of the Hyuga clan. It is because, with the spirit body of Otsutsuki Hamura, you can decipher all the powers in the dossier and become the master. It was left to main clan not for the Hyuga clan to spread, but for Hyuga Tenin, the reincarnated spirit of Otsutsuki Hamura, to obtain the power of the dossier, and to pass on this power, together with the power of the six paths immortals. Save the world from being destroyed by the outsiders." Kamizuki's words brought too much information, and the impact on Neji was not small. "Since that's the case, why is it that I'm the only one who got the true biography of the dossier?" Then, Neji murmured. Kamizuki looked down and said with guilt, "The original intention of the establishment of main clan and the branch was also this. I didn't expect that you were born with so much resentment because of the main clan and the branch. I am afraid that over the years, there are many people like you in the Hyuga family. It's a tragedy for the Hyuga family. The power of the file left by Hamura finally forced the Hyuga family to create the main clan system. I hope that the spirits of Tenin can be passed down from generation to generation. I have lived in the Hyuga clan for thousands of years." Kamizuki's words surprised Neji. "Each generation, with a different identity, I passed on the inheritance of the Hyuga family, that is, the dossier, until the appearance of Tenin and the appearance of Hamura's spiritual body. But coincidentally, at that time, something happened that prevented me from becoming a first-order mortal and surviving my last life. When I was in a daze, you appeared, Neji. I didn't choose the wrong person." Seeing Kamizuki say that, Neji is getting all the things together more and more. Behind the original plan, there is a bigger plan. If that's the case, then you mean you're not mortal, are you? Kamizuki slowly raised his head without speaking. Then, a roar came. Boom. Like a stream of fire, a glamorous and seductive man fell to the ground, dressed in a fluttering yuhi garment. Vulcan. Neji turned his head away, only to see Vulcan walking slowly. He said leisurely. The Godhead mask was activated, my body was touched, and the primordial spirit of the clone dissipated for a while. I heard what I said just now, but I didn't expect. Vulcan looked at Kamizuki and murmured, you are the one driving everything behind this. God of Destiny, Tentai Yu Ming. Vulcan's look is majestic, and at this moment it is completely godlike majesty, even Neji in front of him seems a little weak. This is God. Neji also looked at Kamizuki in surprise. Although he guessed Kamizuki's identity, he didn't expect that such a powerful identity is here. Vulcan, it seems that you are in Neji's body, no wonder I noticed that the feeling in his body is unusual, very familiar. No, you are wrong. Vulcan said flatly. Neji saw you, I wasn't inside him, and there was nothing else inside him. Then, his expression changed slightly, and he raised his head. Raise your hands, and the flames take to the air. Heaven and earth change, the realm here is the spiritual realm of Vulcan. The power of gods can reshape all things. Crash. The surroundings seemed to be burning like flames, and after the sound of thunderbolt, two dark figures fell to the ground. Neither of the two figures had a face or form, but they were both a cloud of mist. Kamizuki was taken aback and said in surprise, you two are the master of evil spirits, the god of blood killing, and the evil god, Loki. Chapter 470 Ceremony. God help. Neji blinked at the currently incredible scene. Were conflicts with the gods, but now it is rare to see the gods getting to know each other. It seems that as Neji expected, there is another dimension of the world on the land of the ninja world, and the ninja world. Developing in parallel. But because of something, their power has been suppressed and suppressed. Boy, it seems that you really have something incredible about you. Not only me, but Xiaoxia and Vulcan are all used by you. Now, even Tiantayuming is also. Haha, what an interesting guy. Evil God looked at Kamizuki. His attitude towards Kamizuki was somewhat different from the other two gods. Neji asked, what's wrong? Vulcan chuckled and said, what's wrong? It seems that you really don't understand. Tiantayuming is the ruler of the god of fate, and even my control god was under his control back then. Luo, although Lord Ji has formed his own faction to go to the west, he is also subject to the fate of heaven in the god realm. It's a very powerful feeling. Neji pouted and blinked at Kamizuki. Kamizuki sighed and smiled bitterly. Hee hee, don't make fun of me. Neji, it doesn't matter to them, you don't need to call me that. Now, I'm no longer a master god. Why? Because of the prohibition of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan opened the bridge between humans and gods, that is, these godhead masks. The power of all gods is sealed inside, especially the dominant god like me, which has been completely shattered. Sealed up and lost his personality. So the Uzumaki are your enemies? Neji asked. No, you can't say that either. They are also trying to defend against foreign enemies. The Uzumaki clan perceives things beyond the sky, so they must obtain the power of the gods in advance. The death of the ghouls is their most successful example. Now the god of death is almost completely dominated by the Uzumaki clan. But all this is it was the bitter fruit brewed by the gods himself, the battle of the gods that year. Kamizuki frowned, his eyes filled with endless sadness. Neji could feel the helplessness of the end of the powerhouse to some extent. After all, as the supreme god, he couldn't even guess at that time. As the god of destiny, you can imagine how much suffering he suffered. But even so, he still has to endure humiliation for the peace of this ninja world. This may be the real godhead. Respectful. Kamizuki remembered something and said, I won't say much else, time is very urgent now. In this realm of Vulcan, my divine power has recovered a little, and I have completely sensed this battlefield just now. The most urgent thing is a guy from the Otsutsuki clan is planning something. The Otsutsuki clan? Neji asked with a frown. And probably two more. Neji thought of something, and asked, Otsutsuki Kagaya left a posthumous child before he died, but that should belong to the split guy, and also belong to the Otsutsuki clan. Of course, as long as he is a power separated from the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan originally thrived in ways that you humans cannot understand. Neji also felt the urgency of the matter, and although he wanted to know what was going on between the gods, it didn't matter. Now Neji can be sure that the gods are helping him, but it can't go smoothly. It is up to him to defeat Otsutsuki Kagaya. After all, it is more important to prevent more casualties now than the enemy in the future. Then, what I know now is that the spirit of Tenin within me is the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Hamura. And Master Kamizuki, you are the supreme ruler of the God realm, and this is very important. The power of Otsutsuki Hamura and the power of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, which you call the Six Paths, can be completely sealed. If only by the power of Hagoromo, the world of the gods will be wiped out. Why? Neji couldn't help but wonder. Kamizuki was a little anxious, and immediately said, "You don't have to understand this. Remember my words. You and the power of the Six Paths Immortal must be combined to completely seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. And please do this thing. It is not in vain I bow to the essence of the Hyuga clan so much." Oh. Neji murmured and nodded. In front of these gods, Neji could only choose to obey temporarily. And at best, for now, they have the same purpose. It's just that the woman back then was the last guy who could use the secret techniques of the Uzumaki family. The magic of the gods, the spiritual power of the gods in the mask. Those guys from the Otsutsuki clan took away the bodies of the gods and turned them into chakra lingers on as their spiritual energy. They planted trees, and those fruits were the chakras they made. Although I don't know what caused Kagaya to return to this place again, they must not be allowed to take away anything in this world. Neji was shocked and asked, "So, how do I use this power?" The Godhead ceremony. Neji, my Godhead has dissipated. As a descendant of the Hyuga family, although I am a god, I can be regarded as your predecessor. You come to inherit my Godhead. Hey, you. The evil god was startled, and the tiger's body shook. Neji could hear it in a fog. The Vulcan looked at Neji in surprise, and said thoughtfully, "Hyuga Neji, it seems that this is the last time I call you that." Why? Neji frowned slightly. Kamizuki explained, "God consciousness allows you to become a god, from a mortal to a god, and now that the gods are trapped in masks, there is no second person who will use the Uzumaki god's spiritualism. Even if it can be used, it is scattering their souls all over the world as too late to save the world. The gods have saved this land countless times, but this time it was the bitter fruit of the gods themselves, and there is no way to save them. This time it's up to me. Power to you. Neji, you will become the new god of fate." Blood-killing god finally spoke up and said, "But as a result of doing this, the original god will completely dissipate. I can't manage so much, I've had enough for so many years." Hyuga Kamizuki stretched out his hand and grabbed Neji's shoulder. Neji was stunned. This was so powerful that he couldn't resist. "Master Kamizuki." Neji bites Kiba, there is still room for this matter. But the next moment, he couldn't even say a word. "Remember everything today, since even the heretic god is by your side, then you must have the ability to complete everything. Neji, I look at you, I really look like that child of Tenin." Kamizuki's eyes, which shocked Neji. In the distant years, Neji seemed to see Kamizuki as a former god, and in the long and endless human life, he met countless faces of Hyuga Tenin. Until the real Hamura reincarnated, their master-disciple bond was so deep. Kamizuki's personality has long surpassed his original divine personality. What is more moving than the Godhead is precisely this precious humanity. The three gods on the side took a step back, put their hands together, and said in unison, "Our gods use my strength. Help Tiantai Yumming. Congratulate the old gods and welcome the new ones." Om. A huge roar. Neji's mind, blank. Chapter 471 Freed. Divine Freedom. Ding. Congratulations to the host, for obtaining a new identity, the main god of the new world, the god of fate. The sound of the system woke Neji up. I have become a god. All this is so trance. Neji has calmly stepped through difficulties again and again along the way, but this time, it is really difficult to calm down. Ding! Congrats on the strength of the host, directly promoted to semi-holy. Neji woke up completely. Half-saint. This is a half-saint. Neji took a deep breath. What kind of existence is a saint? That was the level of Tongtian, and now he just has a godhead, and Neji immediately soared to the strength of a semi-holy. I'm afraid that after you explode your strength, you can see a very obvious effect in an instant, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the 6 paths level and the semi-holy level. Reward the host. 1W proficiency in initial divine power, and 1W proficiency in divine consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the level of the first glimpse of the door, and reward the host with 1% Tensagen proficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the level of the first glimpse of the Godhead, and reward the host with 1% Tensagen proficiency. Open Personal Properties panel. Neji felt that he was now more than a small success. With this ability, he could simply become the overlord of a party. Host, Hyuga Neji. Age, 18. Actual combat proficiency, 897.8 W. Talents, Steal and Devour, Soul Orb, Fire Soul Orb. Identity, Lord of the New Territories, God of Destiny and Destiny. Strength, Semi-Holy, Quasi-Holy, Saint, Heavenly Path. Ability. 7 Chakra Attributes Max, Back to Basics. Pure Eyes. Tensagen, 4.591%, used by Akugan to increase slowly in actual combat. Swordsmanship ability is superb. Sage Mode Max. Demonic Illusion ability Max. First glimpse of divine power. Physique, complete sage body, Godhead consciousness first look. Weapons, Thunder God Sword with Spirit Evil God, Blood Killing God, Wine Sword. Realm, Chakra Spirit Realm, Vulcan Possession. Special items, All-Tailed Chakras, 6 Paths Immortal Yin-Yang Power, Eye of Shisui, Hashirama Cells. Great, the actual combat proficiency is also 900 W. In this case, you can quickly reach the proficiency of 10 million. I remember that 10 million can be exchanged for very good things. Neji was secretly happy, and the system immediately sent a prompt. Ding! Warm reminder, the host, due to the rapid increase in strength, has broken through the semi-sacred level. All items in the Proficiency Exchange Mall have been relisted, and prices have generally increased. The promotion has ended. Fuck you. Neji's face darkened. After all, this divine consciousness and these divine powers were all acquired by Neji's own adventures. This system is too tricky. Forget it, since I have this level of strength, I don't care about your crap. If you increase the price, increase the price. Neji exhaled angrily. The next moment, his consciousness woke up and he opened his eyes. It was the real world. Neji, what's wrong with you? Who are you scolding? Karen leaned over and asked in surprise. It's alright. Neji smirked, only to hear a pop. Everyone was shocked and looked over. I saw that Hyuga Kamizuki, who had been subjected to impure world reincarnation, had fallen to the ground, rotten to the ground. Zizzy. Strange, I didn't cancel impure world reincarnation at all, so. Kabuto muttered. Shueyu also asked suspiciously. And nothing happened just now, but after Neji and the old man briefly said a few words, the two went silent. It didn't take 10 seconds, so that's it. Neji narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the flow of time in the realm of Vulcan was indeed completely different from here, much more exaggerated than in Mount Myoboku. The process of tens of minutes there, only a few seconds have passed here. So what happened just now? These people will never know Akatsuki. But Neji is also glad that he made such a decision. He didn't expect Kamizuki to have such an identity in the end, and because of the intersection of personality and godhead, he gave all the mysteries to himself. However, Neji is a little worried. The current self is also the intersection of Godhead and personality. You guys go out first, I have something to do. After dismissing them, Neji turned to look at the masks. Neji quickly hand seal, hundreds of hand seals in a row, lasted for nearly a minute. This is the magic of the gods of the Uzumaki family. It really uses a lot of power. It seems that the Uzumaki family has also done a lot of work. Drink. Neji shouted, and the strange formations around him appeared. The masks are broken one by one. Neji bites Kiba, seemingly under tremendous force. He narrowed his eyes and murmured, "This is the only thing I can do for you now. Now I understand that whether it is a human being or a god, there should be a free soul. Maybe this is the reason why the Uzumaki family was exterminated. The reason, they shouldn't touch such taboos." Whoa, whoa, whoa. Dozens of spiritual bodies quickly dispersed, dissipating at an unattainable speed. Neji fell to the ground exhausted, the light around him fading. In the body, the voice of the evil god asked, "You let the gods go, so we also have our own freedom, are you sure you want to do this?" "Hee, if you guys want to leave, I won't stay," Neji said lightly. "Humph. Boy, you're right." Evil god in Neji's body, seeing this kid, dared to act so boldly. After doing this, Neji closed his eyes slightly and returned to the realm of Vulcan. Borrowing the power of gods to recuperate and take a deep breath, I took an hour to recuperate in the realm of Vulcan, but when I returned to reality, it only took less than a minute. After coming out of the cave, what Neji saw was the stunned faces of everyone. And everything around is like the rejuvenation of the earth, the recovery of all things, the savage growth of trees and grasses. The most terrifying thing is that the streams on the wasteland are flowing, and the water sources are all moisturizing. Vast jungle area. Half-holy power. Or those gods? Neji smiled knowingly. It seemed that the two were combined, and the gods still favored this world. Although I don't know what happened, Neji, you must know what happened, right? Neji, I will follow you no matter what you decide. I have already verified your character, Karen said firmly. Neji chuckled and said, "Of course, you can't escape my palm either." "Hey, it's so numb." Shueyu shook her body and looked at the two with contempt. Neji has been recuperating for a long time, and he feels that his body's energy is almost restored. Kabuto said hesitantly, "Although I can feel the power in Neji-kun's body changing, but we have been running all night, and now we have to rush to the frontal battle, can we really hold on?" Kabuto's concern for Neji now has the taste of Kimimaro 2.0. Neji's mouth twitched slightly, showing a confident smile, and said, "Don't worry, there is nothing else to gain from this trip, and now I can only be sure of one thing, that is I will definitely prevent the disaster of this world." Quote. Neji said, "Hand seal." Bang, tilde. Shadow clone appears. "You and my shadow clone rushed to the frontal battlefield support, my words. Now go somewhere else." Chapter 472 Who? Mask broken. The moon gradually hung in the sky. 17 years have passed since that night, the night of the Kyubi 9 Tails uprising. Same night, same blood moon. Ow! The tailed beasts roared, and the ninja coalition arrived. However, facing off phase time-space ninjutsu is already a headache, not to mention the six-tailed beast. Yugito gasped hard and lowered his arms. There was blood on his arm. "Yugito, don't move, I'll help you stop the bleeding." Ino is helping Yugito with his limited medical ninjutsu. She turned her head suddenly and asked, "Where's Sakura? Where's the medical team?" "Report. The medical team will be here soon." Ino bit Kiba and looked at the behemoth in front of him. These tailed beasts are not something they can deal with at all. Killer Bee, Yugito, and Naruto have all fought to the point of exhaustion. The ninjas of Kumogakure village, who came to the first battlefield first, can only temporarily restrain the tailed beast, but it is imminent. And the most troublesome thing is over there. Whoosh. The space twists while Kakashi turns on Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. Obito, time-space ninjutsu failed again. Huh. A kunai swiped, and the mask was pierced with a crack. I saw. Kakashi-sensei. I didn't expect you to be able to crack this guy's time-space ninjutsu. Then we'll be able to beat this guy soon. Although Naruto is very tired, but seeing that he is about to succeed, he will hold on. He closed his eyes and mobilized chakra from within his body again. Boom! Kyuubi, Nine Tails, chakra was instantly refined, and his physical strength recovered a lot. Ah! How long did it take for the help of the headquarters to analyze a lot of information on Sharingan, as well as information about the Uchiha family, before I discovered this matter? This guy's time-space ninjutsu is now within my range. Quote. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. He had succeeded several times in a row just now. Using Kamui himself, he could reverse the opponent's time-space ninjutsu. In theory, his own and the opponent's were just the same time-space pupilutsu in different directions. But this conclusion made Kakashi extremely frightened. Where did your eyes come from? I don't know, it seems to have been found in the ruins of the Canopy Bridge battle of the Third Ninja World War. It's surprisingly useful. Afe murmured that now, what the audience is most concerned about is his identity. Can manipulate the entire Akatsuki, time-space ninjutsu that does not belong to the 4th generation Hokage, can manipulate Kyuubi, Nine Tails, and collect all the tailed beasts to take revenge on Konoha. Originally, as he himself said, Uchiha Madara, this is a fact that no one will doubt. But Uchiha Madara has now been reincarnated by Kabuto Impure World reincarnation in another battlefield, so the identity of this person has become a mystery. Who are you? Who are you? Kakashi's tone was a little dignified. He was afraid of the ending, the worst ending he had expected. For some past events, it is best to keep them in the dust with memory, and there is no need to bring them out. But what is this ominous foreboding? What? Are you afraid? Is it just now that you feel guilty and want to make up for something? But it's too late, is it? Afe's repeated questioning made Kakashi get closer to the truth. Damn. Kakashi bites Kiba. Sharingan turns. Kakashi-sensei. This time I'm here to faint. You cooperate with me. Huh. Rasengan spun in Naruto's hands, and Kakashi was ready at all times. Who? Naruto sprinted quickly, and the current speed is not comparable to ordinary ninjas. Afe avoided it and did not use time and space ninjutsu. Shadow Clone behind Naruto took the opportunity to lift the Rasenshuriken that had been made, and it was spinning like a propeller, which looked very dangerous. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto shouted, and then the Rasenshuriken flew out, and Afe noticed Kakashi's gaze, frowned, and tried to avoid it. And escaped Rasenshuriken's trajectory. But with a bang, Naruto's Rasenshuriken exploded into smoke, which was the incarnation of Naruto's shadow clone. He quickly turned back and jumped, Rasengan in his hands. Ninjutsu means nothing to me. Afe's Rinnegan opened his eyes and planned to absorb all the chakras, but it didn't work. At this time, Naruto's eyes also immediately changed to toad-like eyeballs, and orange-yellow eyeshadow also flashed around the eyes. Naruto. Attack. Oops. Afe bit Kiba and rounded Sharingan. Unexpectedly, Naruto also injected Senpo, Sage Art into Rasengan, which took time. Afe quickly activated Sharingan, which instantly blurred. Naruto aimed directly at the head and smashed it in a spiral. The art of turning the heart. Afe frowned, and Ino, who was not far away, also contributed. After he blurred his head, he stopped moving, and it was too late. Whoosh. Kakashi frowned and turned on Kamui. Rasengan in Naruto's hands, transfer. In the different dimension, Obito's head appeared, and at his head, Rasengan also appeared quietly. In another dimension, Rasengan directly hit Obito's mask. Bang. Boom boom boom. Rasengan directly curled Naruto and Afe out together and fell to the ground on both sides. Smoke is everywhere. The mask shattered. Who? Under this mask. Who, after all these years of mischief, has finally revealed Akatsuki? Kakashi-sensei. There, Sakura came with a group of horses. Sakura, you are here. Yugito took a breath and said. And Ino also rushed over and explained the information to Sakura. Sakura, what I feel now is only the Kumogakure village troops and your medical team. The wounded soldiers in Kumogakure village are more serious and the tailed beasts are too difficult to deal with. The masked man here can only suppress the tailed beast for a short period of time. Please channel out the slug-sama. Quote. Good. Haruno Sakura nodded, understanding hand seal, spirituality. Bang, tilde. A slug with a height of 4 or 5 meters appeared in the field, but Sakura was a little surprised. Lord Slug. Slug immediately explained. Sorry, on the other side, Lord Tsunade channeled more parts of my body, and now I can only. Haruno Sakura immediately understood and said, It doesn't matter, please do your best, Lord Slug, there are more wounded soldiers here. Good. Sizzle. The slugs immediately split apart and became small slugs, crawling towards the nearby wounded soldiers. But Sakura panicked and murmured, I don't know what's going on with Tsunade. Why do you need to channel such a large number of slugs? Hoo-hoo. The smoke dissipated, and the mask made a crisp landing sound. Everyone's eyes looked over, especially Kakashi's, staring intently there. When the smoke cleared, Ah-Fei's figure was revealed. The mask has dissipated, revealing short hair. On the face, half are ugly scars. Above the scar is the impressive Mangekyo Sharingan, and on the other side is Rinnegan, who seems to be disappointed in the world, with indifferent eyes. Who is this? Naruto asked with a frown. And Kakashi was stunned, unable to speak. Over there, the man sneered lowly and said in a hoarse voice, Will you look more guilty when you see me? Kakashi. Chapter 473 Obito. Former teammate. Bring, soil. Kakashi took a step back in fear, even if he had imagined it in his heart. When the real thing appeared in front of him, he couldn't bear it for a while. And the person in front of him, the right half of his face has been completely disfigured, except for the iconic short hair and eyes. That appearance is no longer like the previous Obito. But is there any other explanation for what the person in front of him said at the moment? Who are you calling? No one calls that name anymore, that person is dead, a long time ago. Obito looked up, his face ashen. Now he has Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye and Rinnegan in his left eye. The past, Uchiha Obito was just a ninja on the tail of a crane, but now he is a super cage level ninja who turns his hands over the clouds and turns his hands into the wind. Moreover, this is not the end of his life, and now. Very soon, he will become the existence of the Six Paths Immortal. By that time, I have no interest in you now, and soon, I will have the power of the Six Paths Immortals. By then, even if that Hyuga Neji comes, it will not be my opponent at all. Obito narrowed his eyes full of disappointment at Kakashi. Obito. Kakashi's words trembled, his hand slowly stretched out, and then he retracted his hand without speaking. Why? In front of him is his teammate who should have been killed in battle. The joy of losing and regaining it did not appear. In the identity of Uchiha Madara, he has done so many evil things, and this person in front of him is certain death for the ninja world, and what is it that makes his former teammate look like this? Enough, so far, everything is in vain. Obito's speedy hand seal. Kaden, fire style, storm dance. Boom. Zetsu. The huge flame was curled into a spiral shape by Obito's time-space ninjutsu, and quickly attacked Kakashi's side. Cat again. There, Yugito came swiftly, and the blue flames rushed to resist the fiery flames. Bang! The faint blue flame and the red flame collided together, emitting a fiery breath. Smoke billowed, and Obito took the opportunity to step back a good distance. Reinforcements coming. Damn, this time it's a medical unit. It seems Kabuto really can't count on it at all. Obito stood on the huge stone, raised his head, and looked at the big-tailed beasts not far away. A total of 6, although strong, but because of the long-term battle, they have all been exhausted and have been controlled. There are 2 intractable troubles, Uzumaki Naruto and Killer Bee, on the battlefield over there. If this side cannot gain an advantage, I am afraid that the plan will be interrupted. Captain Kakashi, why don't you run away? Yugito stepped forward and spoke to Kakashi in an almost scolding tone. Because she was brought to Konoha village by Hyuga Neji as a hostage, but in fact her treatment was basically top-secret protection, so during Anbu's intelligence work, although Kakashi served as her captain several times, but actually Yugito doesn't have that much reverence for Kakashi. Moreover, she couldn't understand that Kakashi was in a daze when faced with such an important enemy in battle. What the hell is going on? Kakashi-sensei. Over there, Ino is also asking from a distance. Kakashi's expression was still stunned. For him, these children don't understand at all how shocking it is to see his former teammate, Uchiha Obito, on such a battlefield. Who is he? Over there, a chakra-depleted Naruto clone asked. Uchiha Obito. Kakashi looked indifferent and sighed. It's my former teammate. The Third Ninja War, the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Kakashi was a teenager. Uchiha Obito, at a critical moment, looked at the boulder that was about to fall on Kakashi, ran over decisively, grabbed Kakashi's body, and pushed it out. But he couldn't avoid it any longer. Boom! The huge stone pressed down, pressing Obito's entire right half under the stone. Obito. That girl named Rin was their teammate. Obito, Obito. Kakashi and Rin shouted hysterically and tried every means to push the boulder away, but at that time, Kakashi had already been slashed in his left eye by the enemy because of that victory. That's why he, who had been promoted to Jonin at that time, was almost overwhelmed by this huge stone at a critical moment. But Obito, the ninja of the Uchiha clan at the back of the crane, sacrificed himself. Enough. Don't try any more. The body on the right is unconscious. Damn. Anger and helplessness filled Kakashi's heart. Once this suffocating emotion was buried, it would be 19 years. Kakashi, I'm going to give you my eyes. In other words, the eyes of Kakashi-sensei now belong to this guy. No wonder the time-space ninjutsu used by Sharingan can be connected to the same space, because it is basically the same pair of eyes. Ino frowned slightly. Her strength at this moment is different from before, and she is an elite Jonin. She must provoke the lead at this moment. Damn. Kakashi frowned, bent down on one knee, and continued on his knees. How's it going? Kakashi, seeing me, already feel guilty enough to kneel. Obito over there, still staring at Kakashi arrogantly, but there doesn't seem to be any resentment in his eyes, and there is only endless disappointment in this world. An interesting disappointment. But this is exactly what Kakashi is afraid of. He'd rather Obito run over and scold him, blame him, but no, there's just a silent truth. Kakashi-sensei has used Kamui too many times to fight this guy. Before changing it, he should have been hospitalized. Over there, Naruto's clone said. Ino was stunned for a moment, then jumped up immediately. Approaching Kakashi, Ino stretched out his hand. The medical ninjutsu glowed green chakra and slowly poured into Kakashi's body. Ino, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you next. Kakashi looked like he couldn't hold it anymore. The tiring battle and the mental defeat made it difficult for him to face a more difficult battle. But obviously, the onslaught of the enemy has just begun. Don't worry, next, I'll teach this guy a lesson. Yugito stood up, with cat-like chakra all over his body. Yugito, you've fought long enough, and you're a human Jinchuriki column force. Kakashi bit Kiba and tried to stop it, but couldn't even speak. Kakashi-sensei, you rest first, trust us. Ino said. Afterwards, she unlocked medical ninjutsu, and hand seal with both hands. Om. After closing her eyes, she was startled and murmured, something. Here, soon, 4 people. Ino couldn't help feeling uneasy in his heart. The chakras of these 4 people were unusual, and they seemed to be very fast, so fast that they were not moving little by little, but like a passage of time and space. Moreover, this chakra is so powerful that even Ino can perceive it from a distance. She originally just wanted to use the secret techniques of the Yamanaka family to find out when the support from the headquarters would arrive, but she was shocked by these 4 inexplicably powerful chakras. Hopefully, these 4 will not be enemies. Chapter 474 Two Tails. I took it. Next, I'll deal with you. No matter if you are Obito or something, since you are Captain Kakashi's former teammate, then it should be a ninja from Konoha village. It is unforgivable to do such an outrageous thing. Yugito's steadfast pace, with a faint blue chakra. Chakra is like a churning flame in the air, turning the cold air around it into the appearance of being approached by the furnace. Air flow. See. Obito was stunned for a moment and murmured, is this the special chakra of the two-tailed cat? Nether fire from hell. Yeah, soon, I'll send you to hell. Yugito looked indifferent. His eyes were somewhat similar to Neji's. His whole body was churning with tailed beast fire, and the sharp claws on his hands quickly stretched out. Just right. Obito's mouth twitched, and his neck was crooked, and chakra almost recovered. I've been to hell too, so let's let you all experience what is real. Hell today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. When Obito unfolds, space ninjutsu, Uzumaki rolls, and the whole person is absorbed. Then, immediately appeared behind Yugito, and Yugito reacted and turned back quickly. Huh. A claw, but Obito didn't dodge at all, just slid through his body. Over there, Kakashi was vaguely uneasy. Just now, the hell Obito said didn't sound like a joke, this uneasy feeling. He frowned slightly, and despite his lack of energy, he still tried his best to stand up. Kakashi-sensei, don't move yet, my medical ninjutsu is not at the level of medical troops. I can only help you try not to expand the wound, but I can't help you recover chakra. I am sorry. Ino feels guilty slowly, although she has studied medical ninjutsu, but unfortunately Neji has never been injured along the way, and she does not need her to heal. More needs her Yamanaka clan secret skills and less important perception ability. So for medical ability, since the Hyuga clan's civil strife to heal Hyuga's wounds, Ino has neglected and trained. Only now, when the book is used up, I hate it less. Bang. Ah. Yugito was finally exhausted and fell to the ground. Obito kicked Yugito down with one leg. Get it. Shoo shoo, tilde. Time and space were distorted. Obito's figure appeared behind Yugito, and put a hand on her shoulder. It's all over. Obito smiled softly, but the next moment, Yugito's eyes glowed with a strange blue light. You finally showed your flaws. What? Obito was about to use Sharingan to absorb Yugito, but Yugito slapped him in the backhand. PFF'd. Cat's claws slashed deep into Obito's face, and blood splattered. Go to hell. Huh. A claw in the past, this claw pointed directly at the chest, can kill instantly. Claw, it grabbed Obito's chest and stabbed it from behind. Did it work? There, Sakura just finished organizing the work of the medical team and rushed over. No. Ino sighed. I saw that Yugito's attack still passed through Obito's body. Although the attack just now worked, this time, Obito used the blur to escape. This ability is really useful. Yugito snorted and pushed away quickly. Obito touched his face, the blood was overflowing, and it was just a paw, and several deep scars and blood marks were left on his body. Pretending to be tricked by the enemy, in fact, it was just an instant attack to seize the opponent's weaknesses. As expected of the two-tailed Jinchuriki column force of Kumogakure village. However, Such an excellent ninja was tricked into working in the Konoha Village Intelligence Department. No wonder I've been looking for so long and can't find it. Don't you think it's a pity? A ninja as good as you can obviously do more important tasks. Listening to Obito's words, Yugito sneered and said, "Excellent ninja." "No, that's because you haven't seen a better ninja." "I have." Yugito's eyes flickered, thinking of that handsome boy. At first glance back then, she looked sideways, and to this day, she still hasn't forgotten the figure of the young man who made her heart flutter. It is precisely because I have seen such good ninjas that I never feel that I am good enough. Ha ha, that's enough, even if you don't say it, I know it's that guy Hyuga Neji. However, I will let him stand in front of you embarrassed, but in order to achieve this goal, I want the things in your body. Obito's mouth twitched, as if he had been preparing something for a long time. He started to hand seal. It was originally intended to be used to deal with Yahweh and Kyubi, Ninetales' final trick, but I didn't expect you to be the more difficult one to deal with, but the opportunity is present, and I'm not going to let it go. Obito's eyes. He slowly hand seal, put his hands together and hit it off. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. Then, he put the palm of his hand and aimed at Yugito. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. This guy will. Sakura yelled badly. And Ino said, as Rinnegan's ability. Yugito took a few steps back and looked around. Rinnegan's move, that Akatsuki member seemed to use a black sphere that time, almost sucking the core of Konoha into the sky. But Yugito didn't see the black sphere, but Obito looked at Yugito confidently. I only have one Rinnegan, so I can't activate the full Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth. But it's enough for a guy like you. It's reinforced by Hashirama's cells to deal with people. Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, of the Jinchuriki column force. Your tailed beast chakra was fighting with me. Oh right, I was in full contact. The center of my Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, the point is the power of your body's tail beast. What? Yugito just reacted, but it was too late. The whole person was no longer able to move, the whole person was lifted up and flew into the air. On the ground, countless gravels were attracted away. Because it is a special edition Chibaku Tensai, heavenly body bursting from the earth, the attraction is poor. Only countless rubble and debris are attracted away, but a huge number hit Yugito's body, blood splattered. Fly. Crushed stones and sharp objects pierced Yugito's skin, and blood stained all of Yugito's clothing. Damn. Yugito bites Kiba angrily, and the tailed beast chakra erupts. But, to no avail, the stronger the tailed beast chakra, the stronger the attraction. Obito's mouth twitched, and he said coldly, it's useless, because the tailed beast chakra is the center. In the battle with other tailed beasts, there is no one who can save you. I didn't expect the first to come to support the medical team, how naive. Yugito. Ino cried out bitterly, but to no avail. His swift hand seal aimed at Obito over there. The heart turns. Give it up, little girl. You are the person by Hyuga Neji's side, why don't you learn his talents? At this time, giving up is the best choice. Whoosh. Tilde. Obito immediately disappeared in front of everyone, and appeared in the air in an instant, behind Yugito. Yugito's whole body was wrapped in the debris and stones, forming a small sphere, but the blood was still flowing out. Second tail, I accept it. Obito stretched out his hand, Rinnegan lit up. Chapter 475 Hinata. I'm here to fight for my brother. Yugito. Terrible. Ino clenched his fists, what should I do in this emergency? Now that Neji hasn't rushed to the battlefield because of other things, such an unexpected thing has happened. The state of Kakashi next to it. I can't say enough. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi forcibly turned on Sharingan, but soon, he almost lost consciousness. With a bang, Kakashi fell to the ground. Kakashi-sensei. Ino helped Kakashi up with a look of entanglement and intolerance. Although Yugito is not a ninja of Konoha, but because it was brought by Neji, and Ino also witnessed this journey, and Yugito also has an inexplicable bond, and now Yugito is treated like this, Ino wants to save his life, but suffers from no effective way. Ino. At this time, next to him, Sakura came over. Kakashi-sensei, leave it to me, his pulse is already very weak, it seems that his mental power and Sharingan are burdened. Sakura hand seal, chakra ignites. Then, she put her hand on Kakashi's back, and Kakashi recovered a lot of blood in an instant. Sorry, Sakura. Don't move, Kakashi-sensei. Only by restoring your strength now will we have a chance of winning against that guy. Sakura. At this time, next to him, Naruto's clone came over. He looked worried about the Yugito above, and said dumbly, Sakura, help me recover chakra too. I can fight too. Sakura shook his head helplessly. It's useless, now what we need to fight against that guy is a ninja with pupil power like Kakashi-sensei. In our Konoha village, apart from Neji, Kakashi-sensei is the only one, you don't know that. Understand? When Naruto heard this, he had to helplessly put down his hand. Ino next to him has hand seal at this moment. The art of turning hearts. Om. A roar, Obito was startled, feeling that his subconscious was being swayed by something. It was like behind his neck, someone stretched out his hand and held his neck tightly, making it difficult for him to move. He glanced at his eyes, saw Ino behind the hand seal underneath, and sneered, it's you troublesome little girl again. Humph. Obito himself hates this kind of ninjutsu to control others, and Ino is still a follower behind Neji, because he has suffered a few losses in Neji's hands. Obito's resentment towards Neji is now also transformed into Ino's body. Then, he forcibly broke free of Ino's control and held out a hand. One-handed hand seal. Want to get into my consciousness? Then try it. Boom. Ino was startled and rolled his eyes. Fog, the land of Yuhi the gorilla. Countless blood, and Kurigakure ninjas. Kill him. Kill this guy. Oops. Quick, run. When the people died, they cried and feared. The sound of mourning is endless. The roar of a young man is even more tragic and shocking. Die, die, die all. Boom boom boom. Mokuden, wood-style cutting technique. PFF, tilde. The sound of the slender wooden stick piercing the flesh was very dull. The sound of blood flowing slowly, quietly disappeared like a scrub in the ear. After a long time, Ino slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a tragic scene. The corpses of dozens of people died tragically, each of which was extremely cruel and terrifying. And the boy with only one eye, wearing a curly coat, holding a deceased girl in his arms, his face is full of despair. In the blood-mist village of Yuhi, the young man opened his chin slightly, looked at his masterpiece, lowered his head again, and closed his mouth. Tears of blood were flowing in her eyes, and it was slowly dripping onto the cold face of the girl whose body had gradually cooled down in her arms. I see, I'm in hell. Hell. Ino was startled, and he was already stunned. Sakura on the side was taken aback. Seeing Ino sober up, Sakura said, "What's wrong with you? Did you fall into demonic illusion? I'll inject chakra into your physical strength, and you'll be fine." Ino was startled, shook his head slowly, and said, "No, that guy imposed demonic illusion on himself. Because I controlled that guy's subconscious, I was forced to fall into demonic illusion. Or rather, that the guy's subconscious, that guy." What happened? Ino looked up leisurely and looked at Obito in the air. Obito's mouth twitched and he said with a smile, "I didn't expect that level of consciousness would not swallow you up, little girl." Ino said solemnly, I am not the girl from that time. I am also a ninja on my own. Stop looking down on people." Is it? Obito looked indifferent, and the faint blue chakra burst out, and under the influence of Rinnegan, all poured into Obito's body. Until the last drop that Obito breathed a sigh of relief and smiled contemptuously. But then, it's all over. He let go, and the debris and rocks around Yugito fell and dispersed. Yugito also fell down and lost consciousness. His body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. Yugito. Shadow clone. Naruto's clone worked hard for the last chakra, made 3 clones, and caught Yugito. Sakura. Help Yugito. Naruto is calling for help over there, but here Kakashi sighs. The tailed beast chakra has been completely pulled away, this has been. Obito looked indifferent, stretched out his hand, and the slender Mokuden, wood style, slowly overflowed in his palm. Although the tailed beast in the human Jinchuriki column force will become very weak once it is pulled away, and will be on the verge of death within 10 minutes, but I don't want to give this guy that time. On Obito's face, fresh Yuhi's paw prints were still flowing with blood. Go to hell. He widened his eyes and Mokuden, wood style, flew down. Whoosh. The speed is fast, and Naruto's clone has no chakra to resist this move. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Boom. With a huge palm, all the Mokuden, wood style, are thrown away. The chakra of Gentle Fist even annihilated all Mokuden, wood style, leaving only sawdust. This is the vacuum palm of the Gentle Fist method. Ino exclaimed in surprise. In the air, Obito also slowly stepped back and fell to the ground. Is it? Everyone looked together, and saw the figure of a girl not far away. She bangs, a pair of clear Byakugan, unwavering eyes. It is Hyuga Hinata. Hinata, how did you? Naruto was very surprised. And Ino was also shocked. Hinata, you go to the medical unit to treat the wounded. The 6-tailed beasts over there are the main force of the enemy. This is not the place you should come. But Hinata frowned slightly and said, that guy's attack just now was because of Mangekyo Sharingan, so he can attack from the blind corner of his field of vision, where you can't see it at all. But my Byakugan, I can see everything clearly. The blind spot of vision. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid Yugito would have. Everyone was silent one by one, and they should have expected this situation long ago when Kakashi lost his fighting power. Hinata, on the other hand, continued to look firmly at Obito, who was in front of him, and said, it's true that there are no ninjas who can fight this guy except Neji-san and Kakashi-sensei. But I'm still here. Just let me fight for Neji-san. Quote. 476 Reinforcement. Perfect fit. Hinata, you are no match for that guy. Ino took a few steps over there. She had already made Yugito do something stupid just now. How could she still let Hinata go now? If anything goes wrong with Hinata, I'm afraid Neji will. Ino took a few steps forward, and Sakura took Ino's hand. Ino, get out of the way and let me go. Sakura looked firm, but the next moment, Naruto's shadow clone carried Yugito over. Alive. Yugito Shi. Although Naruto's clone no longer has chakra, he still has a clear consciousness. Sakura, please, save Yugito no matter what. Ino asked earnestly. And over there, Hinata is already a hand seal. Byakugan. Zetsu. Chakra swirled around Byakugan, and after Hinata stance together, hand seal again. Ninja swift double lion fist. Ow. I saw that chakra transformed into 2 huge lion heads, which appeared in Hinata's left and right fists, and her whole body's chakra also soared. Hinata. Ino, who was not far away, took 2 steps slowly. Is it incomprehensible to Hinata's mood? As Neji's younger sister, Hinata stayed under Tsunade's door to learn medical ninjutsu because of her limited strength. At that time, all of their female ninjas were arranged by Neji under Tsunade's door, and only Ino and Tenten were taken to sword dance. Field meeting. Unexpectedly, the great change of the conference, in the end, only Neji and Ino disappeared in the great change. But in terms of time, Ino has only 3 years, and Hinata has been with Neji for more than 10 years since he was a child. Now, in order to survive until Neji and reinforcements come to support the battlefield, Ino can't wait to fight with his own life to delay, so why not Hinata? Even though she is Miss Hyuga, who is respected in the Hyuga clan now, her unwavering trust in Neji is unmatched by anyone. Hehe, one by one, that Hyuga Neji is probably too scared to hide. You ninjas are better, all of you have to fight for him. Obito thought it was funny, but now he doesn't care. He glanced over there. Although Naruto's body and Killer Bee were trapped by the six-tailed beasts, it was clear that the current state of the six-tailed beasts would be difficult to set off a storm. Now that even the medical troop has rushed over, the means of attack on his side will appear to be very simple. Although the enemy's combat capability is limited, because the medical troop is there, the tactics of delaying time are more than enough. Especially the little girl from the Yamanaka clan, and Tsunade's direct disciple, Haruno Sakura. The combination of these two people and Kakashi, who may regain his strength at any time, is almost impossible to fight quickly. It is better to solve it quickly. These guys. After the guy is summoned, it's okay to deal with Yahweh and Kyubi, Nine Tails. Obito was in a daze, and the next moment, his eyes widened. Bang! Ah! Obito was startled, his whole body was hit in the chest, and he flew backwards quickly. Bang! Bang! Tilde. After falling to the ground, Obito rolled a few times. Zai stood up slowly and said in surprise, "This little girl has 2 strokes." Unexpectedly, he was stunned for a short time, and he didn't even notice anyone approaching. What to do? But the next moment, he was startled again. Oops. Huh. Hinata was startled, his last punch hit the acupuncture point firmly, but this punch went straight through. Damn girl. Obito bit Kiba and was about to fight back, but the next moment, he was stunned and realized something. Ino, who was not far away, was looking at him with hand seal. He threw a heavy punch, but hesitated for a while, and then Hinata next to him had time to quickly pull away and avoid Obito's attack. That's great. So dangerous. Ino heaved a sigh of relief. Although the second attempt had a problem, it finally worked. Yugito is already like this, she must not let anything happen to Hinata. During Neji's absence, she must do her best to protect everyone on this battlefield. I see, that little girl has the same Byakugan as Hyuga Neji, so she must be a member of the Hyuga clan, right? At the moment when she attacked, the girl of the Yamanaka clan used a secret technique to interfere with my actions, causing my actions to be compared in comparison. A more sluggish illusion. Obito saw through the two's tactics at once. Hinata ignited his fighting spirit and said, Yugito is Brother Neji's friend and partner. Brother Neji said that because of Sister Yugito, the grievances between Kumogakure village and the Hyuga family can guarantee a perfect future. Development. But you guy. Hinata bit Kiba, a rare trace of anger appeared in his eyes. I will never forgive you. Drink. Hinata is another vacuum palm. However, Obito avoided it easily, and entered the different space with a hhhhhhhhhh sound. Immediately, he appeared behind Hinata and stretched out his hand. You've been fooled. Next, the attack range you've entered. Hinata turned his head handsomely and slapped him. PFF'd. Obito was hit, and he took 2 steps back. Is it that girl from the Yamanaka clan again? But. Obito looked indifferent and held out a hand-to-hand seal. But he was startled, his whole body couldn't move. He lowered his head and saw a black shadow under his feet, pitch black. And what this shadow is slowly extending, bending, and connecting is a group of ninjas. Good job, Shikamaru. Ino let out a sigh of relief, reinforcements arrived. I saw Shikamaru behind, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Akamichi Choji, all coming. Shikamaru. I haven't cooperated with Neji for a long time. It seems that Hinata is making great progress now. Inazuka Kiba. Fuck Hinata. Beat him to death. Choji. Ino, I saw your performance. It's amazing. Shino. So, there is no chance for me to perform. It's a shame, but I don't mind. Oops. Obito shouted that it was not good, and there were ninjas who were not afraid, but those troublesome secret techniques were so hard to resist. The shadow binding technique of the Nara clan, the heart-turning technique of the Yamanaka clan are all very difficult, and the Hyuga clan in front of me. He wanted to blur, but found that the acupoints had been restricted. 8 trigrams 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Hinata hits so fast that it almost matches Neji's speed. 64 palms. The hands almost formed a shadow, and everyone who stood watching from a distance was stunned by this scene. 64 palms. Is Hinata's talent so amazing? It's like Neji, the crowd exclaimed. And Obito groaned while biting Kiba's teeth. The strength is good, but for example Hyuga Neji, it's still a lot worse. Hinata, whose posture was not over, sank. Neji brothers' account is done, and Yugito's sisters next. 8 trigrams 96 palms. Nani, can you still? 112 palms. Da. Every palm has inherited the precision of Neji, and Hinata's skills are also very exquisite from the personal guidance of Neji. Gentle Fist Law 8 trigrams 128 palms. Chapter 477 Save. The Power to Bring Back the Dead. Gentle Fist Law 8 trigrams 128 palms. Hinata's look was firm. This is a technique left to me by Brother Neji. Now that Brother Neji is not on the battlefield, but Brother Neji will still give me strength. Drink. Everyone's hope was raised, but Hinata actually learned Neji's moves. 8 trigrams 64 palms is Hyuga main clan's unique trick passed down from generation to generation, and Neji created these more bizarre moves from the name of the tail of the crane, to the genius everyone admires. Of course, the power of Neji is unknown, but since Hinata can learn such powerful moves, it must be a difficult existence. Good job, Hinata. Kill that guy. Shadow Clone without chakra couldn't help but want to rush up at this moment and run away with that guy with Hinata. Boom boom boom. Every punch hit Obito's body and didn't give Obito any chance to dodge. At this moment, even blur is not available. Obito frowned, beating next to each other. Even with the super strong combination of Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan, he still couldn't stand the subtle flaws caught by the opponent, which made Obito fall into a tough fight. Bang! Last palm, Obito was knocked out. Dust is everywhere. Puff, puff. The heartbeat is getting weaker and weaker. Sakura swallowed, cold sweat dripping down. Looking at the wounded lying on the ground, it was Yugito. Who would have thought that after she had just commanded the work of the medical team over there, she now encountered the biggest problem since she started practicing medicine. This is not some ordinary injury and weakness, but the force of the human Jinchuriki column has been pulled away from the tailed beast. What to do? How can the death of the human Jinchuriki column force be avoided? Yugito bit Kiba, although the whole person was unconscious, but the signs from time to time reminded Sakura, now. Yugito is still alive. If she did nothing and watched Yugito die in front of her, she would kill Yugito. It's okay, believe in yourself. Sakura swallowed and stretched out her hands. ZZ. The medical chakra was green, emanating from Sakura's hands and slowly pouring into Yugito's body. After a while, she sighed and muttered to herself, no, it's not an injury that medical ninjutsu can treat. Her vitality is getting weaker and weaker. It's not the lack of chakra. It's... Sakura was startled, seemed to realize something, and immediately leaned over. Put his ear on Yugito's chest and listened to the faint heartbeat inside. PFF'd. PFF'd. Pass. Absolutely right, this is what Tsunade-sama said, the most troublesome situation. It's already suspended in suspended animation, and if it goes on like this, Yugito will be helpless. The chakra of the tailed beast is already the most difficult situation for the human Jinchuriki column force. The life energy, if the tailed beast is pulled away, there is no way to maintain the basic operation of the body. Not only the chakra is pulled out, but also their vitality. Sakura muttered, taking a deep breath. In this situation, you must be calm. After a while, a square-shaped mark flashed on her forehead. Like silk threads, the mark began to spreading like a mesh towards the rest of the face. Yin seal open. Sakura opened her eyes and held out her hand again. This time, the chakra was more intense, and it was continuously transported into Yugito's body. You must live. Even if you can barely hold on for a while, it's the longest time you can do it now. Over there, Kakashi took a breath when he saw this scene. I remember the creation and regeneration of chakra by Hokage at that time. Has Sakura been able to control it freely? But in this case, for the Jinchuriki column power of the person who has already pulled out the tail beast, it is only to delay the pain of death. Right now, no one can save Yugito. Huh. A handful of kunai flew, and the space was distorted. Oops. Kakashi flew away and caught it. Because Sharingan can't use any more chakra, but still provides good insight. Kakashi was simply in a hurry, and he stretched out his hand to hold the kunai tightly, and blood flowed from the ripped palm. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura was interrupted, startled. Obito over there faced the continuous attacks of Ino and Hinata, and even pulled away and launched an attack. Kakashi said, Sakura, don't worry, even now I can still cover you. Yugito means different things to us. Neji brought Yugito from Kumogakure village back to Konoha village in order to strengthen the bond between Konoha and the village of Kumogakure, which is farthest from us, is a symbol of our peaceful existence, and we must do our best to save her life. Quote. But Sakura is still delivering medical chakra in his hand, his eyes are full of helplessness. No matter how strong the medical ninjutsu is, it can't have the ability to bring back the dead. Yugito's life, I may not be able to save it. Sakura is now a very good medical ninja, so there is no problem with the basic judgment of this kind of thing. A gust of gloomy wind blew past, and the sound of Hinata hitting the palms could be heard incessantly. At this moment, the two of them were so quiet that no one dared to make a sound first. The next moment, a footstep fell gently and walked slowly. The footsteps were very light, but they carried an inexplicably familiar chakra. White clothes fell to the ground. Kakashi glanced at him. The young man's face was handsome, his eyes were as pure as introverted, and there was no hostility, but he was indifferent and unyielding. Yugito. Neji's breathing is even, but his brows are also slightly wrinkled, because Yugito in front of him is not only unable to feel a lot of life breath. Moreover, the wounds on the whole body are also unbearable to look at. Neji walked over slowly, although it was just a shadow clone, but with the strength of Neji today, just a shadow clone also has almost all the abilities of the main body. Chakra is also more than 30% of the body. Really, the tailed beast has been taken away. Neji was stunned for a moment, seeing everything at a glance. He crouched down beside Sakura, watching Sakura give Yugito medical treatment. Sakura also panicked and murmured, Neji, I tried my best. I don't blame you, you should step back first. Neji in Anbu and high-level executives, he has long been recognized as a high-level without ambition. As the actual ruler of the Hyuga family, Neji can't help but be the man of the 5th-generation Hokage Hyuga, and the Hyuga family is the highest commander of the police department. Sakura obediently stopped and took a step back. Even the medical unit she was in was completely reorganized by Neji, which was able to play such a significant role in this war. Neji, she's been drawn to the tailed beast, already. Kakashi sighed and murmured. And Neji just stared blankly at Yugito lying on the ground, reached out and took her hand. Neji rubbed for a moment, sadness coming from it. It's been hard work all these years, although I know you're tired and want to sleep, but I'm sorry, out of my selfishness, I don't want you to die. Neji took a deep breath, his mind filled with images of when he first met Yugito. A strange chakra appeared in his body. Kakashi behind him was startled. Chapter 478 Appear. Savior. Neji, what is this? Kakashi muttered. Because he has Sharingan, the changes in Neji's body can basically be judged. I saw a strange chakra surged up in Neji's body from the moment just now. The chakra slowly filled Neji's body, surrounding Neji's whole body. It doesn't look like pure chakra, but like the power of life. Neji said slowly, this is the power of the sun. The power of the sun. Kakashi couldn't help but wonder. Neji explained, if you have to understand it, you can see it as the power of the Six Paths sages. Six Paths fairy power. Neji, how can you have such power? Kakashi opened his mouth slightly. Although it hasn't taken effect yet, the powerful life force is something Kakashi has never seen before. Neji continuously transported the powerful life force in his body into Yugito's body, and let the power in his body fill Yugito's body. He casually murmured and explained, the power of the immortal is divided into the power of Yang and the power of Yin. That Rinnegan belongs to the power of the immortal. It is a typical power of Yin. It is the attack method of the immortal, and it can reach the level of control with sage art. Natural energy even produces the power of creation. And this power of Yang lies in the physique of the immortals. The power of the body of the immortals has a strong manifestation of vitality in the Senju and Uzumaki clan of later generations. The source of that power is the power of Yang. Quote, Karen is the descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and she perfectly inherits the sage body quality genes contained in the Uzumaki clan. She is the most perfect heir to the power of the sun, but because she can't be a complete master, she can't exert a more powerful effect. It can only be used to restore and heal wounds. But actually, the Six Paths Fairy has a younger brother. As Neji said, Kakashi and Sakura were taken aback. And another brother. Yes, this younger brother is of the same level as the Six Paths Immortals. In other words, there are two co-owners of Yin power and Yang power. Six Paths Sage separated the power of Yang and Yin, and gave the difference to his two sons, Indra and Asura. So the chakra of the sage Six Paths was divided into two families and began to fight endlessly. But although his younger brother went to the moon to seal the princess of the distant planet, he also has descendants, and his descendants have inherited all his abilities, one of which is the later Hyuga family. Neji made the origin of the Hyuga clan so certain because Neji also made a lot of unexpected research results on the way to pursue the dossier and the Otsutsuki clan. And these are the most reasonable calculations that Neji has made, but Kakashi and Sakura are very difficult to listen to. Mention the younger brother of the Six Paths Immortal, the story of the princess who went to the sphere to seal the distant planet, they couldn't understand it at all. Neji only explained, in other words, the Hyuga clan is a perfect clan. The source of the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is the power of Yin. The constant source of vitality brought by the power of Yang. What I am using now is not some medical ninjutsu, but the source of life. Boom. Yugito's whole body burned with life force as if a fire had burst into flames. Quiet blue, the fire of life. There is a very big difference between this faint blue and the color of the two-tailed cat. Whether it is texture or degree, it is far beyond. Yugito, as a Jinchuriki column force, you must have suffered a lot, right? Follow me for the rest of your life, and I will never let you suffer like that again. Neji stretched out his hand, burrowed into the back of Yugito's neck, and hugged him tightly. Yugito gradually woke up in Neji's arms. Neji. When he opened his eyes, what he saw was Neji's warm smile. Neji, you are here. Yugito let out a knowing smile and gradually fell asleep again. In Neji's eyes, reflected Yugito, who was covered in scars but with a smile on his face. Kakashi, sensei, Sakura, who made Yugito like this, is that Uchiha Obito over there? Neji lowered his head, unable to see his gloomy eyes. You know Obito. Kakashi was a little surprised. Sakura nodded secretly and said, since you are here, Neji, then our battle has a chance of winning. Zizzy. Smoke cleared and Hinata took a few breaths. Damn it, you're a bit too slapped. Ino stood behind Hinata and sighed. And over there, the Chunin and the Jonin of Konoha village. Kiba pass Kiba. Bang. Obito jumped back in confusion, and Kiba's attack shattered the boulder he was standing on. Kiba, don't be so rash, the bugs told me that there is some strange power in this guy, so Hinata's moves won't have much effect. Shino said so. Really? Then I'm more curious about what kind of power he has. Kiba bit Kiba, turned and mounted Akamaru to prepare for action. Hey, Kiba, don't be alone. Shikamaru was a little anxious. He. Over there, a few sneers attracted everyone's attention. Obito, who had been extremely embarrassed by the triple attack of Hinata, Shikamaru, and Ino, showed a frantic smile. What are you laughing at? Choji showed a serious face. Obito slowly stopped smiling and said, Hyuga Neji's younger sister. It's really boring. Even if you learned your brother's moves, your strength is still far from his. Didn't your brother tell you? To deal with me with Rinnegan, at least use Sage Art or higher moves. Bansho Tenon, Universal Pull. Obito rounded Rinnegan, stretched out his hand, and aimed at Hinata. Hinata. Ino was startled and wanted to reach out and hold it, but missed it. Just let Hinata's whole body attract him and fly towards Obito. Ah. Hinata wanted to resist with all his strength, he still couldn't resist Rinnegan's power. Obito had already stretched out his hand, and a slender, sharp wooden stick was pierced from the palm of his hand. Go to hell. Bang. The huge gentle fist chakra sprung up in the air, protecting Hinata who was almost pierced, and then smashing Obito hard. Boom boom boom. Obito was knocked into the air, and even knocked back after landing, for a full tens of meters. I saw that in front of everyone. Neji had appeared in the air for a moment, I don't know when. He firmly caught the falling Hinata and hugged Hinata in his arms. Land slowly. Hinata, go to the back, baby, this is not the place you should be. Neji's eyes, towards Hinata, are full of brother's love for his sister. It has been more than 10 years since she came to this world, and Neji has long regarded Hinata as her own sister. It is impossible for her relatives to participate in such a dangerous battle. Hinata nodded and immediately took a few steps back. And in the front, there is a sound of whoosh. The slender stick came flying, and Neji only stretched out his hand. The stick was completely torn. Immediately after, there were a dozen thicker sticks, and Neji frowned slightly and pouted. Puff, puff. With two palms, all the wooden sticks were instantly smashed into dust, annihilated and disappeared. Everyone was stunned and took a few steps back. Neji appeared, like a savior. Chapter 479 Gather. Tailed Chakra. Neji, what, you guy, it's already here. Kiba chuckled twice. It was originally just his fighting spirit against that guy, but now he is excited when he sees Neji. Choji, who was beside him, smiled originally, but the next moment, he was stunned. Like Kiba, the faces of everyone over there darkened. Because Neji was obviously different from his usual warm appearance. The current Neji has an indifference that has never been seen before. And this indifference is not the kind of calm indifference, but an abyss-like numbness. In the eyes, you can clearly feel the hatred and pain. Vent. Neji, what happened? Shikamaru was a little puzzled, and everyone had almost the same question. They all held their breaths and retracted the words they wanted to make fun of. And only Ino understands where all this comes from. She turned around helplessly and saw Yugito lying on the ground over there, while Sakura was healing her. Ino froze for a moment, and noticed something. The vitality is restored. Ino's perception of chakra is not as good as Karen's, because he has trained many times with Neji. His perception of vitality is very accurate. It looks like Neji did it. At this time, Shikamaru came over. Ino, what the hell is going on with Neji? Shikamaru asked. Ino murmured and explained. It should be that Neji saw that Yugito was taken away from the tailed beast, and he has the heart to defeat that guy named Uchiha Obito. Neji has never had such a purpose for people, it seems that this time, I really have the will to fight. Quote. Ino exhaled. Shikamaru was startled and asked, then, in this battle, if Neji is there? No, Ino said. In addition to her keen perception that Yugito was still alive just now, she also noticed another thing. What's wrong? It's still unknown here, we're going to help Neji fight. Because Neji is just Shadow Clone now. Shadow Clone. Shikamaru was surprised. Just Shadow Clone, can it do so much? In the past 2 years, how strong has Neji become? Where's the main body? Where did the main body go? I don't know, but... The face of Shikamaru's curiosity and doubts, Ino's heart seemed to fluctuate. But I know that Neji is already doing what he has to do. And Ino believed Neji's judgment that there must be something more important than this. Ino didn't stay by Neji's side for more than 2 years in vain, but in the end, the 2 years here, only 2 months there. But in such a long time, Ino's growth has far outperformed many of these people. Neji's judgment, for the overall situation, has never been wrong. Shoo. A twist, Obito slowly appeared. His face, there are wounds made by Yugito before, and on his body, there are bruises from the blows by Hinata's gentle fist. But even so, he moved with ease. He took a breath and said, seeing you guys reminds me of that time. Kakashi. Neji, you are very similar to Kakashi, but unlike him, you value your partners very much. In my opinion, you are much better than that guy Kakashi. Neji was just indifferent, ignoring Obito at all. For Neji, he doesn't care what kind of emotion Obito has at all, it has nothing to do with him. I really want to have a good fight with a guy like you, soon, very soon. But you have to make me happy, it seems like a good way to anger you. This is the first time I see you like this. What's the sub-expression? Obito is biting Kiba. Although he has despaired of this world, anyone who encounters an opponent like Neji will be excited, right? 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Go with a huge impact. Neji's face was already showing Yuhi-colored lines the moment he made his move. Obito didn't expect that Neji not only didn't want to pay attention to him, but also took the opportunity to shoot directly. Bang! Obito froze for a moment, watching vacuum palm pass through his body. He twitched the corner of his mouth and said, what if you use sage art? Kamui's face can't be cracked by your Byakugan. He was startled, but the next moment, he felt a pain in his chest. PFF'd. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Over there, Kakashi's figure fell. Sorry, it's been enough time for me to recover and I have to deal with you, but Neji released me on the battlefield ahead of time and went back to the headquarters to study your Sharingan. Of course, it has to play a role in dealing with you. Kakashi stood beside Neji, and Neji was taken aback. Kakashi asked, Neji, have you noticed too, that guy has some strange chakra on his body, so the injuries caused by Hinata and Yugito's attacks have been recovering quickly. Neji replied indifferently, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's cells. I see, it seems that I have to use my Mangekyo Sharingan and your sage art to deal with this guy. Kakashi put his hand on his forehead. Although chakra is often lacking, Kakashi, as Konoha's top pillar Jinchuriki column, is also a powerful fighting force. It goes without saying that the current situation is very bad for Obito. Obito also knew that and stepped back. Your eyes. What a shame. He snorted coldly and fell into calm thought. Now that Kakashi has recovered his state, with just a few flaws, Kakashi can use Sharingan to go to different dimensions to attack him at any time, and Neji's Senpo, Sage Art and extremely ghostly movement are unavoidable. There is also a Rinnegan, which can't resist Neji's attack at all. The tactic of defeating one by one is still feasible, but but if you have to fight 2 at a time, there is almost no chance of winning. He glanced over there and saw that the 6-tailed beasts were almost overwhelmed, especially the toads from Mount Myoboku who didn't know where they came from. There were actually 3 of them, and they no longer had a big advantage in size. Enough, I won't play with you anymore. Obito jumped back and quickly hand seal. The art of necromancy Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Bang, tilde. A huge plume of smoke billowed, and Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, roared to the ground, his feet on the ground, and the ground cracked. Neji looked up and saw that the hands of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, had been inserted into Hashirama cells for perfect repair. I see. Has the injury at that time been recovered with Hashirama cells? Obito flew into the different space with 2 sounds of shoo shoo, and the next moment, he appeared on Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Subsequently, he started the complex hand seal. Next, let you see the 10th-tailed beast. Ha! Obito opened the scroll in his hand, and inside was an 8-tailed octopus leg, as well as the 6 paths ninja tool and an amber bottle. Thrown into the mouth of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Even if it's incomplete 10 tails, it's more than enough to deal with these guys. Get Kakashi out of the way first, then things will be easy. Obito thought so. After all, as long as Kakashi was eliminated, he would be invincible with his own ninjutsu. The octopus has some 8-tailed chakras in its legs, and the golden horn silver horn sealed in the amber bottle has Kyubi, 9 tails, chakras in its body. In this way, the tailed beast chakras are collected. A wicked look appeared in Obito's eyes. Shikamaru below looked at this behemoth, his brain was running fast, bit Kiba and muttered, damn. Gather all the tailed beast's chakra, in the end. What will happen? Chapter 480 Chain. Dangerous chakra. Give it up. Standing on Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, scorns the crowd. Obviously, the body is already full of scars, but the eyes at the moment seem to think that the victory is in hand. And Neji just jumped back, separated a little, and the expression on his face was still indifferent. This feeling. Obito narrowed his eyes, watching Neji in action. Why not use your best skills? You should be able to see the situation now. Hyuga Neji, you are a man who makes strange decisions every time. Obito doesn't care about anyone else now. Only the man who stood at the top of the Byakugan food chain did not dare to take it lightly. To say that he has only served 3 people in terms of pupil surgery in his life, the first is Uchiha Madara, the second is Uchiha Itachi, and the third is Neji. Even Nagato's pupil technique, he only felt that it was not as good as Madara's 1/3. The use of Obito here is not because the eyes are strong enough, but their use of pupil technique. Obito has accomplished many things with his time-space ninjutsu, but Madara and Itachi's understanding of Hitamitsu is far better than their own. Knowledge and understanding of Byakugan is a more difficult existence than ninjutsu and demonic illusion. Madara's ninjutsu, Itachi's demonic illusion, the threat at this moment should be no better than Neji's taijutsu. Just, why, keep holding it all the time, now it's the most critical moment. Thinking about this, Obito suddenly thought of something and was startled. So it is. He opened his mouth slightly, looked at Neji in surprise, and stared at him with round eyes. After a long time, he showed an ironic smile and murmured, interesting, interesting. Hyuga Neji, I should have thought, you guys are always so steady and ruthless, but there is only one situation where you will let things involve your surprise, that is your shadow clone. The capacity of shadow clone is limited, so there is no way to break through itself and unleash the mysterious powerful power in your body, so you have to be cautious and reserved. Damn, I should have thought of that, it's really funny. Now that this battlefield is almost in my hands, you only let shadow clone stop me. Hyuga Neji, you are enough. Obito snorted coldly, shook his head, and glanced at the 6-tailed beasts on the edge of the battlefield. All have been almost subdued by the enemy. If that's the case, these beasts won't be of any use. Then it's better to use it for me. Obito quickly hand-sealed, frowning. To channel that guy, at least a full-tailed beast is required. If Hyuga Neji is just a shadow clone, I have nothing to worry about. At this moment, he burst out with all the chakra. In an instant, the audience felt the huge spiritual pressure that came from nowhere. Originally, he had kept chakra and waited for Neji to use his real strength as a safe haven policy. Unexpectedly, the other party also expected that he had reservations. In this case, he would desperately seize this opportunity and find the best opportunity. Now, Uchiha Madara hasn't felt the battlefield yet. Boom. Ow. Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, opened his mouth wide and let out a violent roar. Obito, what are you doing? Underneath, Kakashi had to listen to the command and retreat quickly, but he was concerned about his former teammates. And over there, Shikamaru urgently commanded, no matter what this guy is going to do, he must stop it next. That guy has the cells of the first generation of Hokage, ordinary attacks are meaningless, then defend first, and wait for me to analyze the enemy's weakness. Or if Neji finds a breakthrough, everyone will attack together. Shikamaru's first strategy was to retreat, finding an opportunity to fight back. Since the enemy is a monster with tailed beasts and Hashirama cells, then as a ninja coalition with limited consumption, a rational commander is indispensable. He looked at Obito in the hand seal, and couldn't help muttering to himself in a low voice, what the hell is that seal for? Sizzle. Thorn. Then, Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, opened his mouth wide and quickly pulled out 6 purple chains. Dangerous. That chakra. Over there, in the distant Six Tails battlefield, Naruto immediately felt something was wrong. Yeah, Naruto, especially for our Jinchuriki column force, that chakra with a seal in the chain, absolutely don't touch it. Killer Bee seemed to be very keenly aware of it. Uncle Bai, your perception ability is stronger than mine. Naruto blinked. Killer Bee explained, this is what the 8-tailed bull demon told me in my body. That guy is very familiar with this sealing technique. Thorn. Thorn. Wow. Everyone was shocked and evaded, but they saw that the huge chain was directly inserted into the body of the 6 tails who were fighting with them. Ooh. Seeing the 6-tailed rhino's ferocious expression, it seems to be very painful. Naruto couldn't help but wonder, is it wrong? Idiot, Killer Bee sighed. That guy has Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, how could he miss it? That guy seems to want to recycle the chakra of this tailed beast, and now, everyone, let me explain the situation to everyone. Shikamaru's voice suddenly sounded in everyone's mind. Huh. Naruto and Killer Bee were stunned and froze. Is it Ino? Naruto murmured. Yeah, my chakra is limited now. Please listen carefully to Shikamaru's strategy. The tailed beast battle is over. Now the enemy wants to use the tailed beast for the last time. The enemy must not succeed. Ino explained very clearly. After that, no one interrupted. After all, everyone knew that it was very difficult for Yamanaka Inoichi, the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan, to communicate with so many ninjas on the battlefield at one time. Not to mention just a 17-year-old girl ninja. Then, Shikamaru's voice spread through everyone's mind. Everyone, calm down now. First of all, congratulations to everyone who achieved good results in the battle against the tailed beasts. Naruto has been able to control Kyuubi, 9-tails' chakra, right? Then use Shadow Clone to support each the battlefield lacks chakra ninjas. The medical team is now in the center of the battlefield. Please transfer the more urgent and serious wounded here. Quote. Then, Sakura's voice came. Please take the transfer of the wounded as the most important thing. I will heal everyone. Sakura. Naruto grinned, and there seemed to be hope in his eyes. And Shikamaru continued. Everyone who can still fight, listen to me now. According to the location, I will assign the task. First of all, the enemy used this dangerous purple chain, the chakra with the seal technique. Neji's Byakugan has analyzed it, and Kakashi-sensei has also analyzed it, and they have communicated with me. The enemy should be trying to use this chain to kill the tail. The entity of the beast is sealed inside the body of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Quote. Although I don't know what his purpose is, but in order to achieve his purpose, the guy has weakened the power of the tailed beast. Thanks to this, everyone can control the current tailed beast. Now, that guy wants to recover all the tailed beasts. Tailed beast, to create a bigger trouble than the tailed beast. Chapter 481 Plan. Start. And, more trouble than a tailed beast. Naruto swallowed, feeling a little worried. Shikamaru's voice continued to spread in everyone's minds. Yes, this time is the key to the outcome of the battlefield. Please complete this mission. The content of the mission is to use all means to stop the guy from dragging the tailed beast. But everyone please be careful not to touch that chain with your body. You are only allowed to use chakra to act. If you are a ninja who doesn't have the ability, please connect the chakra to Naruto's shadow clone and pass it on to others, and act together. Everyone's blood was ignited by these words. I defeated the tailed beast just now, and my morale has greatly increased. Now, Ino and Shikamaru have brought everyone together again. In particular, the arrival of the medical team has given you hope for life after a desperate battle. First of all, Gaara and the long-range team are in charge of the one tail. Konoha Chunin and I are in charge of the 3 tails. The medical team and the reconnaissance team are in charge of the nearest 4 tails. The elite raiding force and the remnants of the battlefield are in charge of the 5 tails. Naruto and the nearby Kumogakure village the ninja is in charge of the 6 tails. The 7 tails next to him are in charge of Killer B's team. Neji and Kakashi-sensei will take the opportunity to interfere with the enemy. Everyone must do your best. Oh. Shikamaru's words gave everyone a boost. What used to be a hopeless battle now has a specific goal. The ninjas who have just knocked down the tailed beasts must now start thinking of ways to protect the tailed beasts from being used by the enemy. At this moment, everyone began to slowly understand that these tailed beasts were innocent in the end, but they were used by these guys, and their enemy goals became very consistent. That's the guy on Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Everyone. Guys. Naruto Hand Seal shouted to everyone. Shadow clone. Boom, bang, bang bang bang. Hundreds of Naruto's shadow clone began to flood into various battlefields, providing chakra for the ninja who lacked chakra. Obito, standing above Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, narrowed his eyes. Using the power of the human Jinchuriki column force to share the chakra of the tailed beast with everyone. It's really amazing. As expected of the same clan as Kushina, the power of the Uzumaki clan. But speaking of which, this guy seems to be Kushina's son. Obito narrowed his eyes, not knowing what to think in his mind, but he was stunned. Go, stop that guy. Huh. Obito was stunned, and at this moment, he suddenly found that he was facing 1,000 troops. Everyone shouted and offered their chakra. Chakra and their purple chains resisted each other, pulling the tailed beast. Obito, who was already struggling, is now even more difficult to drag the tailed beast. After the 6 tailed beasts have dragged half the distance, they all start to move very slowly. Now the nearest 5-tailed King Mew is more than 40 meters away from him, and the farthest one is even nearly 300 meters away. What an amazing team cohesion. Obito frowned slightly and his expression changed slightly. However, it's still too naive. It's really a good way to use the power in 6 places. But I don't need to win all of them, I just need to solve the closest. Whoa. Obito kept his eyes on the position of the nearest 5-tailed King Mew. Zetsu. Huh. Obito was stunned, and immediately jumped to the rear, releasing the space transfer and turning into a blur. Bang! The loud explosion made Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, shake his head, and Obito also jumped down and fell. PFF'd. The sound of breaking wind flew by, and the strong blue chakra passed through his body, and Obito, who was forced to blur, had no way to transfer. Is Neji standing atop Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path? I almost forgot about you. Although it's just shadow clone, there is no doubt that the toughest enemy on this battlefield is you. Obito was forced to fall, but still did not forget the hand seal. Receive. Ow. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, continued to scramble. The power of the chain doubled instantly, and all the tailed beasts dragged wildly again. Everyone, come on. Naruto's cry can be heard from far away. Obito fell to the ground, he jumped back and hand sealed again. Do you think this is the end? I won't let you all succeed like this. He was about to hand seal when suddenly he couldn't move. He glanced down, only to see a cloud of darkness, extending a long distance back. It was Shikamaru who was approaching. Shadow binding. No, it's shadow sewing. Shikamaru's mouth twitched, and the shadow under Obito's feet instantly became pointed, and quickly inserted into Obito's body. Ba-ah-ah. Blood splattered, and Obito bit down on the Kiba pass. An attack of this level can't kill me. After resisting, is there any way you can stop me? Although Obito was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, Sharingan was stunned. The reason for resisting this move was to move quickly. In this way, he can still go to the nearest 5 tails to reverse the battle. What? Obito was startled, and after realizing his consciousness, someone was staring at him. He widened his eyes, and in the distance in front of his vision, Ino was making a seal and aiming at himself. Do you think that you can escape by deliberately hitting Shikamaru's art? Shikamaru has been studying your Akatsuki's abilities since a long time ago, not only abilities, but also characters. You are a sinister acting style, do not give you show flaws, you will never give us a chance. All of this is a trap. Ino kept his hand seal pose and aimed at Obito. The secret art of the Yamanaka family. Has your girl reached this level? Even with Senjuhashirama's chakra. Ino's art was originally designed to match my shadow imitation art. Shikamaru twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, although it's only a few seconds, it's enough. Plan, start. Start. Obito frowned slightly. Bang. A loud explosion sounded from above. What? I saw the top of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, a huge explosion caused by Neji, and all the chains began to tremble. You guy, aren't you in charge of the 3 tails? Why? Obito suddenly panicked and looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Sanwei, someone has already been there. I saw the 3 tails, Hatake Kakashi was ready. Okay, Neji's side is ready. Now the chain is the loosest time, let's destroy it with everyone. Kamui. Kakashi rounded the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the space at the chain was distorted until it was completely broken. At the end, Gaara stretched out his hands and said with a serious expression, Sand-bound coffin. The chains are broken. The 4 tails, the medical ninjutsu passed the chakra to Sakura, and Sakura jumped high after running dozens of meters. What a joke. Strange power, with Naruto's Kyuubi, 9 tails chakra on the outside, hit it thoroughly with Kyuubi, 9 tails chakra. Chains, pierced to pieces. Excellent. Sakura landed, and everyone praised it. The 6th tail, Naruto threw the huge futon, wind style, in his hand. Futon, wind style, Rasenshuriken. Killer Bee said, tailed beast bomb. And the 5 tails closest to Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, although the ninjas were helpless, but Neji, who was on top of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, jumped up and slammed down from the sky. Iori Air Strike. Chapter 482 Riot. 10th Tail Beast. Iori Air Strike. I saw the golden chakra, like the strong light of the scorching sun, piercing down violently. It irradiated straight down, piercing the chain that was dragging the 5 tails. Ow! Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, danced wildly. But Neji remained unmoved. Excellent. Ino breathed a sigh of relief. It was only 5 seconds before they stopped Obito's action and successfully made Obito's strategy fail. This kind of task is really necessary for Neji, to be able to have medium and long-distance ninjutsu to support the battlefield of the Five Tails, and to be flexible enough not to be disturbed by Geto-Mazo's demonic statue of the outer path, in addition, to have sufficient destructive power, as well as strong observation and accuracy. Now this battlefield, except Neji, can't find anyone else. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. In the field, all the ninjas opened the book and cheered. The battle at this moment is close to victory. Shikamaru looked at Obito seriously, and said cautiously, "Now, it's only you." Whoa, whoa, whoa. Shadow Seam slowly fell from Obito's body. Obito saw that the chain was destroyed, and he had given up the space transfer and entered a state of blur. The wound just now was also quickly healed by Hashirama cells. On the other side, Ino was still vigilant and said angrily, "In this way, your trick will not succeed. Go ahead and capture it." Anyone caught? Obito narrowed his eyes and sneered a few times as if he had heard some big joke. The corner of his mouth twitched, his eyes narrowed and he said, "You are indeed a great group of little devils, but if the ninja allied forces are willing to invite them, it can indeed reduce the tragic casualties." He raised his head and looked at the round, orangutan-colored moon in the sky. His eyes were neither in a hurry nor in a hurry. Although there was no arrogance like before, he still looked like he was winning. Shikamaru frowned tightly, panicking in his heart. What's going on? Is there something missing? This guy, why is that expression? Ino, an expression of treating everyone as his people. Obito slowly lowered his head and looked at Shikamaru with a sad expression. It is really difficult to be an enemy of someone like you. However, it is precisely because of your difficulty that my plan has been delayed again and again. This delay is just an increase in the number of sacrifices for you. Quote. Stop pretending to be the virgin. Ino's roar interrupted Obito's murmur. How many innocent people did you Akatsuki kill? My teacher, Sarutobi Asuma, was killed by you wicked Akatsuki. I haven't even seen him for the last time. I swear, I will definitely do it for you teacher's revenge. Ino's voice trembled as he spoke. Impure world reincarnation is cruel. It also fulfilled Ino's dream and let her meet Asuma for the last time. But this side still failed to make her give up revenge. Akatsuki, these wicked people, she will never let go. No matter what kind of hardships they have. Obito just stared at Ino for a long time before bursting into a sneer. Then, I wish you a successful revenge. Little girl, you will soon know that the power between you and me is not a simple gap that can be summed up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. After Obito said that, the whole person went back into the space and time. What the hell is this guy doing? Shikamaru bit Kiba. Huh. Neji landed quickly and stood beside Ino. Shikamaru hurried over. The Geto-Mazo's demonic statue of the outer path was transplanted with Hashirama's cells, and the resilience and vitality are far beyond the normal range. It is difficult for me to really cause substantial damage. Neji said to Shikamaru. Of course, if it is the main body, he has many ways, but as shadow clone, Neji cannot actually fight with many real strengths. No, that level is enough. It's just that the guy seems to have something behind him and wants to use it, but what kind of thing that guy will create, none of us know. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, inwardly gloomy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Obito slowly appeared above Geto-Mazo's demonic statue of the outer path. Ow. Geto-Mazo's demonic statue of the outer path slowly fell silent, completely under Obito's control. Subsequently, Obito quickly hand seal. Just want one-tailed beast with all chakras. He raised his head and looked at all the rabble below with contempt. Said, although the summoned is only incomplete, if it is that guy, the incomplete power is enough to solve you. After I solve you, I will carry out the Eye of the Moon plan. You people, is nothing but an obstacle that obstructs the pursuit of beautiful dreams by people all over the world. and I will remove it without hesitation. Quote. Come out. Way, the cat again. Ooh. Boom. Tilde. A puff of smoke cleared, and the two-tailed cat landed next to Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path. Shikamaru was taken aback, and everyone was taken aback. It's a Yugito-sized tailed beast. This guy absorbed it into his body, what do you mean? Could it be? Just one is enough. Shikamaru started to get scared. Obito above Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, quickly hand seal, he showed a hideous smile. Hey, come on, feel the despair. Ow. Whoosh. A strong and sturdy chain stretched out directly to bind the second tail next to it, and then quickly dragged it in. Wei didn't have any room for flipping, and couldn't resist at all, and was directly absorbed. Then, Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, spread his feet and fell to the ground. And then, the shape began to expand, slowly expand. What kind of chakra is that? This feeling. Shikamaru clenched the Kiba pass, feeling the unparalleled power, and was so surprised that he was speechless. Escape. Run. Ino also took a few steps back in fear, and hurriedly hand seal. If everyone hears it, retreat immediately, try to evacuate as far as possible, the enemy's actions are very suspicious, and I don't know what kind of operation is going to be carried out. Ino passed the message, he grabbed Neji's hand next to him. Neji, let's go, let's run too. Although you are only shadow clone, the battlefield here still needs your strength. But Neji narrowed his eyes and murmured, are you finally going to show up? 10 tails. 10 tails. Shikamaru next to him was a little puzzled. Yes, 10 tails, the 10th tailed beast. Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, has gathered all the chakras of the 9-tailed beasts, although they are incomplete chakras, but because there are 2 tails it is a complete chakra. As long as there is one, you can use Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, to transform into a complete 10 tails. 10 tails. Ino's brows furrowed. He never expected that things would evolve to this level. That terrifying chakra, she is very sure, will make every sense of the wind change. Tremble. Fear. Obito showed a hideous smile, and then, the whole person jumped up. Whoa. The black substance swirled like blue smoke from below, surrounding and wrapping Obito heavily. Finally, a sphere with a diameter of more than 2 meters was formed, wrapping Obito's whole person in it, and it was pitch black and invisible. And the appearance of Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path, has also changed completely from before, like a lizard crawling on the ground, and his head, like a chrysanthemum blooming, grows a hole. The buttocks spread out, changed, and gradually turned into a tail state, radiating straight into the air. Under the bright moonlight, everyone could see clearly that this Kiba guy with claws has 10 tails. Chapter 483 Attack. Target lock. 10 tails. Is this guy also a tailed beast? 10 tails. Legendary 10 tails. Run, everyone, run. This chakra feeling, we don't have to run, we have no hope of winning. A fear haunts the hearts of all ninjas. They were originally the first troops to come to support, and their fighting spirit should be the most high-spirited. But after a desperate battle with a powerful tailed beast, he has to face this monster. Even if he is not a perceptive ninja, he can strongly perceive that the chakra of this huge guy is far higher than that of the previous tailed beast. What? Especially after Ino used the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan to tell everyone the truth, the fear was even more haunting in everyone's hearts. More importantly, this time, even Shikamaru couldn't think of a good enough countermeasure right away. So much that people are panicking. Watch out. This guy's chakra. In the medical team, Haruno Sakura has already started to organize the evasion of the medical ninjas. As a medical ninja, although Sakura has the ability to fight in the front row, he also understands the teachings of his master Tsunade. As a medical ninja, the most important thing is to protect his own safety. Because only the safety of the medical ninja comes first, can we ensure a steady stream of logistical work for the troops? In the face of such a big enemy, obviously, the safety of the medical ninja is the most important. But all of this seems to have been noticed by that guy long ago. Boom boom boom. That guy is already bigger than Geto Mazo, demonic statue of the outer path before. Even on his stomach, his body height has reached 100 meters, his body is estimated to be 150 meters long, and each tail stretches 200 or 300 meters into the air, which is very impressive. PFF'd. The 10 tails fell rapidly and dispersed towards the ninjas. Bang, bang. After the landing, there was a lot of riots. Just one tail is enough for a troop of more than 20 people to drink a pot. And this guy has 10 tails. Damn. Shikamaru dodged quickly, his mind racing, but he couldn't think of a good way. Now we people's moves are almost out of use. This kind of monster-level battle is not just a strategy that can be dealt with. What the hell is that black thing? It seems that it can't be destroyed at all. If you try, I'm afraid. Shikamaru was very worried. He wanted to quickly resolve the current stalemate, but there was too little information about the enemy. This time is different from the Asuma battle. No teammate has the strength to be close to the enemy to detect the enemy's intelligence. If there is not enough intelligence, there is no way to formulate an effective strategy. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Ziz. Bang. One tail was completely deflected, and the destructive power of Neji's art was still significantly different from that of ordinary ninjas. The Ku, Neji. Shikamaru sighed, lost in thought. Now, Neji is a very important card, but there is no doubt that the enemy's trump card is greater. If you compare this to Shogi, the enemy has the most main offensive and defensive system, and would rather be in a group. On my side, there are obviously pawns with an advantage in numbers, but favorable, offensive cards, like Neji, or chess pieces, are very limited. And the enemy is not worried about sacrifice. As a real battlefield, it must not think in the way of chess. What should I do? Calm down, calm down. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes, and through the 10-second stalemate, he fell into deep thought. If you look at chess, the best way now is to sacrifice the pieces in your hand, exchange enough sacrifices for the opponent's big enough flaws, set up a set in advance and wait for the opponent to be fooled. Because there are enough pawns to sacrifice, it is possible to deceive the place to reveal his weakness when attacking, so that there is time for a higher level analysis. Only in this way can local weaknesses be found, and the real analysis and strategy can be carried out effectively. Otherwise, everything is in vain. But it's not the same now. It's a real battlefield, and what I hold in my hands is the lives of all the ninja coalition forces. The biggest difference between this and Shogi is that, unlike Hidan and Kakuzu that time, the enemy's means this time have gone beyond Shogi. It's as if the enemy is a child who can change the rules arbitrarily and play Shogi with a child. Every time you take your next step, the other party can take 5 steps at a time. Your own cannon eats the opponent's horse, but the opponent's horse can be resurrected. Shikamaru has seen enough of such strange things, so all these factors must be considered. Be calm. First, you can't easily sacrifice your teammates. As a military advisor, you can't blindly go to an unreasonable path for your own analysis habits. Now facing a powerful enemy, it is impossible to completely pursue stability. This is not Shogi, and fighting is a gamble. Under the premise of trusting teammates, understanding of the current army. By the way, since the enemy has disappeared temporarily, can it be understood that he is unable to attack in an all-round way for the time being? Then, it is obviously better to use the tail beast chakra to attack in the form of tail attack. So, the enemy's real attack may only be once, or it can only target a certain unit. Try to disperse the formation as much as possible. Shikamaru opened his eyes and immediately looked at Ino next to him. Got it. Ino started the secret technique, and all the ninja allied forces thought of Shikamaru's voice. Everyone, this guy can't do a wider range of attacks now. The basis is that he has such a huge body, but he has to use his tail to attack. And that black sphere should be used to gather some kind of defense. The guy is charging, so use this time to find the enemy's weak spot and attack. But you can't take it lightly. The enemy's attack after charging is definitely very powerful. And looking at this, the range of the attack will not be large enough. There is no need for him to use the tail to interfere with a prelude. Now we must spread the formation as much as possible to prevent the enemy from gathering us all together. Quote. And then, since this guy claims to be Ten Tails and was summoned by the tailed beast, then he must also have the tailed beast chakra. Naruto and Killer Bee have to take up the responsibility of defense, because you are against the tailed beast. Beast chakra is the most familiar. Listening to Shikamaru's analysis and command, Ino said with emotion, as expected of Shikamaru, he has already considered so many things in just 10 seconds. Ooh. I saw Ten Tails start rioting, mouth wide open. Boom. Tailed beast bomb, concentrated in one piece. Tailed beast bomb. Ino was taken aback. Shikamaru also frowned slightly, as he expected. This guy has been brewing for so long, just for this wave of onslaught. But looking at his cautious appearance, he should have made a choice. It is not a large-scale destruction, but a targeted strike. Then, Ten Tails aimed in a certain direction, locked on the target. Ready to attack. Oops. Neji was startled, as if realizing something. Whoosh. A white light flashed, the technique of spiritualization. Ino blinked, a little surprised. And Shikamaru realized something at this moment and swallowed. This guy. What the hell is going on? Shikamaru. The face of Ino's questioning, Shikamaru bit Kiba and said, this guy's target of attack is the medical unit. Chapter 484 approaching. Hopeless light. Medical troops. Ino was startled, and suddenly realized it. On the other hand, Shikamaru opened his mouth slightly, as if he was completely fooled and applauded. This guy is definitely still acting according to that guy's consciousness. That guy knew that I would be in command of the Ninja Alliance, so he deliberately used his tail to divert my attention to the Ninja Alliance itself. The Ninja Alliance is my weapon. That's right, but there's only one unit I wouldn't consider as an offense. And that's the medical unit. The medical unit is only used as a logistical support for our battle, but the medical unit has received my order, and will never transfer and disperse the formation easily. There are still hundreds of wounded in the medical unit for emergency treatment. The special medical ninjutsu chakras are also very recognizable and easier to target. Quote. Shikamaru turned his head and saw that there, Ten Tails had stretched out his head and aimed at the direction of the medical force. Damn. Shikamaru clenched his fists, sweating profusely. Shikamaru. That's enough, you've done enough. Ino blinked, and seeing Shikamaru burst into tears, she patted Shikamaru on the shoulder. Originally, there was no need for Shikamaru to command such a large army, and the strength of the enemy was too strong. Now Shikamaru is required to use this limited strength to defeat the enemy, which is simply a big enough problem. And Neji, please. Ino took a deep breath, and now, he can only pin all his hopes on Neji. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A light and shadow-like white color shuttled through the crowd. Quickly, came to the medical team. Sakura is handing Yugito, who has gradually improved, into the hands of another medical ninja. Neji. Sakura had already commanded the medical team to come 500 meters from the center of the battlefield, so there was no premonition of the crisis coming. And Neji just glanced at her, then looked around, not thinking about that much. Everyone, protect yourself. I can only do my best to protect you. The enemy's attack is coming. Huh. Before everyone could react, they saw a burst of strong light shooting from a distance. Ten Tails raised their heads. The tailed beast bomb was not big, because it was only brewed in a short period of time. But the concentration of chakra is not low. Such a tailed beast bomb down, such a huge power, the range can at least reach a diameter of 100 meters. Most of the medical team will die if they are hit. Neji Test sighed, and his heart was particularly complicated. From the current point of view, you must retain your own strength and take action when the opponent reveals flaws. Shadow Clone can use is extremely limited, and if you leave it out when necessary, you will definitely get good results. But now, if the medical force is not preserved, the battlefield will become very difficult. And, Yugito also. This is also the consequence of using the power of Yang to save Yugito before. Now if you want to resist this blow, you must use all of it. After that, it is very likely that you will not have enough strength to deal with the next battle scene. However, the time to think is simply not enough. Ooh. Boom. Like a rocket launcher, 10 tails, head turned slightly. I saw the tailed beast bomb drew a pop-like tail in the air and galloped. The ninjas of the medical team have noticed that strong light, like a baptism of holy light, this time, they will take away all the souls in the redemption. Bang! The strong light lifted the ground, as if everything was in an instant, and it was about to be wiped out. The intense light, Sakura's hands resisted his face, and everything around him became silent in an instant. She stared blankly at Neji with an indifferent face. On his face, a dark yuhi-colored stripe pattern appeared, which seemed to represent some ancient totem. Senpo, Sage Art Yin Power Revolving Heaven. Om. The huge power of gyration, accompanied by a gloomy chakra that has never been felt before, the quality of that chakra has never been seen before, shrouding everyone above. Revolving heaven with a diameter of nearly 100 meters rotates. PFF'd. Neji closed his mouth tightly, but he didn't hold back, blood dripping faintly from his mouth. Neji. Sakura was nervous, it was the first time she saw Neji have such a hard time. The huge external force outside seems to be difficult to resist, but Neji's revolving heaven seems to be different. Chakra with such a huge mass is extremely destructive in itself, and it seems to be a way to fight fire with fire. Under such tenacious chakra, the attack began to slowly disintegrate and was no longer effective. Bang bang. Across the thick chakra barrier, the medical ninjas inside are fully protected. Haruno Sakura stretched out her hands, and the green medical ninjutsu chakra began to slowly move towards Neji's body like a wandering dragon. Sizzle. He slowly healed the internal injuries in Neji's body. Neji said indifferently, "I'm actually Shadow Clone. You have this chakra, it's better to save one more wounded person." But Sakura said solemnly, "Sorry, this is not my intention. But even if it is Neji-kun's Shadow Clone, there is no doubt that our battlefield absolutely needs your presence, far more than these wounded. Otherwise we will lose hope of living. We are saving the world." Sakura's speech made Neji a little surprised. It seems that this guy is not a simple eater. What he has grown over the years is not only strange power and medical ninjutsu, but also the rational judgment that a mature ninja should have. Great, it seems to have resisted. Sakura sighed. Neji's face darkened. No, the next one doesn't seem to be able to last. The next one. Sakura rolled her eyes. Then, the revolving heaven began to crack open, and light burst from it. All the medical ninjas panicked. Although they also possessed higher perception abilities than ordinary people, in front of this monster with almost endless chakra, they could not feel where the attack would come from, how and where. When the attack comes, they have no way to judge. Only with the naked eye, I can see the despair, approaching step by step. This is hopeless light. Boom. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion, the ground cracked. Stones smashed, someone hit tailed beast bomb, and the bones disappeared in an instant. And Neji can only bite Kiba and fight to the death. But, not so smooth to resist. Huge fire, soaring into the sky. This shock wave even traveled hundreds of meters. The rubble brought fire, turning the battlefield into a disaster scene in an instant. Boom. The smoke billowed, and Ino burst into tears as he watched the flames rising into the sky not far away. Sakura. She took a deep breath, her heart twitching. Neji isn't worried, even if she can't hold it, it's just shadow clone. But the medical force. Ino, who used to serve in the medical force, most of them are ninjas she has had an encounter with, and this tailed beast bomb will almost be destroyed. Shikamaru was biting Kiba too, with a heavy expression on his face. Damn, damn, damn. He bit Kiba angrily, hammering the ground with his hands. Fist has shed blood. If I had been stronger, if I had thought a little more, this would not have happened. At this moment, Ino and Shikamaru are like two desperate children in the fog of war. Chapter 485 Slug. The Awakening of a Medical Ninja. Crack. The arched stone gradually shattered, and then, what force broke it? Bang, tilde. The stones scattered, and two figures appeared. Cough, cough, cough. Sakura was choked by the smoke, and seeing Yugito lying peacefully under his feet, he quickly fell down. She knelt down, listening to Yugito's heartbeat. After 5 seconds of confirmation, she sat up and exhaled slowly. Great, thank you, Neji. Sakura smiled reassuringly, while Neji, who was standing in front of her, said nothing and looked indifferent. If it wasn't for the last revolving heaven you desperately used, we would have ended. The medical team. Sakura was about to thank Neji for the medical team, but the moment she looked up, her words stopped abruptly. She thought that since Neji had protected herself, she must have protected the entire medical force. Even if he was rescued, others must have been taken care of, right? But obviously not. The surrounding area is already in a mess, and it has become a ruin that looks like the ruins of 1,000 years ago. Thick smoke was rising, and some people only had half of their bones left, while most people were already lying on the ground, unconscious. Some people still have hot blood in their mouths, and the sharp stones just pierced through the back of their necks and pierced out of their throats. Ouch! Sakura frowned slightly and couldn't help feeling vomiting. Because near here, the smell of blood is really too strong. And as a ninja in the medical force, the bloody smell of medical treatment is always resolved. Logically speaking, you should often deal with flesh and blood, thinking that you have some resistance, but now this scene has proved everything. There is an absolute limit to what the human body can withstand. Including mental capacity. Were tears in Sakura's eyes. Neji, and, what is? The breath of blood rushing towards his face seems to exude Obito's anger and revenge, but this time, the injured and desperate people have changed the target, and it is very good to almost everyone. Naruto couldn't help but let out a breath and muttered, sorry, for the sake of future battles and sufficient efficiency, you are the only one who can protect and save them. Now they are not all dead. Since you are left, please play your role. Sakura swallowed, barely holding back. She let out a few breaths, covered her face, and seemed to cry secretly for a moment. After less than 10 seconds, she finally raised her head. His 2 big teardrops fell down. However, the firmness in his eyes seemed to condense tears. She stretched out her hand and bit her finger with Kiba, swiped on the palm of her other hand, and quickly hand seal. Hands on the ground, he said, spiritualism. Boom, tilde. This time, it's a giant slug. A full 50 meters in height. Such a behemoth, Neji also had to look up. Lord Slug, since you have appeared this time, is the danger on Tsunade-sama out of the way? Well, Tsunade-sama doesn't need so many slugs now, I have more splinters to use here. Slug-sama's voice was very gentle. Then, please distribute my chakra to everyone and save everyone as much as possible. Sakura bit Kiba with tears in her eyes. Her face, creating regenerating marks, has spread all over. At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, the slug disappeared with a bang. After the silence, a slug with a height of only more than 3 meters and a length of 5 meters slowly moved over. Sakura's side also seems to have encountered a powerful enemy. The casualties are heavy. Slug Lord said. Tsunade's expression was blurred, and he exhaled, really? Then we have to hurry up, we have to rush over to support. Tsunade bit Kiba and felt a sharp pain in his body. The traces of blood on her waist were still very obvious. Sizzle. A small slug with a length of only half a meter moved a bit, and it fit more closely into Tsunade's body, and the medical chakra played a role in targeting the wound very well. The chakra of Tsunade's own creation and regeneration acts on itself, and the effect is also very fast. Don't worry, Tsunade. Since you've already fought, you should know that this time the enemy is not at a level that can be dealt with in a hurry. Beside, Orochimaru said with a chuckle. Tsunade frowned slightly. After a while, she exhaled and continued to sit on the ground waiting for her body to slowly recover. I know, thank you for saving me anyway. But, I really didn't expect you to be on our side. Does this mean that even you don't know the plan behind Akatsuki? What are you going to do? Dangerous bunch. Tsunade's battle with Uchiha Madara not only gave her a thorough understanding of the gap between herself and the enemy, but also let her know that the enemy must be planning something extraordinary. Thank me, but you don't have to. You have to thank Chango in Sasuke's team. The child's curse mark can supplement the missing organs in your body. Otherwise, even if it is you, if your internal organs are broken, you will not be able to survive. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, who was sitting with a half smile. He also specifically stated that it was Chango in Sasuke's Eagle Squad. As Zenjin's own powerful source of curse marks, Orochimaru was still brooding about Chango's defection. At this time, Changwu walked over slowly, let out a long breath and said, however, I really didn't expect that even if my body was broken, I would still be able to survive. Tsunade pouted and murmured, don't underestimate people, I'm Hokage, the 6th generation. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and said, but what I care more about is what kind of person can seriously injure the 6th generation Hokage and the other 2 shadows like this. Sasuke looked over and saw that the 3rd generation Tsuchikage, the 2-day scale Onoki, and the 4th generation, Lei Ying, Yayoi, who were lying on the ground, were unconscious at the moment, and they didn't seem to be in very good condition. It seems that it must have been a very hard battle. Tsunade was asked this and sighed. That guy, Uchiha Madara, the ninja who once brought down the troubled world alongside my grandfather Hokage the 1st generation. Your grandfather. Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Tsunade pondered, and Sasuke stared at Tsunade with ulterior motives. After a long time, Sasuke also squatted down with his knees half bent. Since you will take some time to recover anyway, I have a few questions to ask you. By the way, you are the 6th generation Hokage. Just now, I have met your grandfather, the 1st generation Hokage. What? There was an indescribable look of surprise in Tsunade's eyes. Afterwards, Sasuke and Orochimaru explained everything about the previous resurrection of Hokage and Sasuke. After listening, Tsunade sighed. So, you want to ask me, what is a ninja, a clan, a village? Sasuke didn't answer. Everyone looked at Tsunade. Previously, they were all predecessors of Hokage, and analyzed this issue from the perspective of ninja history. And now, what Sasuke is facing is the contemporary Hokage, the current Hokage. Tsunade murmured, although I have only been in office for a long time, I have had the equivalent of Hokage a long time ago, so I still have a lot of say in this issue. When it comes to being a ninja, I'd rather mention someone. He's an undercurrent lurking behind Hokage. Tsunade's eyes flickered as he spoke. Chapter 486 Undercurrent. Behind the Hokage. Undercurrent. What exactly does that mean? Sasuke narrowed his eyes. He still doesn't like this kind of talk of selling off. Tsunade Kai Shikai commented. Hyuga Neji, this undercurrent, after the 5th generation Hokage Hyuga Hiyashi, and I took office at Hokage, basically Neji was in charge. Undercurrent. Sasuke was lost in thought when Hyuga Neji was mentioned. He started to stop worrying and think seriously about the deep meaning of this undercurrent. It's just that Neji, he thinks, deserves serious consideration. Tsunade. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, and at this moment he was also deeply interested in the meaning of Tsunade's words. Tsunade let out a long sigh and started talking. Sasuke, you have such doubts, it's just because your brother Itachi's truth hit you. To be honest, I only learned about this kind of thing later, but when I knew it, I was just like you, it was hard to believe at first, and focused on the upper echelons of Konoha village. But because, I know a person who had these problems earlier than you, and that was Hyuga Neji. So, I am not sure about such problems. There will be too many doubts. Quote. Tsunade narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in memories. Exactly, I'll tell you, Hyuga Neji, his story. It's not a long story, I just tell the identity story about him and Hokage. Orochimaru also participated in the Chunin selection meeting 3.5 years ago. This matter no longer needs to be verified, and now Orochimaru is on the scene. Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru. Orochimaru sneered softly and said, HMPH, yes, but this matter has nothing to do with me now. It has nothing to do with you. The third generation Hokage died because of you, how could it have nothing to do with you? Tsunade frowned angrily and said, even if you saved me, it doesn't mean that I will forgive you. As missing nin of Konoha village, it's okay if you betrayed the village. I didn't expect you to kill us with your own hands. Master, this account, I didn't plan to just settle it like this. Seeing Tsunade's angry expression, Orochimaru spread his hands and said, okay, it seems that today's protagonist is neither me nor you can continue talking. Tsunade grunted and continued. At the time of the Chunin selection meeting, Neji was already working in secret. At that time, Sasuke, you should have met Hyuga Neji in the Forest of Death, right? Sasuke was completely impressed when Tsunade said it. Scenes of memories flooded into my mind. At the moment when he lost consciousness, he seemed to see a vigorous figure appear. It is said that at that time, the person who appeared in the Forest of Death and fought against Orochimaru was Hyuga Neji. Sasuke asked. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. Looks like you already know it. Yes, I didn't think that at that time, it was when my body was at its weakest, and coupled with my rival in love, I really didn't think of that Hyuga clan kid who was Genin. Will completely seize my weakness and entangle me. I almost killed my heart in that battle. But I was more interested in you at that time. Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke, on the other hand, was cold-eyed and frowned, and he didn't intend to pay any attention to Orochimaru at all. What's next? Shigeo asked. About this story, he seems to have heard Sasuke talk about half of it, but he didn't expect to hear the full version today. That's right, at that time, that person was Neji. At that time I didn't understand. Of course, everyone didn't understand. A genin, even if his strength is rising rapidly, there is no need to do that kind of thing. In a long time for a while, I thought Neji was a reckless kid. He was fed up with being called the tail of the crane, but he didn't hate it. Every time that guy showed his strength, he was forced. She let out a breath and said, Orochimaru, do you remember the Sannin War? Hyuga Neji came and saved me and Jiraiya. Orochimaru chuckled softly. You said that, I do remember it. Neji-kun has always influenced my plans a lot, but I also discovered more interesting things because of it. The talent of the Hyuga clan, it turns out that the upper limit is so high. That is even more extraordinary than the shining talent of Itachi. Tsunade ignored Orochimaru's muttering and continued. A lot of Neji's actions, after I became Hokage, I started to realize it later. The reason is that I knew the purpose of the 3 generations. At that time, Hyuga Neji ahead of schedule, made a deal with Sandemu. Quote. Deal. Sasuke frowned slightly. That's right, Neji is an undercurrent, and it started to flow at that time. Before the 5th generation Hokage and I, the sixth generation, took office. As a genin, he was already surging in the dark, using the title of Hokage, taking advantage of everyone's judgment on him. What's the deal? Sasuke was very interested. I don't know exactly what the deal was, but that deal, Neji and Sandemu finally reached an agreement. That is, Neji split Orochimaru's plan into pieces. Tsunade's eyes were fixed on Orochimaru. Orochimaru was also taken aback and opened his mouth slightly. Before the battle, the master who was secretly in the Forest of Death, the master who helped Anbu clear the siege, and Anbu who overheard Sunagakure village Maki and Kabuto negotiating before Hayate died, are all Neji alone. Orochimaru was not shocked by this news, but Sasuke was surprised. It was already. Sasuke took a deep breath. At that time, he was still awake at night for Master Chidori. And Neji, in the battle with the elite Jonin, has rapidly improved his strength. Neji saw through Orochimaru's plan, but as a 13-year-old boy, the guy didn't seem to plan to report it completely. He used this to make a deal with Sandemu and eventually set up the police department of the Hyuga clan. After Sandemu's death, Neji succeeded in taking advantage of the hand letter left by Sandemu and took the Konoha high-level army. At that time, the senior management of Konoha had already been shaken by the end of the old ninja. But the appearance of Neji just took advantage of this plan of Orochimaru, so that those who wanted to control the situation secretly lost the initiative. Because that time was settled. The disastrous Sandemu and Neji. And Sandemu, who just died in that battle, the ultimate benefit should all belong to Neji. Neji took advantage of that battle and played his value in the hearts of the higher-ups. But closed the net when it was time to close the net and put all the fish in the net. The Hyuga clan came to power because of Byakugan's special ability to learn from Futon, Wind's style, to explain Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma, as the son of the third generation, also has deep ties with many high-level executives. Asuma's student Ino, through her successfully met Yamanaka Inoichi and broke into the intelligence department. Facilitate the friendly cooperation between the Hyuga family and the intelligence department. Then, he did all this to prove that he is an excellent ninja. We have something to do with me. What does it have to do with the truth about Itachi? Sasuke asked with narrowed eyes. Tsunade's eyes lit up and said, it just so happens that there is a great relationship here. I said that Neji is an undercurrent, and from that time, the undercurrent has been surging until today. Chapter 487 The Difference. Never fail. In the end, what's going on? Couldn't help but ask. Neji's deeds and genius image have long spread throughout the ninja world. Even Shigego had heard of him, and he was very excited to hear the story. Tsunade let out a long sigh, sneered suddenly, and explained, we, in fact, are just pawns in Neji's hands. Orochimaru frowned slightly, and couldn't help but get serious at this moment. In fact, he had a similar guess a long time ago, but he didn't know the inside story. Tsunade opened Shikai and said, first of all, let me tell you the conclusion. What Neji really did at that time was to resolve the conflicts within the Hyuga family. Neji grew up in the branch of the Hyuga family. For hundreds of years, the main clan and the branch have the family's grievances deepened, and Neji succeeded in winning main clan's favor by supporting Hyuga Hiyashi on the Hokage position. At the same time, Neji, as a branch family, is striving for the rights and interests of the branch family. As a genin, he instantly takes power in the Hyuga clan's clan association, and at the same time counter-investigates the three elders. Because the elders of the Hyuga clan are impenetrable, Neji deliberately exposing flaws and tricks, using those guys' investigations of themselves, and tracking the traces of those elders instead. Finally, Neji found out that some of those elders are related to Orochimaru. Tsunade curled his lips and looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was startled. I see, no wonder Hyuga Neji was chasing me at that time. I thought he was a killer bought by the Sarutobi clan for revenge. Tsunade snorted softly and said, Neji used your plan to make himself a weapon among the Konoha high-ranking people. And he used the Hyuga clan as a cover to make the high-ranking people believe that he would not fight them for power. And, for some unknown reason, even the daimyo was taken care of by him. Hyuga Heihachi successfully became Hokage, and the civil strife of the Hyuga family was successfully resolved by him. You still haven't said what this has to do with the truth of Itachi. Itachi said indifferently. Tsunade narrowed his eyes, looked at Sasuke, and was silent for a long time. Since you don't know, let me tell you. Don't you think Neji is similar to Itachi? What? Sasuke frowned. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then began to analyze in detail. Itachi was facing a coup d'état of his clan. He obeyed the arrangement of the villagers, chose his own ideas, and left your life. Neji is facing the civil strife of the Hyuga clan. At that time, I chose to deliberately show my abilities in front of the village's high-level officials, to avoid the village's suspicion before the civil strife, and even actively let the people of the clan be recognized in the village. I don't know if that kid learned about the Uchiha clan and learned a lesson. After actively contacting the village, he avoided the village and carried out reforms in the village when no one knew about it. The real master, the Hyuga clan. Later, he secretly helped Hyuga Heihachi, a man who couldn't even manage the Hyuga clan well, and actually sat on the 5th generation Hokage for more than 2 years. Also, let me remind you. For the next 2 years, Neji wasn't even around, and Heihachi only took advantage of Neji's policies and good situation to make Konoha so strong. Let me give 2 simple examples. On the way to negotiation in Kumogakure village, Neji used revenge, just like you, to find the body of his father who was plundered by Kumogakure village. But he intentionally helped Kumogakure village to solve the problem. The invasion of Iwagakure village and brought back 2 key figures of Iwagakure village and Kumogakure village at one time. Quote. Kuritsuchi, granddaughter of Tsuchikage III, Yugito, the 2-tailed Jinchuriki column force of Kumogakure village. The 2 of them were convinced by Neji's strength, and they were willing to work in the intelligence department in Konoha. For more than 2 years after that, Kumogakure and Iwagakure villages did not talk about it on the surface, but they had tacitly agreed to the alliance with Konoha village. Quote. Orochimaru and Sasuke were startled and looked at each other. Where they hadn't considered, Neji's every step was thinking of Konoha village. And this consideration took advantage of his own strengths to make everything happen without sacrificing his own interests, but also achieved his own goals. Until now, the undercurrent of Neji is still surging. You said that the guy took Kabuto away after witnessing the Hokage of the past with you. That guy must have his own plans. When faced with difficult choices, Neji, unlike Itachi, he likes to choose the best strategy, but their difference is that Itachi made a mistake in the end, and his biggest mistake was you, Sasuke. But Neji, to this day, there is no mistake. Quote. Sasuke was startled, his eyes widened. Till today, there are still no mistakes. Indeed, but in the face of such a powerful enemy, even he will inevitably make mistakes, right? Orochimaru crooked his mouth, not sure if he was right. Because until the end, no one can predict it. Neji's eyes seem to be 1 or 2 steps further than everyone else. Neji, who has never made mistakes, is not in the same era as Itachi. Sasuke, Neji and you were also called the 2 geniuses of Konoha village at the time. Tsunade narrowed his eyes and looked at Sasuke with no meaning. Now, how about you? This sentence of soul torture seems to lock Sasuke in place immediately. Yes. What about him? What is he doing so far? If he had a reason for revenge in the past, and he kept making strange decisions, it would be reasonable, but now, he has no such reason. Neji is an existence that can dwarf any ninja, even a Uchiha genius like him is nothing in front of Neji. Father Hyuga Heihachi's hatred did not make Neji blindly lose his direction. He finally chose the village and successfully made Kumogakure village. Until now, the ninja war has to obey Konoha village. Controlling Konoha village by yourself is equivalent to tighten the switch for vengeance at any time. Wanting revenge, isn't it an option for the weak? Tsunade, mouth twitched. Konoha is extremely powerful in this era, do you know why? Actually, it's not because of the achievements of my Hokage, but the undercurrent that I rely on behind this Hokage. That undercurrent is the power that the real ninja, the real family, and the village must rely on. Hokage's more important presence. Quote. Your brother is a ninja like that too, Sasuke. It's just that not everyone can make no mistakes like Neji. Your brother's only mistake is you. Without you, your brother Itachi has done all the tasks brilliantly. Quote. And Neji is still doing his job and guiding this era forward. So as Hokage, I can only fight as hard as I can. Sasuke saw endless trust in Tsunade's eyes. It was as if Itachi looked at himself in the distance, and he had immense trust in himself. If it wasn't for that kind of trust, how could Itachi tell big lies? In fact, in every era, there are such undercurrents surging. Behind my grandfather, the first Hokage, is Uchiha Madara. But Madara ultimately failed. The undercurrent of the second Hokage is his own development policy, and the undercurrent of the third Hokage is the undercurrent of his own development. It's that guy Danzo. Although that guy is an asshole, he did a lot for Konoha. In the future, Naruto will become Hokage as the village hero. Sasuke, you will eventually become an undercurrent like Neji, and go to your brother. The same way. Tsunade said, biting Kiba, and stood up slowly with a smile. Full of hope, he looked at Sasuke firmly. Chapter 488 Black Zetsu. Catch the thief first. Naruto. Seeing Tsunade stand up steadily, Sasuke's eyes gleamed for the first time. Naturally, the shining light had nothing to do with Tsunade, but the name in her mouth. Uzumaki Naruto. Although this name has not appeared in his life for several years, it seems to have been running through his youth. The darkness in the heart was brought by Itachi and eventually traced back to the village, but all the light in the heart was brought by that name. Uzumaki Naruto. But he is also a ninja of Konoha village, and, moreover, is a loyal villager. Sasuke raised his head and looked at the dim night sky, but the moonlight was shining brightly. Naruto is like the sun to him, and Itachi is like the moon. Day and night alternated, but maybe his night was too long. It's been a long time since I saw the dawn. What is his son doing now? Naruto, that guy, hee. Sasuke chuckled. In fact, Neji made it very clear at that time. At least now, from any point of view, he should stand with the Ninja Alliance. To have a better future, the first thing to do is to create the future. As for how the world will develop in the future, it is too early to decide. If you didn't tell me, I almost forgot, there is such a guy, Tenten is shouting to be a Hokage. You said that as a hero of Konoha, he will become a Hokage, right? That's not necessarily, because... Sasuke turned around, took a few steps, and was ready to start. After this war, there are bound to be even bigger heroes. Although Sasuke's face could not be seen, but just looking at Sasuke's firm back, several people were deeply moved. Orochimaru, Shigego, Tsunade represent three different groups of people, but in the face of sincerity, as long as they have human nature, they will be moved. Although they are different people, they all know about Sasuke and have almost witnessed Sasuke's change. And Naruto is the sun that has been standing still, so firm. It's rare, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and he felt deeply. Tsunade on the side asked, Orochimaru, can I ask you, why did you choose to save us this time? Since you are still alive, and you understand the battle situation, there should be many opportunities to take action. Tsunade also has mixed feelings for Orochimaru, both a former friend and later enemy. And Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, with a meaningful smile, and explained, people change, of course, so do I. In the past, I wanted to be a gust of wind and turn the windmill. I just observed the world and felt that it was changing too slowly, and I could see very little change in my limited life. So, I wanted to be a gust of wind, blowing those windmills a little quicker, but In the end I found that everyone was a gust of wind. The wind will change, and the wind direction will also change. Maybe when I am blowing them as a gust of wind, there is still wind behind me using my wind to achieve their goals. Orochimaru said this. His expression became more serious. He didn't know what to think. He hesitated, but finally looked at Sasuke's back and said, "Now, I just want to observe and see where the wind of Sasuke will blow." Quote. "So you don't want his body anymore?" Tsunade asked. "That's not necessarily. I won't allow it." Chango on the side immediately lowered his voice. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "Don't worry, I can't do it now, I still can't let go of Sasuke's body. The power of the Uchiha clan. But I understand now that Sasuke is not the kind of person who can easily settle people. Come on, the enemy's chakra is getting clearer and clearer." Sasuke turned his head and reminded. Orochimaru said with a smile, "Look, Sasuke-kun is in a hurry. Then let's go too. I'm afraid the Hokages are almost on the battlefield, right?" "Wait, I almost forgot." Tsunade heard the trigger. He seemed to think of something, and immediately turned his head and walked towards a place. "This is..." Shigego looked suspiciously. Tsunade swallowed and said embarrassedly, "I almost forgot about those two guys, and now I'm the only one who can save them both, with that level of injury. No matter how you deal with that kind of enemy, Tsuchikage and Raikage, it's also a much-needed fighting force." Quote. At this time, Neji's body, facing the moonlight, stood in the forest on the top of the mountain. A order from the headquarters. 5 generations of Mizukage narrowed his eyes and looked at Neji in front of him in surprise. On the side, Chojuro smiled and said to Terumi-Mei, "Don't worry, Mizukage-sama, I'll leave it to Hyuga Neji and me. This is the explanation. Do you still need your strength in the frontal battle? Chojuro, you really grew up." Terumi-Mei smiled slightly, full of ant-like affection for Chojuro. Neji explained, "Time is running out and your strength is needed over there. It can't be guaranteed to send you to the battlefield, but it should be sent to a nearby place." Terumi-Mei. They are a Chunin and 2 special Jonin from Konoha village. Stacked Iwehi, and full of the same, Shiranui Genma. Shiranui Genma. Although it is not as good as the 4th generation Hokage, our Hiraishin technique is also safe and stable, and we have decided to send you to the battlefield. It is the same. In the past, the 3 of us were selected as the escort of the 4th Hokage, and the 4th Hokage taught us this Hiraishin formation, but because of our limited ability, we must be 3 people together to cast this formation. Dai Iwehi, Sir Mizukage, the 5th generation, what an offense. The 3 held their hands together and surrounded Terumi-Mei in the middle. That posture is easy to misunderstand when you see it. Terumi-Mei, as an older unmarried young woman, couldn't help but look like Yuhi. She bit her lower lip coquettishly and said, "Although I'm a little embarrassed, but for the victory of the battle, please use your skills to the fullest." Being dominated by 3 men, Terumi-Mei closed her eyes tightly. The art of Hiraishin. Then, the light shines. Bang! The sound of a huge impact came, accompanied by the growth of thick trees. What the hell is it? Damn! Kurigakure village were racing in a convoy, and the daimyo were still watching the battle behind, and they were all very frightened. Protect your name. Black Zetsu supported half of his body, and the other half of White Zetsu had already escaped and disappeared. Did you transfer Mizukage away? But that's naive. My purpose is to capture daimyo, not Mizukage. Hee hee. Boom. Neji landed on both feet and appeared impressively. Sorry, we didn't plan to defend. Mizukage went to the frontal field to fight, and I'm not here to protect the daimyo, but to catch you guy. Neji's eyes were very determined. Black Zetsu froze for a moment, frowning slightly. You guy, if I remember correctly, it is indeed Hyuga Neji. Also, this feels like the main body. So is that guy in the frontal battle a clone? It's really interesting, as the backbone of the Ninja Alliance in this battle, don't go to the front. The battlefield actually came against me. But Neji curled the corner of his mouth and said leisurely, "Yes, but haven't you heard a word? It's called, Catch the Thief First." Chapter 489 Threat. Do you want to die? Huh. Black Zetsu took a step back. This moment. He saw the determination in Neji's eyes. This man is too terrifying. There is no killing intent in those pure white pupils, but what he sees is pure confidence. It was so pure that it seemed to be able to get rid of him in an instant. What do you mean? Black Zetsu disagreed. Although he knew that he was not an opponent, his aura still did not lose. Neji knows that this guy has no fighting power, but he has lived in this ninja world for thousands of years. He must be cunning, and his inner strength is beyond human reach. It doesn't make any sense, just literally. You are Kagaya's relic, and I will not let your plan succeed. Even if Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara are solved in the past, you will still use the power of their participation to resurrect your mother. Although even if your mother Kagaya came out and I was ready to fight, but after thinking about it, it's better to avoid this. Anyway, I'm not interested. Neji's mouth twitched, joking. Black Zetsu was startled, his pupils widened. You bastard. He was deeply shocked. He had planned a plan for thousands of years, and was so easily revealed by a kid from a later generation. And although Neji has a strong strategy and some experience, most of them are basically in the hands of Black Zetsu Master. Even more importantly, everything that exists in the future, even if it is traced back to the fact that Kagaya, there is no way to understand that when Kagaya was sealed, a third son was born. This guy, how the hell did he know? Black Zetsu now has a series of words he wants to ask, but at this moment, it is obviously impossible to ask. He was stunned in place. So, do you choose to confess honestly? Or resist? You also know that I am the main body. If you resist, I am not sure what will happen to you in the end. Neji's mouth twitched. At this time, there was still room for negotiation. The benefits of getting rid of this guy are not what Neji wants the most, and taking this guy is Neji's plan. Black Zetsu can be successfully brought in. You can learn the essence of Kagaya's existence through Black Zetsu, and then cooperate with Orochimaru to do research on Kagaya's descendants, so as to have a better understanding of Otsutsuki. That way, the future will not be affected by Otsutsuki's now unknown plans. Confession. What do you want me to confess? Black Zetsu finally took 2 steps back. He had been with Obito for many years, and he naturally understood Neji's strength. He knew that Neji was not bluffing, he was absolutely qualified to threaten himself. Of course I cooperated. Don't worry, I will also take your purpose into account, but, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito who go to extremes and end up only for their own selfish desires. I'm not the kind of headstrong person. You don't think is it too complicated? Cooperate with me, I only need great strength. If you have any purpose. Bang! Neji jumped up quickly, and a huge tree root emerged from the ground. Whoosh! The roots twist and bend. Follow the direction Neji is fleeing, very fast. Boom! The ground behind Neji cracked open. Roots of the tree passed through Neji's body, and Neji's body turned into a white light and leapt rapidly. A virtual state. After Neji landed on the root of a tree, his body gradually returned to its physical state. Black Zetsu lowered his head, gasping for breath. Take the opportunity to talk to me, and use Byakugan's demonic illusion to make me ignore that you've used Sharingan. Shisui's Sharingan, did you get it from Danzo? If you hit the demonic illusion in that eye, you're in trouble. Quote. Black Zetsu didn't know if he was praising Neji sincerely, or if he was talking to himself. Neji's mouth twitched and his eyes narrowed. Having lived for thousands of years, it's really amazing. Even Uchiha Madara was hit by this trick. I didn't expect you to see it through, it's interesting. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, although his plan didn't go as planned, but it was expected. Originally, although this guy has no combat power, but he has lived for thousands of years, he must have something special, but Neji will not take the enemy lightly. Hey, what are you talking about for thousands of years? What is it? For thousands of years, is there really such a thing? The big name behind him couldn't help but be restless. Originally, it was only for their safety to transfer the shelter, but unexpectedly encountered an ambush of the enemy. These ninjas fought for an entire afternoon. Now that the moon is hanging high in the sky, they are still in this trap. PFF'd. The side, Chojuro hacked to death a piece of white zetsu and said, "Don't worry, Daimyo, you won't be hurt if I'm here." Bastards. Let's not just not get hurt. Hey, what's the point of going down and watching you fight? Really? A big name looks fat, swearing. Hello. Ah. The daimyo was startled, and in a split second, Neji appeared in front of him. Do you want to die? Neji looked at the big name in front of him indifferently. The distance between his face and his face was only less than 15 centimeters. The glittering eyes in his eyes seemed to be nothingness and danger in nothingness at this moment in the big name. You bastard, do you know who I am? I don't care what kind of genius you are, let me go. Daimyo bit Kiba, and the clothes on his neck had deep marks, and he looked like he was in pain. Neji tugged at his collar with one hand, making it hard for him to breathe. You don't want to die because of your appearance. If that's the case, don't give me the wrong signal. Neji said indifferently, and after deliberately torturing that big moment, he threw it off. The daimyo fell to the ground and looked at Neji with a guilty conscience, and the rest of the daimyo also quieted down because of this behavior. Right now, it's a disaster for the whole world. If this battle is lost, there will only be one outcome for everyone in the world. That is death. Neji said it very seriously, and these names have heard of Neji's names, and they all believed in Neji, even if Neji said such a fantastic thing. The big name was so frightened that his legs went weak. Since you have nothing to contribute to the ninja world, you will die if you die. But the reason why the ninjas take care of you is to protect you and hope that you can be a good leader. But as a leader, it doesn't matter if you don't have any guidance for the team's battle. If you're still complaining now, then I'll consider whether it's worth protecting your lives. Neji's voice was very soft, but the words were very heavy, and the daimyo didn't dare to speak out. I know. Run, that guy ran. There, the ninjas of Kurigakure village are calling. Neji was stunned, and immediately turned into a light, and flew out. The daimyo saw Neji leave, his eyes widened in fright. Then, he knelt down blankly, his legs were weak, and even his pants were wet. But the other big names who saw this scene also covered their faces and sighed, not daring to make a sound. Gulong. Black Zetsu fled quickly on the ground, and the ground continued to swell with small breakthroughs. Mayfly technique. Ha. Neji's mouth twitched, jumped up in the air, and quickly hand seal. Then I'll try a new technique. Doden Earth Style Mountain Earth Technique. Chapter 490 Reproduce. Pushi's Vision. Doden Earth Style Art of Mountain Earth. Boom. Bang. I saw that around the uplifted earth slope, a larger earth wall was uplifted. The soil wall formed a hemisphere, half of each, rushing towards the middle. How do you want to continue to hold on? Neji's mouth twitched. He knew that this black Zetsu had no fighting strength, and as long as he was not restrained by him, it would be easy to deal with him. I saw that black Zetsu couldn't dodge, and rushed out of the soil, trying to escape the scope of the Mountain Earth technique. And Neji's Mountain Earth technique is an unskilled technique, so it is the first time to use it. A black shadow flew up, and the combination of mountain and earth techniques did not stop Black Zetsu's figure. But Black Zetsu can only land on the hillside created by the technique of the mountain soil. After falling, the other part of his body has completely turned into a vine-like appearance at this moment. Hyuga Neji, it's impossible. Why does a guy like you exist? Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes. According to his plan, he had already planned to come to such a place to fight. Even if there was an accident on the frontal battlefield, he would never have a problem. This is the reason why Black Zetsu supports Obito to carry out the original plan despite the appearance of a horrible guy like Hyuga Neji, because he has too many ways to repeat his tricks and finally make the plan come true. Unexpectedly, for the first time in thousands of years, someone has taken a fancy to him. Neji was already floating in midair at this moment, and all around Byakugan was flickering. The chakra of his body has already emerged. This is the Byakugan chakra mode. It seems that you have to force me to be serious. You should understand it, right? You can't run away from me. Neji landed slowly, and Black Zetsu in front of him couldn't help but take a few steps back. Black Zetsu who stepped back cautiously, Neji narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "It's a pity, you don't plan to cooperate with me anymore." So it seems that Neji has only one choice, and that is to kill this guy completely. It's a pity, but... Neji stretched out his hand, and his palm had transformed into Gentle Fist, S chakra. In his eyes, although this Black Zetsu didn't have the meridian system of a normal person, its defense was vulnerable. If you only need to hit the body with a powerful force that exceeds the mountain breaker, then theoretically, you can completely kill this guy, or there is any ability to regenerate. Neji also has a more powerful sealing technique. Just as he was about to shoot, Neji frowned slightly. The space of the venue seems to have changed in some way. Are you going to kill me with spacecraft? Black Zetsu frowned slightly, but the next moment, he noticed that Neji jumped up quickly. What's it like? Neji was startled. What he most taboo is this unknown power. In this dangerous ninja world, all unknown forces are threats. Although Neji is trained hard, he is also very cautious about these unknown things. The space was distorted for no reason just now. It seems to be some strange power. What? In just a split second, Neji felt as if his whole body was being pulled away, and everything just now appeared in his eyes. Doden Earth Style Art of Mountain Earth. Boom. The two huge stone walls flew up, but Black Zetsu didn't jump out of them. Everything seemed to be repeating itself, and even his own memory seemed to be confused. In the end, do you mean it? Neji widened his eyes, looking at a figure in front of him, which slowly appeared. Long time no see, Hyuga Neji. Doden Earth Style Art of Mountain Earth. Boom. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes, seeing that the technique of the mountain and earth had missed, and escaped in a thrilling manner. What happened just now? Demonic illusion. Could it be Izanagi? Black Zetsu thought about it with hindsight, but obviously, it was a chakra that he was very afraid of, and that chakra was with Neji confrontation. I can't take care of this anymore, I have to get out of here. Obito seems to have called the implementation plan. In order for Madara to complete the final Moon Eye plan, I have to quickly find another Rinnegan. Then, he quickly drilled into the ground. Boom. The ground tumbled for a moment, after which it returned to calm. Without Neji's hot pursuit, the Mayfly technique is fully activated, which can cover up all the breath and move freely as one with the earth. The figure slowly emerged, and Neji quickly stepped back and pulled away. A new enemy again. Behind him, the voices of ninjas from Kurigakure village made Neji feel less real. What happened just now? Neji didn't have much time to think about it at the moment, and only looked at the figure in slight surprise. Otsutsuki, Urasaki. Long time no see, Hyuga Neji. Why are you in such a place? Neji didn't spend any more time thinking about what happened just now. Since the Otsutsuki clan had appeared, it was reasonable for anything strange to happen. And in the face of this level of enemies, even Neji's body can't relax his vigilance at will. This kind of guy has suffered losses in the first two appearances, and this time it is impossible to come here without sufficient preparation. Why am I here? Good question. Of course I'm here to stop you. Aren't you interested in Kagaya? But I'm sorry, for some reason, I have to bring Kagaya back to life, although I'm also very interested in your plans. Interested, but it conflicts with my interests. Fushi tilted his neck, as if preparing for a big fight. Also, I'm going to take care of you this time. There seems to be some strange power in your body, which is also unknown to me. I'm very interested. Fushi showed a sinister smile, as if the next moment, he was going to take Neji as his own. Neji slowly turned his head and saw the big name behind him, as well as the ninjas from the village of Kurigakure. White Zetsu is still emerging one after another, but now it seems that those ninjas are fully capable of dealing with it. Such conditions, he can indeed fight Otsutsuki Ura style with confidence. My fight with this guy, you don't shoot. Neji said indifferently. Those ninjas also all acquiesced. After all, they all know that Neji is a member of the Ninja Alliance headquarters, and the attitude towards daimyo just now is enough to prove his style. Hihi, Hyuga Neji, I already knew you were a very shrewd person. Since you went to the Matsuri altar that didn't destroy the troubles of the Uzumaki clan in that era, you must have been hiding it. Now, have you succeeded? Hihi, that's funny. Hyuga Neji, if you won last time, you lost this time. Black Zetsu is a good boy, he will definitely give you a big gift. But can you see it? I have to see what you can do now, because I have changed my mind, and I plan to solve you by myself. Fushi showed an ugly smile, spread his hands, and seemed very confident in what he was about to do. On the other hand, Neji's face returned to calm and indifference, ready to go into battle at any time. How? You want me to praise you? Do you have a vision? It's boring. Huh. Spiritualization. Fushi's eyes widened, and Neji used a very familiar technique, raid. Chapter 491 Fairy. Yuhi Light Fishing Tackle. Huh. Just a split second, Neji had already hit the gentle fist and slapped Fushi's chest. Although it is a little strange to the veins of ordinary people, it is obvious that even the Otsutsuki clan follow the laws of the human body, and the acupoints were hit hard by Neji. PFF'd. Didn't expect that Neji hadn't seen each other for a while, but the actual combat experience was already worlds apart. It seems that during this period of time you have become a lot stronger. Fushi murmured, and then, the whole person was repelled by Neji. Flying far away, the Kurigakure village ninjas and daimyos behind him breathed a sigh of relief. I thought that there was a big enemy that was difficult to solve, but now that Neji suppressed the enemies so easily, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's over, the gentle fist just now. I have already penetrated all the dead point palms of the 8 trigrams, 128 palms into your body, although your meridian system is a bit strange, but it is the same, the body can't use it anymore. Neji narrowed his eyes. Since the other party was also Byakugan, it was easy to deal with. Since the last 2 fights, Neji has figured out how to deal with Otsutsuki. That is, since the other party's art is also produced on the premise of Byakugan, then if you deal with it according to the point you are most afraid of, it will definitely work. Fast, accurate and relentless as Byakugan's attack method and Byakugan's weakness. To deal with fast, accurate, and ruthless, you must be faster, more accurate, and more ruthless than him. It's really strong. Hyuga Neji. Ahem. Fushi slowly stood up, and after the last 2 losses, this time he seemed more calm. He said, but it's a pity, although your Byakugan is also very strong. In terms of the degree of Byakugan's fusion with your body, I am above you. All moves related to Byakugan are ineffective for me. The corners of his mouth twitched and his eyes widened. Senpo, Sage Art 8 trigrams breaking the mountain. Boom. Neji slapped it out. It's really unkind. Make moves when people are still talking. Urashima jumped quickly and took off into the air to try to dodge, but Neji responded very quickly and immediately moved the target into the air. Fushi couldn't avoid it, and sneered, knowing that Byakugan's own strength is not enough. Do you immediately try this kind of move that uses natural energy as a medium? But even if it is an attack from the world itself, it's pointless. He leapt deep into the air and ripped something out of his clothes. I saw that it was a fishing rod glowing with UV light. I stretched the fishing rod at will, and threw it quickly. I saw that the fishing rod collided with the spell released by Neji. In an instant, all the chakras, even the sage art chakras, were condensed into a ball, and the whole art became a gaseous state and condensed together. Kushi used the fishing rod to gently pull it, and it fell into his hand. The gas was pitifully weak in Kushi's hand. He narrowed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Is this the sage art you speak of? Hee, I'll take it for now. He took the ball of chakra and threw it into a basket pinned to his waist. If you look closely, it is a fish basket with a UV-colored glow like a fishing rod. Sweden, water style, water dragon bullet art. There, a ninja from the village of Kurigakure, after hand seal, performed magic on this side. A huge water dragon rose up and attacked Kushi. Kushi just smiled contemptuously, stretched out his fishing rod, and threw it quickly. The fishing rod hooked the water dragon, turning it into concentrated chakra, and then Kushi took it in his hand and swayed it at will. He grinned triumphantly, and Byakugan shone brightly. PFF'd. The water dragon was strengthened by the Poo style, and the water dragon became more than 10 times its original size, like a stream of water falling from a sky-piercing waterfall, rushing down. Damn, I said don't shoot, you bastard. That opponent is not at the level we can fight with him. Can't you understand? I am so sorry. There, the conversations of the ninjas in Kurigakure village were clear. Neji let out a squeak. It seems that fighting in such a place is really restricting himself. He quickly hand seal said, Raiden Thunder style, Black Madara fork. I saw a black thunder dragon, screaming and sprinting away. With the water dragon, although the body is not as good as the water dragon, but Raiden Thunder style restrains the Sweden water style, and the uniform of the water dragon is firm, splashing everywhere. The water splashed and landed, like an October rain, and the offensive was completely transformed. And the black dragon condensed together, did not disperse, and continued to move towards Kushi. Kushi hooked the corner of his mouth, stretched out the fishing rod again, and fished. I saw that even the black dragon was hooked by the Poo-style fishing rod, and then he started to fish. Condensed into a faint mass of chakra, which was held in Urushi's hand. That black thunder, if I remember correctly, is a secret technique of Kumogakure village. It is the secret technique of Reikage, the third generation of eyes. It is said that even Kumogakure village searched for a long time before only one successor was found. Why is this ninja in Konoha village? Will use to, quote. Kurigakure started talking. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, is it possible to conquer the level of blood following the limit? It's really useful, that ninja tool. Seeing Neji finally complimenting his stuff, Urashi burst into laughter. Ha. My UV light fishing gear can turn all material chakras into their original state, just like fish, one by one. And this UV light fishing rod has a very wide attack range. UV the capacity of the light fish basket is definitely not as small as it looks. This is something I specially prepared for you. Oh yes, my UV light fishing gear is not a ninja gear, in your words, this thing. But a fairy tool. Drink. I saw him stretch out his hand and quickly sweep the fishing rod around. The fishing rod seemed to have eyes, and it quickly extended, like a snake that couldn't control its direction at all. After turning again and again, it slammed towards the bottom, and the ninja with ordinary speed could not dodge at all, and did not need to touch, just approached. The chakra in the body would be automatically attracted, and then hooked. Ah! The screams were endless, and the average time to hit a person was almost less than 1/10 of a second. In just a few seconds, almost all ninjas lost their strength in an instant, and the chakra in their bodies was plundered. Pops, all the ninjas were plundered by chakra and fainted. Those big names also lost all their strength in an instant and fell to the ground. Withdrawing the hook, those chakras gathered together, which was similar to the black Madara fork that Neji cast just now. Fushi pursed his lips in disappointment and murmured, "Is that enough for so many people?" "Sure enough, you still have to ask for your chakra. You are such a big fish, Hyuga Neji." Neji again, with those eyes that were always jealous and eager. "It seems that that kind of thing will be captured by chakra as long as it is touched. For ninjas who must use chakra, it is really a very difficult weapon to deal with. And the speed and strength are also very high." Neji analyzed that the Nappu style has slowly fallen to the ground. "How? What are you going to do this time?" Fushi's eyes were full of cunning. Chapter 492 Gangas. Forcibly defend. "It's almost hopeless, isn't it?" Fushi sneered, looking like a villain. And Neji just silently analyzed. He murmured to himself, "Besides, he has Byakugan himself, so the ninja moves related to Byakugan have a natural disadvantage to him. Even if he uses Sage Art, he will be accepted by the troublesome Yuhi Light fishing gear, and then returned with color. Can't even use chakra." Neji was thinking. Over there, Fushi bit Kiba and said, "Fight with me, don't be in a daze." "No." A sound, the Yuhi Light fishing rod waved, and the fish hook quickly hit. The speed was always unexpected, and Neji quickly ducked. Huh. It hit the ground with a bang, smashing the ground into a small hole. Neji narrowed his eyes and swiped away. Iori air strike. Bang. The huge palm force went away and hit the past. The golden light hit the past and almost hit Fushi, making Fushi almost in danger. Neji with a sneer, only to see Neji slapped again. Bang. The huge force passed by Fushi once again, and he didn't know if he was already in a mess. Fushi didn't even take the initiative to avoid it this time. He sneered, "Give it up, even a move of this level, the destructive power is really amazing, but this is also based on Byakugan's basic strength. For me, even hitting it is just scratching. It's just itchy." But after he finished speaking, Neji still didn't give up. Iori, air strike, drink. Bang. Two more, almost in the same location. Fushi was puzzled, but the next moment, he was surprised. I saw the premonition in my hand, shaking again and again, became more and more obvious. Oops. Iori air strike. Boom. Damn. Fushi's whole body swayed, because the hook of Yuhi's fishing rod was embedded in the ground, so he pulled a long line, and the attack of Neji's palms was not aimed at Fushi at all. Instead, it's aimed at the line of the fishing rod. Although the line is firm, it is unavoidable to be damaged by the impact of this huge impact. Although the defense of this Yuhi Light fishing gear is strong enough, the longer the line is drawn, the less defense. Now that the line is stretched so long, and being attacked like this, I am afraid it is almost impossible to hold on. It has to be recycled quickly. Fushi was a little panicked for the first time. He squeezed the fishing rod hard, but it was pointless. This guy, who is? Arashi bit Kiba. Neji's mouth twitched, only to see that foot, firmly stepping on the line of the fishing rod. He chuckled. This is the super-weighted boulder jutsu of Tsuchikage 3. Even normal chakra is invalid for you, but as long as you are still on this planet, you have to follow the laws of physics on this planet, right? Ha. How? Fushi tried hard to pull out the fishing rod, but to no avail. Now this fishing rod seems to weigh tens of thousands of pounds of weight. Neji also fell into a little contemplation. He thought that the continuous high-intensity Yagami airstrikes could damage the fishing rod to some extent, but now it seems that he is thinking too much. That glowing Yuhi-colored light didn't seem to be the main means of offense, but for defense. Because of that strange substance, even a powerful attack will be dissolved. Hee, naive boy, the game ends here. Do you think I was tricked by you? No, I did it on purpose. Fushi's mouth twitched, revealing a sinister smile. His two eyes, with Byakugan at the moment, instantly became Rinnegan. Rinnegan. Neji frowned slightly. Huh. A strange force is injected into the Yuhi light rod, following the line, until the hook. Zetsa. PFF'd. The fishhook broke out of the ground, as if he suddenly had navigation. It stretched out freely until it was inserted into Neji's body. Huh. Neji bit Kiba and closed his eyes. I feel that my whole body is tightly controlled by something, unable to move. Pushi's mouth twitched, revealing a sinister smile. With that, the game is over. Hyuga Neji, I'll take your chakra too. Huh. He immediately retracted the line, but when he pulled it out, there was nothing. Yuhi's light fishing rod doesn't work. How is that possible? Pushi widened his eyes. What the hell is going on? He clearly watched Neji hit his own move, but nothing happened. And Neji finally broke free of that grip and smiled. Huh. The next moment, he appeared in front of Pushi again. Dong, palm hit Pushi's face. Ah. Pushi was knocked into the air, landed, and rolled several times in a row. What the hell is going on? Pushi slowly got up, looking embarrassed. And Neji also fell to the ground, and his body flashed a golden light. He murmured, Gangchi, this is the power that belongs to the origin of this world. It is the most tenacious defense in the world. This is not chakra. Even if it is the immortal tool in your mouth, it seems that it can't penetrate my defense. Quote. Neji gasped. Although it was tiring to entangle with Pushi, he wasn't completely out of cards to play. Gangchi. Impossible. There is no way that this kind of power exists in this world. Pushi bit Kiba and clenched his fist. He swung the rod again, and the line flew away. No matter how many times that speed comes, it is difficult to respond. Even Neji can't dodge in this state. Just turn on the defense of astral chi in advance, protect the part where you meet the attack, and bounce off abruptly. Ding. The sound of metal collision is very clear. Pushi was shocked and took a step back, squinting his eyes. I didn't expect to be able to use this kind of power to forcibly defend my attack. It's really interesting. However, even if you can defend, you are not a threat to me, because you don't have an effective attack method. Any chakra has no effect on me, including sage art, so. Really? Looking at the proud Pushi, Neji asked back. Pushi was stunned for a moment, and could not help but remain silent. In front of him is a man who has created miracles again and again. He couldn't help but be suspicious. I saw Neji stretch out his hand, the knife behind him that has been unsheathed. Baby. Neji draws his sword, hands clenched. Take a step forward with your right foot and step back with your left foot, with a firm look. Ninja Hyuga Neji, offline. Swordsman Hyuga Neji, online. Even ninjutsu and sage art can't work, so what's the point of using a sword? Pushi chuckled and looked at Neji contemptuously, just waiting to see Neji's jokes. And Neji was not in a hurry, just chuckled twice, his face gloomy. Then, try to take this move from me. Shukari Tachi, /. Neji mobilized the divine power in his body, and the spirit enchanted in his body now gathered his power on the Jugitai sword. At the moment when he swung it out, the resentful spirits that Qian Eternal came to kill with that sword seemed to be swarming up at this moment. All their sufferings from Eternal are released together at this moment. Ooh. Boom. With a single knife, it is like 1,000 troops, like a ghost crying and wolf howling. PFF'd. Slashed with one knife, Pushi's body, directly, split into two halves. Chapter 493 Elixir. Strange power. Detected that the host has reached the semi-holy level. Understand the sword intent. Household / Pushi's whole body was cut in half. Seeing the Urashi who collapsed into two halves behind him, Neji's expression was indifferent. Afterwards, he murmured, is this the power of the sword intent? Using the // you can release the sword intent in a wide range, and through the sword intent, you can release more spiritual energy than chakra. The original physical energy, when added together, is simply an invincible attack. Quote. Then, the Pooh-style blue Rinnegan lit up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A burst of blue light flashed. A moment later, Pushi appeared in its original position intact. Neji turned around in surprise and looked at the already intact Pushi. Just now, I saw with my own eyes that he was completely cut off by his eye slash. However, now he appeared in front of him completely intact, and he didn't even have any damage. Neji would have thought he was hallucinating if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. He lowered his head and watched the chakra trajectory of his body flowing. Absolutely right, I can't be in demonic illusion. It seems that the other party does have some incredible ability, which is similar to the breath of Izanagi and Huang Izumi. It is exactly the same as the previous time travel. Could it be that you can travel through time and space at any time in battle? No, it shouldn't be. Neji let out a long breath, trying to calm himself down. But such a fact is difficult to calm down. If it is time travel, it is indeed impossible. Because only a certain fact, or a certain unfavorable condition for the other party has occurred. Example, Black Zetsu fled before. Black Zetsu, who was trapped and stopped by himself, was out of his control because of some force, but he did not lose this part of his memory, and the other party did not lose. Even everyone present saw this scene happen. This should not be time travel. Time travel should be based on the development of thinking, but the current one is like a time travel in three-dimensional space. If you travel in time in a world without the concept of time, the final result will only affect the occurrence of the original event. And the surrounding world is not affected at all. Neji's mind was a mess. It's really a great destructive power. Is it just a sword? It seems that the sword is also a dangerous thing. Pushi narrowed his eyes and stretched out the fishing rod in his hand. However, no matter how powerful a knife is, it is impossible to defeat this Yuhi-light fishing gear in my hand, hehe. Neji snorted coldly. Since you don't know what it is, then let him cast aside, won't it be clear? Neji thought to himself, holding the knife in both hands. His posture is unusually obvious, just so that this guy Urashi can realize that his blow will be an all-out blow, and he must repeat the move just now, otherwise it will definitely become a big problem for Neji. Huh, are you coming again? Pushi narrowed his eyes and chuckled, then let's try it out, whose treasure is more powerful? Huh. Drink. Flash. Neji is merciless and slashes quickly. Sword intent is full of energy. Neji's fighting spirit is very high. In order to make a full blow, to force the opponent to use the previous ability to protect himself, Neji also opened his eyes, and wanted to seize the opportunity to observe what this is really like. Ability. Ding. However, it backfired. Neji's knife was actually blocked. Pushi didn't get hit, but blocked it with Yuhi's light fishing rod. Sword hit Yuhi's light fishing rod, but it couldn't cut it off. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. The Shugarita sword is a sword for suppressing resentment, and its destructive power itself is not superior. The defense method on the Yuhi light fishing rod is close to the existence of the gangster, so the Shugarita sword is also defended. Very normal thing. It's just that this full of sword intent and this Juhei-zan were blocked. It's really unreasonable. Wind. Neji roared, all around, crazy concubine everywhere. The storm made Pushi's feet blow, and he couldn't even stand at all, and the whole person was fluttering. Futon, wind style. No, not. This feels. Pushi blinked his eyes. Yuhi light fishing rod and Yuhi light fish basket had nothing to do. This was the wind that was really blowing up. He said dumbly, I didn't expect you to use this ability. Just use ordinary. The sword energy of the sword can set off the futon, wind style, of S-rank ninjutsu. Quote. Breathless slash. Huh. Shadow flashed, and Neji flew behind Pushi and stabbed in. Kai, sound, Pushi bit Kiba. Neji pulled out the knife again, and slashed several times quickly. Almost at the same time. Poo-style screams, accompanied by his wailing, the whole person was kicked and flew out. It flew in the air for a few laps, and rolled over a dozen laps after landing on the ground. Neji landed slowly, staring in front of him until everything calmed down. Even with the clear eyes removed, Urashi didn't use the move Neji was expecting. Haha, it's amazing. Fushi was embarrassed and narrowed his eyes. He took out from his clothes and picked up a pill-like thing. He frowned slightly and swallowed the medicine pill. Neji was startled, and took a cautious step back. The next moment, a huge explosive force soared into the sky. Boom! Just before Neji's retreat, even the soil on the ground cracked and shattered. That thing contains highly precise chakras, Neji muttered. Before I closed my eyes just now, I couldn't see that strange technique, but I did observe this so-called elixirs. Fushi crooked his neck and said, your swordsmanship is indeed an ability not to be underestimated. But since I have used Dan, then I have to admit that you are the one I have encountered so far on this planet. The strongest enemy so far. Ha ha. After Fushi finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and the chakras around him seemed to have opened the 8 inner gates, flowing and colliding rapidly. All around, silence. Baby. What a great speed. Neji was a little surprised, but Fushi was already punching in a split second. Neji's reaction was also very fast, and he immediately returned the color. Gentle fist law 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Neji's body did not rotate, but he had already activated the chakra of revolving heaven, which automatically rotated around Neji. And when the fists came down, huge power was generated. Strange power. Boom. Boom. The powerful destructive power made Neji instantly understand where the strange pressure just now came from. Just simple 2 punches. Neji used the indestructible defense of revolving heaven to resist the attack, but behind him, due to the huge power, he was like a bull across the mountain, and in an instant he extended his power to a range of 100 meters. The powerful force spread to the past, and the sanctuary placed by the original daimyo 100 meters away was destroyed and dumped in an instant. Boom. The sound of the original house collapsing is frightening. After eating the pills, do you have a supernatural power stronger than Sakura? No, stronger than Tsunade. Neji sighed, it seems that the next battle will be more and more difficult. Chapter 494 Ability. Back in time. Is the defense down? It seems that the power of Byakugan of our family is very useful on this planet. Fushi's mouth twitched, and he looked at Neji admiringly. This kind of appreciation is like the appreciation of the elders to the younger generation, and they don't see Neji as an opponent at all. But Neji is not angry. Until now, he has been led by the nose of Fushi. But the battle is not over yet. The real battle is to count everything into the final victory chips. Neji has a reason not to lose. Not only revolving heaven, the activation of astral chi is also invincible. 5 seconds, although it only lasts for 5 seconds. But within 5 seconds, with astral chi, I will never be defeated by any damage. Neji sighed and said indifferently. Fushi's eyes lit up, as if he had gotten some important clues. And Neji even sneered. It's okay to tell you, my sage art can also be integrated into swordsmanship. Although ordinary swordsmanship is only satisfying, it is meaningless. But the swordsmanship injected into sage art can no longer be used. You can easily decipher it just now. Neji narrowed his eyes and drew his sword again. But this time, he held the sword with one hand. Staring at the opposite Fushi with sharp eyes, Neji didn't know what was going on in his mind. Then, I'm almost ready to seal you here. Since you are willing to show up yourself, then I won't have to spend time going all over the world to find you. Holding the sword in one hand, Neji dashed towards Urasaki. Whoosh. Neji's face showed a fresh Yuhi color pattern. Sage mode. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Neji's footsteps, each step on the ground collapsed a piece, making a shocking sound. Neji holds a sword in his right hand and a hand seal in his left hand. Sage Art Chakra radiates out from Neji's body. Sage Art Chakra itself belongs to the combination of natural energy and chakra, and Sage Art itself uses natural energy, and Chakra is just an introduction to assist vitality. At this moment, the huge natural energy accompanied by Neji's fast and heavy steps, little by little like Uzumaki, melted into Neji's body. Then slowly convey it to that sword, Shukari Taito. He. I'll admit this sword. After I kill you, I must take this sword and take a good look at what kind of divine artifact he is. Stand up the knife. Neji rushed in front of Ushiro, stopped a moment before making contact, and slammed the knife into the ground in front of Ashiki. The whole person catches the reaction force of the knife piercing the ground and rises into the air. The blade turned over in Neji's hands, catching the bright moonlight, and the blade was dazzling and dazzling. Broadsword. Neji's heart, Kamizuki silently appeared. In that cave, Neji was still alive. It was the first time he saw the old man wielding a standing sword and a broadsword in front of him. With just a slight wave, he directly destroyed a boulder dozens of meters high in an instant. And now is the time when that power is needed. We must use more powerful power than that to drive Pushi into a corner. Whoosh. In the air, Neji flew into the air, and the sword also fell out of his hand, tossing freely in the air. The flipped over reflects the moonlight again and again, shining dazzlingly. Gorgeous colors that cover your eyes. The broadsword let the light and shadow in the air attach a dozen of the same blade, and attacked directly towards the Pu-style place. Although everything was so slow, it actually only happened in a few seconds, and Arashi was already prepared, but... Boom! The ground began to break, and Johnny had shot down before the sword was out, destroying all of Pushi's defenses. Oops! Pushi screamed. He did not expect that all his defenses would be completely disintegrated by Neji's spiritual power. Rinnegan back in time. Pushi widened his eyes, and saw that his eyes instantly transformed into two blue Rinnegans, which burst into shining blue light. Neji in the air opens up his own experience. In just a moment, he understood everything. Time backward. Ding! Standing knife. Neji slashed and fell to the ground. In front of him, Pushi, who was standing in front of him, sneered. Ghost force, unparalleled. Pushi's mouth twitched and he smiled slyly. Fist out. Boom. Huge power, to disintegrate all Neji's offensive. Neji frowned, mobilized the chi in the body, all used for defense. If it's just a strange force, Neji's revolving heaven can still resist, but the strange force used by Pushi is a kind of foot-in, vapor style, a move that belongs to this world, and can play the most powerful in this world effect. The degree of destructive power is equivalent to the full blow of a complete five-tailed king Mu. The human body alone is almost unable to withstand this destructive power. Even just rubbing the edges will completely shatter all the internal organs of the human body. Gangchi. Defense. Too naive. Pushi's mouth twitched. Neji was startled, and rolled his eyes. Rinnegan, who saw Ura-style eyes, suddenly glowed blue, and all the lines turned sky blue. The world was also annihilated in an instant, and the next moment, Neji seemed to transform the scene, as if everything before was a dream. The moment the chi dissipated, the Pu-style double punches came. Foot-in, vapor style, monster force. I see, Neji murmured, eyes widening. Then, the whole person was directly hit by the strange force. Aha! PFF'd. Neji was knocked out, biting on Kiba, and finally spit out a big mouthful of blood. Pop! It fell to the ground and rolled for a dozen laps in a row. Turning his body with difficulty, Neji raised his head in embarrassment and panted, going back in time, hee. I saw it, everything. I saw it. But Neji's body was already weak, and he felt pain from his whole body, including his internal organs. That black eye, what is it? Pushi narrowed his eyes, watching the black eyes slowly dissipate from Neji's eyes. He snorted coldly and said, it's really stupid, so what if you see my Rinnegan's ability? Yes, This time rewind is my Rinnegan's special ability. However, you are also incapable of defeating me. It's because you told me when you activated your chi, hee. Your whole body should have been destroyed, and now you can't even stand up, right? Neji frowned slightly and moved. Pushi's mouth twitched. Although you really can't move, but to be on the safe side, I don't plan to give you any chance. Huh. Thorn. Yuhi's bare fishing rod was thrown over by Urashi, and the hook stabbed hard into Neji's body. As Neji gasped, a strong dark blue chakra was hooked by the fishing rod and returned to Pushi's hand. Look, how wonderful, this mighty chakra. Poo-style eyes have returned to the original Byakugan. He stared at the beautiful chakra in his hand. At the moment, it was shining brightly, and it was reflected in his Byakugan, which was very beautiful. Chapter 495 Tempered. Body of Vulcan. Cough, cough. Neji bit the Kiba pass, covered his chest, tried his best to get up, and squatted on the ground. Can't stand up yet. Ha ha. Very well, it's almost time to finish. Pushi also seems to have spent a lot of effort, and at this level, no one's strength can explain everything. But who can persevere to the end? But Neji frowned tightly, clutching his chest, and couldn't help but let out a, wow. PFF'd. Spit out a mouthful of blood. But Pushi, who saw such a horrific scene, not only showed no mercy, but sneered instead. He narrowed his eyes, twitched the corners of his mouth, and murmured, "It's really pitiful, but this chakra of yours seems to be of great use." Pushi slowly stretched out his hand, holding a huge blue chakra in his hand. As expected of the descendants of our family, unlike the power of yin and yang handed down by Hagoromo, the meridian system and optic nerve system in your body are the most quintessential power of our family. Pushi showed a grim smile, and with the other hand, he picked up the Yuhi-light fish basket attached to his waist, and put the chakra firmly in it. Shoo, tilde. Neji's strong chakra seemed to be absorbed, and slowly circled into Yuhi's light fish basket. This Yuhi-light immortal tool is unique. No matter what kind of powerful power is in it, it can't break free. You have no chakra, how should you fight? It's ridiculous, ninja. He. There is no chakra. Anything, it's just trash. Pushi widened his eyes and revealed a sinister smile. And Neji was gasping for breath, already struggling. Indeed. He murmured, but stood up slowly. Huh. Pushi narrowed his eyes and said leisurely, "Without chakra, you should have lost the strength to speak, and you can still stand up." It's true that chakra is all that ninjas use to launch ninjutsu, but don't think that those chakras used to perform magic are already all. Just now, it's just my body's chakra. But it's used as the source of life. The chakra in your mouth is not the same thing as the chakra in your mouth. Neji swallowed, and indeed felt that it was difficult to even speak. What did you say? Pushi narrowed his eyes. Neji smiled and said, "Do you really think that all the chakras in this world were brought by Kagaya at that time?" What do you mean? Pushi asked suspiciously. Neji chuckled and explained, "Indeed, the chakra contained in the Tree of Gods is so huge that no ninja can imagine now. And these chakras were later scattered all over the world, and the most concentrated parts were also divided. For the nine-tailed beasts, they are divided into major countries. However, the power contained in the human body has a source power far beyond these chakra powers." Quote. These are the results of Orochimaru's experiments. Neji's last sentence lowered his voice. What the hell are you talking about? Didn't understand what Neji was saying now, but from the current point of view, with the chakra removed from his body, Neji seemed to have more than one strength to support his actions. Because those chakras themselves are just a tool. Without those chakras, people won't die, and ninjas are still ninjas. Neji bit Kiba, and the veins swelled around his eyes. Nani? It doesn't feel the same as before. Pushi took a few steps back, protected the Yuhi light fish basket tightly, and took out the Yuhi light fish rod. He was afraid that Neji would make another unexpected move and snatch chakra back. And Neji has turned on the Byakugan chakra mode, and he can't help frowning slightly, saying to himself, the chakra in the body is out of balance, so is it back to the original appearance. But it doesn't matter, fighting a monster like you is itself, don't pay attention to these. Neji closed his eyes, and the surroundings changed dramatically. Vulcan realm. Boom. In front of him, a flame ignited. A seductive man appeared with charming eyes. What, do you finally need me? Vulcan curled his lips and continued, after all, you have done good to the gods. If I can't help you in your battles, I'll have a headache. Neji urgently said, after all, this time the enemy is not a child's play, can't help but have a powerful force that has not been expected so far, and this time is also an enemy that has to be defeated, and failure is not allowed. Neji has traveled to this world of ninja for more than 10 years. In order to protect himself and survive, he has played a lot of safety cards, and he can avoid touching enemies as much as possible. But the guy I'm facing now is more than a threat to my own existence. Even this ninja world may be destroyed by this guy in the future, so this time is to protect this ninja world secretly and protect everyone. The will of fire that Sandemu said, Neji can now deeply perceive his existence. I don't need to explain, I have seen it clearly in your body. This guy is indeed the clan of the guy who caused the civil strife of the gods back then, but it is still far worse than the patriarch of their clan. Your strength is no weaker than his. But the source of power in his hands is really tricky for you. Hamura did not fully inherit the power of the Otsutsuki clan, so even if you have the reincarnation of Hamura in your body, he is perfectly restrained by him. Now I give you the Vulcan body, you with the consciousness of Godhead will definitely be able to withstand the tempering now, just what? Do you really have that consciousness? With the consciousness of the Godhead and the body of the God of Fire, you may really want to become the main god of the new world. God's duty, but to protect the whole world. Of course. Neji looked confident. Explained, I'm not saving the world now, aren't I? Besides, since I have released the gods, I can only help you to redeem all your sins, so I have a reason to save you, right? Do you even want to protect God? Vulcan widened his eyes and looked at Neji in surprise. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. Neji just smiled. Vulcan took a deep breath and slowly released it. Good. He stretched out his hand and made a hand seal-like gesture with one hand, but it didn't change. He only caused a tempering fire around him, and the color of fresh Yuhi was bright and translucent. Boom. A huge flame devoured Neji's body. Neji bit Kiba, and couldn't help making a voice. I didn't expect it would be so painful. Is this the tempering that must be experienced on the road to becoming a god? Boom. Wow. In the realm of Vulcan, it took 10 minutes of continuous tempering, but in reality, it was only 10 seconds. After opening his eyes, Neji's eyes were extremely tired. Hiss. The clothing on the body began to dissolve, as if it was burned by an invisible flame, and soon the clothing was torn and the skin was exposed. What the hell happened? The body is broken. Fushi narrowed his eyes. The next moment, he was startled. I saw a faint blue chakra in Yuhi's light fish basket, breaking through it quickly, and quickly flowing into Neji's body. Chapter 496 Draw Your Sword. Undefendable Offense. What the hell? What is it? Fushi bit Kiba and looked at Neji in front of him in surprise. Why can you break through the shackles of Yuhi's light fish basket, your chakra? Neji just narrowed his eyes at Yuraishi's question. He bit Kiba, feeling the pain of the chakra pouring into him. These pains, for ordinary people, have long been unbearable. But how could Neji not be able to bear it? He started the devil-like training at a young age and insisted on it for more than 10 years. That kind of devil-like training exercised not only Neji's body. It is the willpower that is as strong as steel, and the mental power that ordinary people can't imagine. In the tempering of the hellfire summoned by Vulcan, Neji also persevered tenaciously, and all the chakras belonged to their own right now because Chakra's body was calling him. It is no longer the remnant physique of the Otsutsuki clan in the past, but the body of the Vulcan that has been tempered. The upgraded physique is no longer just a mortal body, nor is it subject to any Otsutsuki clan's magic, but surpasses mortals and becomes a god. Have the power of God. Yuhi light fish basket is, it cannot trap the power of God. Ding! Congratulations on the upgrade of the host's physique. Promoted to the body of Vulcan. Ding! Congratulations to the host who has achieved 35W proficiency in clearing eyes. The realm has been raised to superb. Reward the host with 100W proficiency in actual combat. Ding! Congratulations to the host's divine power proficiency reaching 3W. The realm has been raised to the level of mastery. Reward the host for a chance to strengthen the god level. Neji closed his eyes and felt the increase in strength. Host, Hyuga Neji. Age, 18. Actual combat proficiency, 1071.6W. Talents, Steal and Devour, Soul Orb, Fire Soul Orb. Identity, Lord of the New Territories, God of Destiny and Destiny. Strength, Semi-Holy, Quasi-Holy, Saint, Heavenly Path. Ability. 7 Chakra Attributes Max, Back to Basics. Pure Eyes. Tensegan, 4.973%, use Byakugan to increase slowly in actual combat. Swordsmanship ability is superb. Sage Mode Max. Demonic Illusion ability Max. Divine Power integrates and penetrates. Physique, complete Sage Body. Godhead Consciousness. The body of Vulcan. A first look at the door. Weapons, Thunder God Sword with Spirit Evil God, Blood Killing God, Wine Sword. Realm, Chakra Spirit Realm, Vulcan Possession. Special items, 1 to Kyubi, 9 Tails Chakra, 6 Paths Immortal Yin-Yang Power, Shisui Eye, Hashirama Cell. Detecting the host can spend 100 times the actual combat proficiency to temper the body of the Vulcan into a complete Vulcan body, or deify the consciousness of the Godhead into the wisdom of the true God. Would you like to strengthen it? There was a familiar voice from the system, and Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. Can't it be divided into half? No, this time is the reward given to the host by the upgrade of the host's divine power realm to the level of integration and penetration. I only have one chance, and I won't come again when the opportunity is not lost. What a pit. I saved 10 million proficiency to exchange for good treasures. Why did you give me such an opportunity at this time? Neji frowned. Now every 1 minute in the spiritual realm is 1 second. Although there is enough space, it is not foolproof. And fighting against an opponent like Otsutsuki Urashi, even if you give 1 second of flaws, it is very likely that something will go wrong. Time waits for no one. Forget it. Then use this opportunity to spend 1000 W proficiency in my Vulcan body and promote it to the realm of returning to nature. Neji said without hesitation. He has already thought about it. Anyway, the treasures he needs now have better goals, and even if the actual combat proficiency is spent, it will not have much impact on his plans. Ding! The body of the Vulcan is being tempered. Because the host chooses to spend the proficiency evolution, this realm promotion loses the reward of the reward system. Direct promotion. Boom. A fire seemed to erase Neji's past burdens and burdens directly. After the painful purgatory, Neji's body seemed to usher in a new life. Damn. In the end. Fushi bit Kiba, and Neji ignored him for a moment. As if closing his eyes and resting, he stretched out his hand in anger. Zitsa. A huge chakra sphere condensed, and Fushi roared, "Go to hell." Roar. The huge chakra sphere pressed towards Neji, emitting a powerful light. The power of fire. Boom. A huge flame soared. It was actually a green flame, with a bit of strangeness, and the chakra sphere that Fushi threw out burned out in an instant. What? Neji was just indifferent, holding a liquor sword in his hand. Although his body was scarred, but his eyes were like a new life. This is the god of this world, the tempering fire that Lord Vulcan invites from hell. No matter how tenacious chakra is, it can be burned, and it only takes a moment. That is to say, it is an attack that combines destructive power and speed. Quote. Neji said indifferently, holding the Shikurita sword in both hands. Fushi was in a cold sweat, and forced a smile to say, haha. Although I don't know what you did just now, but you really used your trump card. But that move just now doesn't seem to be used often. Otherwise you would not hold a sword. Neji leisurely explained. That's right, but the fire of tempering uses a wide range of damage, and it is better to use a sword to deal with a guy like you. And the move you just used, since you only used it in this desperate situation, it seems that it is also you. It's a trump card. Huh. Neji raised Sage Art's hands with both hands, and the energy of Sage Art around him slowly gathered. Sword intent is full of energy. Even your Rinnegan can't defend against Sage Art, right? This sword is an attack that you can't defend against. This move seems to be inevitable. Drink. Boom. The huge sword intent slashed horizontally, and Neji quickly moved behind Fushi in just a split second, and Fushi's body was slashed straight by the sword. But. He widened his eyes and grinned Kiba. He turned his head fiercely, stretched out his hand, and the huge chakra sphere gathered again. Neji was startled and immediately switched back to the defensive state. Too naive. I saw Arashi's eyes burning with a raging blue chakra fire. His Byakugan also throbbed violently, and his whole body was surrounded by that chakra fire, burning roaringly. The chakra sphere in his hand swelled more and more, and it began to burn, pushing towards Neji. My Byakugan chakra state allows me to blend in with the natural environment. You are too careless. Haha. Although the destructive power is not as good as Rinnegan, it is still used by Byakugan to defeat you. Hyuga Neji. Bang. The chakra sphere released Neji. It pressed Neji straight into the ground and exploded with a huge impact force. Boom. A strong explosion seemed to spread all around. The unconscious Kurigakure ninjas and a group of daimyo, a faint green flame flashed, forming a layer of shield to resist the shock wave. The smoke is gone, the smoke is gone. Neji's figure is still standing. However, due to the previous tempering and direct resistance to this attack, the clothes were tattered, and the body was too broken to bear to look directly at. Would you rather be injured to protect those guys? You are truly righteous. Fushi's mouth twitched. Neji, however, smiled coldly, put away the wine sword in his hand, and stowed it into the scabbard. No, it's not righteousness, I'm just pure confidence and I can solve you. As he said that, he took out a sword hilt from the broken clothes. The moment the sword hilt came out, it was gathered by a dark cloud of lightning and turned into a blade. Draw your sword. Thunder flashes. Chapter 497 Ban. Extraterrestrial Force. What did you say? Fushi frowned, looking offended. You are confident that you can solve me. Haha, look at your embarrassed appearance, hey. You are so blind. He snorted and floated in the air with great disdain, his arms folded in front of his chest. Can you solve me? Don't talk too much, you are indeed a great guy. But even if it's a Sage Art attack, this time I have prepared it, and the ability of the medicine pill will allow me to use it to the maximum. Chakra Byakugan mode. Your Sage Art is useless to me. The corner of his mouth twitched, revealing a confident smile. Boom. The chakra fire that lingered around him was burning more and more vigorously. And Neji just exhaled slowly. His face gradually returned to his normal appearance, but it was still as indifferent and deserted. The passion for fighting seemed to have passed. Neji returned to his original expression, and Urashi frowned slightly. What is it? That kind of look. Is my ability only enough to surprise him for 10 minutes? Now is the most critical moment. Why does this guy still show that kind of look? Is it pure confidence? Fushi slowly let out a breath and frowned again. Blue veins jump. It doesn't matter, as long as I have Byakugan chakra, I can completely defend against all his attacks. Even if he doesn't use sage art in this state, the attack strength of normal swordsmanship or ninjutsu can't hurt me at all. Yes, after his attack is over, I will find an opportunity to switch to Rinnegan after I have released the dangerous state, and use the ability to rewind time to seriously injure him again. Is the body of the Vulcan. How naive. Since the chakra against him is useless, next time, just use the Yuhi light fishing rod directly to hide the sage art in his body. Pushi was in the air, leisurely getting ready to attack. When Neji was serious, he couldn't keep up with Neji's speed. But if you use Rinnegan rashly now, once you get caught, you will be dead, Sayurishi also muttered in his heart, he must act cautiously. Neji, who was standing on the ground, slowly exhaled. He murmured, then is this guy going to dodge this blow and use Rinnegan to counterattack? If there is no Byakugan chakra mode, this guy still seems to be very afraid of sage art. But the most troublesome thing is the so-called fairy tool. Whether it's chakra, can even sage art be able to capture it? In a way, that thing is really tricky. But this is just right. It's almost over now, right? After all, before I rush to the battlefield, I have one last place to go. But since the Otsutsuki family is so afraid of sage art is also inexplicably useful. In order to fight against the Otsutsuki family in the future, it seems that we need to cultivate sage art talents extensively. Sage art is the original power of this world. Chakra is just a convenient and quick tool, and should not be too reliant. Quote. Wait, what am I thinking? It's fighting now. Fighting. Neji breathed a sigh of relief. Then he slowly raised his head and stopped for more than 10 seconds in a row. Pushi did not dare to attack suddenly, then Neji could also confirm his guess. This is his last and only chance. If he fails, Pushi will use the time backtracking to fight back against yourself. What are you thinking, you bastard? Pushi said angrily, then stretched out his hand and took out an elixir from his clothes. Guru, he opened his mouth and swallowed it without hesitation. Come on. Bang. Huge chakra erupted around his body like an explosion. Come on. Soon as he came back to his senses, Neji came quietly like the wind. So fast. Pushi bit Kiba and widened his eyes. It's useless. Now I am natural energy. Pushi's whole body melted into the air, seemingly in the state of a spirit body, but in fact it was an entity. Neji, on the other hand, was bruised and held the Thunder God's sword indifferently with both hands. At this moment, his movements suddenly slowed down. With a slight movement of his hand, he saw the blade of the Thunder God's sword jumping with turbid energy, rolling over and over. Ow! A sharp roar made Pushi's eyes widen. In the end, what is it? Neji's mouth twitched and he muttered. Unlike the Juchi Teidao, which suppresses evil spirits, this mutated sword of Thor is now a sword of evil spirits. Fall into the abyss with the evil spirits. PFF'd. Clean and neat. Cut off with a knife. Neji landed quickly, and Pushi, who was frozen in the air, suddenly widened his eyes. Impossible. Why does it work for me? I clearly turned on the most effective defense mode. Ah! He screamed and roared, and the resentful spirit was like a dead soul, entangled in Pushi's body, swallowing his whole body bit by bit. Until his roar could not hear any figure, his body was cut in half, and he fell from the air. Bang, bang, the upper body and lower body were entangled with black turbid air, and even the distance between the landings was several meters apart. Looking at the two dead bodies, Neji felt tired for a moment. Then, his legs softened and he sat down on the ground. Ooh! And it came quickly towards Neji's body. To be precise, it belonged to the evil spirit in Neji's hands. Neji's body also felt a fierce fight, but behind him, the Shukari Teidao immediately emitted a golden light. Om! Like a big Buddha, it suppressed all the evil spirits, and those evil spirits had to roll into the sword of evil spirits. Neji let out a breath, looked at the corpse of Pushi, who fell to the ground, and murmured, baleful chi, opposite to Gang chi, is the most powerful attack method in this world. Since you have seen one of them, just I should have taken precautions against me. But that Rinnegan's ability and Byakugan's ability can be switched arbitrarily like my clear eyes, so it's really difficult to use them together. It was really unexpectedly hard to win this time, but the appearance of your fellow was also unexpected to me. Also, the evil spirit can't be used often. Fortunately, I have now got the Shikurita sword. It doesn't seem to be too much for now. Skilled. Neji was muttering, and suddenly froze. He rolled his eyes. Everything around me changes in an instant. The Poo-style corpse in front of him slowly turned into starlight, shining brightly. Isn't dead yet. How tenacious. Neji got up immediately, but bit Kiba and fell down again. He squatted on the ground with half-bent knees and raised his head. Poo-style spirit body slowly floated in the air, looking at Neji indifferently. It's very strong. You guy can kill me. Neji gasped, raised his head, and asked, if you say that, then that means you're dead. Pushi sneered. I'm sorry, on our planet, there is no concept of passing away, it just disappears. However, I am different, I will not disappear easily. But according to your planet's explanation, I can also be called killed by you. But as a reward for killing me, you are lucky. Next, my ban will take effect. Prohibition. Neji frowned. Pushi sneered. Yes, as the guy who killed me, I will put a ban on your life. This is the power of the sky, you can't resist. Chapter 498 Promise. Conditions to save the world. Prohibition. Neji frowned slightly, this feeling is very unusual. As expected of the Otsutsuki clan, it always surprises him. But that's okay, now that Neji's strength is at least comparable to Otsutsuki's, this is what Neji planned from early on. Orochimaru. Akatsuki. That kind of enemy Neji doesn't care, it's just those who have gone to extremes in this ninja world for peace, and defeating them doesn't mean anything at all. Those who really want to take over the planet with their storms are the enemies, and Neji is targeting these outsiders in the first place. What do you mean? Neji narrowed his eyes. He had already tried to stimulate the tailed beast chakra in his body, and even the tailed beast chakra couldn't burst out. It seems that this realm is already at least close to the realm of Vulcan in his body. It seems that it was created by that guy in Ashikawa. It is not an easy thing to leave easily, right? Pushi said. Don't bother, you can't get out, this is my spiritual realm, the place where I stayed with my last life. But you can be fortunate that there is really no way for me now. Trapping you won't kill you, but I'll give you a restraint that you can't resist to limit your power. A guy as strong as you will definitely block Black Zetsu's plan. But I will not let you succeed. Kagaya must be resurrected, and I have already done tricks in Black Zetsu's body. Once Kagaya is resurrected, my goal has been achieved. Urashiki showed a terrifying smile. But Urashi rolled his eyes and looked at Neji. A powerful guy like you must not let you live safely in this ninja world. This will definitely disrupt my plan. Next, once you want to use a powerful force, the ban will be opened, allowing you to into an unscheduled hibernation. This is a gift from God. Ziz. Afterwards, Pushi turned into a ray of light and scattered across the sky. Everything around is like water and milk, blending in general, spinning around. Neji frowned slightly, as if it was accompanied by the first light hitting him. His whole body began to cool down, something strange pierced his heart. Woo. Cool breeze. Neji opened his eyes leisurely. His whole body, wounds and almost recovered. Neji let out a big breath and got up quickly. Ah, has the wound healed? Neji got together. He already felt that the wound on his epidermis had been slowly healing. Because it heals so fast that it doesn't even scab over, that's the benefit of having Hashirama cells. But the Hashirama cells that Neji has are only a small amount stolen from Danzo, so they can only be used to heal body wounds and simple mokudan, wood style, and can't do much. What is more important is the tailed beast chakra in the body, and the body of the Vulcan that is at the level of return to nature. It's just, isn't that prohibition against the body? Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. Since it wasn't a physical restraint, then it was the mind. Consciousness. Neji let out a breath and reached out and rubbed his temples. Is it forbidden by the power of the sky? That's what I said, but what is the purpose of this guy? What plans are there? But no matter how much he is, things outside the script are not so much energy to care about now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the 6 paths level enemy. Reward the host for 2000 W combat proficiency. Huh. Neji was a little disappointed just now, but at this moment, he was immediately carried away by joy. 2000 W. System, you're really a jerk. Neji grinned, bit Kiba, and now, he's back to his roots. System, quickly show me what items can be exchanged in the mall. The following are 2000 W level exchange items. Spirituality Hellfire, for Vulcan body, exchange requires 2000 W actual combat proficiency. Sealing Technique Jizo, for Vulcan body, exchange requires 2000 W actual combat proficiency. Complete Hashirama sells all Mokudan, wood style, abilities, exchange requires 1800 W actual combat proficiency. 3 Artifact 8-foot Mirror 10-fist Sword 8-foot Chongtomo. Exchange requires 2000 W actual combat proficiency. Quote. What's in front of me is all a mess. 20 million is not a small sum. What if I spend my proficiency and exchange it for a waste skill? The 3 artifacts are not bad. Neji gave a wicked smile, and then, a decidedly indifferent look. But I don't need it anymore. Hey, he smiled softly. I've decided not to use it now. But after being reminded by you, I remembered that I have something urgent to do. Shadow Clone seems to be running out of steam. Neji stood up, walked over slowly, and held out his hand. The dark green flames ignited to avoid obstacles, which were easily dissipated by Neji. Inside, there were dozens of ninjas from the fainted Kurigakure village, and a few daimyo. Huh, are you awake? Neji blinked, watching several big names staring at him with weak legs, not daring to act. Neji smiled and said, don't worry, I have already dealt with the enemy, don't worry. These ninjas are not dead either, they just got hit by the enemy's art. Neji squinted and smiled, looking at those who fainted in heavy, and muttered in his heart, it seems that Guy's moves are specially tailored for ninjas based on the amount of chakra. The one with a lot of chakra. Ninjas are deep in it, but the daimyo who have no chakra volume quickly wake up. So, you all saw the battle just now? Neji asked nonchalantly. Hyuga Neji, I didn't expect this ninja face to face such a powerful enemy, thanks to you. Thank you so much for protecting us. As daimyo, we will definitely shoulder the responsibility of leading the world. The daimyo stood up one by one, and the last one to stand up was the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Neji, I knew I read you right. You still have the same will to fire as in Konoha village. Neji, the great name of the country of fire, I was deeply touched, but now is not the time, so we can't say the same thing. He said, Sir Daimyo, now is a special period, please forgive me for being rude. Even if you say that you lead the world and lead the ninja world, it is meaningless now. Since you have seen it, I will say it straight, if the Ninja Alliance cannot win the 4th Ninja War, then the world will also it's over. A gust of cold wind blew, and the look in Neji's eyes made everyone feel lost. How can, even you are so strong? The daimyo sighed. Neji remembered what Urashi said, as long as he used a powerful power, he would be cursed to go into a dormant state by the forbidden power. If it is really a crisis situation, Neji can't care so much. Then this world doesn't matter, the ninja world cannot be easily trampled. I can save the world, but I have a condition for you, your name. You must promise me, agree to the condition. Neji raised his head and said leisurely. Chapter 499 Wait. And another thing. Conditions. The Fire Nation's name was startled and turned around. The sight that met him was the name of the Kingdom of Thunder. It was the name of the one who was roaring with fat brains and fat intestines, but was finally scared by Neji. On the other hand, the daimyo of the Land of Water looked more feminine and stood up and said, Hyuga Neji, whether or not you will become the hero who saves the world in the end, you are now the savior who saved the five of us. Not to mention what conditions do you have. With your ability, I heard the name of the country of fire talk about your deeds. Even if you want us to abdicate and let you live, we are all willing. The big name of the land on the side also stood up and said, Senior Onoki also mentioned you to me. You are a very good young man. Tell me about your conditions. As long as I can help the old man, I will definitely help. The name of the land of wind also nodded. The famous name of Leijiguo also sighed and murmured, Boy, tell me, we will definitely help you with this. Then, the big name of the country of fire turned his head with confidence. He smiled gratified. Neji, you are really amazing. It seems that I don't need to say anything. You have been recognized by the great names of the 5 major countries by your own abilities. Ah. Neji was not modest this time, and his face fell into a deep gloom. In the end, what happened? The big names just started chatting, but they noticed the lingering sense of unease on Neji's face. They were all well prepared, and they all believed that Neji's next condition was a major event related to their safety. Then, Neji murmured, the era of ninjas is coming to an end. Neji thinks of the ninja world in the future, which was replaced by the development of science. Ninjutsu is no longer used as a weapon to defend his homeland. In the era of gradual peace, people have forgotten their original intentions. During this period, in fact, it had a major relationship with the daimyo's neglect of management. The world like that in the future will only appear to be peaceful, and there are even more dangerous forces surging behind it. But Neji is now arbitrarily talking about his shortcomings at a moment he has not witnessed with his own eyes. I am afraid it is not good. This is also an inevitable trend of historical development. But Neji doesn't agree with Pushi's time-traveling approach. For the inadequacy of the status quo, going back to the past to change the future, Neji will not do it again, maybe. It's just a fateful accident. Daimyo looked at each other in dismay, never expecting that Neji would not speak, but as soon as he said it, the words were amazing. What did you say? The era of ninjas is coming to an end. What do you mean? Can't this ninja war be stopped? The name of the Kingdom of Thunder asked. Neji looked indifferent and explained, No, there is a reason why this ninja world war has to be stopped. But the next world will gradually enter into peace, but the future wars. It will no longer be a simple settlement war like the ninja world. For this reason, the ninja world needs ninzui. It is precisely because of this that the ninja world needs leaders like you. Take a big country as a unit, and then spread it to a small country, try to minimize the number of foreign places, and combine them together to protect their own safety. Whether it is the family of the year, the village later, and the ninja group after that, the big country now is also. Neji said this, the fire country daimyo couldn't help but feel deeply anxious. He asked worriedly, Neji, I can understand what you said. Your method of managing Konoha village is still in use today. In addition to your extraordinary strength, your strategic ability is also a top-notch existence in the ninja world, but what is it? What kind of enemy requires you to use all the power of the ninja world? The enemy of the tribe is the tribe, the enemy of the village is the village, and the enemy of the ninja is the samurai, or the swordsman, but the enemy of all the great powers. What is it? The big name of the country of water also frowned and said, Yeah, if the 5 major countries form an alliance now, wouldn't there be no war in this world? Those small countries will surely come to their obedience. I don't have enough ability to fight against the 5 great powers. The big name of the land also nodded and said, Yes, otherwise, the 5 great nations would not be worthy of being called the 5 great nations. Neji said, The answer has been revealed by your words. Yes, it's the same as what you said. Then the power of this world united, of course, against the power that matches it. Another world, the land of wind. Daimyo widened his eyes. How could? It's unbelievable. Besides this planet, do other planets have power? And we have been investigated and are ready to attack. Isn't this war caused by Akatsuki? Or are the S-rank missing nins of Akatsuki's major shinobi villages actually controlled by forces from another planet? Neji let out a breath, interrupting everyone's speculation. Everyone, what kind of guesses are to be made? These are not what you should do. As a daimyo, you manage not only the scope of ninjas, but also samurai and swordsmen, including the relatively few wizards, warlocks, and immortals. Everything in this world, all power should be gathered. The ninja world spread by the 6 paths immortals has made the world of ninjas very widespread, but in the end it is not the whole world. No matter how the enemy is, for the time being, there should be ninjas to dominate, but Neji's eyes were also full of worry. Ninjas are less and less valued now. You big names only care about your own pleasure. You only care about the stability of the overall situation. As long as the world maintains its laws, you can live your own life in peace. This is also worthy of this world. Leader. Neji's sudden accusation made everyone deeply ashamed. Then, the ninja world is in your hands. Huh. When Neji's words changed, everyone was shocked. The cold wind blows, and the moonlight shines on everyone's faces. A dark cloud drifted by slowly, and Neji's face was uncertain. This is also something that can't be done. The ninja world needs leadership and checks and balances. So if the world is made up of ninja rules, then ninjas are destined to look at the strength of the ninja with higher power. Balance any whole, it is necessary to external forces. To make a family stable and united, other groups must have stronger rights. To make the village stable, you must use the shadow standing in front to reassure the people behind. As a daimyo, you have the right to control all ninja villages. I hope stop infighting, and make good use of your right to control the ninja village to check and balance the ninja village of the 5 countries. After that, use their power to achieve faster development while preserving the ninja world. Not much time, maybe 15 years or so. Neji narrowed his eyes, looking serious. Neji, is it necessary to do this? The Fire Country daimyo looked like he was entrusted with an important task. Uppen has rectified this selected elite force of Kurigakure village. Then, let's get ready to go. Neji-senpai. Chengjuro turned his head, and behind him, a group of ninjas were all ready to go. Neji, on the other hand, changed into a simple casual samurai outfit, which was more in line with the look of a swordsman. Ah, but you go first, and I'll come later. Senior Neji, you. Chojuro is no younger than Neji, but because Neji has a higher position, he uses this honorary title. I have one other thing to do. And, of course, to win the battle. Chapter 500 Powerful, Ten Tails Men Jinchuriki Column Force. Another thing. Nagajiro had a suspicious look on his face. But Neji had turned around. It just so happens that the daimyo don't need to worry about you anymore. I will personally take charge of transferring them to a safe place. Neji narrowed his eyes after speaking. In this way, he also has enough time to explain the future to the daimyo. I don't know what kind of impact Ura's ban on him will have, but if Neji now has a godhead consciousness and a Vulcan body, he will be immortal. But if it is dormant, there may be a situation that cannot be controlled. If you prepare in the ninja world, it is very likely that you will fall into the trap of the enemy. It can be seen from the ninja's U-style moves that the daimyo easily break free. U-style's eyes are all focused on the ninjas themselves. Neji's previous research and practice of chakra has learned that, in addition to the external chakra, the chakra of the human body is actually the source of life, which is not the same as the chakra that uses magic. To give a very simple example, Raiden Thunder style chakra mode and the 8 inner gates are both physical techniques to improve physical function, but the former uses chakra from the divine tree, but is immortalized and injected with sage art. But the latter is chakra that uses the body's origin, and it also belongs to the category of physical arts, but it consumes the origin of life, so it will consume its own physical strength when using it, which is very dangerous. Moreover, the art of the 8 inner gates cannot be strengthened by applying sage art because it cannot be integrated with natural energy. That's counterintuitive. This is the difference between the two. Neji made an assumption that Ura's purpose was the chakra on the outside of the ninja, and there was no way to detect the power of the human body. So I made a bet outside the ninja world. In case of unexpected information, Neji hopes that this ninja world can also develop within the scope of his expectations before he relies on his divine consciousness to come back. If it is outside the ninja world, no matter how comprehensive and complete Arashi's plan is, it is estimated that it will not be involved. And now that Kushi is dead, even if he will appear in the future, his actions during this period of time are absolutely unpredictable, and it is an excellent opportunity. So Neji sent the daimyo to a safe place. Moreover, I also gathered everyone, and explained all the safe measures in the future. Lord Neji, don't worry, we will definitely complete the things you explained. After listening to Neji's arrangement, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder had inexhaustible admiration for Neji. The other daimyo also showed respect. Particular, the name of the Kingdom of Wind, sighed again and again, "You Kingdom of Fire, you are really amazing. Apart from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama back then, now there are such powerful ninjas." Haha, the Hyuga family are descendants of immortals. Although the Fire Country daimyo said so, he was already overjoyed and couldn't help smiling happily. Speaking of which, where is this place? It feels like the remains of some incredible place. The Land Country daimyo frowned slightly and kept looking around. Because it is the name of the land, I have also studied the architecture. The appearance of the surrounding area looks like an artistic building. Neji just turned around and walked away. There is no time for gossip now. This is the forbidden area of the Uchiha family. When I leave, I will form a barrier on the outside. It is absolutely safe for you to stay here until the 10:10 is bright. However, before that, Neji looked at the entire Uchiha forbidden area. The most important part had been destroyed because of the battle between Sasuke and Itachi, but the surrounding buildings still vaguely existed, especially this sanctuary. Looks like it used to be a guard tower. However, really, you, Uchiha Itachi, actually hid the artifact in such a place, and the memory hidden in Koto Amatsukami is still so confusing, is it deliberately processed? Without the eyes of the Uchiha clan, it is difficult to base on your confused memory. Find the hiding place of the original artifact. But, you still didn't expect it. Your best friend's eyes are now your weakness. Neji's mouth twitched, his right eye twisted, and the dark color turned into a circle. Clean eyes. Neji opened his eyes once in a while, and now he has understood his ability to clean his eyes. That is, he can completely master the changes of his own body organs, twist the optic nerve, and replace it with the eye of Shisui. Mangekyo's texture, spinning rapidly. On the other side, the frontal battlefield. That black sphere disappeared. Kakashi was taken aback. Obito coming out of the facade, his whole body had turned white, and his body had a feeling of scales after feathering. Ow! Ten-Tails roared, and the allied ninja army came to perform spells together. Doden Earth Style Earth Flow Wall. Doden Earth Style Art of Mountain Earth. Doden Earth Style Earth Dragon Bullet. Boom boom boom. Doden Earth Style piled up layer by layer was like a mountain. Earth Dragon Bullet erupted from the mountain like bullets, hitting Ten-Tails densely. Ow! Tailed Beast Bomb gathers, erupts. Bang! The entire mountain was directly destroyed, as if a volcano erupted. The flames covered the stones, like flaming stones, flying all over the place. Oops! Kurigakure village troops ready. Yes, let's perform surgery together. Sweden Water Style Water Array. Sweden Water Style Water Dragon Bullet. Sweden Water Style Great Waterfall Technique. Quote. Puff 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 puff. Huge water waves hit the sky and rushed away, dousing the strong flames. Huh. A figure falls. Landed on top of 10 tails. Uchiha Madara, who was being released from Impure World Reincarnation, had already rushed to the battlefield and glanced at Obito floating in the air. That guy Obito seems to have started the plan ahead of time, this guy. He frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Forget it, it's just a kid. Incomplete 10 tails Jinchuriki column force. Just play with them a little longer. Now, that guy has merged with the 10 tails and has become the 10 tails Jinchuriki column force. The strength is close to the 6 paths immortal. Neji's clone took a breath, thinking about his remaining chakra, and he could barely send information to the main body from here. Is the main body, is it fighting a more powerful enemy? But as long as you don't take it easy, you should be able to persevere. Madara hasn't been dispatched yet, it's just Obito's words. I'm coming. Naruto stood up. Shadow clone. Boom. Thousands of shadow clones cover the entire battlefield in an instant. Huh, shadow clone. This is the kid from Kyuubi, 9 tails. Madara's mouth twitched, sneering. He was smiling when he was suddenly startled. As if aware of something, he sat down steadily and even sat cross-legged on top of 10 tails, head to watch the battle. Looks like the reinforcements have arrived, so I'll take a look, Obito. You powerful 10 tails Jinchuriki column force, what will you do next? This is the entire ninja alliance. I saw that there were huge crowds, and all the reinforcements that came from everywhere had arrived. Guerrilla forces, Kumogakure village elites arrive at the battlefield. Tenten and Tarui report to headquarters. Assault troops, Iwagakure village elites arrive at the battlefield. Gai and Kuritsuchi report to headquarters. Reconnaissance troops, Konoha village elites arrive at the battlefield. And Aburame Tojin report to headquarters. Hey, can you hear that? Father. Ino was startled. Ino, prepare to convey my voice to the ninja coalition now, the headquarters has information to explain. Chapter 501 Reinforcement. Hokage of all dynasties. Yes. Ino hand seal immediately. Everyone, calm down a little. Huh. Oh. Everyone was shocked and felt a voiceover in their minds. I'm Yamanaka Inoichi from the headquarters, and now I'm always contacting you through the secret art of Yamanaka Ino in Konoha village. Next is the headquarters Sergeant Nara Shikaku. Please be nice. Dad. Shikamaru froze for a moment, then heaved a sigh of relief. It's great, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. In this difficult situation, I really have no good way to do it. Then, Shikaku's voice came to everyone's mind. Now, first and foremost, in order to maintain contact with the headquarters, Naruto will take care of Ino first, her chakra must be adequately prepared. I know you want to quickly defeat the enemy now, but this time the enemy can be it's not the situation of pain. Time, in addition to intelligence, we also need cooperation. I know. Naruto blinked, a little helpless. There is good news, everyone must be clear. Hyuga Neji of our unit has solved the ninja in the shadow of the enemy, Kabuto, Impure World Reincarnation has been lifted. But the bad news is, Uchiha Madara has solved Impure World Reincarnation and is free act. Now the most important thing is Naruto's tailed beast chakra, the ability to perceive and transmit chakra. Killer Bee Jinchuriki column force Killer Bee is responsible for cooperating with Naruto. Listen, the enemy's ability. Damn. Ino bit Kiba and the nosebleed came out. At this time, the Naruto clone came over and stretched out his hand. Boom. The golden chakra surged up and wrapped Ino's body. This is so big. What a huge amount of chakra. Same as Neji's. Ino widened his eyes, glanced at Naruto behind him, and looked at him sideways. No. Yugito bit Kiba and struggled to sit up. She gasped heavily, looked aside, and quickly asked, "Where's Neji?" The side was Haruno Sakura's surprised look, and she quickly comforted her. Don't worry, Neji is fighting the enemy now. You were seriously injured, and the tailed beast was pulled out of your body. It was Neji who saved you. Really? Yugito took a deep breath and lowered his head. Then, she showed a gentle smile. No wonder there is always a Neji chakra circulating in the body, Neji. Sakura was stunned for a while, but also showed a gratified smile. She wiped her forehead and exhaled. Great, great. Now that Yugito woke up, it was not in vain that he used up most of his chakra to save her, and then she was stunned. Fall down slowly. Then, it was firmly caught. Behind him is Tsunade's proud disciple, Shizune. Miss Shizune. Sakura she. Yugito was startled, but Shizune's face was serious and he said, "It's okay, Sakura is just too tired, the casualties here are too heavy." Shizune looked around and saw that almost half of the medical troops had been destroyed, while the other half were also seriously injured. If even the medical troops are killed or injured like this battle seems to be in jeopardy. Even Shizune was troubled, but seeing the situation around her, she could understand what was going on. Such a powerful destructive force, let alone the medical team, even if Hokage came, it might not be safe. It seems that the enemy is also so powerful. Shizune sighed and said to the big slug beside him, "Lord Slug, please use my chakra. Now Sakura's chakra is not enough." However, Miss Shizune, you did not inherit the chakra created by Tsunade-sama. Although the amount of chakra gathered by the yin seal is enough, the healing effect conveyed by my body is really beyond my means, not enough. Shizune is speechless. In this situation, she is already the ninja with the highest medical level. If these ninjas from the medical unit are not rescued, then the ninjas of the entire ninja coalition will have no medical units. At this time, two figures appeared behind him. "Use my chakra." "You are..." Shizune turned his head and saw a man with yuhi hair and a man with white hair pouting. "Hey, Karen, we agreed to go to the frontal battlefield. How did you come to such a place?" "Shut up." Karen ignored Shueyu and walked in front of Slug. "Lord Slug, I belong to the Uzumaki family, so my chakra should be enough, right? And Tsunade-sama also said that my medical level is the miracle they have seen so far. Then, let me create this miracle." Karen. Shizune blinked blankly, because she was just a refugee who died. She didn't expect to think of the ninja coalition so much at such a critical moment. "That's..." Madara, who was sitting on the head of 10 Tails, frowned slightly and saw a man with a cape and his head rolled up. "That's right, it's Afe. But that body isn't Obito, that's Hashirama's chakra. What the hell is going on?" Madara narrowed her eyes. The place he was looking at, Afe, who was originally attached to Obito, now curled around another person and appeared in front of everyone. Tenten and Guy and others were caught. Mokudan, wood style, wood golem jutsu. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? A huge wooden Buddha statue stopped everyone, countless wooden fists, just like the first Hokage Senju Hashirama was alive. Why does this guy have such a powerful Mokudan, wood style? In the end, Karapashi bites Kiba, but has no choice but to break through. Although some reinforcements supported the battlefield, and the headquarters also contacted, but this kind of guy was killed halfway. One person stopped almost half of the reinforcements of the ninja coalition. And the frontal battlefield, Neji hand seal. ZZ. Crack. Chakra shatters and annihilates. Neji's mind was distracted. At the moment, on the other side, the main body was fighting fiercely with Urashi. Can't he even release the magic here? What to do? Kakashi was supported by Naruto's clone and said, "Neji, you go to rest first, then let me come." Ah, damn. 10 Tails, body turned into a huge arm and Kiba's claws came over, a close call. Kakashi-sensei. Choji on the side came over, and a wing formed behind him. Butterfly blast. Bang. The huge impact directly knocked 10 Tails, arm back. But Choji was also knocked back a dozen meters. Damn it. I can't even fight against this guy's power with my full blow. Choji, you've tried your best. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, over there, a strong light is in full bloom. Oops. Kamui is too late. Quote. Kakashi bites Kiba and widens his eyes, but the 10 tails tailed beast bomb has been released. Boom. Then, there was no explosion. Everything came to an abrupt end, and tailed beast bomb disappeared as if being sucked into another dimension. A moment later, in the distance, a huge explosion echoed. This. Kakashi was startled, his eyes widened. Naruto was also taken aback. A figure dressed in a white Hokage robe fell to the ground handsomely. Am I late? The man smiled. Then, the 3 people behind him flashed one by one. Everyone looked surprised. These 4 people are actually 1 to 4 generations, all generations of Hokage. Chapter 502 Danger. Merging. This. Isn't it Hokage of all ages? Hokage through the ages. Really? First Hokage. Second Hokage. There are also Hokage 3 and Hokage IV. These guys. Are they the martyr Hokage of Konoha village? Except for that old man, they are all famous ninjas. Idiot. That old man is Hokage 3. He's also a great ninja. A very powerful ninja. Then the first generation Hokage is the most powerful Mokudan, wood style, the second generation Hokage. Powerful Suigan, water style, the 4th generation Hokage is called the Yellow Flash, then that old man. I really don't know that. The ninjas of the Ninja Alliance are also almost gathered. Although they were all separated by a long distance, everyone's eyes were on this side, because the appearance of the Hokages was really cool. There are a lot of celebrities right and wrong, and these discussions are more or less passed down, and the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can't help but sigh. Hey, I can't imagine that among all the Hokages, I've been in power for the longest time and ended up being the least well-known. It's really a delay. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, helplessly. No, that's not the case. Sandemu is my master's master. It's very strong. Minato scratched the back of his head, not knowing how to comfort Hiruzen. And Hiruzen almost spit out a mouthful of old blood after hearing this comfort. Minato, if you say that, I'm even more useless. As your master's master, you already surpassed me when you were so young. Hiruzen cried and fainted in the toilet. Well, now is not the time for small talk. What the hell is going on with this big guy? Second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama immediately pulled everyone back to the main topic. Looking at the tailed beast with Kiba dancing claws in front of him, he wondered, a tailed beast. It seems like I've never seen it before. And, there are 10 tails. Hashirama also rubbed his chin and said, 10 tails. So are they 10 tails. It's so huge. Seeing several Hokages so actively trying to solve the troubles in front of them, everyone felt relieved. In this case, it seems that the battlefield has gotten a lot of improvement. There are more ninja coalition forces, and they did not have the opportunity to hear the explanation given to everyone by the headquarters, so they thought that the 4 Hokages from Impure World Reincarnation were also tools of the enemy. If that's the case, I'm afraid it's going to be an unpleasant struggle again. Unexpectedly, it seems that these Hokages are on the side of the ninja coalition. But, who is it that brought you Impure World Reincarnation to help our ninja coalition? It seems, a young man named Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Isn't that guy an S-class missing nin? And he's also been in Akatsuki before, but I didn't expect that he would do this. Tobirama got a little impatient to hear them talking, so he urged, not much to say, the priority now is to solve this guy in front of me. The voice in my head seems to be the ability of the Yamanaka clan of Konoha village. Very good. Well, we, the juniors of Konoha village, this time the organization of the Ninja Alliance seems to be a well-planned joint operation. Quote. Then. Mokudan, wood style, deep forest emergence. Boom. I saw the roots of the tree circling frantically, and the 10 tails who danced claws with Zhang Qiba trembled, and the speed was particularly flexible. Sweden, water style, water colliding wave. PFF'd. Wow wow wow. A huge amount of water rushed out, forming a Uzumaki shape and heading towards 10 tails, which instantly matched the more wanton growth of the original Mokudan, wood style. As expected of the second generation Hokage. The Sweden, water style, that is so useful in places where there is no water. Ooh. What is that? Everyone looked intently, and saw that 10 tails was under control, had raised his head, and gathered a huge tailed beast bomb. Dangerous. That's the big guy's move, tailed beast bomb. It's too late. Boom. The huge shock came, and how the medical team was destroyed was still vivid, so everyone felt a chill in their hearts. But the next moment. A yellow flash appeared in the air, and the tailed beast bomb disappeared in an instant. Everyone was still stunned in place, and after a few seconds, somewhere in the distance, there was a huge noise. Bang. Why, tailed beast bomb is somewhere else. Same as before. People were amazed. Someone explained, that is the Hiraishin technique of the 4th generation Hokage. It is said that he is better at using the Hiraishin technique than the 2nd generation Hokage who created the Hiraishin technique. The tailed beast bomb before and the tailed beast bomb now are all 4. It was transferred from Dame Hokage. Quote. I see. So the previous Hokages of Konoha village are so strong. No wonder they are called the strongest village. But then again, that 3rd generation Hokage old man is really incompetent in comparison. Hiruzen. At this point, behind 10 tails, Obito was floating in the air, stepping on the black substance. The black substance slowly turned from a round eggshell shape to a round shape, allowing Obito to step on it. Could it be some kind of cloud? Neji frowned slightly. Gluck cluck. The dark passage opened, and Neji slowly fell, floating in the air. There seems to be something wrong with the main body. Why is the power used so strangely, as if it is restricted in some way? Neji murmured, closing his eyes suddenly, feeling it. After a moment, he opened his eyes. It turns out that Neji's shadow clone used Ino's technique he had stolen just now, read what happened on the main body so far, and understood the current situation. It seems that shadow clone was also affected by the restraining power of Otsutsuki Ura's body. However, the main body has not yet encountered a more difficult battle, so I did not feel the effect of the specific prohibition force. Now shadow clone is already fighting a more difficult battle, so I quickly felt the discomfort caused by the prohibition force. But from a certain point of view, this is also a good thing. We have to test the impact of this prohibition force in advance. This is something unexpected. ZZ. Oops. Chakra. Neji was about to use the spiritualization technique to get close, but seemed to have received some kind of rebound and stayed in the air for a few seconds. But in the face of the real Obito, he did not act, and remained sluggish in the sky. PFF'd. Obito stared blankly with his eyes open, staring straight ahead. What do you mean? Neji subconsciously floated back a distance, then hand seal. Byakugan. The veins skyrocketed immediately. Neji was taken aback. Is it because of the influence of the power of prohibition? Even Byakugan will become more difficult to use. Then chakra should be used carefully. Neji remembered that in order to find a better position just now, he simply used Shadow Clone to use the Kekemora space to jump to this place. He didn't expect that he almost exhausted Shadow Clone's chakra all at once, and it had such an impact. This is. Neji opened Byakugan. He saw that something was slowly merging in Obito's body. Several different chakras, intertwined, gradually merged into a whole, it seems. Very dangerous. Chapter 503 Joint. Female Ninja Power. This is. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. Although I know that Obito has gathered all the tailed beasts, and has the power of both the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Although it is incomplete, Obito is reluctantly transformed into 6 paths, but I didn't expect that in this state, there would still be such a fierce battle in the body. Under the seemingly ordinary exterior, while the interior is reintegrated, there seems to be an unknown battle going on. Is it consciousness? Neji narrowed his eyes slightly and thought about it again. Maybe it's because Obito's consciousness is strong enough, but Ten Tails has the ability to devour people's minds. The level of tail beasts should be fairy beasts, right? Neji recalled his experience at Mount Myoboku, when Toad Immortal had indeed told Neji that the fairy beast is basically the level of the tail beast, but the tail beast itself is a fairy beast, and it is a hatred aggregate that is hosted by the chakra body. But in fact, before they became tailed beasts, the tailed beasts themselves were after fairy beasts. In other words, the parents of the tailed beasts are immortal beasts themselves, and they have immortal beasts' blood on them. If so, it makes sense. And if this is the case, even if Ten Tails itself is different from the 9-tailed beast, and is a collection formed through chakra, then his structure should be similar to that of the fairy beast. Then, Neji rounded his eyes and looked at Ten Tails beside him. No. Can't find. Spider Queen's body, the prophecy orb in the sage body of the big toad, or the fire soul orb in the big toad of Yanju. There is no bead in this Ten Tails body. Isn't it a fairy beast? Then there is another possibility. Neji guessed, thought to himself. In this world, only fairy beasts can achieve this level, so although those chakras are so distinguished and where they come from, it is not easy to tell where they come from, but the 10 tails in front of you can be sure. Must not belong to this planet. A creature from another world. No wonder there is a rejection reaction. I was so eager to control this power, so my consciousness was eroded. But as a guy who plans to destroy the world for the sake of women, your will is so tenacious that even a guy like Ten Tails is stubborn. There is no way to erode it. Ha ha. Quote. Neji chuckled, looking at Obito who was about to be completely controlled by the 10 tails in front of him, and laughed heartily. But in the end, your strength and ability are not at all enough, so what is the purpose of channeling 10 tails in such a hurry? Since you don't trust Madara enough to create the world of your dreams for you according to your ideas, then why take this step? No, interesting. Obito spoke suddenly and muttered. Neji was stunned, but he didn't expect that the stimulation of his own language really had an effect. Huh. No, interesting. The world. There was already no light in his eyes, and the fighting in his body seemed to stop. Neji drove the Byakugan, squinting. Unified. So, are you 10 tails now? Or, Uchiha Obito? I saw Obito slowly stretch out a hand and aim at Neji. As this, Bansho Tenon, universal pull. Neji felt a faint chakra pulling in, but after a while there was no reaction. Because of the disorder of power, the internal unity cannot be reached, so there is no way to use the power of Rinnegan itself. Neji said leisurely. As expected. Huh. His whole person came quickly, and the palm of his hand ignited gentle fist chakra. Give it up, child. You are not fit for this path. Neji quickly slapped his hand with mockery, but Obito came to win, stretched out his hand, and even floated in the air. The black matter below came quickly, and it turned into a scepter. Crack. Bang. At the moment when it is released to Neji, a violent explosion is released. As if a match was lit, the fire was fierce. Boom. Zitsa. Head wouldn't work, and Neji quickly moved away, withdrawing a few dozen meters. Obito watched Neji dodge, then threw away the scepter in his hand and slowly floated forward. Target is pointed directly at Neji, and slowly moves over. It seems that the consciousness still hasn't recovered. Although the consciousness of the 10 tails has been defeated, has the consciousness almost turned into an empty shell? Neji frowned slightly. Although the guy in front of him was powerful, he was like a drone without IQ. He stretched out his hand and looked at his scarred palm. Looking at the scepter again, it seems that it is not an ordinary thing, it was conceived by the power of 6 paths. Even if Neji already has the ability of 6 paths or more, the chakra of 6 paths is special, and even an existence like Neji can be hurt. Fortunately, I covered the entire palm with gentle fist just now, so the mechanism of the scepter was triggered before the direct contact, resulting in an explosion. From a certain point of view, Neji was not hit. But it was radiated, enough to see the power of that chakra. If it is the main body, there may be some ways to think of it, but now it is Shadow Clone, and it is too dangerous to fight this monster alone. Of Gods has not appeared yet, which means that Obito has not been completely 6 paths. It seems that Shadow Clone really won't last long. Then, let's confirm one last thing. Neji thought. Senpo, Sage Art. After he closed his eyes, he opened them quickly. A bright Yuhi color pattern appeared on Neji's face, and a Sage Art chakra lingered all over his body. Sage Art is something Rinnegan can't dodge. And Neji stepped forward, quickly hand seal. Spiritual transformation. Incarnate into a spirit body and go away quickly. 8 trigrams breaking the mountain. Heavy palm, and extremely fast. Bang. Huge palm, hit behind Obito. That's Neji. Tenten watched Neji fight with Obito from a distance, and immediately ran forward. Hey, wait. Behind him, Kurafashi followed. Bang. A huge blast, the stone broke and the earth cracked. Neji fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. That black thing seems to be very fast. He stood up slowly, his eyes firm. He murmured inwardly, but this also confirms one thing. After this guy turns into 6 paths, he really wants to use all his power to compete with the tailed beasts. It seems that Kamui of Sharingan can't use it. This is good news. Neji is Shadow Clone, and incapacitated, intends to disappear. Is Obito attacking? Fix Sky Matsuri Lock. Crack Kaka Kaka. Neji was surprised. I saw the chain stretched layer by layer and came quickly. Obito won and walked away, not evading at all because he was unaware. Fully bound by Tenten's chains, Kuretsuchi jumped up. Yoden, lava style, lime condensation technique. Ba-ah-ah. Kurafashi spat out a large shard of lime, and with the help of a leap, increased the range. Lime touched Obito's body, it immediately melted and spread, and then began to congeal, sealing Obito and Tenten's chains together. Humph. Dare to bully us Neji. Make you look good. Kuretsuchi clapped his palms with a confident look on his face. Tenten also chuckled. That's right, don't underestimate our ninjas, the power of unity. Chapter 504 Blockade. 4 Red Suns. Neji looked at the two of them speechlessly, thinking that he had found a perfect place to open Kekemura, but he didn't expect to be discovered. A woman's directness. Really accurate. Neji, I didn't expect you to be here, it was so dangerous just now. Kurafashi ran over excitedly and hugged Neji who was standing helplessly in the distance. And Neji, the expression on his face has no love. Tenten also ran over and said with a smile, Neji, it's great that you're okay Tilda. Neji sighed and murmured, Kuretsuchi is fine, Tenten. How about you? What's wrong with this? Kurafashi asked suspiciously. This is just Shadow Clone. The tactic I just used was just to delay time here. It's dangerous here, the two of you. Crack Kaka Kaka. Bang. That guy broke free. Boom. Obito shook his body casually, shaking the ashes off his body, and glanced down disdainfully. Above the ruins, the fragments of lime and chains were a mess. Obito's expression was indifferent, he slowly raised his head with a dull look, his eyes were pure, killing intent was also pure. You two idiots, run. Neji jumped forward quickly, this is just Shadow Clone, even if you are exhausted, you can't let the two women go up to fight, they will definitely die. The Jonin level and the 6 Paths level are not a state that can compete at all. How to play with and without opening. But, how exactly can you protect these two guys? It is impossible to ask for help, even if they can share the strength there. The 4 shadows who just came to support are already the most important combat force, and Kakashi, Shikamaru and others have already been exhausted in the battle, and they are shadow clone. Everything, but they are living people. Neji gasped, ignoring the murmurs of Kuretsuchi and Tenten, in a state of impatience. Impressively, a chakra appeared behind him. Be careful. Neji turned his head immediately, but what he saw was a familiar figure. Looks like I came just in time. A figure came quickly and stood beside Neji. Neji was taken aback. It was Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke. Sasuke glanced at Neji and said with a smile, even if it's shadow clone, it should fight normally, right? If it goes up like this, the influence of the main body will be great. He smiled again and said, it seems that this is not a good place to solve it. Baby. The knife behind Sasuke, unsheathed. Neji, on the other hand, took a step back and slowly began to absorb the natural energy around him, maintaining his sage art state. But if it's you and me, it shouldn't be difficult. On the other side, everyone is still in a fierce battle with 10 tails. Ooh. PFF'd. Tailed Beast Bomb is back together, and this time even bigger. Soon as the 4th generation landed, he was stunned, again. It's very difficult to continue like this. Although in pure world reincarnation, chakra can be restored, there is also a speed limit, and this guy's tailed beast bomb is getting worse and worse. Bigger. Minato frowned, and as soon as he finished speaking, the tailed beast bomb flew out. There is no room to think at all. The art of Hiraishin. Huh. 4th generation, this time I'm here with you. Huh. After Tobirama said that, he flew over and teleported behind the 4th generation target. Space transfer. Bang. The 2 spaces collided together, and a fierce spark occurred, and then a larger crack was formed, absorbing the entire tailed beast bomb. 4th generation, you choose where to drop. Tobirama had passed away for a long time, so he didn't know the area nearby, and he didn't know where it was safe. And Minato itself is closer to this era, and as a scholar, Konoha was almost the only top pillar Jinchuriki column in difficult times. Minato fought almost the entire ninja world, so he knew the terrain of any place well. Then, this time, the coast of the east. Minato immediately selected the target, moved. Bang. There were huge waves on the east side of the water. The 2 both landed. 4th generation, your time-space ninjutsu is better than mine. Tobirama praised. Minato was startled and smiled. Ah. No, you are being modest. Everyone, please listen to me. At this time, the voice of Yamanaka Inoichi appeared in the minds of several Hokages. I am Yamanaka Inoichi, a ninja from the Yamanaka clan. All the previous Hokages, although this battle has dragged the Hokage's blessings and gained a certain advantage, but this guy has too much chakra, and the protracted battle will still be difficult for everyone in impure world reincarnation. It is acceptable, but there will always be times when the ninja allied forces can't hold on. So in order to solve it quickly, the headquarters now needs to conduct some commands. Hearing that Inoichi's tone was a little empty, Hiruzen quickly said, is it Inoichi? It doesn't matter, we guys are no longer from this world, but for the sake of Konoha village and this ninja world, it is also necessary to make the final contribution. Order. Don't worry about our identities. Minato, Inoichi, just do whatever you want, this is our Hokage mission. Okay, then. Inoichi took a deep breath. That guy's tailed beast bomb is very troublesome. Although it keeps moving, there are still many battlefields around here where the wounded are being moved by the logistics force. Even if Minato knows the terrain well, it is very likely to cause accidents. So, the best way for tailed beast bomb is to avoid his spread. Also, that 10 tails seems to be still growing, and it's not yet time for him to unleash his power. Not sure what form that guy will take. That chakra is too dangerous, the best now. The way is to cast some kind of enchantment and lock that guy up. Boundary. Ah, very bad, our medical team has already. Because the tailed beast bomb is almost completely wiped out. If Tsunade's disciple Haruno Sakura channeled the slug Sama from the 3 holy places of immortals to treat him, I'm afraid we would not have them now. Any medical treatment. Quote. Sakura. That kid. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gratified. Therefore, there must be no more mistakes. Now you are the top battlers and have the body of impure world reincarnation. Please, use that barrier. 4 red sun formations. 4 red sun formations. A spirit formation that only 4 cage-level ninjas can use. Hiruzen exclaimed. Hashirama's mouth twitched and said, isn't that just right? Everyone, move back. This is an order from the headquarters. Futon, wind style, gale palm. Boom boom boom. Everyone in Sunagakure village is buying time for everyone. Okay, our Iwagakure village is coming too. Doden, earth style, earth flow wall. Bang bang bang. Ooh. Ten-tails became irritable, and thousands of split arms quickly dispersed. One person was caught, and in an instant, he was sucked dry. That guy will absorb chakra. Don't get caught. Hashirama frowned, seeing this situation, and quickly hand seal, the art of Mokuden wood style. Gulong Gulong, rolled away quickly, entangled with those arms and tied to each other. Until Ten-tails, attention was on Hashirama's body. After a period of trembling, Ten-tails grabbed Hashirama's whole body and pinched it in the palm of his hand. After loosening, only a pile of wood remained. That's a wooden clone. Big guy, it's time to lock you up. At this time, Hashirama's main body is staying in one corner, and the other blind corner, the other 3 Hokages are ready. The retreat was completed, and the orange-yellow obstacle avoidance pulled up with the Hokage's hand seal, trapping the Ten-tails in a huge square. Ninja, 4 Scarlet Sun Formation. Chapter 505 Artifact. In the bag. Boom. The huge vibration was startling. But strong obstacle avoidance is reassuring. That's the power of the previous Hokages. The 4 red sun formation cast by the previous Hokages. 4 red sun formation. This is a more advanced spirit formation than the 4 purple flame formation. Even that big guy can't break through, right? The spirit formation jointly performed by the 4 Hokages of the past. It's amazing. As expected of the previous Hokages. The logistics and medical units of the Ninja Alliance will be much safer in the future. Was a lot of discussion, and the first Hokage immediately shouted, everyone. I will open the passage for everyone, please evacuate this place quickly, and then use the remote command of the headquarters to attack the enemy in a planned way. Stab, sound, I saw the 4 Cheong formation behind the first generation to avoid obstacles, opening a passage that could only accommodate 10 people at the same time, and the ninjas retreated one after another. But such a large opening just took advantage of the size advantage of Ten-tails to turn it into a disadvantage. Ninjas can enter and exit through these channels, coming in and out. But Ten-tails were completely blocked because of their size, and their moves couldn't pass through the relatively narrow passage. Then, Hashirama looked around. Although it was a closed space, it was clear that the space was still spacious, but the space for fighting was much larger. Next, don't worry about our moves hurting allies, right? Next, the real battle. Hashirama smiled. Tobarama, humph. Can I finally cast it out, old man? Minato, I'll help ni predecessor Hokage, Sama. Hiruzen, I support you in spirit. Everyone. The 3rd generation is really. But Hiruzen just sighed and smiled helplessly. He doesn't care about these evaluations, because he is a ninja with weak attack ability, and he belongs to the all-around type. In theory, the knowledge of the 3rd generation of purpose ninjutsu is the strongest among all the shadows, including the 2nd generation Hokage's master's skills cannot exceed the 3rd generation. The title of ninjutsu professor is not for nothing. But Sandemu itself has no bloodline. The Sarutobi family itself is famous in the ninja world for relying on the psychic technique of the ape demon. Both Hiruzen and the old ape demon cannot withstand the ravages of time, and their combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. But only the unique insights on chakra have not been compromised. In terms of balanced control of chakra, Hiruzen is the type of ninja closest to Neji, that is, the ninja of the ninja-like Grandmaster. Therefore, Hiruzen is also the clearest in the control of the enchantment, and the most important thing is the chakra balance of the entire enchantment. While the other three Hokages are attacking, it is up to him to balance and maintain the barrier from being destroyed. This concentration is unseen and powerful. That kid Sarutobi. No wonder this barrier is so solid. Madara had stood up at this point, and stood above Ten Tails, head with her arms folded like a god. He glanced at Obito, who was floating in the air, and narrowed his eyes. Is it almost finished? 6 paths. Forget it. After all, I did this step for me, so I'll let you play for a while. Speaking of which, now is the moment I've been looking forward to. Madara chuckled and glanced in one direction of the barrier. That's where the original Hokage Senju Hashirama was. Bang! A figure fell to the ground, causing an explosion, and the huge smoke and dust dissipated. Hashirama, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come on, only you are worthy of my opponent. Madara's blood boiled when he saw Hashirama, but speaking of blood boiling, Pure World Reincarnation's body really reduced his desire to fight. Wait a minute and I'll settle the account with you. Hashirama frowned, accusing Madara. Madara. Mokuden wood-style clone. Afterwards, Hashirama split off a clone and jumped in Madara's direction. You play with Mokuden wood-style clone first, and now I have to deal with the big guy in front of me first. The Mokuden wood-style clone stared at Madara. Madara jumped back 10 meters. Moment of hesitation, Madara suddenly smiled softly and stepped back. In front of everyone's eyes, he took the Uchiha fan and sat on the ground. That guy actually sat down. What the hell is going on? Madara just murmured to herself, forget it, I'm not in a hurry anyway. I'll just watch the battle for a while, anyway, your struggles are the last wasted effort. The Uchiha clan. Most of the place has been in ruins because of the battle between Sasuke and Itachi. But the surrounding sentry towers and shelters are still intact and underground. Good. Neji took a step back, standing on top of the ruins. In this way, the barrier will be ready. Even if there is an accident, even if the entire ruin is leveled, it will not cause harm to the daimyo. These guys are really very important. Although the technique can now be carried out in a precise manner for chakra, the consumption of itself is still huge. Neji's cold sweat stayed, and he held out his hand. He found that his palm was sweating. He was startled and murmured, has it reached this level? It seems that the creation of those secret techniques is still admirable, even if it is the chakra almighty master. There are a lot of conditions. No wonder Hokage III, even though he is a master with thousands of different ninjutsu techniques, still can't break through to become a stronger ninja. Neji let out a slow breath. That's right, he has now begun to take an interest in the creation of ninjutsu and the development of secret techniques, no longer just focusing on the boundaries of blood. However, these ideas seem to be somewhat similar to Orochimaru, but Neji will not approve of Orochimaru's pervert behavior like human experiments. Maybe it will be possible to cooperate in some aspects in the future, so Neji still intends to let Orochimaru live well. But Neji took something out of his clothes, 2 little things. Tomo with a texture like jade but not as crystal clear as jade, the tail is a bit longer than the general Tomo, and the other is an ancient mirror that does not reflect much light, or another chakra, slowly pouring into Neji in the body. The Ten-Fist Sword is a special one among Kusanagi swords. It has the ability to seal people into drunken dreams. Huh. I saw that chakra jumped straight up, like diving into the knife behind Neji. That's a wine sword. Of the seal of the Ten-Fist Sword, also known as the Sake Karate Sword. These 2 swords are a perfect match in themselves, sealing the resentment and suppressing the resentment, and now the 10-fist sword has been injected into the wine and the sword. Then, Neji's eyes widened, one eye turned pitch black. Clear eyes. Open. Whoa, 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 tilde. 8-foot mirror and 8-foot Tomo were sucked into the clear eye space by Neji. It seems that I have a little understanding of the ability of this eye. Maybe it is because I can use the time and space technique. This clear eye can transfer items into my body through a certain ability. Then this way, quote. Neji turned away, his eyes had returned to normal. The 3 artifacts that were originally in the hands of Uchiha Itachi were also in my pocket. Neji let out a long sigh of relief. With these 3 artifacts, he also gained more confidence in the future battles. It's just that Neji didn't expect that Itachi had hidden the location of this artifact in Shisui's Koto Amatsukami, but he didn't seem to insist on giving the artifact to Sasuke. Chapter 506 Finish. 6 Paths. Itachi seems to have made a hesitant decision on this matter. The location of the artifact was placed in Koto Amatsukami, and he wanted to pass the power of the artifact to Sasuke, but after Koto Amatsukami used it on himself, and after hesitation, he chose to hide it. After Neji knew about Akatsuki, he thought it would be difficult to persuade Itachi to be sealed like this, but he didn't expect it to be so smooth. It seems that Itachi still didn't believe Sasuke in the end. He is such a confident person, and he can always be considerate. I am afraid that he also thought of the possibility of Sasuke's mutiny after he has strong power without using the Koto Amatsukami technique. So I don't plan to pass the artifact to Sasuke under such circumstances. But Itachi didn't count. Shisui's other eye fell into his hands after Danzo died, right? The artifact is now owned by Neji. Neji deliberately waited for a long time, and finally lowered his head in disappointment. I have already harvested the 3 divine weapons, but has my strength still not improved? Neji frowned slightly. Although he didn't care on the surface, Neji still wanted to achieve the promotion of his strength. If the 6 paths immortals are divided into the strength of the 6 paths level, then Neji's current semi-holy level is nothing more than a little higher than the 6 paths immortals, and there are too many things Neji needs to control, and there is hardly a moment to be able to fully play strength. After all, the future has to be taken into account. Neji becomes stronger in the end to survive. No matter in order to get anything, having a future is the most important thing. So now I may not even be able to exert the strength of the 6 paths immortal, so I have to find a way to stop Kaguya, who is likely to appear in the end, and their plan that Urashi said. There seems to be something dark. The stage from semi-holy to quasi-holy seems to be a bit too far. The 3 divine tools can make Itachi, who is already terminally ill, directly consecrate the gods, so the energy he brings is huge. Even so, Neji's strength has not been promoted, and it is conceivable that if he can become a saint level, then it will be a great catastrophe. In case Kaguya cannot be completely wiped out, there seems to be some kind of powerful sealing technique. Now, apart from Shukaku's chakra, I really want to lack sealing means. Neji let out a long sigh and said to the system, is there any sealing technique that can be exchanged? Go back to the host. Now 2000 W proficiency can be exchanged for the sealing technique Jizo. This technique is a special sealing technique for the body of the Vulcan, and the level of the technique is SSS. By summoning the ghost fire from hell to suppress the enemy, this is the legendary ghost in the underworld. The powerful sealing technique used by Saitagarbha to suppress resentful spirits who refuse to submit. Hey, it sounds amazing. Exchange. Neji didn't hesitate, there was still a little hope in his heart. Maybe with such a sealing technique, you can be promoted to quasi-sage. At that time, there will be more generous rewards in the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 2000 W proficiency. Learn and master the Master SSS level sealing technique Jizo, and automatically upgrade to the realm of returning to nature. Because the system is automatically upgraded this time, it does not come with any rewards. It seems that it is still far from the truth of the quasi-sage. Alas. So, get ready to go to the battlefield now. Neji turned his head and looked at the strong chakra that was constantly coming from far away. Boom boom boom. The smoke is scattered. Almost all the ninjas were moved outside the barrier of the 4 red suns, and there were only a few powerful or special ninjas fighting against Ten Tails. The outside is relatively peaceful, but the inside is dilapidated. This big guy's chakra is simply inexhaustible. Ah! Be careful, everyone, if those vines are controlled, they will die immediately. I saw that the bound ninja was drained of chakra in an instant. Tobirama, it turns out that I have a strong enough chakra. Can I enhance myself by absorbing it after releasing it? Then the chakra scattered in the surrounding environment is probably also being continuously absorbed by this guy. Quote. Hashirama, really a tough enemy. This chakra. Tobirama suddenly widened his eyes. On it. Everyone looked. They saw Obito slowly drifting upwards. On the other side, Neji fell to the ground, looking tired. Sasuke also slumped on the ground and slowly stood up decadently. I didn't expect it to be so strong. I saw all around, already dilapidated. Tenten and Kuritsuchi surround Neji's shadow clone, using medical ninjutsu. Sasuke looked over there and exhaled slowly. Although it's just a shadow clone, it's the first time I've seen that guy look so embarrassed, but... What is the main body doing? Have you found a solution to the enemy? Sasuke believed that Neji would work hard to defeat the enemy, and it was because of this belief that Sasuke chose to come to Neji Shadow Clone's side first. Compared to Naruto, who possesses the power of Kyuubi, 9 Tails, and the three-way resilience of the Sage Mode and Uzumaki clan, it is obvious that Neji needs reinforcements and endurance. This guy. Is it done? Madara, who was sitting on the ground, finally stood up and looked into the air. I saw Obito in the air, raised his head, there was a god in his eyes, but he was full of resentment towards this world. What level of chakra is this? Tobirama was startled and took a step back. Hiruzen was startled and shouted, no. Hold on. He hand seal again, pressing all the chakras to the enchantment. But Obito had already made his move, stretched out his hands, and widened his eyes. Ooh! Ten Tails rioted wildly, and the ground shook. The roar is frightening. What the hell is going on? That guy. Oops. This guy released the chakra blaster. Although we can't see it, the chakra in everyone's body is disordered. The headquarters commanded everyone through the secret techniques of the Yamanaka family, but it stopped abruptly. Ino. Cough cough. Ino coughed a few times, and fell down tiredly. Naruto's shadow clone behind him dissipated with a bang. Shikamaru supported Ino, who was about to fall, and murmured, damn. Can't even Naruto resist that shock wave. And Ino. Shikamaru looked at Ino hesitantly. Ino insisted on standing up and said slowly, Shikamaru, I can still persist. Enough is enough, Ino. No, Neji is still fighting inside. That's just shadow clone. Shadow clone also. Ino. Shikamaru showed a rare serious look. Ino was also taken aback. After changing for a while, Shikamaru eased his emotions and said softly, stop directing everyone's skills for the time being. There are 4 Hokages here, and even if you can hold on, Minister Inoichi of the headquarters without Naruto's support will hold on. Can't stop. Dad. Ino narrowed his eyes, sighed in relief, and fell into a deep sleep. Well done, Shikamaru. Aside, Tsunade's voice appeared. Shikamaru was surprised. 5 generations. Tsunade chuckled. Next, I'll take over from Sakura to command the medical unit. The other side. Ha ha ha. How? His. A huge snake curled up and quickly wrapped around his neck, biting down on the neck fiercely, leaving a deep curse mark. Chapter 507 Inherited. Will of Self. His. A white snake left a curse mark on Ah-Fei's neck, instantly imprisoning Ah-Fei in the air and falling slowly. Bang. After landing, Shu followed. Sweden, water style, water dragon bullet art. PFF'd. The huge water dragon passed by, splashing all over the place. Shueyu fell to the ground and looked aside. It was Orochimaru who had followed him to support him. Orochimaru, since you're here, has Hokage rescued you? Orochimaru's mouth twitched, showing a sinister smile and said, of course, that guy is a guy named Konoha Sanin like me, how could he die so easily? Karen stood behind Shueyu, squinted at Orochimaru, and said, then, hurry up and support Neji now. Neji's chakra now feels getting weaker and weaker. Orochimaru sneered. Don't worry, Sasuke has already gone, and it should be almost settled here. I saw the smoke dissipate, and the curse mark on Ah-Fei's neck actually slowly dissipated, and then jumped away. Great. I'm worried that these guys are not enough to fight. It seems that there are new opponents. He. Mokuden, wood style, wood golem jutsu. Bang bang bang. Huge wooden hands broke away from the ground, and although the ninjas retreated, some were involved and were quickly tied up. PFF'd. Shueyu went down with a few knives, cut off the wooden hand, and shouted, you guys, hurry up and evacuate here, and don't cause us any trouble. After Shueyu landed, she gasped for breath. Karen saw Shueyu. She couldn't help but be surprised. Shueyu, you are not gentle at all. Did you expect to save people? Shueyu sneered. I can't help it. I'm a member of the Neji team. If you don't care about these guys, it won't be like my eldest brother's style. Orochimaru twitched his mouth and sneered. Although that guy Neji looks different from Naruto, he has a strong influence on people. In fact, I seem to have been influenced a bit. It's just, that guy is immune to me's spell. Everyone looked together and saw that above the wooden man, Ah-Fei was wearing a cloak, and the curled shape covered his face like a mask, not even showing his eyes. What kind of guy is he who can use the same Mokuden, wood style, as the first Hokage, is immune to Orochimaru's spell, and even can use 5 kinds of escape techniques? Who the hell is he? Although they don't know who they are, they all know what to do next. That's just standing here and doing whatever it takes to get rid of this guy. That guy. Minato frowned slightly. In order to transfer Tailed Beast Bomb, he used space transfer and Hiraishin more than a dozen times in a row before, and chakra was not enough. Impure World Reincarnation. The chakra in the body is now turbulent, and now it can only barely support the enchantment temporarily. Ow! 10 tails jumped violently, and the 10 tails spread out, and the shape gradually changed into claws, and they went all around. CCC. Grab the 4 Scarlet Sun formation, like pulling up a curtain, pull it up mercilessly, tear it apart completely, and tear it to pieces. That guy. 4 Hokages were all shocked. Thorn. Boom. 10 tails was like a knife in everyone's ears, tearing everyone's eardrums. The voice of such a huge guy is also extremely amazing, and his movements ripped apart the 4 red sun formations maintained by the 4 Hokages, and completely shattered them. The barrier has disappeared. Everyone, retreat. Hashirama hurriedly commanded everyone. As the first Hokage, he has undoubtedly become the supreme commander here, and he knows that the ninja coalition that has lost the command of the headquarters is a living target. Now the best situation is to avoid the battle. Then, Obito slowly landed on top of 10 Tails' head. Looks like you're a little more awake. Aside, Madara jumped up. Obito looked at Madara and murmured, this is an incomplete state. Every word he said was very difficult to spit. Madara didn't care. She just shook the Uchiha fan in her hand and said, thank you for leaving this for me, now it almost feels like a war. Then, Obito raised his head in contempt. Reach out. Cumbling. 6 chains, jump out quickly. Stab into the body of the tailed beast and quickly drag it. Sand-tailed Asada, 4-tailed Sun Wukong, 5-tailed King Mu, 6-tailed Rhinoceros, 7-tailed Shigame. With all the chakras of these 5-tailed beasts, I will be closer to the 6 Paths Fairy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The tailed beasts are like lambs to be slaughtered, dragged by force and swallowed by the 10 tails. Oops, that guy got all the tailed beasts. Damn. Killer Bee on the side stopped Naruto. Naruto was startled. Killer Bee looked at him. Naruto, even the 8-tailed chakra in my body is exhausted now. I can only hope in your QB 9 tails your body can't act recklessly. But, even if you say that, I can't just watch Sasuke fall into danger. Boom. Tilde. Damn, did Shadow Clone replace the main body? When? Killer Bee sighed, but he had already realized that Naruto is a person who likes to be fooled just like his big brother. On the other side, Sasuke, facing the clones of 10 tails, reluctantly resisted. Senpo, Sage Art, Rasenshuriken. Boom. Naruto helped Sasuke fend off all attacks. Naruto. Sasuke was taken aback. Naruto landed and said, Sasuke, I won't let you do merit here alone. The side, Neji couldn't help but chuckle. No, Naruto, you are very important now. You must not come to this frontal battlefield. Karapashi hurried over to block it, and quickly hand seal. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Several slender wooden sticks fell quickly, blocked by the rising earth flow wall. Karapashi stopped in front of Naruto and said, you can't go wrong. But Naruto was furious. At this time, Hyuga Hinata jumped in. Naruto-kun, this is the task given to me by the headquarters. I have to protect Naruto-kun. Now that the 5th generation Hokage has come to support, the medical problem has been solved, and then I will rely on Naruto to replace the ninja. The coalition has restored chakra. Naruto was startled and sighed. Ooh. Boom bang bang. 10 tails roared, and the countless shadow clones were eliminated almost instantly. And the fatigue that came in a flash almost made Naruto fall to the ground in an instant. Damn. Sasuke stood aside and supported Naruto, who was about to fall to the ground. Hinata on the side also blinked. Be careful. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The black stick fell quickly. Karapashi hand seal. Doden, earth style, earth flow wall. Bang. But the black rod went through Doden, earth style, and continued to fall. Revolving heaven. I saw Neji's figure appear and completely bounce the black stick away. His face, a fresh Yuhi-colored mark, appeared again. Sage mode. Brother Neji, no more. Enough is enough, your shadow clone has been fighting long enough. Hinata, who was standing beside Naruto, had tears in his eyes. As a younger sister, she understands Neji's hard work over the years, but Neji has never complained. Why do you want to do this? Naruto's eyes flickered. Neji, on the other hand, just smiled confidently. Her breathing was disordered but her tone was calm. Because, this is the power of inheritance. Because I saw you in Hinata's eyes, Naruto. Next is my own consciousness. Chapter 508 Distance. Sad news. Then, next, is my self-consciousness. The consciousness of the ego? Naruto asked in a whisper. Ow. 10 tails didn't seem to want to give them too much time, but Neji's shadow clone, with sage mode turned on, also looked exhausted. Next, I'm going to end this battle in my own way. Don't take any action, just watch. Neji. Naruto was puzzled. And Neji thought that, in the original development, he should have died for Naruto in this battle. But Neji, working hard for so many years, is to change this ending. It was just this moment that Neji finally understood. As the owner of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, Column Force and Uzumaki Descendants and Sage Mode, Naruto's importance to the war, and his own destiny as a branch. And Hinata's unavoidable past as her sister and Naruto has made Hinata have a love for Naruto. Although this kind of love will make Neji feel sad, but also feel relieved that her sister can finally find a good home. I also have Ino, and I have always treated Hinata Neji as my own sister. Naruto, Hinata likes you, you should have known about this during the pain battle, right? I don't doubt that you will be nice to her in the future, but as Hinata's brother, I still have something to tell you. Neji turned his head. As your destined eldest brother in the future, all I can give now is the protection of this battle. With this protection, I want to tell you one thing. What a lot of nonsense. Obito over there turned his head, stretched out his hand, and the black stick flew. Doden, Earth style. Karatsushi was about to hand seal when Tenten said, no way. That black stick is something from 6 paths, and the chakra inside is not at our level at all. Your technique can't be stopped. Karatsushi exclaimed. Then use your one. You have it. The star Neji gave you. The power of the star. Tenten shook his head slowly and explained. This is Neji's own choice, I believe in Neji. Whoosh. The black stick came quickly, Sasuke frowned slightly, and Mangekyo twirled. But Neji jumped away. Everyone took a deep breath, and even though he was exhausted, everyone believed in one thing. That is Hyuga Neji, he is an invincible being. No matter what the situation, as long as he has self-confidence, he will definitely be able to save the day. But this time, Neji's back, Sage Mode is released. The black stick is coming towards Naruto, and Neji should be ahead. Thorn. With a crisp sound, the black stick inserted into Neji's back, but it didn't pierce. As that, using the last Sage Art Chakra to create a revolving heaven chakra around your body that even the black stick can't fully penetrate. Madara, who was watching the battle, squinted her eyes and murmured, is this Hyuga clan pretty good? Wait a minute. He found out that the kid of the Hyuga clan who was knocked down was actually Hyuga Neji. I see, it's this kid. Haha, interesting. Neji. Naruto's eyes widened, watching Neji fall in front of him, lying on top of him. His tone was trembling and he asked, why for me? Although he knew that Shadow Clone was in front of him, Naruto was surprised that Neji chose to end the battle in this way. Neji also did it deliberately, so it could be considered to have completed the original division of himself, inherited the will of Hyuga, his father, protected Hinata, and the future destination, it can be considered to protect the main clan. Hinata, let's use this place as the end of the Hyuga family's main clan and their split. Tears welled up in Hinata's eyes. Although he knew that Neji's death was just a clone, he was very moved. Lying on Naruto's body, Neji murmured, boy, I don't know what will happen in the next battle, but as the future of the village, the future of ninjas, you must hold on for me. Neji spread out, like a ray of light. This is the chakra clone of Gentle Fist. Hinata's eyes widened. Whoa, tilde. I saw the chakra of Neji's clone, slowly pouring into Naruto's body. Naruto felt the chakra from the Hyuga family, and then his body turned golden. This is Neji's chakra, so it is. Sasuke on the side was surprised, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I see, the reason why this guy did this is to entrust this last chakra to you, right? Naruto, that guy Hyuga Neji, although he is not on the battlefield, but early I expected that you would become everyone's hope in the end. Tenten also breathed a sigh of relief and said, no wonder this clone can persist to this point. This is not an ordinary shadow clone at all, but a clone injected with a lot of Neji Gentle Fist at the moment. Obito standing on the 10 tails was startled and murmured, no wonder the attack can't penetrate that guy's body, Gentle Fist chakra clone. At this time, a figure on a plate fell to the ground. Sakura. Naruto turned his head, his eyes had become piercing. Sakura was also surprised and said, Sasuke. You. Naruto smiled and said, don't worry, Sasuke is now a comrade in arms. Sasuke said, for Hyuga Neji's sake, I have already decided, now I have to deal with the guy in front of me first. Sakura smiled slightly, really? Just right, Master Tsunade has come to the battlefield over there, and now I have finished my medical teamwork. As a ninja, I have to stand on the first battlefield. Exactly. Naruto slammed his fists together and said confidently, next, the battle of the new Konoha Sannin. The art of psychic. Boom, bang, bang. Ooh. Boom. The art of Hiraishin. Boom. A violent explosion broke out on the coast in the distance. Minato said, although it seems that Sasuke, Naruto and Neji-kun are holding Madara and the others, but this 10-tailed beast bomb is too tricky. And this guy's chakra, it's better than our recovery. The ability is even stronger. Ouch. I saw that 10 tails, movements became more and more arrogant, and he raised his head. Tobirama. Again. Be careful everyone, I'm here to help the 4th generation. But. Minato was stunned, as if he had noticed something. Bang, bang 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 bang. 6-tailed beast bombs in a row. Oops. Huh. 3. Bang bang bang. 2. Bang bang. Minato and Tobirama transferred 3 and 2-tailed beast bombs respectively, and the last one left. Hashirama jumped out and Hand Seal said, everyone, hurry up and hide. Mokuden, wood-style, wood-locking wall. Dang dang dang. The trees form an oval closed shape to protect the crowd. But, that tailed beast bomb, actually deviates strongly, flying towards a certain distance. Shikamaru murmured, missed. No, Ino was startled, tears in his eyes. What's wrong? Shikamaru asked in surprise. Ino couldn't help crying with his face ashen, but he still forced the Hand Seal to open the secret technique. Yamanaka Inoichi's voice reaches everyone's ears. This is the last command. The enemy's tailed beast bomb is heading for the headquarters. There is not much time. It will only explode in about 20 seconds, and we have no way to escape. Why, Dad? Shikamaru's eyes widened, and he was stunned, speechless. On the other side, Ino also burst into tears, only holding back the seal, blood flowed out of his nose. The last command, 20 seconds in advance, came from afar, sad news. Chapter 509 One Person. 6 Red Sun Array. Dad, quick, get out of the way. Shikamaru bites Kiba, who has experienced Asuma's sacrifice. Although he has become strong, he is also sensitive enough to such things. But the tears could not stop flowing. Because the ending seems to be doomed. Nara Shikaku is not just being his dad, he's one of the few people in Konoha village who is above his head. If there is a better way, why choose to use only the last 20 seconds for this command signal? Inoichi's voice came. It can't be done. The meticulous work that has been done to build this headquarters, it will take at least 3 minutes to evacuate. There is another important information to pass on to everyone. There is no time to be sad. Next is Shikaku's voice. With about 10 seconds remaining, Shikaku's speech became faster. That guy, this is the news from Neji, the 6 paths enemies can't use the ability of space teleportation. Then Rinnegan is most afraid of taijutsu and sage art. Please minimize the use of ninjutsu attacks. Naruto is now in that guy fights. Try to fight around Naruto, because only Naruto and Ino can inherit the command ability. Finally, Shikamaru, the responsibility of mobilizing the ninja coalition is now in your hands. Shikaku finished these words in 9 seconds, and then sighed. The sound stopped abruptly. A period of silence. 3. 2. A huge fire lit up the night sky. It was astonishing, like a thunderstorm from a lifetime ago. And after more than 10 seconds, there was an extremely amazed explosion of the waves. Damn! Shikamaru fell to his knees, banging hard against the stones on the ground. Ino also covered his mouth and burst into tears. The headquarters has been destroyed. Shikamaru raised his head, looked at Ino with tears in his eyes, and said, then it's up to us to defeat the enemy. Ino sniffed and said, Neji, where are you, Neji? Come here. She had been strong for several years, and finally at this moment, she couldn't hold back her tear ducts. Had always been protected by Neji, was not injured, but this time, her father's death had almost defeated him. Wait. We're still here. Two different voices sounded in their minds. It also sounded in the minds of all the ninja coalition forces. This. Ino, Shikamaru. This. What the hell is going on? The tailed beast bomb didn't come this way, but exploded less than 2 kilometers from here. The range spread to the entire village, but the villages the refugees have already been transferred. This. The voice over there was mixed with the cheers of the ninja coalition. Headquarters. Survived. Great, great. Choji wiped away the tears that had not dried yet, walked to Shikamaru's side, and put his hand on Shikamaru's shoulder. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief, tears still flashing in his eyes. Ino on the side finally let out a sigh of relief and stared blankly ahead. Although there was good news, after a few seconds of the darkest moment in her life just now, she felt that her heart was on the verge of death. Shikamaru added, "But, what's going on?" There, a voice came from Inoichi. Report from the perception force, a familiar chakra appeared over their tailed beast bomb. It's very strong. Stop tailed beast bomb. But who is that man? He was able to block tailed beast bomb. And he's still alive. Neji. Neji. Must be Neji. Ino rolled his eyes. He suddenly turned from sadness to joy, showing a pleasant smile, and said, Neji must be back. I knew. Neji will definitely come back. Hey, Ino, Neji is missing now, how can you be so sure? Shikamaru asked in confusion. Ino's mouth twitched and said, I just can confirm. Because Neji never breaks his promise, he said. He will definitely protect this ninja world. Whoosh. Tailed beast bomb flies. Neji only thought about it for a moment, and then hand seal immediately. Damn it. Just Sage Mode will be attacked. But I can't care about that much. There is Ino's father at the headquarters. Neji couldn't imagine how Ino would feel when he learned of his father's death. Even if he could, Neji couldn't imagine how much he would blame himself when he couldn't protect Ino and saw her so disappointed and broken. So even with sacrifices, Neji intends to stop this tailed beast bomb. Sage Mode. Spiritualization. Although it's time, but the tailed beast bomb is still a few seconds away, and now it's too late for the enchantment technique, and the time and space technique is not suitable because it costs too much chakra, so the most suitable. Neji narrowed his eyes and quickly hand-sealed. The art of psychic. Boom. Mount Myoboku. Iwasuku giant toad. A full 100 meters high, blocked in place, Neji hand-seal again. Iwasu big toad, please. As ordered. Defensive state. Om. The air of golden light spreads out, forming a barrier, thick enough and strong enough. This is the defense of astral chi, even the attack of the sky and the earth can't penetrate it. Bang. Ten-Tail's tailed beast bomb hit it. It cracked and shattered, and after a delay of a few seconds, a violent explosion occurred. Boom. As if the thunder was coming, even if it stopped tailed beast bomb, the magnitude of the explosion turned a surrounding village into ruins. However, Neji slowly closed Byakugan, and when he decided to stop here just now, he had already confirmed that there was no one around. But this level of explosion. It seems that the enemy's combat effectiveness has increased by several levels. He muttered, suddenly startled. The shadow clone over there seems to have sacrificed himself on his own initiative and gave the chakra to Naruto, and the body here also learned what happened. So that's it. Has Obito successfully become 6 paths? Then hurry up. Without me, they will be very troublesome to deal with. Whoa. Obito slowly lifted into the air and floated to retrieve it. Jinten particle style, split detachment of the primitive world technique. Yoden, lava style, magic dissolving. Raiden, thunder style, ray eye bomb. Boom. The smoke and dust dissipated, the 5 shadows have assembled, and the fighting strength of the ninja coalition has increased a bit. And because the headquarters is still there, Tsunade is healing Ino and wants to restore the headquarters, Communication as soon as possible to command the battle. Look, that guy, what does he seem to be doing? Everyone saw that Obito had slowly ascended into the sky, like a god looking at all living beings. It seems that the tailed beast bomb didn't destroy the headquarters. It's a pity, but it doesn't matter. Since the reinforcements have arrived, let's solve them all together. Obito was indifferent, rolled his eyes, and started hand seal. Madara, who was standing above the rioting Ten Tails, snorted disdainfully. That guy Obito seems to be getting more and more comfortable with controlling Ten Tails. What the hell are you doing? That guy. Everyone felt a strange chakra. Gate of the Great God. Boom boom boom. Several gigantic gate of the Great God fell down and blocked the Ten Tails from moving. Hashirama said solemnly, "Anyway, everyone should set up the formation first, and don't be trapped by that guy." Obito sneered, "It's too late. Ninja 6 Red Sun Formation." Om. The six-sided barrier, rushing towards the face, traps all the ninja coalition forces in it. What? One person casts the 6 Scarlet Sun Formation. That's a spirit formation that surpasses the 4 Scarlet Sun Formation. Chapter 510 Partner. Their respective battles. Ninja, 6 Scarlet Sun Formation. Om. The huge orange barrier will block everyone, including the medical and logistical units. Now, if that big guy casts tailed beast bomb again, everyone can't help but worry, but right now, there is almost no way to deal with it. The enemy's chakra is unlimited, but the ninja coalition, which has an overwhelming number of people, cannot achieve continuous battles. And even the smallest mistakes will result in the death of the ninja. Addition, the level of the Jonin itself is limited, and the casualties are even more severe. This is why Neji wanted to convey the spirit of protecting Naruto at that time, not only to protect Naruto, but also to let everyone understand the importance of Naruto. In this case, waiting for Naruto to restore the power of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, Chakra and Immortals is the best way. Next, it is destined to be a protracted battle. Uchiha bounces back. Madara comfortably waved her fan and bounced all the Rasengan from Naruto. Damn it. Is that a spell that has the same effect as the 4th generation Mizukage's spell? It can bounce back my Rasengan. Naruto frowned slightly. Sage mode appeared. Then try me here. Senpo, Sage Art Rasenshuriken. I saw the huge Rasenshuriken flying out, but Madara's mouth twitched and she stretched out her hand. Rinnegan absorb. Zetsu. Chakra absorbed. Sakura asked, didn't the headquarters say that Sage Art is the way to deal with those guys? Why was it absorbed? Naruto bit Kiba and said, I don't know either. Sasuke said, I am afraid that Sage Art Chakra is also of the same nature as Chakra to a certain extent. To the extent that there is no nature transformation, Sage Art Chakra also needs to be used well. My Sharingan can see through Sage Art now. Naruto, your understanding of Sage Art seems to have a certain gap with Neji. Naruto was silent. Afterwards, he pursed his mouth and said, Humph. I haven't fought with us for so long, and as soon as I come back, open my mouth and shut up Neji, huh? Naruto feels like his good friend has been snatched away. But Sasuke narrowed his eyes, still indifferent. Then he jumped up and landed on the big python. Go, green snake. Understood. Zetsu. The body of the green snake is huge, but its speed is extremely fast. Madara took a step back and said helplessly, I just want to fight Hashirama, I'm not interested in you little bastards. Humph. You are a relic of the old times, you don't need to understand the little devil of our time, go back to your yellow Izumi. Sasuke's speed is extremely fast, and with the help of the speed of the green snake, he jumped. Madara also jumped up and quickly hand seal. Cadent fire style, majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. Bang. Huge flames erupted, a wide range never seen before. Doden, earth style, line congealing technique. Ziz. Boom. A wide range of lime cooperated with the green snake's attack to suppress Madara's Kaden fire style, and then the green snake's action also made Madara retreat. The green snake behind him shouted, "Go on, Sasuke, defeat him." Chidori PFF'd. Like 10,000 birds chirping, the sound was sharp and piercing. Madara jumped back, dodged wisely, and murmured, "This guy, his movements are very neat, so that's it. Mangekyo Sharingan. And it's the eternal Mangekyo. Uchiha Sasuke." However, at this distance, that assault technique can't do anything. Madara finished speaking. Sasuke's mouth twitched. Chidori, lightning cutter. Huh. I saw Chidori's shape change immediately. CCC, sound, stretched into a Raiden thunder-style blade. And behind, Naruto also threw the Rasenshuriken. Madara ticked the corner of her mouth and fell quickly. It is Naruto's Rasenshuriken. Too naive. Madara hooked her mouth, stretched out her hands, and absorbed it with Rinnegan. But the next moment, he was taken aback. Bang, tilde. I saw that it was Naruto who had turned on Sage Mode, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "I'm sorry, you don't know how to absorb ninjutsu. This guy, he even used his body as a bait." Madara was shocked. She had never seen such an unexpected way of fighting. "Sasuke." Naruto kicked and Madara reached out to block it. But Naruto used this external force to jump up and inject the Sage Art Chakra on his body into the Chidori, lightning cutter in his assistant. "Is that so? Are two forces attacking? One is the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails kid from the Uzumaki clan, and the other is Uchiha who opened Mangekyo. Haha, then I will admit your power." Madara chuckled, but she was so stressed that she landed and took off again. He murmured inwardly, "Can't be hit by that move, the power of both Senju and Uchiha." Subsequently, he began to silently hand seal. The technique of instant body. What a joke. What? Madara was startled, looked up, and saw a burly female man soaring into the sky, falling from the sky. Fantastic power. Rinnegan clearly saw the chakra of the ninja, concentrated on his fist, punched heavily, and hit Madara directly in the face. Even his face was almost deformed by the blow, and over there, Sasuke's movements were also fast. "Baby. Get out. Like a swordsman who has fought 1,000 times, clean and neat." Sasuke, swordsmanship, not bad. Madara widened her eyes, staring blankly ahead. Sasuke, who landed, turned his head and smiled confidently. "Of course, I have competed in swordsmanship head-on with a guy who is more difficult than you." Sasuke recalled the sword dance meeting more than 2 years ago, and the swordsmanship showdown with Neji, which is unforgettable to this day. That man can always turn the tide of battle at the most dangerous moment. This time too, the man who stopped the Ten-Tails tailed beast bomb to prevent the headquarters from being wiped out must also be Neji, right? Whether it is Sasuke, Naruto or Sakura, they all believe in this. Madara's body fell directly in half, but the dirt was still slowly recovering. Did it work? Sakura still didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the enemy was not on the same level as her. Madara sneered. "If you don't have a strong enough sealing technique, even defeating me will be of no use." "Haha. I have." Swish. I saw countless sands oncoming, immediately forming a rope-like shape, trapping Madara. Gaara. Naruto had a happy look on his face. Gaara was panting, apparently crawling out of the rubble. After a long battle, she was obviously in a state of embarrassment. "Although I can't completely seal you now, but as long as we delay time and wait for Neji to come to the battlefield, the victory of the battle will be ours." Gaara also firmly believed. Seeing that they all believed in one person so strongly, Madara suddenly became emotional, thinking of the trust everyone in Konoha village had in Hashirama and herself at that time. "Can I ask a question? Who is that Hyuga Neji? Who deserves your trust? Although, he is really strong." But Madara didn't feel that he was so strong that he couldn't defeat him, and his plan was right in front of him. Because, that guy is our partner. Naruto took a firm step forward. As long as it is a partner, it must be trustworthy. Hearing this sentence, Madara's eyes twitched, as if remembering some dusty past. Chapter 511 this time. Completely defeated. Are you trustworthy as long as you are a partner? Madara narrowed her eyes, her thoughts gradually returning to a certain point in time that I don't know how many years ago. Hashirama. The two teenagers met privately in the fields, and the smiles on their faces were precious. Because in that era of war, as the opponents of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, they have seen too many sad things happen. Being able to have such a peaceful moment is what they yearn for. And at this moment, they have experienced the intriguing meeting of the two families. Hashirama, before you. The last time the two met, the people behind the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan had already set a trap. When the two meet on weekdays, they will face each other on both sides of a river, and then in order to compare their strengths, they will throw stones and float on the water to confirm each other's level. In the last time, the stones thrown by the two were unexpectedly the same. Senju Hashirama received Uchiha Madara's stone, with the words, "Run quickly," carved. Senju Hashirama that Uchiha Madara received, the words, "There is an ambush," are engraved. Therefore, in this meeting, the two pretended to be tit for tat, but in fact, they both reminded each other that there is no trap. Hashirama considered himself a partner. Madara wasn't sure, but he was sure. From that moment, he knew his heart. After this incident, after a long time and dozens of days of war, Madara and Hashirama finally had a chance to see each other again. But this time was very hasty. We going to fight again. I heard that some time ago, the Senju clan and the Hefeng Demon clan fought against each other, how about it? Madara asked. He actually cared a little about this partner. Although he kept reminding himself that this is the main commander of his enemy's army. And Hashirama raised his hands behind his head and let out a long sigh. I'm sure there is no problem. The Fengmo clan only took the initiative to challenge the territory of the Land of Fire. Our Senju clan have never you or the Uchiha clan who are afraid of fighting because of the location, right? Shish. Madara's expression suddenly became serious. He looked around for a while, like a thief with a guilty conscience. Be careful, the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, etc., if someone hears such words. Bad, did I just? Madara swallowed, and while accusing Hashirama, he uttered these two words in a loud voice. Forget it. Madara sighed as Hashirama blinked clearly. You're always like this, it doesn't make people worry. If our village is really built in the future, we must not let you be the village head, and the village will definitely be a mess. Ha ha. Seeing Madara's resentful eyes, Hashirama grinned. Madara. After that, Hashirama let out a slow breath. Said, don't underestimate me. Don't look at me here, I am the strongest member of the younger generation of the Senju clan, and, not only in terms of combat power, but also in terms of strategy, except for one of my younger brothers, Senju Tobarama and I are on a par with me. Other brothers and I are not comparable. After all, it's my eldest brother. Madara was startled and looked at Hashirama blankly. At this moment, he saw the confidence in Hashirama's eyes. Also, Madara, if our village is built in the future, I don't care who is the village, you can decide everything. Me. Madara was startled, a little flattered. Why do you trust me so much? Even if you passed this period of time, you believe that I would not betray you. After all, if this were the case, I would not have established that village with you, I mean. You will not betray you. Are you worried about my lack of ability? In the competition during this period, I have beaten you only a handful of times. Madara spoke, there was still some dissatisfaction in her mouth. Hashirama smiled knowingly and said, that is not important, but then again, the important thing is. Madara, I believe you deserve my trust. Because. He took a deep breath and looked at Madara with firm eyes. As long as it is a partner, it must be trustworthy. Are you trustworthy as long as you're a partner? Humph. Ridiculous. Madara narrowed his eyes. His body had been slowly recovered by impure world reincarnation, but sand had almost covered him. The body is recovering very quickly. It seems that besides impure world reincarnation, you also have other abilities that can restore life. But, it's too late. Gaara said, stretched out her hands, and started hand seal. Ikkyou Shukaku's sealing technique. It seems that you are the human Jinchuriki column force. I didn't expect that the person who was pulled away from the tail beast, the Jinchuriki column force, is still alive. It seems that you have a good partner too. Gaara. But. Madara sneered. Rinnegan glared in her eyes. Your brain is not as good as Uchiha Sasuke. This level of sealing doesn't make sense to me. Ziz. The fierce battle will be stopped by the separation of the body, but even if it has not recovered, I can still use the power of Rinnegan. Rinnegan can absorb chakra, not only ninjutsu. Boom. Gaara's sand, all collapsed and scattered. This guy. Gaara frowned. I saw Madara jumped quickly and jumped back, completely out of the sand. Afterwards, he smiled coldly and said, Uzumaki Naruto, you remind me of someone. Hehe, you are really interesting. Now is a hard-won opportunity. I want to have a good fight with that guy. I think a little bit. At that time, it was completely defeated by him. But this time, it's different. Madara murmured in her heart. Hashirama, this time, let me completely defeat you. And completely smash your so-called will of fire. Kyuubi's Nine-Tails kid, Ikkyou's kid. And Sasuke. Hehe, you three please me. And those little mice. Madara looked at them coldly. It was Haruno Sakura, Kurathashi, Tenten and others. He couldn't even remember their names and looks. Relax, you all have a share. This is a reward for you. Madara's speedy hand seal. Mokuden wood style art of clone. Mokuden wood style clone. This guy. Why would he use Mokuden wood style? Gaara frowned, playing with the sand again. After that, I saw Madara split 5 Mokuden wood style clones. So, let's reward you 5 Mokuden wood style clones. See you later. Madara left a sneer. He left quickly. Wait. Sasuke is not interested in those clones at all, and he is catching up very quickly. Possessing Sharingan can not only enhance one's own physical skills, but also accurately judge the opponent's movement. But as soon as Sasuke jumped up, those Mokuden wood-style clones also turned their Mangekyo Sharingan and came quickly. Chidori. PFF'd. A Mokuden wood-style clone. Don't get in the way. Are you trying to stop me even with a Mokuden wood-style clone? Sasuke looked indifferent, killed one, and then there are 4 more. Who knew that Sasuke was about to draw his hand, but found that his hands were tightly entangled and could not move. In the end. Can't the Mokuden wood-style clone stop you? So. The Mokuden wood-style clone widened his eyes, and Sasuke looked up in surprise. I saw the sound of bones, clucking, and the blue Susanoo appeared. Chapter 512 Run Out. In times of despair. This is Susanoo. Sasuke himself will also use this special ability of the Uchiha family, so naturally he is very keenly aware of it. He quickly let go of his hand, but he couldn't pull it out. This Mokuden wood style. Sasuke's eyes widened, and the Mokuden wood style clone in front of him would also use Mokuden wood style and even use Susanoo. Was surprising to be able to use the Mokuden wood style clone, but I didn't expect the Mokuden wood style clone to be able to use Susanoo to such an extent. Sasuke bites Kiba and releases chakra. PFF'd. A sharp sound flashed, like a flock of birds chirping. Sasuke's Chidori runs directly through the body of Mokuden's wood-style clone. With a gap, Sasuke also has an opportunity. Huh. He stepped back quickly, out of danger. Tools, Heavenly Lock Disaster. Ha. Tenten jumped up and ran out of the scroll, only to see the huge scroll flying into the sky, releasing it in the air, and dropping thousands of hidden weapons. Ba-ah-ah. Ding, ding, ding. And those 1,000 books were blocked by Susanoo, who simply waved his hand. Tenten landed and said solemnly, Susanoo, it lives up to its reputation. It is indeed a defense that is difficult to break. She murmured her analysis. Just now, it was my most attacking move. It can attack from various angles, and Chinbin's needle is very thin, even if it is Gaara's absolute defense. If the attack is coordinated and controlled, there is a chance to break through. But this guy's defense is perfect. There is no such perfect technique. No matter how powerful it is, there are certain risks. Gaara narrowed her eyes and muttered. At this time, Kuretsuchi on the side said, I know, don't look at me like this, my perception ability is not weak. After that guy used that technique, the chakra in the original Mokuden wood-style split body was consumed. If this is the case, then Susanoo of Mokuden wood-style clone should spend a lot of chakra. In order to spend chakra to activate this defense, then the other 4 Mokuden wood-style clones will be divided. Take the power. Be the breakthrough. Kuratashi showed a confident smile, and everyone else was relieved. Seems to have really found a shortcut to defeating Madara's Mokuden wood-style clone, but Madara sneered. It seems that you are indeed a perception type. However, for me and you, even my avatar as an opponent seems to be a little too much. What do you think? Madara said, only to see 4 Mokuden wood-style clones scattered to the side. 4 Mokuden wood-style clones, they began to grow slowly. Gluck cluck. The sound of the bones is very intimidating, and this time the bones are covered with bones and flesh and blood. Then, the armor goes into battle. 4 new Susanoo. At this point, the 5th brother Mokuden wood-style clone has all turned on Susanoo. And these Susanoo, just one will completely exceed the size of Sasuke's Susanoo. This guy is Susanoo's control far more than me, Sasuke murmured. Naruto next to him also frowned slightly and said, the shadow clone over there has already distributed some of my abilities. It seems that the main body is going to fight another fierce battle. Uchiha Madara, I will definitely defeat you. On the other hand, 6 Paths Obito sucked the tailed beasts into their 10 tails. Afterwards, he seemed to have activated some kind of power or technique, and there was no hand seal. However, the power within 10 tails resonated with the energy within him. Then, next to 10 tails, something seemed to have split and started to grow slowly. Going up and down at the same time, it looks very infiltrating, but if you look closely, something like the root of a tree is hovering, like a sky-high flower, soaring into the sky. Grow fast. Almost at a speed of 100 meters per second, it quickly reached more than 1,000 meters. Like a huge move, it naturally attracted almost all the ninja coalition forces around. The scattered attack finally gathered the enemy as a unified target once again. Is this the divine tree? Obito narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sacred tree pointing directly at the moon, his expression indifferent. PFF'd. 10 Tails once again unleashed a tailed beast bomb for a surprise attack. Retreat. The ninja coalition shouted, and everyone used Doden, Earth style, to resist, but after all, they were still broken. Tailed beast bomb slammed nearby, erupting with powerful shockwaves and fireworks. Boom. The blazing fire completely devoured some of the ninjas who didn't have time to escape. Not even the residue is left. 10 Tails, on the other hand, was beating violently, with 10 Tails beating wildly like a devil descending on the world. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the 10 Tails danced on the ground, making people feel like they were shrouded in the shadow of death. Regarding Akatsuki's Eye of the Moon plan, the masked man had already conveyed it during the 5 Shadows talks at that time, and this plan was also circulated secretly. Therefore, the Ninja Coalition forces are very clear in their hearts that this is a battle that can only be united with ninjas from other countries regardless of the past. If it fails, everyone in the world will fall into a tactic called Infinite Tsukuyomi. Although in a dream, a moment can be a possession, you can use demonic illusion to make people enter an infinite loop of dreams in a moment, and you can get everything you want. But that's fake. In any case, demonic illusion won't be reality either. Even if a technique as strong as Izanagi's can turn demonic illusion into reality, it will cost the light of one eye. So in this battle, either win or die. Even if you become a deserter and fail the battle, you will eventually be led into the abyss that cannot be escaped by the demonic illusion that cannot escape. That is a shadow more terrifying than death. Oops. It's Tailed Beast Bomb again. Everyone from Iwagakure Village. Iwagakure Village. Oops. Have all the chakras of the ninjas in Iwagakure Village been used up? Report. Sunagakure Village troops have lost their combat effectiveness. Report. Kumogakure Village troops are out of combat. Report. Only the reconnaissance and medical units are left in the Konoha Village force. This. What about the second and fourth generations? Command. Ino is still desperately using the chakra provided by Naruto's shadow clone to communicate with everyone. But the other side replied, sorry, there is more trouble here. At this time, the mysterious man used Mokuten, wood style, to trap Orochimaru and his party in one place. Even if the third generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, it would not help. The battle became a stalling war. The art of Hiraishin. Rasengan. Bang. After the huge impact, the figure of the enemy was still standing. And the 2th-generation Hokage and the 4th-generation Hokage's mutual blinking techniques were useless. Because the Komer, it is Uchiha Madara. Madara stood in front of the two, raised her head, and said, Tobirama, I'm not here to find you, you should understand. But his tone was very bad, with obvious hatred for Tobirama in his eyes. It's for me, right? Come on, I'm against your opponent. Hashirama's figure fell, and he looked firmly at Madara in front of him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's Tailed Beast Bomb again. This time. Already. Boom. The huge Tailed Beast Bomb witnessed the medical troops again. But the huge circular obstacle avoidance unfolded, and the chakra skyrocketed. Obito, who was floating in the air, sneered, the revolving heaven of the Hyuga clan. But this level can't defend against Tailed Beast Bomb. I saw the moment when revolving heaven was about to be suppressed, and suddenly, the golden light shot into the sky. Revolving heaven's chakra obstacle avoidance turns gold. Chapter 513 Come. Hyuga Neji. What? The color of revolving heaven turned gold. Obito's eyes widened, a little surprised. Then, he narrowed his eyes again and regained his senses. He reached out and looked at his complexion. I looked around again. Did I succeed? The will that was torn before seems to have finally settled down. After a long period of will-pulling battle within the body, Obito finally won. Overcome the will of the 10 tails. And this process and this ending made Obito even more convinced that he could definitely make this plan, otherwise how could ordinary people defeat the will of 10 tails? However, I still want to thank you, Hyuga Neji, it's time to show up. Obito's mouth twitched, and he looked down at the golden revolving heaven with a sneer and arrogance. Golden, revolving heaven. Ino, who was protected at the bottom, was also protected by the medical force because of his strong perception ability. As the current head of the liaison department, Jinchuriki column, Ino has a heavy responsibility and deserves the same level of protection as the medical department. Ino looked beside him, the familiar figure. At this time, he has changed his casual clothes, and it does not look like the laid-back state as before, but a more sensitive and vigorous demeanor. Neji. Ino's eyes widened. Not only was he surprised that Neji finally came to the battlefield, but this equipment was never seen before. Ziz. Revolving heaven finished spinning. Neji released his fighting stance and stood up slowly. That golden revolving heaven actually dissipated the 10 tails tailed beast bomb as if it were disintegrating. Not even the light of the explosion What the hell is that dead? Is it someone from our ninja coalition? Revolving heaven. Is it the Hyuga clan of Konoha village? But why is that revolving heaven golden? Hyuga Neji. It's Hyuga Neji, that genius ninja that has never been seen in 100 years. It's finally here. Isn't Neji always there? So that's the case. It was Shadow Clone before. Now, it's the real counterattack. Learning that Neji was back on the battlefield, the ninja allied forces were overjoyed. Although Neji is only acting in secret, he has done enough things, and has enough scattered reputations. He is basically a well-known figure in the ninja world. So in the face of everyone's attitude, Neji is not surprised. Ino, who was surprised, smiled lightly and stroked Ino's hair. Baby, did you miss me? PFF'd. Ino frowned and closed his eyes. Then, the face Yuhi clumps together. Shame, Yuhi said hesitantly. Ning, Neji, you. What's the matter? Baby, is my new look handsome? Neji raised his eyebrows and tickled Ino deliberately. Reason for this is that I want to confirm Ino's feelings for me, and I also want to confirm my feelings for Ino. Neji already knew about the decision Shadow Clone made there before. That is nothing more than the behavior of Naruto and Hinata. Although Neji is happy for his sister, he is somewhat confused about himself, but when he sees Ino, for some reason, his inner confusion disappears. It's still fighting, Neji. And, I'm making contact, just now. Ino raised Yuhi's face and lowered his head. Everything has been passed on to the minds of the Ninja Alliance. Neji was stunned, and the screen was still for 3 seconds. Afterwards, there was a, wow. The voice is full of people. Even more exciting than the most united moment of the battle, the Ninja Coalition is almost using the way of shouting, teasing Neji. As expected of a genius. Flirting with girls during battles. Who is that Ino? Neji-kun actually took a fancy to it. Damn it. I don't know how many girls in the world are going to be sad. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Next, it's time to end the battle here. Neji's mouth twitched and he turned away. The Shikurita sword behind him, inserted in the scabbard, caught Ino's eyes. Looking at Neji with his back to him, Ino let out a sigh of relief. Although the appearance and clothes have changed, and even the personality seems to have a different feeling, Ino doesn't know why, but he feels that the person in front of him is very familiar, and their tacit understanding will not change if they are familiar with it. It's just that the Shikuruta sword behind Neji seems to have changed from an oblique placement to a vertical one. And not in the middle, but hanging on the left side. Strange method, it's inconvenient to draw a sword like this, Neji. Ino reminded behind him, and Neji only murmured, ah, this is a new move. New moves. Ino wondered. Neji won't explain like the others, but if it's Ino, she'll understand a little bit. The standing sword and broadsword passed down by Master Kamizuki. During my long training in swordsmanship, I have learned the swordsmanship that combines the two into one. That move is called the third move. Some preparations are necessary. Then. You should have felt the difference in that sword. Soon as Neji finished speaking, Ino took a deep breath. Indeed, completely different from before. Ino's mind is serious, and the sword has long been noticed. The Juji Teidao is specially designed to suppress evil spirits, but the so-called suppression does not have the ability to seal, but simply can react with evil spirits. Now, the feeling of Shumian Teidao is that it can not only suppress evil spirits, but also actively seek evil spirits to seal them, transforming a sword with a very strong resentment spirit into a sword full of masculinity. It was as if the wine-grooming sword, which had never been completed before, has finally become a complete sword. Ooh! The 10 tails growled, tails fluttering around. The big guy first. Neji narrowed his eyes. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Space warps, 10 tails, tentacles are torn apart by space. Kakashi landed, not far from Neji. Neji, the blessing of dragging your avatar, my chakra has recovered a lot. Next, I will lead the ninja coalition to deal with this 10 tails. Neji, Obito will be handed over to you. Now he can't use time and space. Headquarters, I will give you all the information. Ah, that's fine. Six Paths Obito, who looked at everything proudly, finally pouted impatiently. Hey, has it been arranged so soon? Didn't the tailed beast bomb destroy the headquarters? What a pity. Was it blocked by something? Obito murmured. And Neji's figure slowly appeared. Of course, you bombard tailed beast bomb so blatantly that you can even tell the direction with the naked eye. It's you again, Hyuga Neji. Just now, was that revolving heaven also your masterpiece? Even Ten Tails' tailed beast bomb was able to defend against it. Neji's mouth twitched and he sneered. That's Genchi, the power of the giant toad in Mount Myoboku. It's the real power of God. I tested it when you attacked the tailed beast bomb at the headquarters. Defense. And I don't know when. Neji is already in front of Obito, also floating in the air. Hyuga Neji. God. Looks like you're more stubborn than me. Obito looked at the person in front of him contemptuously. You've been a hero too many times, but this time you can't. It's too late, and now even you, can't beat me. Obito's tone was very confident. Chapter 514 Long Cherished Wish. Eye of the Moon Project. Underneath, the Ten Tails and the ninja allied forces are already evenly matched. It seems that as a Ten Tails Jinchuriki column force, you are just a novice. The force is too strong to control, right? Uncontrollable. Say it anyway, but the ninja coalition was ravaged under my feet without your help. That's the reality. Hee. Neji sneered, and Uchiha Obito, who had become unreal and ghost-like in front of him, was just a joke in his eyes. Are you laughing? How? The tragic situation of the Ninja Alliance seems to be not enough for you to have enough consciousness. Obito took a deep breath, and he didn't seem in a hurry to defeat Neji in front of him. He put his arms around him and explained indifferently, your shadow clone can really show your strength. No, that clone didn't even think of me, it turned out to be a clone you made with gentle fist chakra. But that proves, even you can't have the strength of the sky. But, I have. The corner of his mouth twitched, and his heart seemed to be surging. Now, I can do it. Whether it's this Ten Tails or the entire ninja coalition, I'm stepping on it. Obito floated in the air and said this sentence, and it was even very fitting. And Neji just listened silently as he immersed himself in this powerful joy, calmly using Byakugan, observing the entire battlefield. If Obito wasn't in a hurry to fight, he wasn't in a hurry at all. Uchiha Obito, what is his purpose? Why darken? Neji doesn't care about these things. The most urgent task now is to use all the time when the enemy is pretending to be forced to understand the details of the current battlefield, in case of emergency. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive sounds and 3 increasingly loud Gate of the Great God landed, but Uchiha Madara was extremely fast. Jumping and even rolling his body 360 degrees, Gate of the Great God couldn't trap Madara after all. Only this level, Hashirama. More. You should be able to give me more. Madara jumped to the top of the largest gate of the Great God, and proudly looked at Senju Hashirama in front of her. Damn it. Big brother, I will cooperate with you to attack this guy. Stop, Tobirama. Hashirama glared at Tobirama and said, this is not what needs you most now. Madara has not joined to go there, I can deal with him alone. But you, if you can do it now, go and help the Ninja Alliance. He turned his head angrily and looked at Madara, who was arrogant over there, full of fighting spirit. Now here, I'm the only one who can fight this guy. Ninjas in peacetime don't know how crazy Madara's fights are, those young people won't be Madara's opponents. At least I'm here too, get rid of him. As Hashirama said, the black mark on his face appeared. This feeling, is this sage art? Madara, who was standing on the gate of the Great God, obviously noticed the change in Hashirama's chakra at the moment, and couldn't help but notice. Hashirama turned back, glanced at Tobirama, and said, "Come on." Tobirama murmured, "Brother, you." Tobirama naturally knows Madara's horror better than Hashirama. Now Madara doesn't want to fight with the Ninja Coalition, which is the best news for the Ninja Coalition. And Tobirama is helpless to himself, and has always been able to cooperate with Hashirama to fight. His skills will not pose much threat to Madara anyway. Since Hashirama has turned on the Sage mode, the battle between the two will soon become more difficult. Massive battle. 4th generation, you and I go to support the battle over there. Tobirama turned and looked at Minato beside him. Minato was startled and murmured, "I think it's better to deal with Madara here with the original Hokage-sama, and then go to support the Ninja Alliance together." But Tobirama sighed and shook his head. "What's wrong? 2nd generation Hokage?" Minato was puzzled. Tobirama said indifferently, "Since the eldest brother has turned on the Sage mode, their real battle will almost begin. Next, it is not a level that we can control." "Oh." Minato blinked, then followed Tobirama obediently away. As soon as the two left, they drove a short distance, and behind them, there was a huge explosion. Bang! I saw that the dark blue Susanoo looked like a giant at the moment, more than 70 meters high, and the guy opposite him and his equal strength was a bigger giant with a height of more than 80 meters. Moreover, there was a wooden dragon around the tree man, with a very burly body, and in an instant, the mountains were roaring in tsunami. At this moment, Minato understood what Tobirama had just said. This level is indeed not a battle that can be ended by using Hiraishin's technique to find flaws. Found it. The 5 figures landed back and forth and looked up one after another. Only Onoki slowly floated up a certain distance, but Obito and Neji, who were 30 meters above the sky, were still far away. "Huh, how many of you are still alive?" What is Obito's voice? The corners of his mouth twitched coldly. It was already a mentality of taking his life completely. For him, this ninja world is already a world of despair, and it is acceptable to be destroyed in an instant. He doesn't care about a few lives. Neji on the side turned back and looked at it. The 3 visitors seemed to have come to support them on purpose. 5th generation of Kurigakure village Mizukage Terumime, the 4th generation of Kumogakure village Reikage Night Moon Haze, the 3rd generation of Iwagakure village Tsuchikage 2-day scale Onoki. That guy Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is more powerful than you can imagine. Besides, my body is as strong as steel, how can you guys easily knock it down? Yayoi Oi said angrily, and thunder and lightning chakra erupted from his body. Are you using the Raiden Thunder style chakra mode so soon? Such a strong level of physical activity will reduce your lifespan. But whatever, you'll all be dead soon anyway. Obito said indifferently, you guys can still live in the world of sleep, but if you have to come to die, then I have no choice. He slowly stretched out his hand, and the black scepter quickly turned into several black rods. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So fast. Yayoi Oi quickly avoided, very reluctantly. Mizukage didn't react at all. And Onoki reacted, but his body couldn't act like this at all. In midair, Revolving Heaven appeared impressively. Neji's body didn't understand, but Revolving Heaven appeared out of thin air, shrouded in front of the 2 shadows, with a flash of gold. Bang! Bounce the black stick away. Not only can I infuse that strange and special power of sage art, but now I can release it anywhere. Very capable, Hyuga Neji. What an amazing guy. Obito spoke coldly, not knowing whether it was hatred with resentment, or praise from the heart. Uchiha Madara. No, Uchiha Obito. Forget it, no matter who you are, as the Uchiha clan, you already have a lot of power, why don't you stop? Terumi asked. Onoki also said solemnly, is it really the same as what the 5 shadows said during the meeting? Have you gone crazy? Crazy? No, this is a long-cherished wish that I have planned for many years. Obito said and started hand seal. Ziz. The divine tree over there began to grow wildly, which was shocking. It has already exceeded the height of 2,000 meters, and it is impossible to see the end. Finally, it's almost finished, my long-cherished wish. The Moon Eye Project. Chapter 515 Conversation. As a ninja. The Eye of the Moon planned to make the world become one with you. It seems that you are more paranoid and hateful than that guy Danzo. Yayoi Ai snorted coldly. She was already ready to move, and she couldn't help but want to rush up. But Obito's attack just now, if Neji hadn't defended them, then they would all be in danger. Although he was able to dodge his raikage, it was a speed that almost exhausted his full strength, and Obito was just a casual attack. Who owns Rinnegan, the legendary eye of a fairy, is no longer able to equate his strength with them. He still knows very well in his heart. Otherwise, he would have already started. Let's talk a little bit, then. Neji let out a sigh of relief, not knowing what he was thinking of, and sighed slightly. What did you say? Hyuga Neji, do you want to listen to the rumors of this demon and stand with him like the former Uchiha Sasuke? Yayoi Oi bit Kiba's teeth and questioned Neji. And Neji just glanced at him and murmured, "Don't worry, Raikage. Your suspicions are completely unfounded, so don't mix it up." Neji got a little impatient. These people came out when they didn't need to, and they were really useless except to cause trouble. But Obito sneered and said, "No basis." "No, he has a basis. Neji, that guy's father was the mastermind who planned to take your father's life back then. Although he was under the coercion of the daimyo, but it was Kumogakure village that finally let you spend the childhood of being discriminated against. As Raikage of Kumogakure village, of course he is most worried about your blackening, and he is worried that you want to take revenge on Kumogakure village." Quote. Obito sneered. "Now Neji's power is enough to make you afraid. Raikage, it's because you don't want revenge, but you don't want me to tell Neji these words, do you?" Yayoi clenched her fists and bit Kiba, gnashing her teeth, but she didn't know what to explain. Because what is said is extreme, but almost all true. Unexpectedly, Neji just looked indifferent and said, "Tsuchikage, you are the eldest here, you take them away. Uchiha Obito, leave it to me. I worked hard to solve all personal affairs and came to the battlefield, not for my father's grievances. To fix this guy." Tsuchikage hesitated, a little confused. And Terumi-me on the side said, "That Hyuga Neji is the ninja who surprised us so much, then trust him again. This time is different, Tsuchikage." Yayoi clenched her fist, very excited. Being silent for a moment, Tsuchikage calmed down a little, Raikage. If there is no Neji now, we are not the opponent of that guy. Since we controlled 10 tails, then the strength should have surpassed the previous defeat. We passed our Madara. Now even if we insist on staying, we are definitely not the opponent of this guy. But Neji is different. That guy has even more incredible power." Afterwards, Tsuchikage took the two away to help the ninja coalition against the 10 tails. Obito's speed was so fast, Neji was startled. "Did you even notice me?" Obito sneered. "Of course. As a 10 tails person, Jinchuriki column's quality in all aspects has of course been raised to the top." Bang! Blow hit Neji's resisting arms, and then Neji jumped up. The tailed beast chakra is fully displayed. Since it's the power of the tailed beast, then I also have 5 tails, King Mu. Fudan, vapor style, unparalleled power. Neji widened his eyes, clenched his fists, and slammed it down. But the next moment, the casting action was suddenly stopped, like a pause. This. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. It was like a gust of overcast wind blowing from the bottom of the 10,000-meter valley, freezing Neji's whole body. The action stopped abruptly. Huh. Obito was startled. He was obviously caught by Neji just now and planned to fight it recklessly, but looking at the momentum, Neji not only added the chakra of the 5-tailed King Mu in Fudan, vapor style, but also joined Sage Art. The power of this move should not be small. Obito was ready to be hit hard, but Neji passively stopped moving. Huh. For the sake of the past, Obito did not take the opportunity to attack, but distanced himself. It seems that there is some kind of restriction hidden in your body. I don't know why, but it seems that your power can't be fully used, so you have been controlling the amount of chakra usage from the beginning. What do you say? Talk to me, just to delay time to regain strength. Just as I expected. Obito chuckled, as if complacent that he was right. And Neji gasped, and finally let out a breath. After letting the chakra sit and flow slowly, Neji felt a lot better. He said leisurely in his heart, it seems that Urashi knows the body of the Hyuga clan very well. After all, Hamura, the ancestor of the Hyuga clan, inherited the very unique meridian system of the Otsutsuki clan, so it is normal for him to understand that the power of restraint can't be felt at all. Once the chakra is used, it has already been triggered. Can that degree still not be able to master? Indeed, that is just to delay time. I have nothing to talk about with people like you. Strength speaks for everything. Next, the battle has been taken over by me. Neji said, and straightened his waist again. The momentum returned again, but Obito, who was standing in front of him, had already lost the vigilance he had before. He laughed. Take over. Ridiculous. It seems that your answer is even more ridiculous than Naruto. Take a good look at the world around you. He frantically showed a devil-like look, grinning not knowing whether it was anger or excitement, and said excitedly, look at this devastated world. Because of the battle of powerful guys like you, those weak guys, but they're all just sacrifices. Medical troops. They're just guys who are incapable of going to battle. There is no hope at all in such a ninja world. You're here to take over the fight. So can you revive those I killed? Can you? Obito knew that only the gods could do such a thing, and he continued to mock Neji wantonly, saying, you can't do it, you can only speak righteous words here. Written. Then this time, I will be the winner, and I will change this part of the history of the ninja world. Answer. Neji didn't seem to listen to Obito's self-talk at all. He murmured, you tell me the answer. It seems that you are good to me, or Naruto, and have a little bit about the ninjas of the new era. Hope. Otherwise, we will not pay attention to our attitude. Since we are looking for answers, there are naturally problems. What is your problem? I am not interested. Neji smiled lightly and asked, so, let me ask you a question too, so let's see your answer. Humph. Up to now, no problem can't trouble me. You started the fourth ninja war, right? Then, you also call yourself a ninja. Whether it's a real ninja, a village ninja, or a missing nin. So, you know what a ninja is. What does ninja mean? As a ninja, do you know what you are carrying? Neji asked the question easily, as easy as breathing. Chapter 516 Minato. Battle of Master and Apprentice. Ninja. You mean, ninja. Obito laughed coldly. After that, it seemed like a wry smile. But in his eyes, although he lost all hope in the ninja world, at this moment, because of Neji's problem, he seemed to come back to life. But that is not the hope of a sudden rise, it is like never. Never abandoned the setting of this word. But, it seems that everything is too late. Obito just narrowed his eyes decadently and explained, ninja. It doesn't make any sense to me. Ah, it does make some sense. After all, I was a ninja from the beginning. However, I seem to be meaningless to this world. I am Uchiha Obito. No meaning. However, Ten-Tails Jinchuriki column force has meaning. Uchiha Obito is indeed a ninja, just Chunin of Konoha village. That you bastard, long dead. Standing in front of you now is the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki column force. The life of a leaf is just to return to its roots. Neji looked indifferent and muttered. There seemed to be a sense of loss in his eyes. Obito couldn't breathe when he saw this loss. It was as if the unsatisfactory student saw the teacher's disappointed eyes after making a mistake. It was an excruciating pain, but only for a moment. It's ridiculous. The leaves of Konoha village are not only those wastes indulging in peace in the village, some leaves are destined to fly far away. The roots in the distance. That's not bad. After all, It's all ninjas from Konoha village. Neji suddenly became extremely stubborn. Obito frowned slightly, and said indifferently, as of now, no matter what you say, I will not stop. I'm not going to convince you to stop, just tell you my reasons before I stop you. Reason? What's your reason? Facing Obito's questioning, Neji paused for a long time. This moment of silence was enough to offset the thousands of nights that Obito spent alone in the village of Konoha that he recalled. What is a ninja? To this day, he can't answer clearly, but he has long since regarded himself as anything. Neji said, what if this world was not a ninja world? It would still be like this. If it is a world of swordsmen, swordsmen will pick up their swords to protect their families and fight each other. If it is a world of samurai, there will still be despicable people. People do nothing to gain power and abuse. There are also original loyal people who lose themselves in their desires. There is never a shortage of lost people in this world. I am afraid that some lost people have mastered a part of their power and rights, and they think they have mastered everything. Quote. The stone tablet of the Uchiha family, have you read the contents? After getting the Rinnegan, you should be eager to see what Madara saw back then, right? Neji bowed his head, eyes raised, staring at Obito. Obito's shocked face. What the hell do you know? Obito couldn't help but get a little excited. Neji said indifferently, I know what is not important, but this world of ninja is the path created by the 6 paths immortals for peace. Use chakra to improve the power of ninjas, hoping that ninjas can breathe peace. But on the road of peace, you, Madara and Pain are born, it's really boring. Obito sneered, since you despise us so much, why do you have to deal with us so hard? Shouldn't you only like the world of one person? It's been a day for more than 10 years. One person trains and becomes stronger. Sharpening the knife is ultimately to make the shot faster, just like you. Chakra, tail beast, 6 paths. There are means related to the ninja world everywhere, to deal with the world of the ninja world, but I can't tell who I am. Isn't that boring enough to carry something for the ninja? Don't think you see through everything. Neji said, a flash of anger suddenly flashed in his eyes. Huh. You don't understand Nohara Rin's will at all. You don't understand Hatake Kakashi, you are the tail of the crane from beginning to end. And I'm different from you. I didn't become the tail of the crane like you in the end. I'm a genius. You. Obito's eyes widened. Rin was a name he hadn't heard in decades. And Neji has flashed behind him, and the chakra skyrocketed. Your ban. Obito narrowed his eyes, it was too late to react. And Neji is full of anger, and chakra is figurative. Fuden, vapor style, monster force. Bang. Huge impact, knocking Obito into the air. Straight through the air, the speed is extremely fast, and it has already landed in the next moment. Fall into the ground and smash a huge pit. Soon Neji follows, but... Bang. Neji also fell to the ground, but quickly got up. Obito lay on the ground and murmured, did you add sage art to Teishu? I didn't expect that even the 6 paths immortal body wouldn't be able to defend against sage art. Neji gasped and murmured, the power of sage art is the original power that existed in this world earlier than the power of 6 paths, it is not controlled by the power of 6 paths. On the contrary, chakra is the power from 6 paths. The power separated by the power of paths. So controlled by the power of 6 paths. Chakra is meaningless to Rinnegan who belongs to the power of 6 paths. But sage art is different. Ha, ha. Hearing Neji's breathing, Obito slowly got up. It's true that I made a mistake in your judgment. I didn't expect that you, who is so calm, would also be unstable because of your inner emotions. You knew that there was a restraining force in your body, but you still broke through the restraining force, and you will be punished against me regardless of the consequences. Make an attack. Hee, but you should understand, even if it works, this kind of attack can't beat me. But you haven't been able to move for a long time now. Obito's mouth twitched, and there was a terrifying gloom in his eyes. Go to hell. Whoosh. The speed of the black stick is fast. The art of Hiraishin. Bang! The black stick fell to the ground, and a huge explosion blew up everything around it. And Neji was transferred to the other side. Beside Neji was a golden figure. You are the 4th generation Hokage. Neji was still panting, and besides, there was a jealous cold coming from his body. It's like being transported to a space full of ice, with a temperature of thousands of degrees below zero. Looks like I'm here at the right time. Let's not talk about that, Neji, your body. Minato narrowed his eyes. Now that he had turned on Kyuubi, Ninetales mode, he couldn't help worrying about Neji's condition. Neji was already visibly cold. And Neji smiled indifferently and said, "Don't worry about me, I can handle this situation." He took a deep breath. If ordinary people were attacked by this kind of ban, this situation would have been frozen into an iceberg. But Neji is different, he is now the body of Vulcan. As long as you have time, you can definitely recover slowly. Neji also sensed the chakra coming over from Minato, so he took the risk to hit Obito. Now it is almost certain that that guy's weakness is behind him. Then you rest first. Next is my fight with him. Minato took a few steps forward, and over there, Obito had slowly floated up and stopped about 5 meters in the air. Battle of the Apostles. It's really boring. Obito narrowed his eyes indifferently. Obito. Minato looked serious. Chapter 517 Beyond. The pinnacle ninja of the new era. 4th generation. I know you have the Kyuubi, Ninetales mode, but this guy is not an opponent you are good at. You should go to support Ten-Tails. Neji exhaled, feeling much better now, but honestly had to admit that the current situation really seemed to require someone to stall for time. But Neji also had a plan, and Minato was just a surprise. Yeah, that's right. You really should support Kakashi. That guy alone can't transfer much tailed beast bomb. Although his Sharingan is mine too. Obito looked indifferent. Is it this far, Obito? Minato murmured, disappointed. Then he called again, Neji. Minato didn't look back, turned his back to Neji and said, Hyuga Neji, you are an amazing ninja. I thought you were just a good ninja, but I heard your conversation with Sasuke just now. I'm sorry that I almost lost you by hoping to find the best time to enter. Sorry, but because of this, I realize that you are a better and stronger ninja than me. I admire you. Not only I really admire you because you are the leader of the younger generation. A ninja like you is the hope of the future, and you must not lose it in such a battle. That is the great misfortune of the ninja world. Neji felt the pain of the heat in his body, and tried to adjust to the pain that ran through his body, but he couldn't escape it. Although the years of training have given him a mental and physical strength that is unsurpassed by ordinary people, this is not something that ordinary people can endure, and now he can only endure it as much as possible. Get rid of you, then. Neji breathed a sigh of relief. But he wasn't going to let Minato beat Obito just like that. That's unlikely, just to buy himself some time. Kushi was already dead, and he could still have such an impact on himself. Neji really didn't expect it to be perfect. The two imposed on him really disrupted his own attempts. That guy has Rinnegan. Those who have Rinnegan will not be hurt by taijutsu, and that guy also has the power of the tailed beast and the cells of Senju Hashirama. Ordinary ninjutsu and physical damage will not work. Also, even Sage Art needs to be used skillfully. If it is targeted and perfectly defended, part of Sage Art chakra is absorbed, and Sage Art cannot be activated. Quote. Neji gave Minato as much information as possible. Feeling the chakra of the tailed beast in Minato's body, Neji was also surprised by the continuous power that emerged. Minato is really a humble guy, and his Kyuubi, Ninetales mode is obviously more proficient than Naruto, because Neji's Byakugan is now able to see all the details thoroughly. The real tailed beast chakra is shocking. Not that the tiny tailed beast chakra stolen from Neji's body can compare. With Minato's use, I'm afraid that power is already comparable to that Ten-Tails Jinchuriki column power that the two faced. Minato has acted. Speed is very fast, and the moment he got Neji's information, he has already started. Behind Obito, Minato appears. Minato time. Obito blinked, but only for a moment, and Rasengan was out. Senpo, Sage Art Rasengan. Bang! Rasengan hit Obito's back, and the powerful force knocked Obito down from the air. When Obito bit Kiba, only vaguely hearing Minato's explanation. That night 17 years ago, I left a technique behind your back. Now it seems that it is indeed you. As my former disciple, you actually shot Kushina. Minato's words were full of disappointment with Obito. As soon as Obito noticed it, he had already reached behind Obito again. What's the use of finding out now? Obito bit Kiba, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This is Hiraishin's second paragraph. Minato frowned and punched hard. Blow hit Obito in the face, and Obito fell down. Then, Minato landed. Although I also use a part of Sage Art, I'm really not good at controlling this kind of disordered and unstable chakra. Sage Art energy itself is natural energy and needs to be absorbed quietly. Minato sighed, as if that's why his last attack was just a fist. Otherwise, such opportunities and attack positions would have been able to deal a very serious blow to Obito. But Obito stood up indifferently and said with a smile, a fancy time-space ninjutsu. I'm just playing the rest, that kind of move doesn't make sense to me, 4th generation. Your speed is only not much higher than Neji, but the attack power is far below Neji. Including Hyuga Neji, it is meaningless to use this kind of time and space ninjutsu for me. His tone was full of arrogance. Now, my strength is almost restored. You have no hope. Obito said here, suddenly startled. Huh. A figure appeared behind him, and although he realized it was late, he still narrowed his eyes. Too late. Zitsa. The black matter gathered and flew away quickly. And Minato widened his eyes and said, it's done. Senpo, Sage Art Rasengan. Bang. The huge Rasengan hit Obito's chest this time, and almost exploded his chest, causing erosion wounds on Obito's body. But Obito has a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Go to hell. There, Neji bit Kiba and widened his eyes. Zitsa. Revolving heaven unfolds between Obito and Minato. Obito the man is bounced off, but Gudodama truth-seeking ball still flies out. Gudodama truth-seeking ball, which was originally aimed at Minato's head, was slightly off track due to Neji's interruption. Neji. Minato was startled. He didn't expect Neji to help him at this moment, but he didn't realize that he obviously exchanged the body of impure world reincarnation, but Neji saved him. Bang. Gudodama truth-seeking ball hits Minato's arm, and the arm breaks. It's so powerful. Even Minato didn't expect that the black substance was a sphere with almost no lethality, and the moment it collided with the body, it devoured the body like a tear. Just as the body of impure world reincarnation, Minato can't feel pain. Of course, this also greatly reduces the original sensitive human body's natural sensory feedback system. Won't reply. Minato saw that one of his right arms was broken, leaving only the left arm, and the right arm did not recover, and then he understood what Neji meant. That Gudodama truth-seeking ball was able to remove the impure world reincarnation art. Obito's mouth twitched, and he was about to say something, but the next moment, a dark shadow appeared behind him. Neji appeared behind Obito and murmured, Hiraishin's technique is really useful, but the amount of chakra to be consumed seems to be quite large. Bang. With Obito's roar, the whole person was knocked out. Neji landed. He murmured, time-space ninjutsu is just a fancy attack. Sorry, my time-space ninjutsu has surpassed yours. Minato, who saw this scene, was stunned. He knew from the beginning that Neji was an unusual ninja, but he didn't expect it to be to such an extent that not only surpassed Obito, but also surpassed him and Hokage the second generation. This is the hope of the new era, the pinnacle ninja of the new era. Chapter 518 Counter. Rich combat experience. Ha! Obito gasped and looked up. The divine tree was getting taller and taller, and the huge flowers spread out, aiming at the moon in the sky. Infinite Tsukuyomi is ready. Once Naruto and Killer Bee are recovered, we can begin. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Minato, who had only one arm in front of him. Get out of the way. Fourth generation. Huh. Minato is fast, dodging the Gudodama truth-seeking ball that Obito controls from a dead end. Thanks for the reminder. Thank you, Neji. Thanks Minato. Neji said indifferently. Although you are the body of impure world reincarnation, impure world reincarnation is after all only a very rough psychic technique using chakra as a medium, so the power of six paths can destroy the principle. Use the means of restoring the body with the vitality of the caster chakra and matsuri are meaningless in the face of the power of six paths. If you lose your hands, your Hiraishin art will be greatly reduced. After hearing Neji's explanation, Minato nodded slowly. No wonder Neji would save Obito at the same time and protect Minato at the same time. If Minato had been hit in the head at that time, he might have lost his ability to fight by now. That's right. Now I have to stay in this battlefield. Hiraishin's technique can do a lot against those guys. But Neji. Minato looked at Neji, shocked. He explained, I didn't expect you to use the Hiraishin technique. Neji just chuckled and said, thanks to you too. Thanks to me. Forget it. Next. Let me go. Neji didn't bother to explain. Maybe he hadn't used the power of stealing and swallowing for a long time. Since he completed Master Sage Art, even if he didn't confront the enemy head-on, he still had a chance to steal other people's skills. Therefore, Neji specially gave Minato and Obito time to fight. He took the opportunity to use the body of Vulcan to restore the freezing of his body, and then use the resting moment to absorb the natural energy around him to open Sage Mode. Immediately after using Sage Mode to perceive the surrounding battles, Neji's method was really successful. Neji stole the second stage of Hiraishin, the fourth generation. Ninjutsu, known as the ninja world's first speed ninja Yellow Flash's specialty. On the other side, Hashirama was already on his knees. The black stick was stuck in Hashirama's back, and Hashirama was completely immobile. What the hell is this black stick? Madara, and your chest. Hashirama frowned and looked at Madara with a strange look. His own face appeared on Madara's chest. It seems that after you left the village, you planned a lot of things. Madara. Hashirama bit Kiba's teeth, although it still looks like using his own power to suppress Madara, but now Madara is stronger than his ability before his death. Although affected by the impure world reincarnation, a part of her strength has been reduced, but the current Madara has a Rinnegan that she had never had before, and her own Mokuden wood-style power, and her strength has also increased by a certain extent. Other hand, Hashirama's body, without a living body, has completely wasted the powerful physical strength of his Senju clan. Moreover, impure world reincarnation imposes too many restrictions on Mokuden wood style, and the sage art I learned from Shikatsu Forest is completely useless. This level, it seems to be impossible. Give it up, Hashirama, you've lost. It looks like the only one who can please me is that guy, Hyuga Neji. Madara's mouth twitched. She walked up, stretched out her hand, and grabbed Hashirama's head. Sage art chakra slowly poured into his body. Is this sage art chakra? It's not too difficult to drive, but that's it. Hashirama's face on his chest. Hashirama shows the same lines as Hashirama Sage Mode's face. So, next, go find that guy. Madara then jumped away and went to the battlefield over there. But Hashirama took a few breaths, bit Kiba and said, Madara. Stop. What are you doing to that young man? Hashirama tried to break free, but to no avail. This time, he finally felt angry and helpless for what he was powerless to do. That young man, Hyuga Neji, may be carrying the hopes of a future ninja world. If you are targeted by a dangerous person like Madara, your life is likely to be in danger. If this continues, the ninja world may really encounter a great crisis. Moreover, Madara's companion seems to have gone too far. Manipulating that demon, 10 tails, wanton destruction, and turning into 10 tails, Jinchuriki column force. The first generation of chakras had never felt such a huge and evil chakra even from Uchiha Madara before. It is very dangerous. Who's fighting that 10 tails? Is the 4th generation chakra? There's another, familiar chakra. Success. Ow. 10 tails roared violently, but the whole body was trapped by the technique of mountain soil, and the shadow imitation technique of the Nara clan united to control the guy as big as 10 tails. Don't underestimate the Nara family. Next, according to the command's request, Kaden fire-style troops and Sweden water-style troops work together to strengthen the technique of mountain soil, so that this guy can no longer move. Physical seal. But the next moment, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. There, Obito also seemed to escape from the fight with Neji and floated above the 10 tails. Madara glanced at Obito in the air, and the netizen jumped to the top of 10 tails. Damn it, gotta catch up. What those guys seem to be planning to do. But it was too late. The speed of the Ninja Alliance could not keep up with the speed of Obito, who had transformed into 10 tails Jinchuriki column force. Obito only waved his hand, and a huge tube appeared from his body, and the tube extended, inserted into 10 tails body. 10 tails skyrocketed instantly. The body began to swell, the movements began to twist, and the strength directly increased several times. Boom, boom. The technique of the mountain and earth began to collapse, and the Sweden water style technique was activated, and more than 100 ninjas spewed huge water Jinchuriki column away. Madara sneered. Hand Seal said. Kaden fire style majestic destroyer flame, great fire annihilation. Whew. The fire that went against the wind was even more ferocious. When it hit the water surface, it caused violent water vapor, and the formation of the ninja coalition was scattered and retreated. This guy, going the opposite way, using Sweden water style to restrain Kaden fire style, and instead using the attacks we made to attack ourselves. Shikamaru bit Kiba, and it seems that he will have to discuss new countermeasures with the headquarters. Kakashi on the side narrowed his eyes and explained, this guy has a lot of fighting experience. I know that our ninja coalition has an advantage because of the large number of people fighting, but at this time we are not flexible enough, as long as the range is large enough. The attack is a little cheaper, the enemy is easy to avoid, but we are the living target. Quote. In terms of attack, the enemy has only one attack, and we have thousands of attacks. But in terms of damage, the enemy has only one target, and we have thousands of live targets, and every disturbance will someone gets hurt or dies, and sooner or later. Chapter 519 Reason. Sasuke's change. Everyone, don't give up. Hold on. Although the ninja coalition is almost exhausted, but because of the rigor of the command, the logistics and medical units have been operating normally until now. Ninjas can be healed when they are injured, and because there are enough people, they will fight in batches and replenish them at any time. Whether it's chakra, food or water, it's simply a good combat condition. Basically, the enemy will fail only because the enemy's ability is too strong to defeat. In this environment, no one will lose their fighting spirit, and everyone will work together. Damn. Ino finally disconnected again. Ino, if it doesn't work, just rest. Ino bit Kiba and said, no, if this goes on like this, without the organization of the headquarters, the battle of the ninja coalition will. She said, looking back at Naruto's shadow clone. Naruto, you should be able to do it, right? My physical strength is okay. The injury I suffered is nothing, just give me chakra, as long as chakra. Having said that, Ino was startled suddenly and fell down. Bang. A solid, warm embrace. Ning, Neji. Ino was dazed and saw Neji's face. Damn, am I hallucinating? Shikamaru. It's okay, Ino, I'll give you my chakra. Good. Big. Chakra. Ino gasped anxiously, and a sense of heat flooded into his heart. And it's still warm, hot. It's like warm liquid running all over the body. This chakra feeling. Neji. Ino finally came over, and with this powerful chakra, she seemed to be pulled back all of a sudden. Really you, Neji? Ino took a deep breath of fresh air, almost thinking he was going to die just now. Go ahead, the Ninja Alliance needs you. I've already given you enough chakra. Neji smiled slightly. Ino then understands hand seal. Shikamaru, who was beside him, was taken aback for a moment, and grabbed the corner of Neji's clothes. Neji was taken aback. Shikamaru lowered his voice impatiently, and said, Ino has been going on for an entire hour, and fighting the entire ninja coalition for such a long time is exhausting, but it takes a lot of physical strength. Do you want to kill Ino? She's strong, Neji said lightly. Shikamaru was startled and looked at Neji blankly. This time, Shikamaru was rarely able to perceive that the person in front of him was the body of Neji. Not Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone seems to be essentially different from the main body. The most obvious one is the weird knife behind Neji. I haven't seen the knife unsheathed, but it seems to be very deterrent. Shadow Clone does not have a knife, but after all, Neji's Shadow Clone has never been used to confuse the enemy, so it doesn't do that kind of detailed treatment at all. Hey, this isn't something you can comfort me with, Ino. No, I mean it. Neji actually showed a happy smile. The battle with Obito just now, Obito came here to support, and Neji, who felt the force of restraint collided with the body of Vulcan again, chose to come here together. He also just took a good look at his body. Now Neji already has some vague hunch. To completely resolve this battle, it is very likely that he will have a very unfortunate end due to the power of restraint. But now I can't care so much anymore. If this is the case, then Neji must find the most suitable opportunity to shoot. Since there will be an accident after the shot, then it can only improve the success rate of the shot. The so-called silent is already a blockbuster. Neji thought that the people behind the scenes, Shikamaru and Ino, were the two people Neji believed very much. Especially Ino, after following him for so long, Ino's progress can be clearly felt by Neji. Shikamaru, I believe in Ino from the bottom of my heart. Next, I will continue to fight that guy. The Ninja Alliance must rely on the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan to communicate, otherwise they will be annihilated. At times, protecting everyone and disregarding their own comfort, this is the woman I admire. Quote. Neji said this, Ino suddenly opened his eyes in surprise. Her face has been slightly ashamed, Yuhi. And Neji added, also, Ino is not so weak. After all, she is also the woman who will marry into the Hyuga family. After Neji finished speaking, he turned his head and walked towards the battlefield of Ten Tails. Shikamaru froze in place, while Ino's excited Yuhi's eyes narrowed. But the next moment, he smiled with relief and continued hand seal. Shikamaru, the connection is complete. Next, according to my arrangement, in order to be able to run through the normal battle, the rhythm of only docking you and the core personnel of the liaison force for 40 seconds and docking all the staff for 20 seconds will be rotated. 40 seconds to think and discussion, 20 seconds to give notice. The purpose of this is based on my current physical strength and chuck. I can last for about 30 minutes, and... Ino opened his eyes and smiled confidently. I'm in good shape now, I think 40 minutes will be fine. On the other side, the last of Madara's clones fell. What an amazing girl, humph. Bang, tilde. Mokuden's wood-style clone dissipated, and the traces of Susanoo's battle had left the surroundings in a mess. Gaara's state is not bad. Because of the absolute defense, although the chakra consumption is excessive, he is not injured. Others, including Sasuke, had some minor injuries, especially Naruto, who was already exhausted. Don't move. I'll recover for you. Now I can do it. Sakura opened the Yin Seal 100 Heroes technique and injected chakra into Naruto's body. Although this chakra is nothing to you, it can maintain your basic physical fitness. Before the big jaguar comes over there, you must not fall. You are the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, Jinchuriki, column force, and the enemy's purpose of fighting is for you. Speaking of which, what about Uncle Bai? Ah, forget it, he should still be fighting for everyone. Naruto fell into self-blame, but now it seems that he can only take care of himself. Sasuke took a few breaths and turned his head. Thanks to that, otherwise, we would all be killed. I didn't expect Uchiha Madara to be so strong. Damn. Sasuke bit Kiba. Tenten let out a sigh of relief, stretched out his hand, and said, "This is given to me by Neji. It is said that the 6 paths immortal sealed 10 tails on the moon and left behind the meteorite residue with the seal chakra. The essence of things." Quote. I saw a small stone shining like a star, floating in the palm of Tenten's palm, glowing with a faint purple fluorescence. Then, hurry up and recover. Naruto. Sasuke also sat down by the way, which surprised Naruto, who thought he was holding him back. Sasuke, you. Sasuke sighed and said, I know this is not my style, but now to defeat the opponent, I am afraid I can only work as a team. Naruto smiled knowingly and nodded. Kuratashi, Gaara, and Haruno Sakura all smiled gratified. Naruto stretched his body and murmured, I'm really curious. The reason. Sasuke. Why? Sasuke narrowed his eyes. What made Sasuke change? Sasuke, what made you change your mind? I'm curious. After Naruto asked, everyone looked at Sasuke curiously. Chapter 520 Shadow. The power to change others. Sasuke, what is the reason that made you change? Naruto gasped, and Sakura was still healing him. But in his eyes, it was all Sasuke at the moment. Sasuke's indifferent face was also lost in thought at the moment, as if recalling something unknown. Hey, I said you guys, it's a war right now. It's not the time to gossip, right? Kuratashi grinned, not understanding these two very well. Kuretsuchi, let them talk. Sakura murmured, eyes full of tenderness. There was a hint of happiness in her expression. And Kuretsuchi couldn't understand it, and said, huh. What can't be said after the war is over, do you have to pick it at such a time? Really? Can't understand it. If I were you, I wouldn't understand either. At this moment, Tenten on the side suddenly interrupted. Sasuke and Naruto were silent, each of them had strange expressions on their faces, and there was a hint of relief in their helplessness, and that relief turned out to be true joy. Kuratashi blinked and murmured, what the hell is going on? Tenten. She was a little ashamed of Yuhi. Although she followed Neji to Konoha village, unlike Yugito, Kuratashi and Iwagakure village still maintained regular contacts. After all, compared to Yugito, Kuretsuchi is still relatively young, and Onoki has always passed her ninjutsu personally, which is of course different from Yugito who is a Jinchuriki column force. Therefore, the information of Konoha village, about Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were teammates, and later defected because of the hatred of the Uchiha family, Kuratashi is very clear. But, however, you don't understand the bond between Naruto and Sasuke. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to understand their bond. But it's not like that. At that time, I was also with Neji and Little Lee. Together, they took the Chunin exam. Although it was interrupted, it was a really fun time. The 12 genins who stood out in our Konoha village. Tenten said, his eyes full of nostalgia. Gaara's mouth also twitched, and said, hee hee. You said that, I also think of Neji at that time. That night. Speaking of which, it's really impossible to get around Neji. Naruto shrugged. He asked, Sasuke, you will help us, most of which are related to Neji. Right. Although you have talked to the first 4 Hokages, I believe in your decision. However, I will also become a Hokage in the future. Man, are you sure you don't want to talk to me? Naruto saw that Sasuke had made up his mind and was so silent that he almost planned to give up. He smiled awkwardly, scratched the back of his head, and muttered, "Ah, since you're not going to say it, then. You still haven't changed, Naruto." Sasuke finally spoke, and this time even Sakura was startled. Everyone held their breath. Not only because Sasuke is indeed a man of few words, but they also began to look forward to Sasuke's answer just like Naruto. Sasuke's path of hatred, although they don't understand the truth of Itachi, but the news that the Uchiha clan is related to Danzo has been leaked and spread, so Sasuke's master must be a very dark fact. So in such a tragic incident, Sasuke just killed Danzo alone. What did he experience and what did he see that made him suddenly want to return to the front of the ninja coalition? In the final analysis, with the current strength of Sasuke Eternal Mangekyo, although joining the ninja coalition cannot help too much, but if you become an enemy, it will be the next Uchiha Madara. But, in fact, you and that guy are very similar, Sasuke said with a chuckle. That guy. Ah, Hyuga Neji. The scene fell silent. It doesn't look like it at all. Neji's previous crane tail was made up. He is a real genius, and Naruto was so anxious that he didn't know how to explain it, and his tone became weaker and weaker. Sakura interjected, and Neji's brain is much better than yours, isn't it? Yeah, Sakura. Sakura. Although Naruto had to admit this fact, he was still a little embarrassed. Genius. Indeed, that's a fact too. Sasuke said, narrowing his eyes, as if remembering something. Fun. He closed his eyes and thought for a long time. Everyone waited in silence. After a long time, Sasuke spoke slowly and explained, Hyuga Neji, that man is the man lurking in the shadows of Konoha village. From the time of Chunin's exam, he has been involved in Orochimaru and Sunagakure villages and Konoha villages. At the top, it was at that time that he supported Hyuga Hazashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, to become the 5th Hokage. Quote. To this day, it's such a shame to say it out. That guy is the worst Hokage ever in Konoha village. Neji narrowed his eyes, and Kuretsuchi, who was beside him, was startled, and muttered, Hey, you don't like Hokage, so you don't need to say that. No matter what, during the time that Hokage was in charge of the village also very stable. Naruto nodded again and again, but before he could speak, he was blocked by Sasuke. That's just an illusion you see. Existence is indeed stability, but as the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hazashi, who has made the division and main clan resent so deep, has no ability to manage the village at all. Not even the head of the clan. Be good, how to be the mayor of a good village. It's just that he was used by Neji at that time. The real Hokage of the 5th generation is actually Neji. It's just, he is not Hokage, but Shadow. Sasuke's face was indifferent, and he glanced back, over there, the direction of Ten Tails. He knew that Neji, now, was still fighting the Ten Tails. That man, in the shadows of Konoha village, has been guarding for Konoha. But until now, I don't know the purpose of the guy. I always thought that the guy had some kind of purpose. From the beginning, the guy was for the stability of the village, and the use of Hokage's position to solve the turmoil in the clan is barely a reason. But now, it is completely unnecessary, but he is still secretly doing everything for the ninja coalition. If there is no Hyuga Neji, we have already lost this ninja war. Quote. It goes without saying that he is so strong, and more importantly, that guy has the power to change others. There was a trace of reverence in Sasuke's eyes. Sakura was dumbfounded, he had never seen Sasuke like this. It turns out that in Sasuke's heart, will he also hope for the same person? Naruto's heart was shocked. It turned out that when he was chasing Sasuke's footsteps, Sasuke was also chasing the footsteps of others. Naruto, you also have this kind of power. Maybe it's Neji and you that made me change my mind. However, I didn't plan to stand with you like this. Because Neji also reminds me of another person, That person is also beyond imagination with Neji. Quote. Really similar to Neji. Who? Uchiha Itachi, my big brother. Sasuke frowned slightly, and every time he said this, he still felt sad.